achievement points, indicating the importance of foreign elites in the system's assessment. Then came the first technological achievement, which refers to the stellar converter. This device is of paramount importance for the future development of the waterless village, thus directly awarding 3,000 achievement points. As for the external sales of the stellar converter, it is noteworthy that it has reached an agreement with Wheat, also granting 3,000 achievement points. Compared to the previous achievement of Lu Xiao, this is significantly higher, indicating a comprehensive assessment. Sui had long heard about this matter from Uncle Wang and was surprised to learn that it could also yield achievements. If they can attract more wanderers to return in the future, they should be able to earn even more achievement points. After reviewing the information, Sui felt immense joy. This time, he garnered a total of 19,200 achievement points. Including the remaining 1,800 points from before, he now possesses a total of 21,000 achievement points. Upon seeing such a substantial amount, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He could now exchange for numerous remarkable technologies. With this thought in mind, he hastily turned his attention to the system marketplace. He was now able to select a more powerful technology. Chapter 63. The Source-Activated Illusory Water Supply System. Sui initiated the system and began his meticulous selection process. He sought a technological solution capable of thoroughly addressing the water scarcity faced by the waterless village. This rural construction system was replete with an abundance of extraterrestrial technologies, many of which originated from planets grappling with severe water shortages. It was reasonable to presume that these planets possessed formidable water supply techniques. After careful evaluation, Sui ultimately opted for a foreign technology valued at 10 million achievement points. This innovation was named the Source-Activated Illusory Water Supply System. This advanced extraterrestrial intelligent water supply system not only efficiently collects and purifies rainwater, but also intelligently manages and monitors the entire water supply process, ensuring a stable supply of water resources and high-quality assurance to meet diverse water usage demands. The core of this water supply system lies in its rainwater collection module, the Quantum Nano Rainwater Collection Canopy. Crafted from a unique quantum nanomaterial, this canopy features a microscopic quantum structure on its surface, which actively attracts water molecules by altering its energy state. When rain clouds approach, the collection canopy can preemptively sense the change and adjust its state, facilitating the adhesion of raindrops. Exhibiting exceptional elasticity and resilience, the canopy can adapt to the size and shape of the installation site. With a maximum coverage area reaching several thousand square meters, it remains undamaged even in adverse weather conditions such as strong winds and hail. Furthermore, the surface of the collection canopy is coated with a self-cleaning layer, which employs photocatalytic principles to automatically decompose dust and debris under sunlight, thereby maintaining optimal rainwater collection performance. The internal conduit utilizes gravitational manipulation technology to generate localized gravitational fields, allowing rainwater to flow more swiftly within the conduit and minimizing the retention time during transmission, thus reducing the risk of bacterial growth associated with prolonged stagnation. The conduit material is highly resistant to corrosion and possesses excellent sealing properties, ensuring that rainwater remains leak-proof during transit. Its inner walls are embedded with intelligent sensors that continuously monitor parameters such as rainwater flow and temperature, transmitting this data to the main control unit. Next, there is the rainwater purification module and the plasma purification chamber, which serve as the core components of the rainwater purification process. Upon entering the purification chamber, the rainwater is instantly subjected to a plasma field, where high-energy particles engage in vigorous physical and chemical reactions with impurities, bacteria, viruses, and various harmful substances present in the rainwater. The high-energy electrons within the plasma can rupture the cell walls of bacteria and viruses, rendering them inactive. Concurrently, reactive oxygen ions in the plasma can oxidize and decompose organic pollutants in the water, transforming them into harmless substances such as carbon dioxide and water. After undergoing treatment in the plasma purification chamber, the rainwater achieves a superior quality, far exceeding that of imported premium bottled mineral water, thus proving highly beneficial for human health. Finally, the Intelligent Water Supply and Monitoring Module is responsible for delivering the purified water to various usage points according to demand, facilitated by the quantum intelligent water pump contained within. The water pump is capable of precisely adjusting the flow and pressure of water supply by receiving real-time directives, catering to various water usage scenarios such as domestic, industrial, and agricultural needs, with a remarkable accuracy of up to 3 decimal places. Next, there is the Intelligent Monitoring Station, which is equipped with a smart early warning system. In the event of anomalies, such as damage to the rainwater collection cover, malfunction of the purification chamber, or overload of the pump, the monitoring station will promptly flash alerts and audibly detail the nature and location of the fault, while simultaneously dispatching notifications to relevant maintenance personnel to ensure timely repairs. Upon reviewing the introduction to this water supply system, Sui felt thoroughly satisfied. Although the system is rather expensive, it encompasses numerous advanced technologies, such as nanotechnology and quantum technology. The fundamental principle involves harvesting water molecules from the atmosphere and converting them into rainfall. Subsequently, a gravitational conduit constructed in low-lying areas collects and processes the rainwater uniformly. Once treated, the rainwater is gathered in a designated location and supplied through the intelligent water pump. After evaporation, the rainwater collection cover continues to gather water molecules, facilitating precipitation and achieving efficient collection and utilization. This technology truly embodies intelligence, and Sui was quite pleased with the system. With this innovation, he would have control over when it rains, and the rainwater collected could be securely stored. After perusing the introduction, Sui readily opted for the exchange. Eager to resolve the water scarcity issue in the water-deprived village, Luzio had lamented to him several times about the lack of water for flushing toilets, and the villagers, young and old alike, had repeatedly raised concerns regarding the water situation. This issue required an urgent resolution. Following the completion of the exchange, Sui contemplated for a moment before retrieving his phone to make a call. The line connected swiftly, and he heard the voice of Colonel Feng Zuluan from the military, with whom he had previously interacted. "Village Chief Su, why are you calling so late? Is there something you need?" Sui responded, "Colonel Feng, I indeed have a matter to discuss with you. I possess a technology that I believe would pique the military's interest, and I would like to invite you to take a look." Upon hearing this, Colonel Feng promptly replied, "Very well, Village Chief Su. Could you specify the nature of the technology so that I can bring along the appropriate experts? It pertains to batteries. Please bring your experts to examine it." "Understood, Village Chief Su. I will contact the relevant experts immediately, and we shall come by tomorrow morning with them." With that, both parties concluded the call. Sui had previously committed to assisting Laybus with the review of the battery issue. After all, every automobile battery must undergo examination by relevant authorities before mass production. If the Xiaomi automobiles sought approval from the pertinent departments, the process would be protracted, with potential concerns regarding technology leaks. However, collaborating with the military would significantly streamline the process. Moreover, this technology could be kept confidential through military channels, thus preventing other automotive companies and external forces from investigating the source of the batteries. This arrangement presents a dual benefit. It is believed that upon witnessing the stellar converter and the Starbeam 1000 battery technologies early tomorrow morning, the military will be more than willing to assist Sui in resolving the issues concerning battery approval. After concluding the phone call, Sui finally succumbed to sleep, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the military the following morning. Chapter 64: The arrival of military experts early the next morning, while Sui was still asleep. He was awakened by the sound of helicopters. Two military green helicopters approached from the distance. Upon hearing the commotion, Sui emerged from the laboratory. Shortly thereafter, the helicopters landed on a nearby open space. The cabin doors swung open, and several individuals, shielding their hats from the wind, disembarked. At the forefront was Colonel Feng Zuluan, whom Sui had encountered previously. Behind him were several elderly gentlemen clad in Zhongshan suits, each carrying large water bottles and sporting reading glasses. Their garments bore the unmistakable signs of age. Sui understood that these must be the experts brought by Feng Zuluan. Most experts in Longke had endured arduous times, and even as life improved, they retained their modest demeanor. Sui and his companions approached to greet them. Upon seeing Sui, Feng Zuluan extended his hand for a handshake. "Mr. Su, it is a pleasure to meet you again," he said. Sui nodded in response, a smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, it is a pleasure to see you again." Feng Zuluan then proceeded to introduce the experts behind him. "Mr. Su, this is our military expert from the southwest region, Elder Xiang, whose specialization lies in applied chemistry and energy-dense batteries. This gentleman beside him is Elder Bai, also an expert in applied chemistry. He was instrumental in the development of a particular rocket propellant. Lastly, we have Elder Jiang, a leading authority in solar cell technology. Today, these three will evaluate the technology you mentioned." Feng Zuluan did not introduce the younger individuals accompanying them. but Sui surmised they were likely doctoral candidates or graduate students under the expert's tutelage. At that moment, Elder Xiang approached with a smile. He entrusted me to bring you a little something today. He produced a small bag of premium rice, grinning as he spoke. My young friend, do not let its ordinary appearance deceive you. This rice is exceedingly precious. It is said to be selling for 1 million per jane outside. Though this is not a full jane, it cost me quite a sum. He emphasized that this was a rare treasure he had gone to great lengths to procure, urging Sui to accept it. Hearing this, Sui and those around him could not help but twitch their lips in amusement. Isn't this the famous premium rice? They thought. It is practically everywhere here. However, they refrained from voicing their thoughts, as the provenance of the rice being from Wushui village was a detail best kept quiet for the time being. With a smile, Sui accepted the rice. Elder Xiang nodded approvingly. Elder Bai glanced around, visibly intrigued. Didn't you say your village was impoverished? How is it that there are so many tall buildings? In response, Sui quickly clarified, explaining that these buildings were constructed with the funds received from patent sales, all designated as laboratories. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in understanding. They had heard of Sui's substantial acquisition of over 10 billion from the Southwest Group, so it was not entirely surprising. Elder Jiang among the trio appeared rather taciturn, exuding a somewhat frosty demeanor. He seemed unwilling to beat around the bush and spoke directly. Esteemed young sir, where might we find the technology you mentioned? Could we possibly have a glimpse? His urgency was palpable, for to him, time equated to life itself. Upon hearing this, Sui nodded. Very well, let us proceed directly to the laboratory. As they entered the laboratory, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from the crowd. This is a Fourier transform infrared spectrometer, utilized for the structural identification and chemical analysis of organic compounds. It can analyze molecular bonds and functional groups. This instrument is even more advanced than those in our laboratory. It is indeed a testament to considerable wealth. And behold this atomic absorption spectrophotometer, primarily employed for trace element analysis and measurement, capable of determining the concentration of metallic elements. We are still using the previous generation in our lab. How is it that this small village has access to such cutting-edge technology? Old Bai, look at this gas chromatograph. We lack the funding to purchase one for our laboratory. And here is a liquid chromatograph and a mass spectrometer, both state-of-the-art. Our lab has yet to incorporate such tools. Moreover, this electron microscope represents the latest generation, designed for observing the surface morphology and microstructure of samples, boasting high resolution and magnification. Such an apparatus is exceedingly valuable. Observe this transmission electron microscope, which allows for the examination of a sample's internal structure and lattice defects, holding significant importance for research in materials science and biology. Remarkably, this laboratory possesses one too. The three elderly gentlemen were left utterly dumbfounded. These instruments were indeed treasures, even beyond their own reach. Subsequently, they encountered even more equipment, all of the latest variety and exorbitantly priced. Such apparatus typically graced only the most prestigious laboratories worldwide, yet here they were in a humble mountain village, leaving them in sheer disbelief. Moments later, their eyes fell upon a colossal machine, the Large Hadron Collider. Upon sighting it, the three elders found themselves at a standstill. This device is the largest and most powerful particle accelerator on the planet, with construction and operational costs soaring into the billions of dollars. It is primarily employed to simulate the early conditions following the Big Bang, exploring the fundamental structure of matter and the interactions of fundamental particles, thereby holding immense significance for particle physics and related fields, while also providing crucial theoretical foundations and data support for disciplines such as chemistry. They had never anticipated that Sui possessed such an extraordinary instrument. This was undeniably a true luxury, with only a handful of laboratories in the country holding similar capabilities. Their curiosity piqued. From where had this young man acquired such marvels? Soon after, they beheld yet another device, leaving the three men utterly speechless: the synchrotron radiation source. This apparatus generates high-intensity, high-brightness synchrotron radiation light and represents a large-scale research facility with exorbitant construction and operational costs, typically requiring investments ranging from hundreds of millions to several billion yuan. They were completely astounded. This was the most advanced generation, and they had previously needed to borrow such equipment from other laboratories, a process fraught with inconvenience. But now, to their astonishment, Sui's personal laboratory boasted a supercomputer. They soon laid eyes upon a magnificent piece of machinery, the Summit supercomputer, renowned and recognized instantly by the experts among them. In such laboratories, This type of computer is typically employed for intricate simulations in chemical systems, such as protein folding, molecular interactions, and the mechanisms of chemical reactions. This supercomputer was evidently a high-end system, with costs potentially reaching several hundred million yuan or even more. Upon witnessing these instruments, the assembly of experts and students were utterly flabbergasted. This was merely a chemistry laboratory, yet it was equipped with such an array of cutting-edge apparatus. What are the other laboratories? They could hardly fathom. Could this young man have even acquired a particle collider? As the crowd marveled in disbelief, Sui and his companions arrived at the entrance of another laboratory. Sui gestured toward the already arranged stellar converter on the experimental platform and addressed the gathering. Well, everyone, here we are. This is my developed stellar converter along with the Xingmong 1000 battery. This laboratory is equipped with a variety of instruments. Feel free to conduct your own tests. Upon hearing this, the elderly gentleman immediately perked up, eager to discover what marvels this small village-esque laboratory could produce. Chapter 65. The test concludes. The military stunned upon hearing Suyi's words. Several elderly gentlemen, accompanied by their students, promptly entered the laboratory. They were all professionals, adept at utilizing the advanced instruments within. Consequently, the testing commenced swiftly. Colonel Feng Ziluan and several others responsible for security waited outside. As time gradually passed, a few hours later, several experts emerged from within. Observing this, Feng Ziluan hurriedly approached them and inquired, "Esteemed seniors, what is the situation?" At this, the experts simultaneously cast their gaze towards Sui, regarding him as if he were an extraordinary being. Subsequently, they nodded at Colonel Feng. "Colonel Feng, the stellar converter and the Xingmong 1000 battery have far exceeded our expectations. The efficiency of the stellar converter is remarkably high, with an average power generation fluctuating between 0.01 to 0.2 degrees per second. During our tests, we discovered that it adapts to varying light conditions, yet even in the absence of sunlight, it continues to function. This is the most efficient and powerful solar panel we have ever encountered. Furthermore, we tested the Xingmong 1000 battery, which charges at an astonishing speed, using fast charging. It can reach a full charge of 1000 degrees in just 10 minutes. The efficiency of this battery surpasses that of all commercially available batteries by more than tenfold. And its energy density is unprecedented. When paired with the stellar converter, one could say that as long as the sun shines and the stellar converter remains intact, an infinite power supply is assured. The Xingmong battery truly possesses a capacity of 1000 degrees, enabling current mainstream electric vehicles to travel up to 8,000 kilometers on a single charge. Upon hearing this, Feng Ziluan's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He could no longer maintain his composure after listening to the experts' claims. If this battery indeed possessed the capabilities they described, what if the stellar converter and the Xingmong 1000 battery were installed on military equipment? However, the mechanical dog faced a significant challenge concerning its power source. The limited size of the power supply restricted the mechanical dog's operational range, preventing prolonged functionality. Yet, with the introduction of the solar panel, the mechanical dog could operate continuously, effectively resolving its energy dilemma. Moreover, regarding drones, most of their unmanned aerial vehicles relied on aviation fuel, necessitating a return for refueling after depletion. Thus, their operational range and strike capabilities were inherently limited. However, if they were to equip these drones with the Xingmong 1000 battery and install the stellar converter, wouldn't they be capable of remaining airborne indefinitely? Their drone striking range would expand from several hundred kilometers to a global, all-weather reach. This would undoubtedly present an unprecedented deterrent. Additionally, this advancement would extend to their vehicles, armored personnel carriers, and tanks. These vehicles typically rely on gasoline, necessitating the support of logistics units to replenish fuel during long journeys. Without adequate logistical support, all their vehicles would become immobilized, akin to mere scrap metal. However, should this innovative battery be installed as a source of energy, the vehicles would possess virtually limitless endurance. This convenience greatly facilitates large-scale remote assaults, eliminating concerns regarding fuel supply. Feng Ziluan grew increasingly excited with each passing thought. He then turned his gaze to the side, where Sui stood, astonished. Sui had actually developed such a strategic-level technology. It was remarkable. Was he truly just a recent university graduate? The surrounding experts regarded Sui with expressions akin to those witnessing a marvel. They could not fathom how something that their esteemed research institutes had failed to produce could be accomplished by Sui. He was indeed a prodigy. The doctoral and master's candidates behind these experts displayed an unmistakable sense of inferiority upon seeing Sui. They had often been labeled as geniuses, nurtured by academicians at a young age. Yet in comparison to Sui, they appeared as mere fireflies, utterly overshadowed by the brilliance of the moon. At that moment, as the crowd of experts emerged, Sui smiled and remarked, "You must have already tested the performance of my stellar converter technology, which I believe will pique the interest of the military." Upon hearing this, Elder Xiang stepped forward. "Sui, your technology is of paramount importance to our military and indeed to our Dragon Nation. I sincerely invite you to join our Dragon Academy of Sciences. A talent like you is precisely what we need." Beside him, Elder Bai nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Sui, the technology behind your stellar converter is something even we cannot fully comprehend, as it is far ahead of the world in various aspects. Furthermore, that Xingmong 1000 battery technology is at least 30 years ahead of its time. I have never encountered a genius like you, and I truly wish for you to join our Dragon Academy." Even the typically reticent Elder Jiang, an expert in solar photovoltaic technology, found himself nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, Mr. Su, your stellar converter technology is at least 50 to 100 years ahead of the world. This technology is crucial for our Dragon Nation. If possible, I would like to become your disciple and learn from you." The surrounding individuals were left in stunned silence. How astonishing it was that Elder Jiang, a highly revered expert known for his aloofness, would wish to take a mere undergraduate like Sui as his teacher. Even Elder Xiang and Elder Bai were taken aback. Meanwhile, Major Feng was utterly dumbfounded. This Elder Jiang was an academician, and yet he sought to learn from Sui? In response, Sui chuckled and shook his head. "I appreciate your invitations, but I have previously informed Major Feng that my aspiration is to develop my hometown. My development of the stellar converter and the Star Beam 1000 was solely motivated by the desire to provide free electricity to the villagers, alleviating their concerns regarding power usage. Thus, I sincerely appreciate your goodwill, but my commitment remains to stay in my hometown and contribute to its development." Upon hearing this, several individuals were momentarily taken aback. An invitation from the Dragon Academy would mean that if Sui were to join, he would become the youngest academician, an esteemed honor accompanied by countless benefits, ensuring a life free from financial worries. Yet, Sui astonishingly declined, citing his aspiration to develop his hometown as the reason. Such a young individual, willing to forsake everything for the betterment of his community, was a rarity not seen for many years, earning the admiration of those present. After expressing his thoughts, Sui turned to Colonel Feng Zulin and said, "Colonel Feng, now that your team has validated the technology, let us discuss the specifics of our collaboration." Upon hearing this, Feng Zulin narrowed his eyes, sensing that Sui's outreach had ulterior motives. Nevertheless, the significance of the battery was paramount. As long as Sui's conditions were not excessively demanding, the military would agree unconditionally. He promptly nodded in agreement. "Very well, Mr. Su. Let us proceed to the conference room for our discussion." Chapter 66. The completion of the battery factory soon. Everyone gathered in the conference room of Wushui Village. After taking their seats, Feng Zulin looked up at Sui with a serious expression. "Mr. Su, this battery is of paramount importance to our military. Please, state your conditions directly. I will promptly report your request for approval." Soldiers tend to be straightforward in their speech, and he immediately encouraged Sui to express his demands. Sui, understanding the gravity of the matter, did not beat around the bush. "Indeed, I am to invest in the development of my hometown, which necessitates substantial funding. Therefore, I intend to collaborate with Xiaomai Automobile, integrating the stellar converter and the Xingmong 1000 technology into their vehicles. However, the approval process through the relevant departments is exceedingly slow. I would like to request the military's assistance in expediting this approval to circumvent unnecessary complications. You are undoubtedly aware that submitting specific technologies for review to the pertinent authorities could lead to potential leaks. If this technology were to fall into foreign hands, the ramifications would be dire." He continued, "Moreover, we plan to establish a production facility for the stellar converter in our village, which will require a significant amount of materials. I hope to acquire these through military channels, thereby sidestepping many bureaucratic hurdles and minimizing the risk of technological exposure. After all, a large-scale procurement of these materials would undoubtedly attract the attention of the relevant departments, leading to scrutiny. Having military backing would alleviate many of these concerns." Feng Zulin was taken aback by the simplicity of Sui's requests. Is that all? He had anticipated a far higher financial demand from Sui in exchange for military funding for their village's development. Sui nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is all. Upon hearing this, Feng Zilin quickly responded, "Very well, I will consult with my superiors. Please hold on." With that, he departed to make a phone call. Watching Feng Zilin leave, Sui felt no apprehension that the military would appropriate the technology or maintain secrecy. After all, the stellar converter is a technology beneficial to both the nation and its citizens. The robust development of the electric vehicle industry aligns perfectly with Dragon Country's strategic initiative to counteract oil hegemony. The advent of the stellar converter and the Xingmong 1000 would enable Dragon Country's electric vehicles to dominate the global market entirely. This would not only generate substantial international profits, but also decisively undermine oil supremacy. Once widely adopted, it would provide free electricity to the populace, significantly alleviating their burdens. Once the stellar converter gains traction, Dragon Country will no longer need to fear sabotage of its energy infrastructure. As for the potential of the stellar converter being replicated or reverse-engineered, that seems improbable. After all, the core technologies are firmly in the hands of Sui and the military, making replication exceedingly challenging. Ordinary electric vehicle batteries are already difficult to replicate, let alone the stellar converter and the Xingmong 1000 batteries, which involve numerous yet-to-be-overcome technological hurdles. Without the system, even Sui would find it impossible to develop such innovations. There is no need for concern regarding this matter. As for the potential dismantling of exported batteries for military purposes, there is no cause for alarm. These batteries are not ordinary. They are equipped with intelligent monitoring systems. Should the opposing party utilize such batteries, they would essentially expose their location and equipment power, among other sensitive information, under the vigilant gaze of the Dragon Kingdom. Merely possessing one of these batteries could yield invaluable insights into their positioning, a tremendous advantage. Furthermore, backdoors can be established to facilitate remote power shutdowns if necessary. However, these considerations are not his responsibility. The military will address such matters independently. His primary focus is to expedite the collaboration with Wheat and commence battery production, thereby generating substantial profits to fund the construction of the waterless village. He smiled at Mr. Su and remarked, "Mr. Su, the military has agreed to all your requests. Henceforth, the stellar converters will be subject to our military's review. Additionally, the materials you mentioned will also be vetted by our forces. However, we will need to assign a personnel to your village to maintain communication with the military." Upon hearing this, Sui nodded in agreement. "Very well, then it's settled. May our collaboration be fruitful." With that, Sui stood and shook hands with Feng Zuluan. He then turned to Lu Ziyao beside him and instructed, "Ziyao, please package the technical documents for the experts to take with them. Moreover, you will be responsible for liaising with Colonel Feng regarding material procurement. The military's prices should be considerably lower than market rates, and the quality will undoubtedly be assured." Colonel Feng, overhearing this, couldn't help but twitch his lips. Sui was indeed remarkably astute. While ostensibly handing over technology to the military, he had effectively alleviated many of his own burdens. After all, with the military handling confidentiality, no one would probe into the origins of the technology. Likewise, no investigations would ensue regarding the procurement of materials. As it was under military acquisition, ordinary institutions lacked the authority to investigate. Furthermore, Sui would be able to reap substantial profits from this technology. It was truly a case of killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Shortly thereafter, several experts eagerly departed with the technical documentation in hand. After the military personnel left, Sui promptly issued a directive to Lu Ziyao, insisting she expedite the establishment of the factory for the stellar converters. The issue of water resources had become urgent and needed to be resolved swiftly. Thus, time passed incrementally, and 2 months flew by in the blink of an eye. During this period, the villagers earned a remarkable development fund of 500 billion through the sale of noble rice. However, only around 20 billion remained on the books, as Wang Fei and others had expended considerable sums on constructing various facilities. Additionally, Lu Ziyao's establishment of the battery factory cost a staggering 600 billion. This factory was predominantly an integrated production workshop filled with high-precision robotic arms. Given that the stellar converters pertain to nanoscience, the required instruments were complex and exceedingly costly, with most funds allocated towards procuring this equipment. However, these arms are multifunctional robotic appendages, capable not only of manufacturing batteries but also of producing a variety of items according to different programming. Subsequently, this factory will also be able to fabricate components for the Yuan-Shirqi Huanshui intelligent supply system. After all, most parts of this system involve nanotechnology. necessitating advanced equipment for their production. Therefore, despite the substantial investment, Sui does not feel particularly distressed, as this factory is of paramount importance for the future of Wuxue Village. In due course, the majority of items in Wuxue Village will be produced by this assembly line. According to estimates, the factory's monthly output is projected to reach 300,000 sets, averaging 10,000 stellar converters each day. Without the support of hundreds of supercomputers, achieving such a high output would be impossible. Thus, this production capacity is indeed impressive. However, in order to commence operations, one essential resource is still required: water. Fortunately, after 2 months, Sui has successfully developed the Yuanshi Huanshui intelligent supply system. The next step involves procuring the materials necessary for manufacturing. Once water is secured, they will be poised to generate substantial profits through battery production. Chapter 67. The villagers were in uproar a week later. Sui had produced countless quantum nanomodules through the factory. Due to their nanoscale technology, these modules were exceptionally lightweight and could naturally float into the sky. This characteristic was the primary reason they could assemble into a rain-collecting canopy at high altitudes. After completing the production of these materials, Sui promptly arranged for them to be transported to the summits of several towering mountains. Pre-installed hauling ropes awaited them atop these peaks. Subsequently, these ropes would secure the quantum nanorain canopies, preventing them from drifting to other areas and firmly anchoring them above the waterless village. Once the materials were secured, Sui planned to elevate the hauling ropes and the fixed quantum nanomodules into the sky using gigantic hydrogen balloons. With a command from Sui, the assembled hydrogen balloons were released from their restraints. The hauling ropes and nanomodules, under the immense pull of the hydrogen balloons, gradually ascended into the atmosphere. Upon reaching an altitude of 1,000 meters, they came to a halt. Sui then pressed a button, opening the box containing the rain-collecting canopy materials. Inside, the quantum nanorain collecting modules began to unfurl slowly. This material possessed remarkable extensibility and resilience, allowing it to adaptively expand according to the dimensions and shape of the installation site, with a maximum coverage area reaching several thousand square meters. Once unfurled, the modules would connect and merge with one another, ultimately enveloping the entire waterless village. This nanorain canopy resembled a colossal umbrella, gathering atmospheric moisture and transforming it into raindrops that would fall to the ground. While this may sound straightforward, the underlying technology was exceedingly intricate and costly. Such technology existed exclusively in the waterless village, as it encompassed numerous principles from nanomaterials science and quantum physics, rendering it profoundly complex. The materials required for the 60 square kilometers of the waterless village alone consumed all of its development funds, amounting to over 20 billion in value. Any misstep could lead to catastrophic losses. Fortunately, as the system produced this technology, there were no unforeseen issues, and ultimately, all materials formed a network in the sky. Upon observing the computer screen displaying the normal operation of the modules across various regions, Sui exhaled in relief. This project had finally reached completion. Valued at 10,000 achievement points, it was classified as a super technology. The noble drought-resistant rice exchange only required 500 points. This innovation was 20 times more expensive, as the advanced technology it encompassed was unparalleled. Even with Sui's capabilities, it took 2 full months to develop based on the information provided by the system. However, it had all proceeded without incident. After the successful networking, Sui pressed a button. Instantly, the nanomaterials in the sky became transparent, as if they had never existed. Today would determine whether the waterless village could resolve its water supply issues. Sui made his way directly to the control room, commencing the final calibration. They aimed to adjust the quantum nano rainwater collection module to alter its energy state, thereby actively attracting water molecules. As rain clouds approached the sky, the collection device would intuitively sense and modify its state, facilitating the adhesion of raindrops. Concurrently, he instructed Wang Fei and his team to verify the connectivity of the previously constructed water supply systems and to evacuate personnel from the relevant areas. Over the past few months, Sui had directed Wang Fei to excavate a massive artificial lake at the foot of a nearby mountain, reaching a depth of 100 meters and covering an area of 3 kilometers. This lake was intended to store surplus water resources in preparation for future needs. Once the rain collection device was activated, rain would commence immediately. The rainwater would be automatically collected and purified through established conduits, ultimately flowing into the artificial lake for storage. Therefore, it was imperative to ensure that the area was unoccupied. Shortly thereafter, all calibrations were completed, and Wang Fei reported readiness. Upon hearing this, Su Yi pressed the activation button for the Source Awakening Water Intelligence Supply System. In that instant, transparent nanosheets high above began to condense moisture. From a distance, it appeared as though the sky was shrouded in dark clouds. Numerous villagers noticed the peculiar phenomenon above and instinctively looked up. Subsequently, dense droplets began to fall, accelerating rapidly. Soon after, a torrential downpour cascaded down. The parched earth was instantaneously drenched, transforming into a muddy terrain. Water that could not be absorbed by the soil began to gather and coalesce into small streams flowing towards lower grounds. These streams, mixed with soil, took on a yellow hue. The smaller watercourses converged in the valleys, forming larger flows, which continued to cascade towards the lower elevations, ultimately merging into a substantial current. In this manner, the water flow continuously combined, eventually entering the vast rivers that Wang Fei and his team had previously constructed. These low-lying rivers ultimately fed into a colossal river, flowing into a dark cavern. Upon entering the cave, the water was immediately directed by a gravitational amplification conduit to the rainwater purification module's plasma purification chamber nestled within the mountain. The rainfall triggered a rapid activation of the plasma field within the chamber. High-energy particles engaged in vigorous physical and chemical reactions with impurities, bacteria, viruses, and various harmful substances present in the rainwater. High-energy electrons swiftly ruptured the cellular walls of bacteria and viruses, rendering them inactive. Reactive oxygen ions within the plasma oxidized and decomposed organic pollutants in the water, transforming them into harmless carbon dioxide and water. Subsequently, the treated water underwent further purification and quality optimization. Specialized intelligent polymer filter membranes adapted to the state of the passing water molecules. The filter membrane molecules actively captured and bound impurity molecules while rearranging and recombining the water molecules, leading to a more orderly and stable structure, thereby enhancing the taste and purity of the water. Subsequently, the evolutionarily enhanced, sweet-tasting water flowed directly into the pre-established artificial lake. Through the surveillance in the control room, Sui and his companions could observe the conditions of all sections. Ultimately, they witnessed the water in the artificial lake beginning to swell, with the water level rising incessantly. Before long, the entire surface of the lake was filled to capacity. The already installed intelligent water supply and monitoring modules promptly commenced transporting the water to various consumption points. At that moment, the main water pump situated atop the village hill erupted, projecting a column of water soaring over 100 meters high. As the water cascaded to the ground, it began to flow along the meticulously constructed waterways, ensuring that every piece of land was supplied with water at all times. Simultaneously, the water pumps installed in each household also instantaneously released water. In that moment, the villagers of the water-scarce village erupted in sheer jubilation. Chapter 68. The exchange of new technology. Early this morning, the various village groups in the waterless village received notification regarding the testing of the water supply system. Consequently, everyone gathered around the monumental pump constructed by Wang Fei and his team. This pump would become the sole source of water for their village. At this moment, the atmosphere was charged with excitement as villagers eagerly awaited by the pump. The scene was bustling with dozens of households, comprising men, women, and children, all fixated on the pump. Each gaze was imbued with anticipation. The issue of water scarcity had plagued waterless village for centuries. They had waited for hundreds of years. And this time, hope was palpable. Many swallowed nervously, fearing disappointment. I heard Wang Fei mention that this water supply system was developed by Su Yi, a university student, and I firmly believed in his capability to resolve the issue. Indeed, I too held faith in him. He had transformed our lives for the better, and I was certain he would succeed once more. In my eyes, Su Yi was capable of anything, and he would undoubtedly fulfill his promises. At that moment, the villagers were transfixed, their eyes glued to the outlet of the pump. Suddenly, amidst the collective anticipation, the pump sprang to life. In the next instant, a column of water, as thick as a barrel, shot into the sky. The jet soared to a height of over 100 meters, and then, as if unleashed by a torrential downpour, the water cascaded down upon everyone present. At that moment, the villagers were utterly astonished by the sight of the soaring water column. Some even suspected they were hallucinating. They had hoped for water, but they never imagined it would be such a magnificent surge. Yet, as the water drenched them, they realized it was no illusion. Soon, excitement erupted among the crowd. The children shouted with glee, "There's water! There's water! We finally have water!" Their faces radiated joy as they leaped and danced in the downpour, their hair soaked, yet their spirits undampened. The adults, both men and women, were rendered speechless by their elation. From their earliest memories, the struggle for water had been a constant in Waterless Village, and now, at long last, they had an abundance. They opened their mouths, greedily drinking in the sweet rain from the heavens. The refreshing water slid down their throats, a wave of comfort washing over them. Expressions of satisfaction adorned every face. Su-yi was remarkable. He had truly resolved the water crisis, providing an ample supply. Indeed, this water is sweeter than the bottled water I used to buy. It is utterly delightful. We finally have water. The middle-aged villagers were overwhelmed with emotion, closing their eyes to savor the droplets cascading onto their cheeks. For them, this was a profound happiness. Meanwhile, the elderly nearby were moved to tears, laughing and crying simultaneously. "It's wonderful. We finally have water," they exclaimed. "It's such a pity my late partner isn't here to enjoy this. If only our ancestors could witness this moment, they would surely be overjoyed." The elderly men stood together, reminiscing and shedding tears of joy. They never anticipated witnessing this day before their demise. Scenes unfolded in each village group, where everyone was elated and exuberant, a collective fervor igniting the entire village. In this moment, a magnificent cascade of white water enveloped the cliff adjacent to Su-yi's dormitory, a breathtaking waterfall soaring over 100 meters high, leaving onlookers in awe. This was the artificial waterfall that Su-yi had previously commissioned Huang-yi and others to design. With the descent of this grand waterfall, the long-standing water scarcity issue plaguing the village for centuries was finally resolved. Observing the waterfall's continuous flow, Su-yi felt a profound sense of emotion. His childhood dream was for the village to have an inexhaustible water supply, eliminating the need to trek 10 kilometers for water. He had diligently pursued knowledge since his youth, all for this day, and now it had come to fruition. Around him, Lu Ziao and the others were equally joyous at the sight of the colossal waterfall. Finally, they would have water. Their toilets, long unused due to the lack of water, could now serve their purpose. Gazing at the distant lakes and the streams cascading down the mountains, smiles adorned their faces. With the water issue resolved, it was time to activate the production line and commence the manufacturing of the stellar converters. The village was devoid of funds, and they had to rely on this venture for income. Upon hearing Su-yi's words, Lu Ziao and the others nodded emphatically, affirming their commitment. Subsequently, they dispersed to commence their tasks. Afterward, Su-yi took a stroll around the village. He observed the towering city wall, rising over 20 meters high, its surface smooth and insurmountable. This was the protective wall of the waterless village, broader than the Great Wall and constructed entirely from C-4900 concrete, exceptionally sturdy. The wall was equipped with nearly flawless surveillance, ready to sound alarms at the slightest disturbance, effectively preventing any intruders from sneaking in. After inspecting the wall, Su-yi turned his attention to the construction of schools and hospitals, crucial establishments for the villagers of Waterless Village. While the villagers had recently come into wealth, access to education for their children and medical care remained significant challenges. The hospital was distressingly far away, making medical treatment exceedingly difficult. Moreover, without connections, even an abundance of money could not guarantee access to competent doctors. Thus, Su-yi resolved to construct a large building to serve as a hospital and sought opportunities to recruit skilled physicians. He believed that with ample incentives, there would be courageous souls willing to join. Additionally, concerning education, the village's children had to travel considerable distances to attend school in a neighboring village. Therefore, he planned to recruit teachers once the school was completed. There were still many good-hearted individuals in the world, willing to volunteer their teaching services. These were the true educators, those who regarded imparting knowledge and wisdom as their life's aspiration. When the time came, he would surprise those willing to come with a generous reward. Having completed all research and development tasks, he was finally able to take a moment of respite. Upon returning to his dormitory, he activated the system. The moment the interface illuminated, he was greeted by a flurry of unread messages. Congratulations, host, on achieving the construction of the protective wall. Reward, 5,000 achievement points. Congratulations, host, on achieving an average deposit of 40 million per villager. Reward, 2,000 achievement points. Congratulations, host, on constructing the village's first factory. Reward, 5,000 achievement points. Congratulations, host, on creating the village's first artificial lake. Reward, 3,000 achievement points. Congratulations, host, on establishing the village's first artificial waterfall. Reward: 500 achievement points. Congratulations, host, on resolving the villager's water supply issue. Reward: 50,000 achievement points. As Sui read through the messages, his eyes widened in astonishment. What a remarkable windfall! Faced with such a bounty of achievement points, he immediately accessed the system panel to begin his search. He had long desired to deploy some mechanical dogs and mechanical tigers for patrol duties, and now, with this substantial accumulation of achievement points, the opportunity to exchange for them had finally arrived. Chapter 69: The Redemption of the Hellhound and the Destructive Machine Tiger. At this moment, Sui had amassed a total of 65,500 achievement points, marking the highest tally he had ever achieved since acquiring the system. Coupled with the remaining 11,000 points, he now possessed a remarkable total of 76,500 achievement points. Upon witnessing such an abundance of points, he promptly accessed the system interface. The walls of the waterless village had been completed, and the next task was to procure some robotic dogs or tigers for round-the-clock patrols, as security concerns needed to be addressed swiftly. As he perused the system panel, Sui searched for mechanical dogs, and an array of options appeared before him. The technologies varied in quality, ranging from domestic use to military applications. After careful consideration, he ultimately selected a military-grade robotic dog, dubbed the Hellhound. This formidable machine boasted the capability to mount a Gatling gun and rocket launcher on its back, along with a flamethrower. Its jaws were equipped with alloy steel blades, capable of effortlessly slicing through ordinary steel. The two sharp fangs measured 15 centimeters in length, enabling them to pierce through armor plating with ease. In combat mode, this mechanical canine could even rend a tank asunder with its teeth. To Sui, this creation was far more menacing than the alternatives, and its cost was relatively modest. Although its battery life was somewhat outdated, he believed that with the installation of a Starfire 1000 battery, its endurance could increase tenfold. After a brief evaluation, he chose to redeem it, expending 5,000 achievement points. However, Sui felt that the robotic dog was still too diminutive. He sought something even more formidable. He conducted another search and soon discovered an impressive robotic tiger. Named Destruction, this machine bore a striking resemblance to a saber-toothed tiger, featuring elongated fangs that extended a full meter. Standing over 2 meters tall, it could be outfitted with automatic artillery on its back and Gatling guns on either side. Its claws, measuring 20 centimeters in length, were made of sharp alloy capable of effortlessly tearing apart tanks. Furthermore, this alloy could easily penetrate rock, allowing it to ascend sheer cliffs with ease. Sui was thoroughly impressed with the machine tiger named Destruction. With both the robotic tiger and dog at his disposal, even an army would likely suffer significant losses against them. However, the cost of the machine tiger was considerably higher, requiring 8,000 achievement points. Despite the expense, he felt no remorse given his substantial point balance. Without hesitation, he chose to redeem both technologies. Following the transaction, all technical information was seamlessly transmitted into his mind. The mechanical tiger and dog utilized two distinct advanced alloy technologies, surpassing any currently known alloys. Their performance metrics exceeded those of materials found on Blue Star. Additionally, the integrated intelligence systems were remarkably sophisticated, functioning almost entirely autonomously. The biomimetic design closely resembled that of real dogs and tigers, and in certain aspects, they even outperformed their biological counterparts. Regarding the mechanical dog, it possesses the remarkable ability to effortlessly leap several meters into the air. Furthermore, its claws can grasp large trees, allowing it to ascend and conceal itself with ease, capabilities that a real dog simply cannot achieve. However, the most formidable aspect of this mechanical canine lies in its teeth, which exhibit a powerful biting force. Sui even speculates that it may have been designed specifically to combat steel machines. Perhaps the planet that developed this mechanical dog faced a certain type of mechanical beast, thereby necessitating the creation of such a fearsome device. As for the mechanical tiger, its performance is even more astonishing. When operating at maximum power, it can leap to heights exceeding 10 meters. Although its biting strength may not surpass that of the mechanical dog, it compensates with its formidable 1-meter-long fangs, capable of effortlessly severing a tree with a diameter of 1 meter in half. Moreover, the mechanical tiger is equipped with its own artificial intelligence system, rendering it impervious to radio interference and allowing for autonomous operation. It is undoubtedly a weapon of war. However, akin to the mechanical dog, the mechanical Tiger S battery. Though competent, pales in comparison to the Xingmong 1000 battery. After all, the mechanical Tiger stands at 2 meters tall and measures 5 to 6 meters in length. With a battery that spans a full 2 meters, yet only possesses roughly 200 degrees of power. Should it be outfitted with the Xingmong 1000 battery along with a stellar converter, its performance could be significantly enhanced. With this thought, Su-Yi closed his eyes for a brief respite and, by nightfall, made his way to the laboratory, eager to finalize the design schematics. Meanwhile, in a conference room located in the capital, Lei Bus and several senior executives were convening. Mr. Lei, what is the status of the stellar converter? Our vehicle designs are complete. We are merely awaiting that battery. To meet our launch schedule, we must expedite the delivery of the battery and technology to the relevant departments for approval. Yet, why is there still no news? Upon hearing this, Lei Bus furrowed his brow deeply. There is no need for concern. I have faith in Mr. Su. If he says he can resolve it, he will certainly do so. One individual shook his head in response. I have already used my connections to inquire, and there has been no recent news regarding the stellar converter. Mr. Su has not submitted this battery for departmental review. Mr. Lei, do you think you might have been deceived? Hearing this, Lei Bus's expression grew more troubled. Is that so? The battery wasn't submitted for review by the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology? Does that mean our vehicles haven't passed inspection? All developed vehicles must be submitted for approval to relevant departments. Only upon passing can they enter mass production and sale. He had assumed that Su-Yi would submit the battery for review, but was taken aback to discover that this had not occurred. He quickly reached for his phone, intending to call Su-Yi. At that moment, however, the door to the conference room swung open, and an assistant hurriedly entered. Mr. Lei, a military colonel wishes to see you. He claims to have some matters to discuss. Surprised, Lei Bus paused. He had no connections with the military. Why would they seek him out? Nevertheless, he nodded and addressed the assistant. Very well. Please have them come directly to the conference room. I shall await their arrival here. With that, the assistant departed. The executives from Xiaomai, surrounding the room, were expressions of profound bewilderment. What was transpiring? Could it be that the military had taken an interest in some aspect of their technology? Previously, a certain courier company's innovation was snatched up before it could even be deployed. Could it be that they too had caught the eye of the military? Moments later, Feng Ziluan entered, accompanied by several officers, who promptly distributed confidentiality agreements to everyone present. All attendees must sign the confidentiality agreement. Those unwilling to comply may exit at their discretion. The room fell into deeper confusion. What could possibly necessitate such an agreement? Nonetheless, despite their reservations, everyone complied and signed the documents. After the signatures were collected, Feng Ziluan addressed the assembly. Mr. Lei, I am here on behalf of the military to discuss the stellar converter. Your technology has already been reviewed and approved by our forces, and the relevant departments have been notified. Subsequently, the management of your batteries will be under our military's oversight. Thus, negotiations commenced in the conference room. Upon hearing the military's declaration, Lei Busi was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that Su-Yi had connections with the military. Chapter 70. The Price Announcement. Netizens left stunned. Lei Bus and officials from the military engaged in extensive discussions. Ultimately, the military assured that they would resolve the issues concerning departmental approvals. Their vehicles merely required the approval of other components. Furthermore, the military clarified certain restrictions with the wheat company. Subsequently, the military representatives departed, leaving Lei Bus and his senior executives beaming with smiles, as the cumbersome approval process could be circumvented. With the military as a guarantor, the relevant authorities would not conduct any investigations, nor could they. Thus, a few days later, Lei Bus publicly announced a product launch event, simultaneously initiating live broadcasts across major platforms. The news of Lei Bus's press conference instantly captured immense attention from netizens. That evening, as the live stream commenced, Lei Bus's channel was inundated with hundreds of thousands of fans tuning in to watch. Numerous internet celebrities and influencers also gathered at the venue to witness the event. Hello everyone, I am Lei Bus. Upon taking the stage, he greeted the audience with a warm smile and a brief self-introduction. Instantly, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Such is the charm of Lei Bus. After a moment, as the applause subsided, he smiled and addressed the audience. All right, everyone, during today's conference, I will primarily introduce our upcoming new SU-7. Upon hearing this, the audience fell silent in astonishment. What? A revision so soon? Many people have yet to receive their cars. Influencers in attendance quickly began to pay close attention. However, netizens in the live stream began to voice their discontent. What is going on, Lei? Are you planning to profit from the revised vehicles? This is utterly unethical. It feels like a betrayal to us loyal customers. My car hasn't even arrived yet. And now there's a revision. I'm truly at a loss for words. Can't these new brands just focus on building a decent car? Constant revisions. What's the point? I think I'll stick to gasoline cars. No range anxiety, and they don't change every day like these electric vehicles. Many netizens expressed their grievances, perceiving the revisions as a form of exploitation, akin to the rapid release cycles of smartphones, where new models emerge yearly with minimal changes. As consumers, they harbored a deep disdain for such practices. At that moment, Lei Bus, still smiling, remarked, in response to these concerns, "Our wheat company has ultimately decided to incorporate military technology, utilizing their battery technology. This will elevate our vehicles to a standard of military-grade quality." For those who are passionate about innovation, upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. What had they just heard? Was Lei Bus's connection with the military truly that robust? Had he actually secured battery technology from them? Is this for real? Apart from the series we have already launched, we will introduce a new generation of wheat vehicles, all equipped with cutting-edge power generation and battery technology. Lei Bus continued, in previous conferences, we would typically launch products only after their completion, but this time, the situation is different. Our brand new generation of automobiles has undergone almost no changes in appearance, with the only alteration being the battery technology. Therefore, we intend to announce the price first, followed by a pre-sale to gauge the volume of orders, thus avoiding a repeat of previous delivery issues. Upon hearing this, the online community was momentarily taken aback. How can it be considered a new generation when the exterior remains unchanged, and only the battery technology has been modified? Surely, some effort should be made. This seems rather perfunctory. Just when everyone assumed that Lei had more to elaborate on, various car prices suddenly flashed across the screen. The prices were as follows: Xiaomi SU7X Standard Edition, 515, 900 yuan, Pro Edition, 645, 900 yuan, Max Edition, 999. 900 yuan. Upon seeing these figures, both the attendees and online viewers were left dumbfounded. Is Lei out of his mind, daring to charge such exorbitant prices? One must remember that Xiaomi's sports car is priced at just over 800,000 yuan, and now the SU7 is priced so high merely for a change in battery technology? Frankly, anyone who purchases this car must be foolish. I would laugh at them for years. Goodness, Xiaomi has truly inflated its ambitions, and the scalping is outrageous. This pricing is simply absurd. Who can afford such an amount? With this kind of money, why not opt for BBA? Lei seems to have lost his touch. Even dogs would shake their heads at these prices. The online discussions were rife with discontent regarding the pricing. Influencers present at the event also shook their heads, initially expecting Lei to unveil something grand, only to be met with a staggering price tag. This price is undeniably exorbitant, and it is likely that this model will struggle to sell. Observing the crowd's expressions, Lei revealed a smile. His strategy of first disheartening the audience with high prices, only to later present them with astonishing features, was a familiar tactic that he had successfully employed before. Consumer behavior thrives on impulse. As the excitement reached its zenith, the screen flickered, presenting the corresponding performance data of the vehicle. The key highlights focused on its range and charging capabilities. The Xiaomi SU7X Standard Edition utilizes Xiaomi's charging architecture, paired with a battery capacity of 1,000 kilowatt-hour, enabling a range of 8,000 kilometers on a single charge. The previously noisy online crowd was rendered speechless upon this revelation. The influencers on site were astonished, their eyes nearly popping out. What is this? Are we sure they didn't mistakenly add an extra 1,000 kilowatt-hours? In 8,000 kilometer range? My goodness, if this is true. Could one charge it once and use it for half a year? Such an astounding range. Could it be real? If so, who in their right mind would still buy a gasoline car? What sort of technology is capable of storing 1,000 kilowatt-hours? Lei, I admit I may have spoken too hastily before. This range is so impressive that I would purchase it even at a price of 1 million yuan. Just imagine how much money this vehicle could save me. At that moment, the online community erupted in fervor. The influencers present at the scene were all exceedingly exhilarated. Indeed, Lei Jun has truly detonated a monumental bombshell in the automotive industry. With the introduction of this vehicle, how will other manufacturers survive? The most significant criticism directed at electric vehicles pertains to their range, often leading to charging anxiety. However, if this vehicle is indeed equipped with such a battery and achieves this impressive range, traditional gasoline cars would be rendered obsolete. Today's press conference will undoubtedly dominate the headlines by tomorrow morning. Just as the crowd was caught up in their excitement, the screen flickered, revealing information about the Pro version. Everyone raised their heads to take a look, and in the next moment, they were once again left in astonishment. Chapter 71. Massey chuckled. This endurance is unimaginable. As the crowd lifted their gazes, they were once again rendered speechless. The SU-7 Pro version, equipped with the Starbeam 1000 battery, boasted an astonishing range of up to 8,000 kilometers. Furthermore, it featured an integrated stellar converter that enabled real-time charging during daylight hours, ensuring a full battery at all times. Under optimal sunlight, the stellar converter could charge at a remarkable rate of 0.1 degrees per second, and even on overcast days, it managed to charge at 0.001 degrees per second, completely alleviating concerns regarding endurance and charging. Upon encountering this extensive description, netizens were left in utter disbelief. The capability for real-time charging, coupled with such rapid charging speed, was beyond their wildest expectations. Initially, they thought the 1,000-degree battery was already extravagant, only to be confronted with even more astonishing claims. Charging at a pace of 0.1 degrees per second rivaled that of fast charging stations. At that moment, both the audience present and the online viewers found themselves at a loss for words. This could essentially be classified as infinite endurance, theoretically. As long as one refrained from driving continuously through the night, limitless range was achievable. Soon after, information regarding the Max version emerged, also featuring the stellar converter and the Starbeam 1000 battery. The screen flashed, revealing the performance specifications of the stellar converter and Starbeam 1000. Bus, smiling, addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the technology we are about to introduce, authorized by the military and possessing military-grade quality. Rest assured, your purchases are secure. He continued, in a month's time, we will produce the first batch of vehicles, and we will conduct a live test. With that, Bus exited the stage. However, the response was not overwhelmingly positive. Many seemed to find the claims somewhat fantastical, leading to hesitance in committing to purchases. Nevertheless, over 1,000 individuals placed orders for the top-tier vehicle, with the majority being internet celebrities eager to test it out. Thus, the press conference concluded. Yet the news of the new technology from Xiaomi Motors ignited widespread interest. Upon hearing this news, many were left astounded. If this innovation were indeed genuine, hesitating for even a moment would be a disservice to oneself. After all, spending 500,000 would entail neither loss nor deception. The endurance was undeniably unparalleled. Yet, the public remained cautious, refraining from immediate orders. Other automotive companies were equally astonished by the revelation. All manufacturers, including luxury brands, began to feel the pressure. Should a vehicle boasting an 8,000-kilometer range truly hit the market, it would spell disaster for them unless they integrated similar battery technology. However, despite their urgency, they were left powerless as Xiaomi Motors withheld all information from the public. They could only fret while awaiting the production of Xiaomi's vehicles. A day later, the news had already reached foreign shores. In a foreign variety show, Massey, the owner of Tesla, was being interviewed. Mr. Musk, there have been recent rumors suggesting that a company from the Dragon country has developed a new type of battery capable of storing 1,000 kilowatt-hours of energy, with a range of 8,000 kilometers. What is your perspective on this matter? Upon hearing this, Musk's face broke into a smile. Ahem, what you just mentioned is quite humorous. I can hardly contain myself, my apologies. The audience erupted into laughter at his words. Musk continued, indeed, the Dragon country boasts many industrious individuals, and they have produced some commendable automobiles. However, their quality pales in comparison to that of our Tesla. As for battery technology, Tesla's advancements are unparalleled. Their claims regarding battery capacity are mere fabrications. The notion of a battery storing 1,000 kilowatt-hours is, in my opinion, utterly implausible. Current battery technology simply cannot support such an immense storage capacity. I harbor no concerns. This news is evidently false. To put it bluntly, if such technology truly existed in the world, it would undoubtedly belong to us at Tesla. At Musk's remarks, the audience erupted into cheers and applause, captivated by his boldness. Indeed, the technological prowess of the Dragon country may never catch up to that of the Eagle nation. Musk's video swiftly spread across the globe. In the offices of the wheat company, Bust was watching Musk's video on his computer. After viewing it, he smiled faintly and then turned off the video. "Mr. Musk, times have changed. I hope that in a month, you will still be able to smile and converse as you do now." And so, a fortnight later, the batteries were produced at Suyi's factory. These batteries were directly transported by military-grade transport trucks to the wheat automobile factory. The first batch consisted of 300,000 units. Upon receiving the batteries, the wheat automobile team immediately commenced installation. The factory worked tirelessly day and night. Within 2 weeks, they successfully assembled 50,000 new wheat automobiles. Although their initial orders numbered only in the thousands, they were confident that once they began range testing, orders would surge. After the first vehicle was produced, Bust wasted no time. The following morning, he initiated a live broadcast. "Dear viewers, our revamped automobile has rolled off the production line. Today, my team and I will commence range testing. Our plan is to drive from the southernmost point of the Dragon Country to the northernmost. Once the battery's range is depleted, we will activate the stellar converter to recharge. Now, let us begin the test." After demonstrating the vehicle's standard quality, Bust started the vehicle and set off. At that moment, executives from various manufacturers flocked to the live stream to observe the testing. They were eager to see if Bust's claims of an 8,000-kilometer range would indeed prove true, for if so, their enterprises would face dire consequences. At this moment, a palpable tension enveloped everyone, as they feared that the wheat might eliminate them all. Jun personally took the helm, driving for several hundred kilometers. Subsequently, his team rotated drivers, continuing the journey. This test extended over several days, during which they broadcasted live, allowing netizens to supervise the proceedings in real time. Over these days, the audience in the live stream did not dwindle. Rather, it swelled, ultimately surpassing 10 million viewers, a remarkable milestone. Concurrently, major technology and automotive companies, along with netizens from various countries, began to take a keen interest. Anticipation grew exponentially. If this test were to prove genuine, it would undoubtedly create a worldwide sensation, delivering a tremendous blow to the oil industry. Chapter 72. The terrifying range. Viewers stunned. Bust personally took the helm, leading his team in a multi-day test. As the vehicle traversed 1,000 kilometers, onlookers began to grow restless. Upon reaching 2,000 kilometers, the online community erupted in astonishment. By the time it hit 3,000 kilometers, words eluded the stunned spectators. This remarkable range had far surpassed that of any current electric vehicle. Even if the range were to plateau here, they would willingly pay for it, as it nearly equated to the fuel capacity of 2 tanks in a conventional car. However, the test continued. 4,000 kilometers, 5,000 kilometers, 6,000 kilometers, 7,000 kilometers, 8,000 kilometers. The range steadily escalated, ultimately culminating in a staggering 8,010 kilometers when the battery was entirely depleted. Upon witnessing this final figure, viewers were left utterly speechless. Many astute individuals immediately pulled out their phones to place orders. In the face of such an exceptional vehicle, any hesitation felt like a disservice to oneself. As they watched the live stream, viewers eagerly began making purchases, causing the back end of the Xiaomi automotive website to crash under the overwhelming traffic. Meanwhile, the executives from various automotive companies watching the live broadcast wore grim expressions. One by one, they slumped into their chairs, covering their faces with their hands, their hearts heavy with a tumult of emotions. Despair enveloped them. They could only feel hopelessness. With the emergence of this vehicle, the market for cars priced between 300,000 to 1,000,000 was rendered obsolete. Vehicles within this price range would struggle to find any market presence, as neither gasoline nor electric cars could hope to compete with Xiaomi's astounding 8,000 kilometer range. After all, how could they possibly compare? From that point onward, they would have to rely on the low-end market, where affordability would be their only selling point. Mid to high-end consumers would likely flock to Xiaomi, finding it irresistibly appealing. At this moment, as the battery finally ran out, Bust smiled faintly. Many might have assumed the testing was complete, but no, this was merely the beginning. Next, we would harness the embedded stellar converter in the Xiaomi vehicle to generate power and observe how long it takes to fully recharge. The live audience was taken aback by his words. To their surprise, the real demonstration had only just commenced. With everyone watching, Bust activated the stellar converter. In the next instant, the screen displayed that the battery was charging. Subsequently, Bus and his team took a break for a meal. When they checked back, the battery had already accumulated 800 kilowatt-hours of charge. Bus smiled and remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, the charging speed is quite impressive. After all, this is 800 kilowatt-hours, which is 8 times that of a regular electric vehicle." He continued, "Now, let us drive while charging, allowing everyone to witness the real-time charging capability of the stellar converter." With that, he led the team in their return journey, embarking on an extraordinary demonstration. As the vehicle traverses the road, it simultaneously charges, causing the battery's power to increase exponentially. Viewers were left utterly astounded. This is nothing short of revolutionary, truly infinite endurance. Executives from major automotive companies found themselves completely dumbfounded, realizing that their time in the industry was effectively over. The live stream attracted not only viewers from the Dragon Nation but also from around the globe, garnering significant international attention. Upon witnessing the testing results in Bu's live broadcast, audiences from various countries were rendered speechless. Viewers from the land of the morning comics claimed accusations of plagiarism, asserting that this technology must have been appropriated from their nation, criticizing the Dragon Nation for its penchant for imitation. Meanwhile, representatives from the giant lizard nation proclaimed their electric vehicle technology to be superior, claiming a significant gap between their advancements and those of the Dragon Nation. Citizens from the Basin of Chickens expressed concern over the rapid advancements in Dragon Nation's technology, fearing its potential military applications and hoping for no repercussions. Observers from Eagle Sauce lamented the impending doom for Tesla, believing that Elon Musk would soon lose his title as the world's richest individual. Amidst this chaos, a viewer exclaimed in disbelief, recognizing the vehicle as a mirror of their own. At that moment, Bu's live stream captivated the attention of the entire world. The authenticity of the broadcast left no room for skepticism. Viewers were united by a single resolve to purchase such an exceptional vehicle. Concurrently, foreign automotive companies tuned into the live stream, and upon conclusion, all were left with grim expressions, speechless. The president of Toyota from the island nation was rendered utterly astonished. Should this vehicle enter their market, it would spell disaster for their operations. The D nation, renowned for its automotive manufacturing, has long dominated the mid to high-end market, a position unchallenged for decades. However, after watching Bu's live broadcast, it became clear to them that their reign was over. The wheat vehicle would undoubtedly target them precisely, leading to their complete loss of market presence globally. They had been decisively defeated, perhaps facing a fate akin to that of Nokia, swiftly fading into obscurity. This represented an unprecedented crisis. Simultaneously, in an office within Eagle Sauce, Elon Musk and his engineers sat in a conference room, riveted by the live stream. Despite the late hour, sleep eluded them. Instead, they were engulfed in anxiety, their expressions grave. The previously audacious Musk now stood frozen, incredulous as he murmured in disbelief. "This is real. How could this be? With the current technology, how could such high conversion efficiency solar panels be produced? How could batteries possess such remarkable energy density?" He was thoroughly alarmed. That indeed represents limitless endurance. Their Tesla holds no competitive edge in the face of such technology. After all, this encompasses a staggering 8,000 kilometers, which would undoubtedly overwhelm their Tesla. Who, one wonders, is the brilliant mind behind this battery and stellar converter technology? What kind of genius could possibly conceive such astounding advancements? He was left in awe, pondering the intellect required to develop such remarkable innovations. Ultimately, Musk buried his face in his hands, utterly despondent. Just as the leaders of major automotive companies succumbed to despair, Jun, who was conducting tests, received a phone call. It was from the sales department, revealing that the data on orders had come in. Chapter 73. 1 million orders in an hour. Orders explode. Bus received a phone call from the sales department, informing him of a staggering surge in orders. Without a moment's hesitation, he instructed them to direct the screen towards the real-time display. He wanted the online audience to witness the remarkable sales figures of Xiaomi automobiles. Soon, viewers were captivated by the numbers on the screen, which indicated an astonishing order count of 300,000, with the digits continuously fluctuating upward. The sight of such sales figures left the audience utterly astounded. In a remarkably brief span, 300,000 vehicles? What did this signify? Even if all these vehicles were the base model, the sales revenue would amount to an astounding 154.77 billion. Over 100 billion in such a short time, truly terrifying. The viewers exclaimed that the wealthy still abound. Yet, it was evident that anyone with a few $100,000 at their disposal, intending to purchase a car, would be inclined to buy without hesitation. The primary consumer base remained this demographic. While there are many impoverished individuals in Longke, the truly affluent are not few. The number of wealthy second-generation individuals alone is staggering. Furthermore, people from around the globe were eagerly vying to acquire such vehicles. After all, with an 8,000-kilometer battery supplemented by solar charging, one could save on charging costs. Who would still consider a fuel vehicle? Previously, one had to contemplate the distance to the nearest gas station. Now, such worries were non-existent, effectively eliminating range anxiety. As Labus observed the soaring sales figures, a subtle smile graced his lips. As you can see, our vehicles are exceptional. Seize the opportunity to purchase, for our monthly production capacity is limited. First come, first served. Upon hearing his words, the order count surged once more, swiftly surpassing 400,000. At this moment, Labus gazed at the figures, his smile widening in disbelief. They had struck gold. This time, they had truly struck gold. With this vehicle, Xiaomi's market value could potentially soar 100-fold. Moreover, the profits from this automobile would be substantial, ensuring a generous year-end dividend. Meanwhile, the executives watching the live broadcast felt a chill of despair. It appeared that anyone harboring a desire to purchase a vehicle had flocked to Xiaomi automobiles. Huawei's Yudazier, observing the stream, was engulfed by a mix of emotions. Previously, they had dominated the mid to high-end market with their superior intelligent driving system, and their vehicles were immensely popular. However, today, all potential customers had evaporated. Their sales would likely suffer in the future. Xiaomi automobiles had emerged from obscurity to strike terror in the hearts of their competitors. Other manufacturers were left utterly speechless, contemplating the dissolution of their teams. How could they continue in this landscape? After an hour, the order count began to decelerate, yet the figure of 1 million remained glaringly prominent. At this juncture, not only were the viewers left in disbelief, but Labus himself was taken aback. He had anticipated popularity for this model, yet he had never envisioned such overwhelming acclaim. He couldn't help but recall Sui, whose batteries had played a crucial role in their commendable achievements. If they succeeded in delivering 1 million vehicles, they would secure at least 515.9 billion yuan. The revenue-generating potential was indeed formidable. After accounting for taxes and costs, their net profit would exceed 300 billion yuan. Naturally, they would need to remit payment for the batteries to Sui, who would likely earn over 100 billion yuan after taxes. Their lower-end model was equipped solely with the Xingmong 1000 batteries and lacked a star converter, thus requiring only a payment of 200,000 yuan for the batteries. As for the high-end vehicles, they anticipated selling only a limited number, which would yield Sui approximately 100 billion yuan in profit. However, this was merely a temporary profit. Orders for the wheat automobiles were expected to continue rising, promising even greater earnings. During this period, they utilized the star converter for charging, ensuring a full battery capacity throughout. Ultimately, as the testing concluded, Labus announced that they would expedite vehicle deliveries to fulfill the orders. Meanwhile, in the territory of Eagle's Sauce, Ma CK was rendered speechless upon witnessing the surge in wheat's orders. It was a tremendous slap in the face. Yet, a sense of urgency began to stir within him. He needed to devise a strategy to prevent wheat automobiles from entering the Eagle Sauce market. Surely, the Eagle Sauce and its allies would not remain passive in this regard. At this moment, Sui remained unaware of the explosive sales of wheat automobiles. He was engrossed in his laboratory, developing the destruction machine Tiger and the Hellhound, assisted by Duan Dong and Lu Ziyao. After over a month of dedicated research, both technologies had begun to take shape. With another month of adjustments, the mechanical dog should be completed. Concerning the other developments in Wushui village, he received daily reports. Thanks to the efforts of Wang Fei and Huang Yi, the school and hospital had been fully constructed. However, the price of their noble rice had plummeted due to overproduction. The once marketable noble rice, which could sell for 100,000 yuan per pound, had dropped to 10,000 yuan per pound. Sui planned to regulate the production of noble rice and subsequently exchange for other crops for the villagers to cultivate, thereby ensuring a steady increase in their income. Concurrently, they had posted recruitment notices online, seeking individuals to teach in their village. Positions were available at the elementary, middle, high school, and university levels. Yet the response was dismally low. Many recoiled upon learning of Wushui village's reputation. The village had become notorious, with its environment barely capable of sustaining a decent living. Sui understood that such matters could not be rushed and required a gradual approach. However, the issue of medical personnel needed urgent attention, as healthcare resources were currently the most scarce in Wuxue village. Once he completed the development of the mechanical dog and tiger, he planned to venture outside to recruit some exceptional doctors. He was resolute in his belief that there was nothing money could not resolve. They had all signed confidentiality agreements, ensuring that no information about the village would be disclosed. After all, each one of them earned a monthly salary exceeding 30,000 yuan, and they were unwilling to risk losing such lucrative compensation. Thus, everything progressed in an orderly manner. Time gradually elapsed, and before long, a month had swiftly passed. They were filled with excitement, for the first Hellhound and the Destroyer Mech Tiger had been successfully developed. This endeavor consumed a considerable amount of their time and energy, with late-night sessions becoming a daily routine. Even when Sui attempted to halt their fervent efforts, they persisted in their overtime work, driven by an insatiable curiosity regarding the performance of these two mechanical marvels. At last, the moment of completion arrived. Upon witnessing the successful development, Sui immediately addressed the two individuals, saying, "Very well, let us charge the batteries first, and tomorrow morning, we shall witness together the capabilities of these mechanical beasts." Chapter 74. Testing the performance of the Hellhound. Early the next morning, Sui rose with the dawn. Today, he was poised to test the newly developed mechanical dog and mechanical tiger. Duan Dong and Lu Xiao also arrived at the laboratory at the break of day, eager to witness the performance of these two mechanical creatures. Upon entering the laboratory, Sui conducted a brief inspection of the power levels. Both machines were fully charged. The mechanical dog was equipped with a Starlight 1000 battery and a stellar converter, allowing for limitless endurance as long as it did not operate at maximum power. The mechanical tiger, being larger in size, housed several Starlight 1000 batteries, culminating in a total power capacity of 5,000 units. Additionally, a stellar converter was installed on the tiger's back, granting it the same infinite endurance under non-high power conditions. With the power levels confirmed, Sui instructed the team to transport the two machines outside using a towing vehicle. He then performed final tests on his computer. As the mechanical dog and tiger were intended for patrolling, they would engage in aggressive behavior upon encountering strangers. Thus, for safety reasons, Sui needed to test the recognition system to ensure it could accurately identify faces and verify identities. Following the tests, the recognition system functioned flawlessly. The mechanical tiger was capable of precise identification at a pupil level for all individuals in the database from the village of Wuxue, exhibiting no errors in recognition. After these preliminary assessments, the team decided to test the mechanical dog first. Stepping outside, sunlight glinted off the mechanical dog's alloy body, accentuating its metallic sheen. Notably, the dog's alloy steel teeth glimmered ominously, appearing exceedingly sharp. While its fangs retracted when calm, they extended menacingly during combat. Currently, the mechanical dog retained its alloy appearance. They planned to apply camouflage paint later to enhance its concealment capabilities. Now, let us proceed with the high jump test, Sui declared. The mechanical dog bent its hind legs and leaped powerfully, soaring several meters into the air. It cleared a wall several meters high with remarkable ease, landing gracefully without any wobble. Witnessing this, Sui and the others expressed their astonishment. The mechanical dog's jumping prowess was indeed impressive. It even managed to leap an astounding 10 meters in a single bound. Such leaping ability was terrifying. Following this, they conducted a stability test. They knocked the mechanical dog to the ground, only to see it rise immediately like a real dog, standing back up swiftly. Even when landing on its back, it could adjust its position and regain its footing, doing so at a speed that surpassed that of a live dog. Elated by the results, Sui and his team marveled at the mechanical dog's unparalleled balance. Next came the speed test, where they aimed to evaluate the mechanical dog's performance across various terrains. If it could adapt to different environments, then this mechanical dog would be deemed a resounding success. Upon reflection, they carelessly devised a testing route, instructing the mechanical dog to traverse from the village committee to a mountain summit. The distance was considerable, spanning over 10 kilometers. They intended to observe whether this contraption could reach its destination successfully. After all, the path was intricate, featuring paved roads, dense jungles, rocky trails, inclines, declines, man-made waterways, thorny thickets, and even a steep cliff. Should it accomplish this feat, it would indeed be invincible. Once the route was determined, Sui and his team promptly commenced the testing, activating the Hellhound. Upon activation, its eyes opened, and it swiftly surged forward. The intelligent chip within its brain incessantly analyzed the surrounding terrain, autonomously planning the route and avoiding obstacles. Its speed on the road was remarkable, surpassing that of an average domestic dog, nearing that of a large breed. The fastest greyhound in the world runs at approximately 67 to 44 meters per second. And this mechanical dog matched that pace. However, unlike its biological counterparts, the mechanical dog could maintain this velocity indefinitely without fatigue, barring battery depletion. As they watched the mechanical dog transform into a streak of white light disappearing from view, everyone turned their attention to the computer screen. The screen displayed the first-person perspective of the hellhound. It swiftly exited the road and plunged into a thicket. Within the jungle, there was only a narrow path, covered in moss and exceedingly slippery, requiring utmost caution even from humans. Yet, for the mechanical dog, this posed no challenge. It darted along the path with astonishing speed, quickly emerging from the jungle. Soon after, the mechanical dog encountered an uneven stone surface littered with loose, sliding rocks. Nevertheless, its balance was impeccable, although slightly affected. It did not diminish the dog's speed. Like a ravenous wolf, it propelled itself forward, unfazed by the rocky terrain. Next, it approached a gravel slope. Initially, they anticipated the mechanical dog would struggle. However, it exhibited remarkable intelligence. It analyzed the sturdier areas and utilized them as footholds, leaping several meters with ease. With a few bounds, it traversed the gravel slope, leaving Duan Dong and the others in awe. Such terrain would challenge even a human, requiring a slow and careful ascent. After navigating the gravel slope, the mechanical dog reached a lengthy downhill path. With several agile leaps, it rapidly descended the slope, demonstrating exceptional stability. It even managed to maintain its balance using its metallic tail, akin to an ordinary dog. Lu Ziao and the others were left speechless. Although they had collaborated on the development of this mechanical dog, the primary design concepts were crafted by Su Yi. They had merely executed his vision. Their astonishment grew as they pondered what kind of extraordinary creation Su Yi had brought to life. They had encountered countless mechanical dogs internationally. Yet in the presence of the hellhound, those canines could only be described as foolish. The disparity between the mechanical dogs and the hellhound was utterly incomparable. At that moment, they were filled with profound awe, realizing just how terrifying this creature was. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the hellhound surged forth with remarkable speed, effortlessly leaping over a river in an instant. It then vanished into a thicket densely woven with thorns. The thorns posed no hindrance whatsoever. They left no trace upon its form. Ultimately, the hellhound arrived at its final trial, standing before a nearly vertical cliff face. Typically, the mechanical dogs would opt for a detour, but Su Yi and the others insisted on testing the limits by forcing the mechanical dog to traverse the cliff. Upon witnessing this, Duan Dong and the others immediately grew excited, eager to see how the mechanical dog would manage such a towering precipice. Chapter 75. The terrifying performance this precipice, even for avid rock climbers, is insurmountable. The hellhound's attempt to traverse it proves exceedingly challenging. However, observing Su Yi's apparent confidence piques their curiosity. Could it be that this creature can indeed scale such a steep cliff? Before long, under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, the hellhound executed a remarkable leap, soaring several meters high. Almost immediately, its alloy steel claws extended with precision. The sharp, formidable claws embedded themselves into the rock, securing the mechanical canine firmly to the surface. Subsequently, the mechanical dog began to pierce its claws into the rock in succession, ascending steadily. Through the video, the sound of the steel claws piercing the stone resonated, reminiscent of a steel nail being driven into rock with immense force. One cannot fathom the magnitude of strength required for such a feat. Su Yi cast a glance at the mechanical dog's current state. Indeed, its energy consumption was substantial, with the majority of its power directed towards the claw that was anchoring into the wall. The strength exerted by a single leg rivaled that of an adult swinging a hammer with all their might. Given such terrifying power, coupled with advanced alloys, Su Yi found it unsurprising that the claws could penetrate the rock so effortlessly. Thus, the mechanical dog ascended the wall with the agility of a monkey, scaling the heights without finesse, relying solely on brute strength to reach the summit swiftly. Duan Dong and Lu Ziao were left utterly astounded. Lu Ziao, astonished, turned to Su Yi. Your mechanical dog is truly formidable. If it were to go haywire, the consequences would be catastrophic. It is difficult to envision the terror that such a creation could unleash if it were to spiral out of control. Those claws could likely dissect a person with ease. Upon hearing this, Su Yi smiled gently. Rest assured, the code I have written ensures it will not lose control. Although it operates autonomously with intelligent control, it lacks any learning capability. With this reassurance, Lu Ziyu felt a measure of relief. The absence of learning ability meant it would not become overly intelligent and uncontrollable. Subsequently, the group commanded the Hellhound to return. Having witnessed its ascent, they were eager to observe how it would descend. At the moment they initiated the command, the Hellhound leapt off the cliff. Its claws swiftly grasped the rock face. After a brief pause, the Hellhound continued its descent, once again securing its hold on the cliff. Each leap appeared to be the result of meticulous calculation, executed with perfect timing. The descent proved to be significantly quicker than the ascent. In mere moments, the mechanical dog leapt down from a height of over 10 meters, landing its legs firmly on the ground. Its internal mechanisms flawlessly absorbed the impact, sustaining no damage whatsoever. Sui and the others hurried to inspect the mechanical canine's condition. They noted some minor wear on the claws, yet deemed it inconsequential, as it remained operational for several more years. Furthermore, after traversing several kilometers at such speed, it had consumed less than one-third of its battery power. The stellar converter installed on the mechanical dog has begun to replenish its power autonomously. After observing this, Sui couldn't help but nod in approval. This device is truly formidable in its capabilities, potentially ranking as the most successful mechanical canine in human history. As for the biting strength of the mechanical dog, Sui refrained from conducting any tests, as there was nothing suitable available for such an evaluation. Subsequently, the group turned their attention to the mechanical tiger nearby. If the mechanical dog is so impressive, what about the mechanical tiger? Dubbed Destruction, its name alone exudes a sense of dominance. They felt a surge of anticipation, eager to discover the extent of its prowess. Let us assess the mechanical tiger's performance. I am curious to witness its might, Duan Dong remarked, already impatient after reviewing the Hellhound's abilities. After all, this behemoth stood at a towering 2 meters and stretched over 4 meters in length, nearly 6 meters including its tail. Given its massive size, its power could only be extraordinary. Gazing at the mechanical tiger's nearly 1 meter long, razor-sharp steel fangs, glistening ominously under the sun, they felt a chill run down their spines. A single bite from this creature would undoubtedly cleave a person in two. The tiger's claws, resembling curved blades and measuring several centimeters in length, elicited a sense of dread at merely the sight of them. A swipe from such claws would likely be fatal. Moreover, the mechanical tiger's tail differed significantly from that of the Hellhound. Its tail bore a sharp, scorpion-like stinger, capable of slicing through even thick sheets of alloy steel with ease. Duan Dong stared at the mechanical creature, a mixture of awe and trepidation on his face. Old Su, what on earth is going through your mind? How did you conceive such a terrifying creation? Even a real tiger would struggle to withstand a single strike from it. That pointed tail could effortlessly pierce through several meters of wall. Beside him, Lu Ziyu couldn't help but twitch her lips at Sui. Earlier, when you mentioned developing mechanical animals for the protection of Wushui village, I thought if you equipped a few of these, even an army would think twice before approaching. With such beasts, anyone daring to stir trouble in Wushui village would likely meet with a grim fate. Despite being their own inventions, they found themselves salivating at the sight. Upon hearing this, Sui smiled slightly. The future wealth of Wushui village would only grow, its technology would advance further, and the number of those coveting it would increase as well. Such creations are indispensable. They hold immense significance for us. Henceforth, in addition to the hellhounds and mechanical tigers patrolling regularly, I will recommend that every household acquire a hellhound for their protection. Naturally, I will replace the weaponry compartments with storage boxes, allowing them to assist villagers with carrying items, effectively serving as their pet dogs. They could already envision the scene of each household in Wushui village owning a dog. When a genuine invasion occurs, these mechanical dogs swiftly assemble and engage in coordinated combat. The mere presence of a single mechanical canine instills fear. One can scarcely imagine the terror of facing an entire pack. Who would dare instigate trouble in Waterless village? That would be tantamount to courting death. As they pondered this, Sui turned his gaze towards the mechanical tiger and spoke. All right. Let us commence the testing and see to what extent this magnificent beast's capabilities can reach. Chapter 76. The mechanical tiger is more terrifying upon hearing Sui's words. The group turned their gazes towards the colossal mechanical tiger nearby. If the mechanical dog had displayed such formidable prowess, the mechanical tiger must surely be even more terrifying. Sui addressed the mechanical tiger, stating, "Let us first assess its leaping ability. Typically, a tiger possesses remarkable jumping prowess, and I wish to ascertain the extent of this mechanical tiger's capabilities." Subsequently, he produced a tablet and tapped the high jump button. In an instant, the mechanical tiger's eyes sprang open, and it bent its legs, springing into the air. The massive feline figure soared over 10 meters high. It then landed solidly on the ground, causing a resounding thud that reverberated through the earth, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. The gigantic mechanical tiger stood amidst the dust, exuding an aura of unrivaled dominance. The group, including Duan Dong, felt a tremor in their hearts. An impressive leap of over 10 meters. Sui, however, expressed his bewilderment. How long has it been since this ground was last cleaned? We ought to find some individuals to tidy up this dust. Lu Ziyao, standing nearby, was left speechless. Was Suyi's focus truly so peculiar? Shouldn't their attention be directed towards the mechanical tiger's leaping ability? According to relevant records, the highest jump ever recorded for a tiger was 4.9 meters, achieved by a male tiger named Ba Wang during a training session in the 1980s. This height was already astonishing. Yet here stood a mechanical tiger capable of leaping over 10 meters. They could scarcely fathom what it might accomplish with a running start. Duan Dong, gazing at the mechanical tiger, remarked, "Old Su, this contraption jumps far too high. If it were to face that previous cliff, I feel it could scale it in just 3 or 4 bounds." The leaping prowess of this mechanical tiger was indeed terrifying. Sui, hearing this, narrowed his eyes and replied, "We shall soon find out. Next, let us observe how far it can leap. Logically, if it could leap over 10 meters straight up, its horizontal jump should be even greater." Duan Dong pressed another button, and at that moment, the mechanical tiger bent its hind legs and crouched forward in preparation for a jump. With a powerful push, it launched itself into the air. It landed heavily on the ground, standing firmly in place. The screen displayed its long jump score, 25 meters. The group stood in awe. "Goodness, it can leap this far?" they gasped. Did this not imply that it could effortlessly clear narrow valleys? This was astonishingly powerful. Upon seeing the long jump results, Sui smiled slightly. "Not too shabby," he mused. Was this merely not too shabby? After completing the long jump assessment, Sui continued, "Now, let us evaluate the tiger's agility, to see if it can navigate complex routes as adeptly as the mechanical dog." Duan Dong and Lu Ziyao were equally eager to witness the next demonstration. According to their investigation, the maximum running speed of a tiger typically hovers around 20 meters per second. Common tigers possess this velocity, and they are exceedingly curious about the extent to which a mechanical tiger, twice their size, could reach. Shortly thereafter, the tiger's limbs began to move, initiating a rapid sprint. The mechanical tiger's running posture mirrored that of a genuine tiger, exhibiting remarkable realism. However, its speed was unparalleled by ordinary tigers. The monitoring display indicated that the tiger's running speed on flat ground had astonishingly reached 40 meters per second, an extraordinary pace. Within mere seconds, it traversed the section of road, subsequently dashing into the thicket. Despite its massive size, the underbrush posed no hindrance. The tiger raced forward as if unimpeded, swiftly navigating through the foliage. It then entered areas previously traversed by the mechanical dog. In stark contrast to the mechanical dog, this mechanical tiger displayed immense ferocity. While the mechanical dog had to painstakingly maneuver through ditches, the mechanical tiger effortlessly leapt over them in a single bound. The stony terrain was utterly inconsequential to it, as it cleared obstacles with ease. Whether ascending or descending, the tiger's performance was exceptional, breezing through with grace. Ultimately, the mechanical tiger arrived at the precipice where the mechanical dog had previously been. After a brief calculation by its chip, it launched into a sprint. The massive body of the tiger soared up the wall in an instant. Its sharp claws extended, firmly embedding themselves into the cliff face. Subsequently, the mechanical tiger propelled itself upward, leaping over 10 meters in a single bound. After several such leaps, the mechanical tiger reached the summit. This mechanical tiger was astoundingly brute force in action. Scaling such a high cliff in just a few bounds seemed almost surreal. To the mechanical tiger, this precipice was as if it were traversing flat ground. Their astonishment was palpable. The creature's agility was truly terrifying. Anyone who encountered such a being would find it impossible to escape, even in a vehicle. Su-yi, witnessing the mechanical tiger's capabilities, felt immense satisfaction. With this machine, he would not fear even an enemy approaching in a tank. The mechanical tiger possessed the strength to effortlessly rend a tank asunder. Upon receiving orders, the mechanical tiger immediately sprang into action. Its descent from the cliff bore similarities to that of the hellhound. Yet the mechanical tiger leapt directly to the midpoint of the cliff. It then propelled itself downward from halfway up the mountain. The shock absorption in its legs was outstanding. With all components working in harmony, allowing it to land safely from such a height. The performance was truly astonishing. To leap from 30 meters and emerge unscathed was nothing short of remarkable. He sought a robust tree to test the mechanical tiger's offensive capabilities. He maneuvered the mechanical tiger around and soon located a large tree with a diameter of approximately 2 meters. The tree is on the brink of death, making it an ideal subject to test the capabilities of this mechanical tiger's offensive prowess. Upon seeing the towering tree, Sui also displayed a glimmer of anticipation. According to the description of this mechanical tiger, it can effortlessly rend even tanks apart. Thus, it is reasonable to assume that this tree will be no challenge at all. Chapter 77. The terrifying attack power. He designated the towering tree before him as his target. This mode required no human intervention. The formidable computational prowess of the machine tiger's embedded chip governed its actions, enabling it to launch automated assaults. In contrast to human control, the combat mode optimized the mechanical tiger's performance to its fullest potential. As the combat mode activated, the mechanical tiger eschewed any superfluous embellishments and simply unfurled its iron jaws. Two razor-sharp fangs, each a meter in length, emerged in an instant. Subsequently, these steel-like incisors sank into the trunk with a decisive bite. The previously formidable trunk, which would have taken considerable time to fell with a chainsaw, was effortlessly severed in half beneath the gleaming alloy teeth, akin to cutting through tofu. Almost immediately, the mechanical tiger opened its maw once more from the opposite side and clamped down again. Once again, the mighty tree was effortlessly sliced through by the sharp alloy fangs. Resembling the ease of slicing through tofu, the 2-meter-wide tree was swiftly cleaved in two. It gradually toppled to the side, crashing heavily to the ground. Witnessing this spectacle on the screen, Sui and his companions were left utterly astounded. They stared blankly at the image of the mechanical tiger, their hearts overwhelmed with shock. Could it truly be that a tree of such girth was severed with merely 2 bites? Only 2 bites? Moreover, the surface of the fracture was remarkably smooth, reminiscent of tofu being sliced with a knife. They could not help but exclaim how extraordinary this device was. Lu Zio involuntarily shivered, expressing her trepidation to Sui. Sui, are you certain this thing won't misidentify? I certainly do not wish to be severed in 1 bite. Old Su, this contraption is exceedingly perilous. Should you not double-check your programming? I am genuinely frightened. Upon hearing this, Sui offered a faint smile. Rest assured, I have scrutinized it countless times. There is no cause for concern. Observe closely. Its biting capability is indeed formidable. Let us see how powerful its claws are. This mechanical tiger was originally equipped with a grenade launcher and rocket launcher on its back, with Gatling guns typically mounted on either side. However, those were contraband. This was merely a civilian model, devoid of such armaments. Thus, we must rely solely on the inherent capabilities of the mechanical tiger. When attacking, a tiger primarily utilizes its biting ability and claws. The power of a tiger's claws is immensely strong, serving as one of its vital weapons as a top predator. The force of a fully grown tiger's claws can reach several hundred kilograms, approaching a ton. During the hunt, a tiger strikes its prey with its claws. When it lunges at its quarry, its claws can generate tremendous impact. As the tiger pounces upon a deer, its claws can easily penetrate the creature's flesh. And with its formidable grip, it can firmly seize its prey. The striking force of a tiger's forepaw is astonishing, reaching approximately 453 to 544 kilograms. Therefore, apart from the biting strength of its teeth, the tiger's most formidable asset lies in its claws. This mechanical tiger was several times larger than an ordinary tiger, and Sui was keen to discover the extent of its power. Soon, he witnessed the mechanical tiger deliver a mighty slap to a fallen tree. In an instant, the mighty tree began to cave in. A vivid red appeared on the screen of the detection computer, indicating the force of the previous slap, 4,000 kilograms, or 4 tons. If such force were to strike them, it would undoubtedly reduce them to mere pulp. The magnitude of this power was truly terrifying. This was merely the force of a slap. One could only imagine the grip strength of its claws. The next moment, they beheld the very values they were eager to discover. The mechanical tiger's claws extended with remarkable speed, plunging deeply into the massive trunk. With a powerful push of its hind legs, the enormous tree was effortlessly split in two. The screen promptly displayed the force exerted by the tiger's claws, an astonishing 10 tons per claw. Under the mechanical tiger's grip, the colossal trunk was torn apart as easily as if it were mere bread. What manner of creature had they engineered? The creature's offensive capabilities were alarmingly potent. At that moment, Su Yi was equally taken aback. After being equipped with the Xingmong 1000 battery, The mechanical tiger's performance seemed to surpass even the technology he had exchanged for. This machine could indeed rend a tank asunder with ease. It was likely that a fully intact tank would disintegrate into pieces within 3 seconds in the presence of such a beast, rendering it utterly inoperable. This creation was formidable beyond measure. With the mechanical dog and this mechanical tiger serving as the guardians of Wuxue village, they were more than sufficient. As long as the adversary refrained from deploying missiles, any conventional weaponry would be rendered ineffectual. After a brief evaluation of its combat capabilities, Sui nodded in satisfaction. Soon after, they observed movement among the trees in the distance. Suddenly, the silver mechanical tiger burst forth from the foliage with astonishing speed, arriving before them in no time. It halted in place, and the screen indicated no malfunctions. The battery was only 1/3 depleted, primarily consumed during its ascent and attacks. For routine patrols, it would require minimal energy, and the stellar converter embedded in its back could recharge automatically. This marvel was nearly capable of infinite endurance. With the test concluded, Sui was thoroughly pleased. Both pieces of technology met his design expectations, and now it was time to produce more of these mechanical tigers and hellhounds. Subsequently, he planned to station these machines along the isolation wall of Wuxue village, 1 hellhound every 100 meters and 1 mechanical tiger every 1,000 meters. At that point, no one would easily breach the isolation wall. Additionally, he intended to deploy some mechanical dogs and mechanical tigers to protect vital equipment in the mountains, as well as conduct regular patrols to prevent aerial infiltrations. They would maintain a comprehensive defensive stance. Of course, they also planned to develop a batch of household mechanical dogs, ensuring that every home was equipped. In the event of an external invasion, these mechanical dogs could be summoned to utilize pack tactics for defensive assaults. Next on the agenda was mass production. Meanwhile, he intended to take some time to venture outside in search of skilled doctors to bring to Wuxue village, to thoroughly resolve the medical issues plaguing their village. Just as he was preparing to depart from Wuxue village, a female captain arrived in the village. She introduced herself succinctly as the liaison officer dispatched by the military to station in Wuxue village. This matter had been previously relayed to Feng Zolan. So after verifying her identity, he arranged accommodation for her. However, the female captain did not hastily proceed to her quarters. Instead, she addressed Sui directly. Colonel Feng mentioned that there were safety concerns regarding your village. He instructed me to inquire whether you would consent to the military deploying a unit to safeguard your battery factory. Should you agree, our security team can be stationed here at any time. Upon hearing this, Sui immediately shook his head in refusal. With the presence of the hellhounds and mechanical tigers, there was no need for a military unit. After all, the combat effectiveness of the military squad could not possibly match that of the mechanical dogs and tigers. The protection afforded by these mechanical canines was more than sufficient. Upon hearing his response, the female captain smiled slightly and replied, "Very well. I shall make a call to Colonel Feng to inform him." She then stepped aside to make the call. "Hello, Commander. Village Chief Su has declined the request for the troops to be stationed. You may prepare accordingly. Once Wuxue village faces an attack, he will know how to proceed." The voice of Colonel Feng quickly came through the line. "Understood. The technology in Wuxue village is crucial to us, and we must ensure its safety. I will arrange for a special forces team to conduct an incursion drill, allowing Village Chief Su to comprehend the significance of security. I believe that after this experience, he will alter his stance." Chapter 78. Is this dormitory so luxurious? After finishing her phone call, the female officer cast a knowing smile towards Sui. However, she refrained from elaborating further. The essence of a surprise attack lies in its unpredictability, and thus, she chose to keep her secrets. In due time, they would reveal to Sui the inherent fragility of the waterless village, devoid of protective forces. Sui, puzzled by the officer's expression, wondered what could possibly amuse her. Yet, he remained silent, leading her to the dormitory. "Well, Lieutenant, this is your accommodation. By the way, may I inquire your name?" he asked as they reached the entrance. The lieutenant smiled faintly. "My name is Shun Nan. I graduated from the Information and Communication program at the Engineering University and have been stationed in your village since. I hope that you, Village Chief Su, will take good care of me." Upon hearing this, Sui nodded. "All right, Lieutenant Shin, please take a moment to inspect your room. Later, we will head to the village committee to register you in our database. Once that's complete, you will be able to access our factory with facial recognition. Also, please seek out a girl named Suing in the village. She will help you arrange an office." Shin Nan acknowledged with a nod and a gentle smile. "Thank you, Village Chief Su." You need not worry about me. I am merely here to recuperate for a while and will not trouble you. In response, Sui chuckled and waved his hand. Very well, take your time to explore the room. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he departed. As Shinnan opened the door to her room, she recalled her prior research on the waterless village, which had been labeled as the poorest place in the nation. Yet, during her journey, she had already encountered several luxury vehicles, many of which were rare high-end models. Furthermore, the village did not exhibit signs of water scarcity. She had observed flowing water in numerous areas, and in the distance, there lay a stunning lake at the foot of the mountains. This certainly did not align with the notion of a water-deprived area. The village was adorned with bridges spanning the mountains, and the roads were well-connected, contradicting the image of poverty and backwardness. To her astonishment, she found her dormitory to be a towering structure, surrounded by many other high-rises. How could such development coexist with the label of a poor village? She was utterly perplexed as she stepped inside. Upon entering, she was taken aback by the sheer spaciousness of the living room. She had anticipated a standard military-style dormitory with iron beds, but upon seeing the lavish decor and expansive space, her eyes widened in disbelief. The furnishings were opulent, each piece undoubtedly expensive. She was left in awe. Was this truly what they referred to as a dormitory in the waterless village? The lights above must have cost a fortune. Swallowing hard, she ventured further into the living room, noticing a robotic vacuum busily at work, accompanied by a refrigerator and an array of essential household items. Then, upon discovering a yoga room, an esports room, a gym, and a sauna, her astonishment reached new heights. Upon encountering a vast cinema, she was utterly astonished. Subsequently, upon discovering the billiard room and karaoke lounge, an overwhelming sense of unreality enveloped her. This dormitory was undeniably extravagant. Ultimately, she made her way to the master bedroom and reclined upon the grand bed, still gripped by that surreal sensation. Shinnan, at the age of 18, was admitted to a military engineering university specializing in information and communication. By 22, I found myself working alongside the military, later joining a special forces unit. At 25, I was promoted to the rank of lieutenant, and by 28, I sustained injuries that led to my departure from active combat duty. Initially, I presumed that this waterless village would be a place of dire poverty. I voluntarily requested to undertake village work, hoping to pursue my life's aspirations in such a challenging environment. To my astonishment, everything here defied my expectations. This was far from a destitute place. It was, in fact, remarkably suitable for retirement. Working here felt remarkably akin to enjoying life. At this moment, Shinnan closed his eyes, still enveloped in that surreal feeling. I had prepared myself for a life of hardship, yet here I was, residing in such opulent quarters. Life truly is replete with surprises. Meanwhile, Sui remained oblivious to Shinnan's sentiments. We must actively recruit these individuals. I shall embark on a journey to various cities to scout for talent, while you will temporarily oversee village affairs. By the way, Longke has commenced construction on a factory for producing mechanical dogs and tigers. Once the factory is completed, promptly procure the necessary industrial robots. Let's aim to produce an initial batch of 1,000 mechanical dogs and 100 mechanical tigers. Subsequently, we can manufacture additional mechanical dogs for sale to the villagers at 100,000 each on a voluntary basis. Rest assured, everything will be managed by us. Upon hearing their conversation, Sui nodded and departed to make preparations. The following morning, Sui set off for his destination, Magic City. Magic City stands as one of the most developed cities in the Dragon Nation, renowned for its abundant medical resources. The country's top physicians are primarily concentrated in Magic City and the capital. Sui's primary purpose in visiting Magic City was to negotiate with several outstanding doctors identified by the headhunting agency. Upon arriving, he was met at the airport by representatives from the agency. Given the significant number of individuals Sui aimed to recruit, the potential rewards for the agency were substantial, resulting in their earnest attention towards him. They dispatched an experienced young woman to assist him. Upon first meeting Sui, she greeted him with a beaming smile. Mr. Sui, I am He Qing, a specialist from Miracle Headhunters. You may call me Xiao He. I will be responsible for all your arrangements in Magic City. After glancing at the young woman, Sui furrowed his brow. You appear to be merely 23 or 24. Are you certain you can handle this? Upon hearing this, the young woman offered a gentle smile. Mr. Su, I have navigated this industry for 4 to 5 years, and I possess a national network of elite talent resources. Rest assured, I can connect you with anyone you desire and ensure a meeting takes place." Upon hearing this, Sui immediately turned his gaze towards the young lady before him. If what she claimed was indeed true, recruiting her would undoubtedly alleviate future challenges in talent acquisition. It would simplify matters significantly. With this thought in mind, Sui felt a surge of interest. "A headhunting firm, is it? My apologies." Chapter 79. What do you mean by that? He Ching escorted Sui into a luxurious business vehicle, heading directly to the hotel prepared for him. During the ride, He Ching introduced several top talents that Sui would need to engage with. She presented a personal resume with a smile. "Mr. Sui, this individual, Chu Kuei, comes from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and is currently a leading TCM expert at the foremost hospital in the Magic City. Due to his youth, he has not received the attention he deserves and is seldom allowed to conduct experiments. We have learned that he is eager to change jobs and pursue his grand aspirations. His capabilities are formidable, Mr. Sui, so there is no need for concern. He has been studying TCM since childhood and is among the few in our country who can employ ancient acupuncture techniques to save lives. However, in a bustling metropolis, there is no shortage of talented individuals, and it ultimately depends on one's connections. As luck would have it, he lacks a substantial network, making him quite suitable for your requirements." Sui nodded in agreement. This individual sounded promising. In Wushui village, both traditional and Western medicine were needed, and often, TCM proved superior. After all, when Western medicine fails to save a patient, it is common to hear, "Perhaps we should try traditional Chinese medicine." This implies a kind of last-ditch effort, but it also suggests that some TCM practitioners possess methods that remain undisclosed. Given the thousands of years of accumulated knowledge in TCM, if it had not encountered disruptions, Western medicine might not hold the same relevance today. Take venous obstruction as an example. If handled by Western medicine, surgery would be required to ligate the vein and prevent it from swelling. Conversely, TCM would utilize herbal remedies to regulate qi and blood flow, restoring the vein's function after a period of recuperation. However, TCM has its drawbacks, particularly in emergency situations where it may not be as swift as Western medicine. Ultimately, each has its strengths and weaknesses. Therefore, Wushui Village aims to establish both a TCM hospital and a Western medicine hospital. When it comes to the number of doctors, quality outweighs quantity. The focus should be on recruiting capable individuals. Subsequently, He Qing continued her introductions. "Mr. Sui, this gentleman is named Jin Yun. He holds a doctorate from the Capital Medical University and currently serves as the deputy director at a hospital in the Magic City at the age of 32. Achieving such a position at this age speaks volumes about his capabilities, as you can surely appreciate. He is indeed remarkable. However, he is under the shadow of a director in his 50s who fears that Jin Yun's rapid advancement may threaten his own position, leading to continued suppression of Jin Yun's growth. Jin Yun has recently been exploring job opportunities on a recruitment website, indicating he is considering a change, which presents an excellent opportunity. It is said that he is among the few nationwide capable of performing top-tier cardiovascular surgeries, holding doctorates in both cardiology and cardiac surgery, with numerous prestigious hospitals vying for his expertise. Should you wish to secure his services, be prepared to loosen the budget, as his annual salary at the current hospital exceeds $1 million, with each surgical procedure commanding over $20,000. Upon hearing this information, Sui couldn't help but nod. Achieving the role of department deputy director at such a young age undoubtedly signifies considerable expertise, particularly in the field of cardiovascular medicine. In the village of Wushui, there is a considerable number of elderly individuals, and cardiovascular diseases are quite prevalent among them, thus highlighting the need for a person like Mr. Sui. Additionally, there is a young woman named Niu Lanhua, who achieved remarkable academic success by securing the 40th position nationally in the college entrance examination, subsequently enrolling in a prestigious medical university in the capital to study clinical medicine. Despite her gender, she demonstrated exceptional dedication to her studies, pursuing both her master's and doctoral degrees, and graduated with a doctorate at the tender age of 24. Upon graduation, she began her career at a top-tier private hospital in our bustling metropolis, reportedly due to her family's challenging financial circumstances. I am confident that if Mr. Sui offers a lucrative position, she would likely be inclined to join your esteemed institution. We have conducted a background check on her and discovered that her father is gravely ill and in urgent need of financial support. As for her capabilities, rest assured, Mr. Sui, she is renowned as the foremost surgeon at her hospital. In one notable case, A patient diagnosed with terminal cancer was referred to her after being deemed incurable by another facility. She promptly proposed a surgical intervention, and remarkably, 10 years later, that patient continues to thrive. This young woman excels in surgical procedures and is adept at performing various advanced operations, with a particular specialization in heart transplants, commando surgeries, and type A aortic dissection surgeries. I hold her in high regard, as individuals ranking within the top 50 in the college entrance examination are indeed a rarity, and those pursuing a medical career are even scarcer. Upon hearing this, Sui smiled. Is it truly uncommon? In fact, I was the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Hearing this, He-Ching was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Sui in astonishment. She quickly pulled out her phone to verify this information, and to her surprise, it was indeed accurate. With wide eyes, she looked at Sui in disbelief. Sui, noticing her reaction, smiled slightly. Is that so strange? He-Ching, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled. It is indeed rare. Sui then glanced at the bustling traffic outside and suggested, Miss He, how about we find a restaurant for a meal and converse over dinner? Assuming Sui was hungry, He-Ching promptly located a restaurant. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a private dining room within a luxurious restaurant, where the ambience was tranquil. While awaiting their meal, He-Ching continued to introduce Sui to another individual. Mr. Sui, this person is Chen Fan. He differs significantly from the others I mentioned. Many outside label him as somewhat eccentric or simple-minded. However, he possesses remarkable skills and is also a doctorate holder, specializing in neurosurgery. His expertise lies in procedures such as craniotomy for tumor removal, hematoma evacuation, and spinal surgeries. It is said that despite his seemingly naive demeanor, possibly due to an issue with a particular nerve in his brain, he possesses an astute observational ability that surpasses that of his peers. Unfortunately, he is on the verge of dismissal due to his lack of communication skills. The department head has urged him to resign, and among the 3 young colleagues who joined him, he alone lacks any influential connections, thus you can understand the situation. Sui pondered for a moment before responding. While the lack of communication skills was indeed a drawback, he reasoned that as long as the technical proficiency was commendable, it would suffice. Indeed, throughout history, every genius has exhibited some degree of eccentricity. He remains indifferent to such matters. He-Ching remarked, as she produced yet another resume. This individual, named Meng Zhu, serves as the Deputy Director of Urology at West China Hospital, a preeminent expert in the field of urology within the country. Proficient in all surgical procedures related to urology, with particular expertise in surgeries for renal tumors, nephrectomy, and kidney stones. As Sui listened attentively to He-Ching's patient introductions of these distinguished doctors, he couldn't help but nod in acknowledgement. It was evident that He-Ching had committed each individual's details to memory, likely having rehearsed them numerous times. He then raised an eyebrow and addressed He-Ching. Miss He, have you ever considered seeking employment elsewhere? Our establishment could greatly benefit from someone of your caliber. He-Ching, who had been in the midst of her presentation, was momentarily taken aback by Sui's words. Just as she was about to decline, Sui extended his hand, fingers splayed wide. The words that were on the tip of her tongue were abruptly halted. After a brief pause, she swallowed hard and hesitantly inquired, Mr. So what do you mean by that? Chapter 80. Greetings to the boss. He-Ching was taken aback upon seeing the 5 fingers extended by Sui. She promptly inquired, Mr. Sui, what do you mean by this? Sui raised an eyebrow at her words and replied nonchalantly, an annual salary of 5 million. You and your family will enjoy complimentary medical care, free education, and subsidized employee accommodation, all of which can be included in the contract. He-Ching, being a perceptive individual, did not hesitate in her response. Good day, boss. I shall resign this afternoon. She had long recognized that Sui was not an ordinary person. After all, the deposit he provided to the headhunting firm was an astonishing 100 million. Such financial prowess indicated that he was not in want of money. Furthermore, his status as the top scorer in the National College entrance examination suggested a remarkable intellect. A person endowed with both intelligence and wealth undoubtedly harbored unimaginable potential for future achievements. In this world, the power of choice invariably surpasses mere hard work. Aligning herself with someone like Sui promised a future filled with great accomplishments. Pleased by her words, Sui enjoyed engaging with intelligent individuals. He then addressed He-Ching. Please continue with your introductions. I aim to establish a specialized hospital, with each department requiring at least one top-tier expert at the director level. Additionally, I am in dire need of a reliable nursing team, comprised of professional and responsible individuals. Nodding in agreement, He-Ching responded, "Understood, boss. Rest assured, just specify your requirements, and I will ensure I find the right candidates within 10 minutes. A faint smile appeared on Su-Yi's lips at this response. This time, he was determined to successfully establish a leading hospital, ensuring that the villagers had ample access to medical resources. To his surprise, although He-Ching appeared youthful, her capabilities were extraordinary. Within the span of a single meal, she managed to identify all the talents Su-Yi required, most of whom were top professionals in the country, including numerous experts, thereby encompassing nearly every department. The subsequent hours were dedicated to Su-Yi engaging in negotiations with these individuals. Early the next morning, he met with a girl named Niu Lanhua. Her name, reminiscent of an older generation, revealed her indifference to changing it, which intrigued Su-Yi further. The two convened at a CAF near Niu Lanhua's hospital. By the time Su-Yi arrived, she had already been waiting, a cup of steaming hot water before her. Niu Lanhua, with her short hair and a height of around 165 centimeters, appeared quite frail. Dark circles encircled her eyes, and she exuded an air of exhaustion. According to the information provided by He-Ching, it seemed that her fatigue stemmed from juggling her job while caring for her father. Upon seeing Su-Yi, Niu Lanhua promptly stated, "I have already outlined my requirements. I need financial support and advanced surgical equipment. Currently, the annual salary offered by the hospital where I am employed amounts to 2 million. However, I find myself in need of more." Upon concluding her statement, she directly raised her gaze to Su-Yi and He-Ching. In response, Su-Yi smiled and remarked, "Dr. Niu, rest assured, whatever surgical equipment you require, I shall prepare it diligently. Furthermore, once you join us, your family will enjoy complimentary medical services, with all expenses covered by our hospital." Upon hearing this, Niu Lanhua was momentarily taken aback. "Your investigation is quite thorough," she acknowledged, "but these are merely your words. Verbal assurances carry no weight. You must at least allow me to assess your hospital's capabilities." Su-Yi responded with a subtle smile. "Miss He, should we reach an agreement today, you would be the first physician at our village clinic." Niu Lanhua, initially filled with anticipation, furrowed her brow at Su-Yi's words. "What? A clinic? You expect me to work at a clinic? Sir, it appears you are merely wasting my time. My time is exceedingly precious. I must take my leave." Niu Lanhua was incensed. It made sense why Su-Yi mentioned her family could avail themselves of free medical services. It turned out they were merely a clinic? Absurd. This was utterly outrageous. She immediately stood to depart. But Su-Yi interjected with a gentle smile, "Miss Niu, our clinic may not be as you envision." He then proceeded to unlock his mobile banking app and placed his phone on the table. "Once you join us, we can procure any equipment you require. After all, we do not lack in financial resources." With that, Su-Yi clicked to announce his bank balance. The voice of the banking app, specially developed for Su-Yi, resonated in the air. "Your bank account balance is 150 billion. This sum was the payment made by Lei Busi a few days prior for the acquisition of 300,000 high-efficiency converters. Of course, this was after taxes. Otherwise, the total would be even greater." Niu Lanhua, who had just risen, froze upon hearing the announcement from Su-Yi's phone. She quickly glanced at the screen and was met with a series of astonishing digits. As she swiped on the phone, she confirmed it was indeed a cash balance. She stood there, dumbfounded, her face a canvas of disbelief. Over 100 billion in liquid assets, this was not mere net worth but actual cash. With such wealth, not only could a single hospital be established, but several could be built. At that moment, He-Ching also found herself in a state of shock. While she was aware of Su-Yi's affluence, she had never fathomed it to be to such an extent. The interest accrued daily on such an amount would be staggering. Both women stood transfixed, trembling slightly, their eyes fixed upon Su-Yi. He appeared youthful yet possessed an unimaginable fortune. They had never encountered a figure of such wealth on any list of tycoons. A cash reserve exceeding 150 billion was indeed terrifying. They could scarcely believe they were in the presence of such a person in their lifetime. The surrounding staff, upon hearing the notification from Su-Yi's phone, exchanged amused glances. They all assumed it was a prank, and thus paid it no mind. Conversely, they believed that only childish individuals would engage in such antics, so each became preoccupied with their own affairs. Su-Yi observed the peculiar expressions on the faces of Niu Lanhua and He-Ching beside him, prompting him to speak up. "Ahem, well, the amount of money is indeed somewhat lacking. However, this merely reflects our profits for that month. There will be much more in the future, so you need not worry about financial matters." Upon hearing this, Niu Lanhua and He-Ching, who had been rendered speechless by shock, suddenly widened their eyes in disbelief, their eyeballs nearly popping out. Chapter 81. Mass production of mechanical dogs. After hearing Su Yi's words, He Qing and Niu Lanhua were utterly speechless. What kind of statement was that? What did indeed a little less even mean? 150 billion, and you're telling me it's indeed a little less? Is that what we call little? Moreover, such a staggering sum was merely a month's profit? Niu Lanhua quickly smiled and returned her phone to Su Yi, saying, "Ahem, Mr. Su, that's enough. When shall we sign the contract?" Upon hearing this, Su Yi smiled slightly. "If you're willing, we can sign the contract right now. How does an annual salary of 5 million sound?" At this, Niu Lanhua's eyes lit up immediately. "All right, Mr. Su, let's sign the contract at once. With this salary doubling. Not signing would be sheer folly." He Qing, being professional, swiftly procured a contract. Subsequently, both parties signed the document. Once the contract was finalized, Su Yi directly advanced Niu Lanhua a year's salary, knowing her family was in need of funds. When Niu Lanhua received her salary, she was nearly moved to tears, promising that she would arrive at Wushui village to work in a few days. Having secured Niu Lanhua, Su Yi and his team met with others in the afternoon. However, many expressed that money was not their primary concern. They simply wished to help more people. Consequently, a few individuals declined Su Yi's offer. Yet, some voiced their disappointment in human nature, suggesting that perhaps working in a tranquil village would be more suitable for them. Of course, the most significant factor was the generous offer from Su Yi. Thus, Su Yi spent an entire month in the bustling metropolis, meeting numerous individuals each day. Eventually, he successfully recruited the essential personnel for a hospital. In total, he enlisted 150 medical staff, including not only top-tier specialists but also some outstanding recent graduates. Many of the medical personnel possessed extensive experience and were fully capable of fulfilling their roles. The medical equipment for their village clinic had been purchased and would arrive shortly, though the price of their noble rice had decreased due to increased supply. Wushui village amassed nearly 300 billion in development funds through its noble rice over the past 2 months. With ample funds at their disposal, they indulged in luxury. Each department was equipped with its own operating room, furnished with state-of-the-art equipment. As per Su Yi's stipulation, each department was to have at least 3 operating rooms, fully stocked with all necessary surgical tools and instruments. Although Wushui village was not densely populated, who could predict how many residents it might have in the future? In this manner, within a month, Su Yi had unearthed sufficient talent to establish a fully functional hospital. The configuration of their Wushui village clinic now rivaled that of premier hospitals in first-tier cities. It could be said that in the future, the medical needs of Wushui village's residents would be adequately met. The patients that big cities could treat, this clinic could too, and perhaps those whom big cities could not save might find hope here. Alongside his efforts to source medical talent, Su Yi also intended to seek out educators and technological experts. Ultimately, for the development of Waterless Village, talent is indispensable. Although he can exchange various technological advancements through the system, the implementation of these technologies requires a sufficient workforce. Currently, the mechanical dogs under development can be managed by Su Yi and his few companions. However, his aspirations extend far beyond this. In the future, they are destined to mine on the moon. Indeed, should the village become overcrowded, they may even need to relocate to the lunar surface. Achieving such ambitions necessitates a robust pool of talent. Thus, he must swiftly seek out and cultivate top-tier individuals in preparation for the future. While Su Yi diligently conducted interviews within a factory of Waterless Village, Duan Dong and his team promptly checked their equipment upon hearing the news. After confirming everything was in order, they proceeded with the acceptance. Presently, Wang Fei's engineering team has become the dedicated construction crew for Waterless Village, operating at the highest standards without any foreseeable issues. Lu Ziao glanced around the factory and remarked, "This facility, built at a cost exceeding 100 billion, houses state-of-the-art machinery that is nearly fully automated. Let us commence trial production of some mechanical dogs and tigers." Subsequently, they made their way to the control room, where they operated the factory's production lines through a supercomputer program. The assembly lines sprang to life under their watchful eyes. The pre-prepared raw materials were introduced into the relevant machines to be melted, followed by the addition of various additives, as machines hammered the steel incessantly. In the distance, gleaming alloys were being forged. The alloys were subsequently transported away on conveyor belts, where robotic arms took over for further processing. After numerous stages of production, camouflage-patterned mechanical dogs emerged from the exit, neatly arranged by the robotic arms in the warehouse. "It appears everything is functioning properly," Lu Ziyu said with a slight smile. It's a pity these cannot be equipped with Gatling guns or other weaponry. I would truly like to witness their actual combat capabilities. Do not get ahead of yourself. While Waterless Village is currently an autonomous community, it remains under the jurisdiction of the military and high-level authorities. Weapons are not to be trifled with. Ha ha ha. Isn't it a dream shared by every man? I was merely expressing a thought. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao replied sternly, "It's fine to talk, but do not act on it. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect you. Once these mechanical dogs are produced, they should all be dispatched to the Wolf's Nest for patrolling duties and batches. Additionally, inform the villagers that any outsiders must be reported. Otherwise, being bitten by the dogs could lead to serious consequences. After all, the database currently only recognizes the individuals within Waterless Village and cannot identify others. Without weapons, the mechanical dogs may merely surround intruders, but if armed, they could launch an immediate attack. Therefore, caution is imperative, as this could easily lead to loss of life." After offering these instructions, everyone began to depart. At that moment, they were unaware of the impending events. In the village office, the phone of Captain Shin rang. "Captain Shin, we will launch an assault on Wushui Village tomorrow night. Please prepare for post-operation reassurance." Hearing the words from the other end, Shin Nan smiled faintly. At last. Is it coming? It was indeed time for Su Yi to realize that the walls of Wushui Village could not shield anything. Chapter 82. The mechanical dogs commenced patrol. After the production line for the mechanical dogs and mechanical tigers underwent rigorous testing, it promptly commenced full operation. The cost of this factory is exorbitant, being fully automated and requiring minimal human intervention. Once the production line was activated, a series of gleaming metallic mechanical dogs, dubbed hellhounds, and mechanical tigers known as destruction were manufactured. Subsequently, they were directed into the painting workshop. After the painting process, a multitude of camouflaged mechanical dogs emerged, designed for optimal concealment. Unless one scrutinized closely, it would be challenging to detect the hidden mechanical tigers. As batches of mechanical dogs and tigers were produced, they were immediately dispatched to the pre-constructed wolf den and tiger lair, two caves that had been repurposed into charging stations. Considering heat dissipation, the temperature within the caves was deemed ideal. Once charged, these mechanical dogs and tigers would swiftly embark on their designated patrol routes. The factory operated with remarkable efficiency, producing several hundred mechanical dogs and over 100 mechanical tigers within a mere day. At dawn the following day, the fully charged mechanical tigers and dogs commenced their duties. They autonomously exited the wolf den and tiger lair and began their rounds of patrol. At the entrance of the village where Su Yi resided, Old Li stepped outside only to witness 4 mechanical dogs marching in unison. "What on earth is this?" he exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment at the sight before him. It was difficult to classify these beings as dogs, for their coloration was unlike any canine he had ever seen. As he spoke, a commotion arose behind the quartet of dogs. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of metal striking the ground echoed, reminiscent of drums. Old Li raised his gaze, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. He staggered and fell to the ground upon witnessing a colossal tiger, towering over 3 meters in height. Its body was adorned in camouflage, and its teeth exceeded a meter in length, presenting a terrifying visage. Old Li cried out for help, lamenting that they had just earned some money and had not yet enjoyed it. He did not wish to meet his demise. Many villagers, drawn by his cries, rushed out of their homes to ascertain the commotion. A tiger? How can it be so large? They were all petrified by the immense form of the destruction mechanical tiger. Standing at 3 meters tall and 5 to 6 meters long, it was a sight that instilled fear in all who beheld it. Expressions of terror were evident on everyone's faces. The mechanical dogs and tigers seemed to sense the villagers' panic. From within the mechanical dogs, a voice emerged. "Patrol Unit 041 of Wushui Village is executing a patrol mission. Please remain calm." The loudspeakers of the mechanical tiger echoed a similar message. "Patrol Unit 004 of Wushui Village is executing a patrol mission. Please remain calm." As the mechanical dogs and tigers spoke, the villagers were left utterly bewildered. These creatures can talk? After the initial wave of panic subsided, they soon realized that the creature before them was merely a machine and not an actual tiger. Suddenly, I recalled that a few days ago, Wang Fei mentioned while constructing a house for my family that a new factory was being established in the village's industrial zone, which would produce a batch of robotic dogs. Could this be what he was referring to? As you mentioned it, I also seem to remember that the village issued a notification a couple of days ago, stating that patrol dogs would soon be deployed to monitor Wushui Village, ensuring the safety of the villagers and their belongings. Indeed, It appears that Su-ing, a young girl from the village, had also mentioned in the village group that they were about to produce mechanical dogs priced at 100,000 yuan each, inviting those in need to purchase them directly from the factory. Upon hearing this, the crowd seemed to regain their composure. So, these contraptions were manufactured by the village itself. Gradually, the fear dissipated, replaced by curiosity, as they all approached to observe closely. The sensors of the robotic dogs and tigers continuously scanned their surroundings, their eyes sweeping across the crowd. Once they completed the recognition of pupils and facial features, they resumed their patrol duties. At this moment, mechanical dogs and tigers were patrolling throughout the various villages. Even in the mountains, one could spot robotic tigers and dogs diligently performing their patrols. Many villagers working in the fields were left dumbfounded at the sight of these mechanical creatures. However, upon learning that these were the village's robotic dogs, their apprehension faded away. In the eyes of the Wushui villagers, Su-yi was a student from the finest university in Longke, capable of achieving anything. Thus, they found no surprise in his creations. On the contrary, seeing these mechanical dogs sparked a desire among them to acquire one for their homes. After all, the village had announced that these robotic dogs could not only guard their properties but also assist with errands, such as shopping and collecting packages. This was indeed a splendid service. Most importantly, the price was quite reasonable. Only 100,000 yuan for one. Given the current profitability of their farming endeavors, 10 yuan seemed comparable to the past's 1 dime in their eyes. With each household boasting savings in the millions, spending 100,000 yuan was hardly a burden. Consequently, many planned to purchase a mechanical dog from the village once their work was completed. Thus, the presence of robotic dogs became commonplace, with villagers marveling and following these machines as they roamed. On the walls of Wushui village, the mechanical dogs patrolled diligently, tasked with preventing anyone from scaling the walls. After observing for a while, 2 individuals quickly jotted down notes in their notebooks. These robotic dogs performed admirably, adhering strictly to their designated patrol routes with remarkable stability. However, the patrol routes of the robotic tigers required further optimization. For instance, Aunt Lou's cattle were frightened enough to bolt from their pen. This was a matter to be mindful of, as future enhancements should incorporate automatic avoidance mechanisms to alter patrol routes upon detecting livestock. Duan Dong wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, the mechanical dogs have frightened the village's puppies into submission. It is imperative to refine their programming. Particularly, the domestic models require significant optimization. After observing for a while, the 2 individuals noted the issues and departed. They now felt entirely reassured about the safety of the waterless village. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, there were individuals plotting an ambush, and they belonged to the military. Furthermore, these intruders were equipped with numerous advanced robotic canines. Chapter 83. Military surprise attack at a certain special forces base in the southwest military region. A combat unit of 30 has assembled. They are fully armed, donning tactical helmets, standing tall and resolute. Nearby, several helicopters are stationed, poised for immediate takeoff. In front of these soldiers, Colonel Feng Ziluan stands side by side with a camouflaged lieutenant colonel. Colonel Feng addresses his counterpart, Lieutenant Colonel Kong. This time, let us merely intimidate them. The battery factory and the concrete technology in the waterless village are crucial to our military. With the global surge of demand for wheat-powered vehicles, nations will go to great lengths to acquire their battery technology. It is only a matter of time before special forces attempt to infiltrate the waterless village to seize that technology. Thus, the significance of our exercise is paramount, and we must ensure its successful execution. Lieutenant Colonel Kong, hearing this, offers a slight smile. Colonel Feng, rest assured, we are special forces. The 20-meter-high walls of the waterless village are virtually meaningless to us. Furthermore, aside from the few security guards at the entrance, there is no substantial security presence. Dealing with them will be exceedingly simple. He gestures toward the nearby equipment. We will employ an aerial and ground joint strike to take control of the waterless village. 5 helicopters will be deployed to the target area for airdrops, while ground forces will advance in 10 armored vehicles for a rapid assault. My combat unit is highly professional, and I guarantee we can secure the waterless village within 10 minutes. Nodding in response, Feng Ziluan cautions, however, do not underestimate the situation. Sui is no ordinary individual. There must be a reason he claims no need for security forces. Lieutenant Colonel Kong dismisses this concern. Colonel Feng, you may not be aware of our operational capabilities. Our technology is astonishingly advanced, and regardless of their preparations, they cannot withstand us. Tonight, We will deploy combat robotic dogs and, upon ensuring safety, initiate our offensive. You can rest easy." With that, Colonel Feng refrains from further comment. As long as a warning is sent to Sui, he believes Sui will know how to respond. As time passes, the sun sets, and soon it is night. On a main road several hundred meters from the waterless village, armored vehicles traverse the terrain, their headlights illuminating the surrounding valleys, casting flickering lights in all directions. Inside the armored vehicles, several special operations soldiers grip their rifles, wearing tactical helmets and bulletproof vests, equipped with an array of advanced gear, exuding an air of formidable prowess. Beside them, military-grade robotic dogs are arrayed, each armed with rifles mounted on their backs. Their heads fitted with large sensors capable of detecting enemies within 100 meters through infrared technology. Such equipment is unavailable to standard troops, representing the pinnacle of modern warfare technology. However, the endurance of this contraption is limited. They must wait until they reach their destination before activating it. At this moment, silence envelopes the vehicle, yet smiles illuminate the faces of its occupants. They have nearly reached the brink of boredom within the confines of the base. And now they relish the opportunity to breathe freely. Moreover, this mission is remarkably effortless. They can already envision the scene of their unexpected arrival, encircling the office of the waterless village. Most importantly, as Kongwei mentioned, there will be beer and barbecue once their task concludes. This is the sole anticipation they hold dear. Meanwhile, above the convoy, 5 helicopters soar through the night sky. On board one of these helicopters, Feng Zuluan and Kongwei are savoring the surrounding nocturnal scenery. "Those youngsters endure monotonous training," Kongwei remarked with a grin. "And now they must be struggling to contain their excitement. This mission is so simple, and they can show off. It's precisely what they adore." At these words, Feng Zuluan smiled faintly. "When I first enlisted, I too dreamed of escaping the barracks, even finding joy in a simple bowl of noodles." Kongwei chuckled in response. "Once this mission concludes, let us have a proper drink together." Feng Zuluan nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he cast a glance at the magazine of a soldier nearby, perplexed. "Colonel Kong, why are there bullets all live rounds? This could lead to unintended harm." Kongwei laughed lightly. "Our special forces must carry live ammunition during missions to preempt emergencies. Often, we are unexpectedly summoned for urgent tasks, and finding live rounds on the fly is not feasible. Of course, this mission is unique. Our first magazines contain only blank rounds. These blanks will suffice to intimidate those whom you mentioned." Upon hearing this, Feng Zuluan finally understood. He had assumed they were to use live ammunition. Thus, the Special Forces team advanced steadily, racing towards the waterless village. At this juncture, the villagers remained utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. It was nighttime, and most were fast asleep. Such is rural life. By 8 or 9 in the evening, the community largely retires for the night. After all, Sui has strictly mandated that they not work excessively long hours to ensure their well-being. Hence, although the waterless village glowed brightly with lights, its inhabitants were, in truth, already slumbering, completely unaware of the approaching helicopters and convoy. Even the guards stationed at the village's sole entrance had succumbed to sleep, reassured by the presence of mechanical dogs flanking the entrance. With their current capabilities, the waterless village had little to worry about. At 2 in the morning, while everyone was deep in slumber, the distant sound of helicopter rotors suddenly pierced the night. Many villagers heard the noise but found it unremarkable, returning to their dreams. After all, the military had visited before. Helicopters were no novelty to them. The windows of their dormitory were entirely composed of soundproof glass, rendering the atmosphere hauntingly tranquil, with the hum of the propellers failing to penetrate the serene silence. During the design phase, the soothing sound of the waterfall was taken into account, resulting in comprehensive soundproofing throughout. Consequently, they slumbered soundly, blissfully unaware of their surroundings. The sole inhabitant of the village who possessed any awareness was Shin Nan, who was privy to the plan. She had remained awake, patiently awaiting in the village office. Thus, upon hearing the sound of the propellers, a faint smile graced her lips. At last it had arrived. Chapter 84. The Special Forces Annihilated upon hearing a sound. Shin Nan's lips curled into a smile. At last, the military had initiated a surprise attack. She had spent the day in slumber, conserving her energy for the evening's endeavors. Thus, she remained blissfully unaware that mechanical dogs and tigers had been patrolling the arid village. She had anticipated that the military would effortlessly seize control of the village. Seated in her office, she gazed at the approaching helicopter, her smile broadening. Unbeknownst to her, 2 mechanical dogs lurked nearby, crouched and alert. At that moment, the mechanical dogs raised their heads toward the sky, activating their warning systems. Upon detecting unidentified enemies, they would spring into action without hesitation. Not far from the wall, a colossal mechanical tiger lay in wait, poised for an assault. Meanwhile, those in the sky remained oblivious to the multitude of mechanical creatures that had set their sights upon them. The thunderous roar of the helicopter's rotors filled the air as it landed atop the village committee building. The armed special forces began their descent via ropes. Vigilant and cautious despite knowing the mission was straightforward, they meticulously surveyed their surroundings, yet their night vision goggles revealed no abnormalities. Soon, all personnel had successfully landed in the designated area. However, just as they touched down, one soldier shouted, "Look, what is that in the distance?" Through their night vision devices, they discerned numerous dark figures racing toward them with astonishing speed. Alarmed, they turned to witness the sight that left them dumbfounded. A pack of wolves? How could this be? How could wolves be so close to the village? Their astonishment was palpable. Little did they realize that two mechanical dogs had already begun to stealthily approach from behind. In the next instant, one of the mechanical dogs lunged forward, targeting a soldier. "What on earth is that?" the soldier managed to exclaim before being tackled to the ground by the mechanical beast. The dog opened its gaping maw, not to bite down, but to seize the soldier's weapon. The pristine rifle was crushed in an instant, its components scattering across the ground. Without delay, the mechanical dog darted toward another soldier, who, in a state of panic, raised his rifle and unleashed a barrage of shots. The rapid sounds of gunfire echoed, but the bullets struck the mechanical dog harmlessly. Rather than retreating in fear, the dog's eyes glowed a fierce red, activating its combat mode. With a powerful leap, it soared several meters into the air. As it descended, it landed squarely on the soldier's neck, the immense weight pinning him to the ground. It lunged directly at the soldier's rifle, shattering the steel weapon into two pieces. The mechanical dog's razor-sharp fangs swiftly extended, pressing against the soldier's face. Startled, the soldier trembled, his spine chilled, paralyzed by fear. Simultaneously, other mechanical dogs around began to engage in battle. "What is this creature? Hurry, open fire!" Colonel Conway commanded urgently upon witnessing the assault on humans. The soldiers, regaining their composure, fired their weapons into the darkness, bullets swiftly soaring through the night, striking several distant mechanical dogs. However, the bullets ricocheted off the advanced alloy of the mechanical canines, causing no damage. Instead, an increasing number of mechanical dogs arrived to reinforce their brethren. The initially concealed dogs surged forward, attacking the surrounding soldiers. They seemed impervious to bullets, rendering the soldiers' shots ineffective. Conversely, the mechanical dogs leaped several meters high, landing with ferocity, toppling the soldiers. Their sharp teeth pressed against the soldiers' necks, instilling a paralyzing fear of movement. At that moment, Colonel Kong was left dumbfounded, his eyes widening in disbelief at the unfolding scene. He drew his handgun, attempting to retaliate, but in the next instant, he was knocked to the ground by a mechanical dog. Several other mechanical dogs swiftly surrounded him, immobilizing him with their presence. Nearby, a helicopter took aim at the distant pack of mechanical wolves, beginning a rapid barrage. The helicopter's cannon unleashed its formidable firepower, successfully striking several mechanical dogs that failed to evade in time. Some dogs were hit in their batteries, collapsing on the spot. Observing this, a hidden mechanical tiger's eyes blazed crimson, identifying the helicopter as the greatest threat. In the next moment, a mechanical tiger leapt towards the helicopter, its meter-long fangs tearing into the aircraft, creating a gaping wound. Its sharp claws extended, rending the helicopter apart. Concurrently, countless smaller mechanical dogs charged forward, relentlessly gnawing at the helicopter. The once sturdy aircraft quickly disintegrated under the ferocious onslaught of the mechanical dogs and tiger. The pilot, firing from within, was yanked from the cockpit by a mechanical dog seizing his clothing. Unarmed, the pilot was spared further attack. In a mere 2 minutes, 5 helicopters were reduced to mere fragments. All Special Forces operatives were pinned to the ground, paralyzed by fear, with many injured and bleeding from their attempts to resist. Had they faced a pack of ordinary wolves, they might have stood a chance. Yet, against this mechanical wolf pack, even the elite forces found themselves utterly powerless. Not far away, Shannan finally managed to unlock the door and burst forth. Previously trapped due to the emergency lockdown of the office by the system, she had been unable to escape. Now that the crisis has been averted, she finally emerged. At this moment, she was utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? She had just witnessed from her office how these mechanical dogs managed to subdue all the special forces in merely a minute, under the assault of the mechanical canines. They had shown no capacity for resistance whatsoever. Shannan felt a twinge of fear. What on earth were these mechanical dogs? A glance around revealed hundreds of them, along with 4 or 5 enormous mechanical tigers. She was completely taken aback. Had extraterrestrial beings launched an attack on the waterless village? Observing the densely packed mechanical hounds and the subdued Special Forces members, she was at a loss for words. Chapter 85. Total Annihilation. Upon emerging, Shen Nan was utterly taken aback. All firearms of the Special Forces had been rendered inoperative. Moreover, every individual was pinned to the ground, paralyzed with fear. Even Colonel Feng and Colonel Kong found themselves encircled by mechanical dogs. They hastened to the scene, having heard no gunfire. It was only due to the alarm in their dormitory warning them against venturing outside that they were aware something had transpired. As they descended, they were immediately struck dumb. Not far off, the wreckage of 5 helicopters was billowing black smoke, flames licking at the remnants. Scattered across the ground were armed personnel in military attire, each surrounded by multiple mechanical dogs, with 2 colonels being closely monitored by a mechanical tiger. Lu Xiao caught sight of Colonel Feng Zulan, a familiar face amidst the chaos. Instantly recognizing the situation as a misunderstanding, she commanded the mechanical dogs and tigers nearby. Rushing to Shen Nan's side, she inquired with concern. Lu Xiao, being astute, noted the considerable value of the downed helicopters and sought to seize the initiative, intending to shift the blame onto the military. Shen Nan opened his mouth to respond but found himself at a loss for words. The military's sudden ambush had indeed placed them in the wrong. Once the mechanical dogs and tigers departed, the Special Forces members began to rise from the ground, shaken and unnerved. Colonel Conway's face turned as red as a baboon's rear end. The elite Special Forces had been decisively ambushed while attempting to infiltrate a small village, a humiliating defeat. He could hardly muster the courage to look up, having previously assured Feng Zulan that they would encounter no issues, only to falter within 10 minutes. Such a significant setback was unprecedented in his service. At this moment, Lu Xiao approached Feng Zulan with a hint of concern. Colonel Feng, are you all right? We sincerely apologize for not notifying you of our presence in the dead of night. Those mechanical dogs and tigers were deployed for our village's defense. They have the capability for automatic recognition and assess threats based on the weapons you carry. Had you approached without armament, the situation might have been different. However, your armed presence in the assault on the mechanical dogs precipitated this chaotic scene. You should have surrendered your weapons at the onset. Allowing the mechanical dogs to recognize you posed no threat. Fortunately, you were in uniform. Had you been in civilian attire, the outcome could have been catastrophic, likely leaving you in ruins. Lu Xiao was not merely attempting to intimidate them. According to the programming of the mechanical dogs and tigers, unidentified individuals bearing arms who inflicted damage on Wushui village would have faced annihilation. The restraint shown by the mechanical dogs stemmed from the fact that all present were in military uniforms. Upon hearing Lu Xiao's words, both Colonel Feng and Colonel Kong wore expressions of dismay. The humiliation was unbearable. Originally determined to impart a lesson to the waterless village, they nearly lost their lives instead. At that moment, Shen Nan suddenly spoke up. This is merely the Air Force, Miss Lu. We still have ground troops. Could they also be under attack? They hastily retrieved a tablet to access the surveillance footage at the entrance of Waterless Village. At this juncture, Feng Zulan and Kong Wei wore expressions of palpable anxiety, their gazes fixated on the screen. Indeed, the footage revealed flames soaring at the entrance of the village, with mechanical dogs pinning soldiers to the ground. Surrounding armored vehicles lay in ruins, engulfed in fierce flames. Witnessing this scene, both Colonel Feng and Colonel Kong blushed crimson. An utter rout. Lu Xiao swiftly took control of the mechanical dogs, ordering them to stand down. Subsequently, Colonel Kong contacted the ground team, instructing them to assemble at the village. Upon hearing the command, the soldiers had no choice but to support one another as they made their way to the village. Half an hour later, all the soldiers resembled wilted eggplants, utterly devoid of morale. Defeat. This was undeniably a significant setback for them. They were special forces, yet they had been vanquished by mere dogs. It was a source of great humiliation. After a brief assembly to account for their numbers, Colonel Kong opted for dissolution. Once inside the office, as everyone settled, Lu Xiao promptly inquired, Colonel Feng, what prompted your sudden armed arrival at Waterless Village? Upon hearing this, Feng Zulan began to explain. We aim to instill a sense of urgency regarding the crisis in Waterless Village, hence the surprise attack. Yet, the most elite special forces were utterly powerless, all subdued. They were at a loss for words. As they exchanged smiles, Feng Zulan and Kong Wei felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment, wishing for a hole to hide in. Meanwhile, Shen Nan, who had taken a nap earlier, appeared troubled. She had been unaware of the existence of mechanical dogs in Waterless Village, rarely venturing outside. She genuinely did not know, or else tonight's misunderstanding could have been avoided. Luzio then remarked, "Colonel Fong, the helicopters and armored vehicles are truly not our concern. You wouldn't expect us to compensate, would you? Those helicopters and armored vehicles are quite valuable, and if the military demands compensation, it would amount to a considerable sum." Hearing this, Fong Zuluan and Colonel Kong's expression soured. "Ahem, there's no need for compensation. We shall consider this our fault," Kong Wei replied, his countenance dark. It was indeed their misstep. Luzio smiled slightly in response. "As long as we are not liable for compensation, that is satisfactory. However, your helicopters can and inflicted some damage on a few of our mechanical dogs. Since we are all friends, let us settle for a token gesture, 1 million for each, shall we?" Upon hearing this, Fong Zuluan's eyes widened in disbelief. Were the villagers all thugs? Why did they resemble Sui in their penchant for extortion? Last time they fired a shot at the concrete ground, Sui had demanded they compensate for several 100,000. This time, are they truly demanding that a mere dog compensate 1 million? It leaves one utterly speechless. Colonel Fong is completely at a loss for words. Is this truly a legitimate village? Chapter 86. Surprised, Colonel Fong was rendered speechless by Lu Ziyou's words. The individuals brought by Sui exhibited a similar degree of arrogance. However, he refrained from voicing his discontent, as the situation originated from their actions, and the responsibility lay with them. He simply nodded in agreement. "Very well, Miss Lu. We will certainly adhere to your demands for compensation. However, may I inquire about the nature of these creations? The combat capabilities of these mechanical dogs and tigers have been thoroughly assessed by us. Even with live ammunition, they posed an insurmountable challenge. Our special forces found themselves utterly powerless against these mechanical canines. They are indeed remarkable inventions." In his estimation, the worth of these mechanical dogs far surpassed that of the previously acquired concrete and stellar converters. The imagery of deploying such mechanical dogs en masse on the battlefield was simply beyond imagination. As a military liaison, Colonel Feng's singular focus was on acquiring these mechanical entities. Colonel Kong Wei, standing nearby, was equally intrigued and was attentively listening. If their special forces were equipped with such devices, executing decapitation missions would become exceedingly straightforward. Both men recognized the immense value of these inventions. Upon hearing this, Luzio proceeded to introduce the mechanical dogs, codenamed Hellhounds. They were developed by Sui to ensure the safety of the villagers, patrolling the vicinity regularly. As you may know, our village has substantial and significant industries. It is imperative to establish our own defense capabilities, and raising a few dogs is the most appropriate solution. Regarding the mechanical tiger, she added, that too serves as a guardian for our village, capable of effortlessly tearing apart tanks. Even if the enemy deploys armored vehicles, we remain unafraid. You were surrounded due to a misunderstanding stemming from your sudden assault. In the future, please communicate beforehand. At this, Feng Zuluan was taken aback. Sui again. This young man is undoubtedly a genius, consistently innovating such formidable technology. Curious, Colonel Kong Wei inquired, Colonel Feng, who exactly is Sui? Feng Zuluan provided a brief account of Sui's accomplishments. Kong Wei was left astonished, his admiration growing. A college entrance examination champion? He sold 15 million worth of technology while still in university? His face reflected deep respect for this individual he had yet to meet. It was rare in this era for someone to forsake personal gain to contribute to their hometown's development. After Feng's succinct introduction, he promptly asked, Miss Liu, could you elaborate on the performance of these mechanical dogs and tigers? In response, Lu Ziao activated the testing video from that day, showcasing it on the conference room's LCD screen. Shortly thereafter, they witnessed the mechanical dogs and tigers traversing various challenging terrains with remarkable ease. This sight filled them with astonishment. The military invested countless resources annually into the research and development of mechanical dogs. They endeavor to create mechanical dogs that closely resemble their living counterparts, imbuing them with agility. However, this task proves to be quite formidable for them. When these mechanical dogs fall, they struggle to rise again. In contrast, the mechanical dogs developed by Sui and his team exhibit remarkable capabilities, running and jumping with exceptional stability, effortlessly getting back on their feet after a tumble. Their prowess far surpasses that of military mechanical dogs. Soon, they observe the mechanical dog approaching a sheer cliff. Its metallic claws sink into the rock face, enabling it to ascend steadily until it reaches the summit. Colonel Feng and Kong Wei are left astounded, their pupils dilating in disbelief. Nearby, Shinin gasps, a chill running down her spine. This creation is far more formidable than a mere dog. A real dog could never scale such a cliff. The sharp claws evoke a sense of dread. Had they penetrated a soldier's body, the consequences would be catastrophic. She feels a wave of unease wash over her. Her palms clammy with sweat. This creation is truly terrifying. At that moment, both Colonel Kong Wei and Colonel Feng find themselves swallowing hard. Fortunately, they did not arrive in outlandish attire to launch a surprise attack. Otherwise, the casualties would have been devastating. They subsequently watch a video of the mechanical dog descending the mountain, leaving them profoundly shaken. The disparity between their military's most advanced mechanical dogs and this creation is akin to the difference between a toy gun and a rifle, staggeringly vast. After the mechanical dog video concludes, the screen transitions to a test video of the mechanical tiger. When they witness the tiger leap over 20 meters, they are left in astonishment, fists clenched in disbelief. As it soars to heights exceeding 10 meters, they stand agape, their bodies trembling. When the mechanical tiger bounds effortlessly up the cliff, their eyes nearly pop out of their heads. Upon witnessing it bite through a large tree, goosebumps ripple across their skin, fear gripping their hearts. At this moment, they finally comprehend why their helicopters and armored vehicles have been reduced to mere fragments. As the video ends, a sense of numbness envelopes them, rendering them speechless. Lu Zio continues her explanation. These mechanical dogs and tigers are equipped with stellar converters, charging in their respective dens during the day while also harnessing solar energy for patrols. Upon detecting intruders, they conduct a security assessment based on the intruder's appearance and any weapons they may carry. Should they encounter a formidable enemy beyond their capacity to confront, all mechanical dogs in the den will activate, directed by the artificial intelligence of a supercomputer to achieve coordinated combat. Tonight, your numbers are relatively few, so we deployed approximately 200 mechanical dogs and 10 mechanical tigers, utilizing about one-third of our available units. If you visit us normally, gain access permission, and acquire our approval, the access control will issue you a card, ensuring that these mechanical dogs will not attack you. Therefore, I advise you all to notify us in advance on your next visit to avoid any unfortunate incidents. At this moment, Colonel Feng was utterly absorbed in the conversation, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he inquired, "Miss Liu, may I ask how much you are selling these mechanical dogs for? Our military is in dire need of such mechanical canines and tigers. With these at our disposal, our combat capabilities would surge to an astonishing level." Upon hearing this, Lu Zio offered a faint smile. "Colonel Feng, we cannot sell these mechanical dogs and tigers to you. However, Village Chief Su has mentioned that he has prepared a surprise for you. Allow me to take you to see it." Both Colonel Feng and Kong Wei were momentarily taken aback. A surprise? Their curiosity piqued. They wondered what this so-called surprise could possibly entail. Chapter 87. What on earth is this? Upon hearing that Su Yi had prepared a surprise for them, Colonel Feng and Kong Wei were momentarily taken aback. Their curiosity piqued as they eagerly anticipated this so-called surprise. As the warehouse doors swung open, the lights within illuminated the space, revealing several mechanical dogs and tigers arranged in the center. However, these mechanical creatures bore no resemblance to those they had previously encountered. Some mechanical dogs were equipped with Gatling guns, others with rifles, while some sported flamethrowers or anti-tank missiles. Nearby, a mechanical tiger was outfitted with a missile launch platform, boasting 10 units capable of simultaneously firing 10 missiles. Flanking the mechanical tiger were 2 Gatling guns, their ominous black muzzles eliciting an involuntary shiver of fear. Upon witnessing this astonishing display, Colonel Feng, Kong Wei, and Shannan stood frozen in place, their mouths agape and eyes wide with disbelief. The 2 men trembled with excitement, utterly enthralled. How could any man resist the allure of mechanical dogs and tigers armed to the teeth with Gatling guns and missiles? Shannan, observing the scene, was utterly flabbergasted. Previously, she had assumed that Su Yi and his team were merely engaged in routine research within the laboratory. Little did she know they were crafting weaponry right beneath her nose. Yet, even she, as a woman, found herself unable to resist the allure of these formidable machines. They were simply magnificent. "Miss Liu, may we approach for a closer look?" Colonel Feng could hardly contain his enthusiasm, eager to examine the creations up close. At his words, Lu Xiao nodded in agreement. "Certainly. This is what Village Chief Su has prepared for you. You are welcome to observe." With her permission granted, the 3 of them rushed forward, their speed palpable. Upon reaching the mechanical dogs, they gazed in awe at the guns, launchers, and flamethrowers adorning the machines, their hearts racing with exhilaration. These mechanical dogs were not tall, allowing them to maneuver stealthily on the battlefield. Due to their compact size, They could traverse narrow spaces for surprising attacks. They could even infiltrate underground trenches, moving freely within. One could imagine the scenario: resting in a trench, only to have one of these creatures suddenly appear, unleashing a barrage of fire upon you. Or envision driving a tank forward, when suddenly, a mechanical dog stealthily approaches, targeting your vulnerabilities with a precise anti-tank missile. The thought of it was almost too terrifying to fathom. Then there was the flamethrower, perhaps the most fearsome of all. In modern warfare, many conflicts involve underground fortifications, such as tunnels. If a mechanical dog were to penetrate one of these, unleashing a torrent of flames, there would be no chance for escape. Hellhounds, indeed. The name seemed fitting. Colonel Fong and Colonel Kong Wei eagerly caressed the mechanical dogs, their eyes sparkling with wonder. These creations were simply extraordinary. They were practically itching to carry one away at that very moment. Subsequently, they turned their gaze towards the mechanical tiger, fixating on the missile launch unit atop it. And they were plunged into deep contemplation. This was essentially a miniature rocket artillery vehicle. They had previously encountered such a contraption, which could effortlessly scale cliffs, showcasing remarkable mobility. It could be said that this device was truly capable of operating in all terrains. Areas inaccessible to cars and tanks could be reached with ease by this marvel. Imagine a scenario where both sides were engaged in combat in regions devoid of artillery and tank support, armed only with light weaponry, when suddenly 10 of these machines appeared, capable of launching hundreds of missiles. Not to mention, this machine was equipped with 2 Gatling guns, providing overwhelming firepower. The despair for any opponent would be palpable. Even Kong Wei could not conceive a strategy to counter this menace. In a jungle scenario, facing such a contraption, surrender seemed the only option, or else death awaited. The two were left utterly astonished, unable to fathom the sheer strength they would possess with such a machine at their disposal. With these assets, future operations would merely require large-scale aerial drops via transport aircraft. First, the battlefield would be cleared with these devices, followed by the soldiers entering to secure the area. Invincible. Truly invincible. As long as the adversary refrained from deploying weapons of mass destruction for comprehensive strikes, they could not hope to contain the onslaught of this machine. After all, even if these weapons were exhausted, the mechanical dogs and tigers still possessed sharp claws and teeth. There was no solution. Facing this machine on the battlefield was genuinely insurmountable. The three were left dumbfounded. Nearby, Lu Ziao observed their enthrallment, unable to suppress a slight smile. Clearly, the military held a keen interest in such technologies. She remained unhurried, patiently waiting by the side. Meanwhile, within a military base in the district, a colonel was anxiously awaiting news in his office. Logically, their mission should have concluded by now. Why had there been no report? The colonel felt perplexed. Kong Wei was not the type to withhold updates. Beside him, a lieutenant colonel smiled softly. Rest assured, Commander. A mere village should have been easily captured by now. Upon hearing this, the colonel furrowed his brow. That shouldn't be the case. Have the communications officer reach out and ascertain the situation. As the personnel prepared to contact the communications officer, a sudden message from the special operations team arrived. The footage revealed mechanical dogs and tigers effortlessly shredding their helicopters and armored vehicles. Moreover, all members of the special operations team had been captured by the mechanical beasts. Witnessing this scene, both the colonel and the lieutenant colonel were left utterly speechless. What is that? The lieutenant colonel remarked incredulously as he gazed at the mechanical tigers. Their helicopters, in the face of such machines, were akin to paper, easily torn apart. The colonel, equally astonished, could only exclaim in disbelief, "What in the world is that?" The special operations team was comprised of elite personnel they had meticulously trained, all exceptionally skilled individuals. Yet, before this contraption, they had been utterly powerless to resist. The colonel furrowed his brow and promptly instructed his team to establish a video connection with Kong Wei's combat unit. Shortly thereafter, they successfully reached the Special Forces personnel. "Where is your squad leader? Urgently connect him to me." Upon hearing this, the communications officer quickly turned and entered the warehouse where Kong Wei and his team were stationed. As his camera was front-facing, Kong Wei and his 2 companions immediately appeared on the screen. Simultaneously, the mechanical dogs and robotic tigers also came into view. The colonel and the lieutenant colonel widened their eyes in astonishment upon witnessing the armed mechanical canines and felines. What are those? Chapter 88. Military testing. Upon witnessing the mechanical dogs on the screen, the colonel and the senior colonel were utterly astounded. The machine guns, rifles, rocket launchers, and missiles mounted on these mechanical canines seemed to possess formidable lethality. What on earth were these contraptions? At that moment, a soldier approached Kong Wei. Standing at attention before reporting, sir. The brigade commander is looking for you. Upon hearing this, Conway promptly answered the call and spoke with a serious tone. Brigade commander. You summoned me. The senior colonel nodded slightly, his brow furrowing as he inquired further. Conway immediately recounted the entire sequence of events, his expression darkening as he shared the grim details. The senior colonel was left speechless. What? Are you suggesting that you were annihilated by a pack of mechanical dogs? All armored vehicles and helicopters destroyed? And to top it off, you were all captured? An elite special forces unit sent to assault a mere village, completely obliterated? Conway's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe fruit. He stammered, Brigade commander, it's not that we were incapable. It was simply that these mechanical dogs and tigers were far too powerful for us to contend with. He added earnestly, I will send you the relevant data, and you will understand. After sending the testing materials of the mechanical dogs and tigers, both the senior colonel and the colonel examined them with keen interest. Their initial curiosity quickly turned into shock as they delved deeper into the details. Faced with such formidable mechanical canines and felines, it was indeed unreasonable to place blame on Conway and his team. These were no longer confrontations for conventional forces. Subsequently, the brigade commander glanced curiously at the nearby mechanical tigers. What are those? Why do they also bear weapons? Conway replied promptly, sir. These are the armaments prepared for us by the village chief, Sui, who intends to provide them exclusively for military use. Upon hearing this, the brigade commander narrowed his eyes, excitement stirring within him. Conway, you must negotiate with them at once to see if we can acquire these weapons for testing at our base. Conway then turned to Lu Ziao, who smiled slightly. Well, our village chief mentioned that if the military wishes to collaborate with us regarding the mechanical dogs and tigers, a contract can be signed directly. The price for the mechanical dogs is 1 million each, and for the mechanical tigers, 10 million each. Whatever quantity you desire, we are prepared to manufacture. At this revelation, Feng Ziluan was momentarily taken aback. It seemed Sui had already devised a clever scheme to extract their funds. However, considering the exceptional quality of the mechanical dogs and tigers, the price was far from exorbitant in their eyes. After all, the tanks they currently operated were nearly 20 million each, and armored vehicles cost several million. The pricing for these mechanical dogs was exceedingly attractive. Reflecting on this, Colonel Feng promptly declared, I am the military's liaison for corporate dealings. I will report this, and if feasible, we shall sign the contract immediately. Upon hearing these words, Lu Ziao nodded thoughtfully. Shortly thereafter, Feng Ziluan approached her and spoke. Miss Lu, please prepare the contract. We are ready to sign it now. Our military intends to procure a batch of mechanical dogs and mechanical tigers from you for practical testing. Should the results prove satisfactory, we will place additional orders in the future. A gentle smile graced Lu Ziao's lips as she readily agreed. Very well, we shall prepare the contract immediately. Subsequently, both parties signed the agreement. Lu Ziao promptly instructed her factory to produce a batch of military-grade mechanical dogs and tigers. The military personnel then settled in the village for a brief respite. At dawn the following day, military transport vehicles arrived to carry away the soldiers and the remnants of the helicopter. Simultaneously, they loaded the mechanical dogs and tigers produced for the military. The initial intention of the military to station personnel in Wushui village was entirely abandoned. If even the special forces could not breach the area, then there was no need for other personnel. Wushui village required no protection. Sui, upon hearing this, chose to remain silent, having anticipated such outcomes long ago. The collaboration with the military promised lucrative returns through the mechanical dogs in the future. He continued on to his interview. The military transport vehicles, escorted by aerial aircraft, navigated through the rugged mountains, ultimately arriving at a designated base. There, the ordered mechanical dogs were promptly unloaded. The military had commissioned a total of 20 mechanical dogs and 10 mechanical tigers, valued at 120 million, a sum that was not deemed excessive by military standards. As the equipment was unloaded, several military experts clad in white lab coats quickly gathered around. These specialists were involved in the research and development of mechanical dogs for the military, and upon receiving news of the delivery, they rushed to the scene. They were eager to ascertain what kind of mechanical dogs could surpass their own creations. Upon a brief inspection, they noted that the weapons affixed to the mechanical dogs and tigers were authentic, albeit lacking ammunition. Observing this, an elderly gentleman with white hair declared, "Bring these directly to the firing range. I wish to see how they perform." Practical testing was the ultimate measure of a weapon's efficacy, and he was keen to determine their operational capabilities. In response to his command, Personnel swiftly transported the equipment to the firing range. Meanwhile, others procured rifle ammunition, machine gun rounds, anti-tank missiles, and flamethrower fuel to equip the mechanical dogs and tigers. When Sui designed these devices, he ensured that the ammunition specifications adhered to the standards of Long Nation, facilitating an effortless installation process for the staff. Upon arrival at the firing range, several senior officials and colonels, including the captain of the Special Forces, joined the gathering. He was particularly curious to witness the power of these machines firsthand. Once everyone was seated, personnel set the distant targets according to the operational manual for the mechanical dogs. Once the settings were finalized, the staff turned to the white-haired elder at the forefront. "Report, the target has been established." Upon hearing this, the elder immediately spoke. "Very well. Let the robotic dog armed with a rifle commence firing. I am eager to observe its precision." "Understood," the staff member replied promptly, stepping aside to activate the rifle-equipped robotic dog. Having preset the attack target, the moment the robotic dog was activated, its eyes emitted a crimson glow. It entered combat mode and swiftly locked onto the target ahead. Chapter 89. Testing the Mechanical Tiger, astonishing the military personnel as the staff activated the mechanical dog. It immediately transitioned into combat mode, its eyes glowing a fierce red. In the next instant, the dog's automatic targeting system locked onto the target ahead. Bang, bang, bang. The mechanical dog unleashed a rapid succession of precise shots without the slightest hesitation. Flames erupted from the muzzle as bullets swiftly flew forth, striking the target paper in the distance with impeccable accuracy. All 10 targets were hit squarely in the bullseye. Witnessing this, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback, their expressions transforming into stern seriousness. The elder at the forefront clenched his fists and turned to address the surrounding personnel. "Do you see this? This is what a mechanical dog should be. Look at the abominations you have developed. They are nothing but trash." The group of researchers, chastised, dared not raise their heads. The elder then spoke again. "Let us test the mechanical dog equipped with a Gatling gun and assess its stability." Upon hearing his command, personnel promptly began setting up the mechanical dog for its attack target, reactivating the version armed with the Gatling gun. As the mechanical dog powered up, its automatic targeting system immediately locked onto a distant target. Whir. As the barrel rotated, flames erupted in succession, with countless bullets pouring forth like torrential rain. The mechanical dog remained steadfast in its position, exhibiting remarkable stability, while the bullets zipped out, meticulously striking the targets ahead. Several officers observing from a distance rose to their feet in astonishment. The accuracy is astonishing. It rivals that of a marksman with a decade of service. In fact, even seasoned gunners could not achieve such stability and precision in their fire. This mechanical dog surpassed their expectations immensely. The elder, visibly surprised, marveled at the stability displayed by the heavy machine gun. Previously, their developed mechanical dogs equipped with rifles lacked precision, intended only for close combat. Yet this mechanical dog, armed with a machine gun, could sweep and sever targets 200 meters away with such accuracy. This not only pertained to the dog's stabilization technology, but also involved advanced intelligent targeting techniques. It was evident that these technologies were far superior to their own. How has Sui managed to outpace us by such a margin? He pondered, shifting his gaze to the side, where a flame-throwing mechanical dog awaited activation. He was eager to witness the prowess of this fiery beast. The flame-throwing mechanical dog moved swiftly, closing the distance to a target before precisely calculating its attack range. In an instant, flames erupted from its rear nozzle, incinerating the target ahead into charred remains. Witnessing the spectacle, the crowd was left in utter shock. This contraption was exceedingly formidable. The elder, now filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Let us try the anti-tank missile next. I refuse to believe this device is truly so extraordinary. Set the target at 2 kilometers and make it a moving target." Upon hearing his words, the staff promptly designated a mobile tank model located 2 kilometers away as the target for attack. Without hesitation, they initiated the program on their computers to set the objective. Once the target was established, the mechanical dog sprang to life, immediately entering combat mode. In an instant, as the mechanical dog activated, anti-tank missiles were launched. With a whoosh, the missiles soared through the air, trailing flames as it sped towards the distant tank. The next moment, a thunderous explosion resonated from afar. The missile had struck the target with remarkable precision, detonating explosively at its rear. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were left utterly astonished. The accuracy was astonishingly precise. Several officers nearby stood in stunned silence, engaging in animated discussions. Even our most skilled anti-tank operators could not achieve such rapid targeting and firing. Indeed, humanity seems woefully inferior in the face of artificial intelligence. The level of precision displayed was something even seasoned operators might struggle to attain. This mechanical dog was genuinely terrifying. If there were thousands of such mechanical dogs equipped with anti-tank missiles conducting ambush operations, even a combined brigade would likely be overwhelmed. As military officers, they were acutely aware of the combat capabilities of these mechanical dogs. Their emergence would irrevocably alter the future of warfare. The elderly experts, having witnessed the combat prowess of the mechanical dog, could not help but display expressions of astonishment. The capabilities of the mechanical dog far exceeded their expectations. Their previously esteemed models paled in comparison to these advanced machines. A profound sense of defeat washed over the group of seasoned specialists, all lowering their heads in acknowledgement of the stark reality. After a moment of contemplation, the leading elder sighed but refrained from uttering a word, instead directing his gaze towards the mechanical tiger nearby. Let us test this device. If the mechanical dog is so formidable, the mechanical tiger should prove even more powerful. Let us examine the rocket launcher mounted on the mechanical tiger and assess its accuracy, setting the target at 10 kilometers. Rockets typically possess a considerable range, providing effective long-range fire support. We shall see if this mechanical tiger can maintain precision at such a distance. Being within a military testing range, setting a target is a straightforward task. Shortly after receiving their instructions, the relevant personnel established a target at a missile testing site 10 miles away. It was an opportune moment to evaluate the mobility and intelligence of this device, observing whether it would autonomously locate a launch position and engage the target. The elder directly instructed the staff to allow the mechanical tiger to seek out its own launch position. Following his directive, the staff configured the attack coordinates according to the operational manual. Subsequently, they switched the mechanical tiger into automated attack mode. Once set, they activated the mechanical tiger. Upon activation, it immediately began to run at remarkable speed, swiftly exiting the designated testing area. Observing the velocity of the mechanical tiger, the crowd was left in awe. It was significantly faster than a mountain bike. Subsequently, they observed the mechanical tiger swiftly darting into a dense thicket. Within the jungle, it sprinted with remarkable agility, traversing the intricate terrain as if it were a flat expanse, moving at an astonishing speed. Moments later, they witnessed the mechanical tiger's razor-sharp claws swiftly penetrate the cliffside, enabling it to ascend with remarkable efficiency. In a mere span of seconds, the mechanical tiger reached the summit of the precipice, where the surroundings were remarkably open. Its claws embedded firmly into the earth, while the rocket launcher mounted on its back rapidly adjusted its angle. Almost immediately, a series of hissing sounds erupted as rockets were launched from its tubes, trailing fiery tails as they soared into the distance. The rockets sliced through the air, whistling as they hastened toward their designated targets. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone eagerly turned their gaze toward the targets displayed on the screen. Would this incredible contraption be capable of striking those targets? If so, it would indeed be nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 90. Precise strike. As the rocket launcher mounted on the mechanical tiger was deployed, all eyes turned to the target displayed on the surveillance screen. During military training, soldiers often dust the area around rocket targets with lime powder to enhance visibility against various terrains. The stark white appearance proves conspicuous whether on sandy ground, grassy fields, or earthen slopes, allowing distant observers to swiftly ascertain whether the rockets have deviated from their mark. At that moment, the surveillance footage revealed several enormous circles of lime powder in the distance. Curiosity piqued among the onlookers. They wondered if the mechanical tiger could achieve a precise hit from such a considerable distance. Just as anticipation reached its zenith, the centers of several targets erupted in a spectacular explosion. A colossal cloud of smoke enveloped the area, flames erupting at the target's core, creating an ethereal scene shrouded in mist. After a prolonged interval, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing several substantial craters at the center of the targets, all striking the same spot with remarkable accuracy. Witnessing this spectacle, military experts and senior officers were left astounded, their hearts brimming with astonishment. In the intricate theater of warfare, particularly within rugged mountainous terrains, dense jungles, or areas subjected to enemy fire and electromagnetic interference, the preparation time for launch vehicles can significantly escalate. Vehicles must seek suitable launch positions and stabilize accordingly, which may necessitate additional time to ensure the launch platform is level. In instances of electromagnetic disruption, communication and fire control systems may falter or experience signal delays, demanding time for troubleshooting and system repairs. Under such circumstances, preparation time could extend beyond 30 minutes, or even become impossible due to excessively harsh environments. To launch rockets from their base, one must traverse a vast expanse of jungle to reach open ground, typically requiring at least an hour to arrive at a suitable launching site. Yet, the mechanical Tiger accomplished this feat in mere minutes, ascending to the cliff's summit for launch. The time elapsed from departure to launch was a mere few minutes, coupled with an unparalleled precision of the rockets. The mechanical Tiger's agility and accuracy, either of which alone would outclass their long-range artillery units, showcased an extraordinary overall performance that eclipsed their capabilities. After all, wherever a vehicle could traverse, the mechanical Tiger could follow, and in areas inaccessible to vehicles, the mechanical Tiger could still prevail. Its maneuverability was nothing short of invincible. The senior officers, witnessing the demonstration, could not restrain their excitement, clenching their fists in exhilaration. Should they possess 1,000 of these machines, they could undoubtedly dominate the battlefield. After all, these mechanical Tigers would ensure they had continuous heavy fire support at their disposal. Meanwhile, an elderly military expert stood transfixed, awestruck by the mechanical Tiger's striking precision. A few tears escaped the corners of his eyes. After dedicating over a decade to the development of robotic canines, he marveled, This is the mechanical equipment I have envisioned all along." The elderly gentleman was an expert in military robotic canines, and in his eyes, only such mechanical dogs and tigers could be deemed as true successes. He had originally thought he would never witness such creations in his lifetime. Yet now, these mechanical marvels stood vividly before him. Observing the formidable robotic canines that belonged to the Dragon Nation, he felt a sense of fulfillment. He couldn't help but think of their creator, Sui, and expressed his profound admiration. Indeed, the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the ones before. This young man named Sui is truly remarkable. Although I am an academician at the Dragon Institute of Technology, I find myself overshadowed by him. Upon hearing the elder's words, those around him were taken aback. If such praise could elicit such a reaction from this esteemed expert, then Sui must be extraordinary. They wondered how this young man possessed such brilliance. Subsequently, the elder approached several senior colonels directly. "Gentlemen, you have undoubtedly observed the capabilities of these mechanical dogs. I personally recommend a large-scale procurement of both the mechanical dogs and tigers to form a mechanized battalion. Should our entire army be equipped with these robotic canines and tigers, I dare say we would be unmatched on land." He continued. "As for the young man named Sui, such a prodigious talent deserves a military designation. We must accord him the respect and rewards he rightfully deserves." Several officers nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, we will report this," said one of the colonels. "We will indeed procure these mechanical dogs and tigers in substantial quantities, ensuring that each synthetic brigade comprises a battalion of both. Regarding this young man, we will certainly not overlook him. We plan to submit a proposal that will grant him due benefits." Upon hearing this, the elder nodded in satisfaction. "That's excellent. Now, I wish to delve deeply into the study of these mechanical dogs and tigers, so I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and departed, eager to examine the additional data on the mechanical canines. At this moment, Sui remained unaware of the significant impact his robotic creations had made on the military. He was in the capital interviewing various high-tech talents. Over the past month, he and Yiqing had been conducting interviews to select individuals of both virtue and capability. Finally, with Yiqing's assistance, Sui had assembled a team of nearly 100 individuals, most of whom were young and talented. Sui intended to cultivate these individuals as the foundation for the future, preparing for the development of the waterless village. Meanwhile, Yiqing had also aided Sui in locating numerous instructors. These educators were weary of the city's intrigues and were highly capable. Some were dedicated to the noble cause of teaching, genuinely viewing education as their vocation. These individuals had yet to come into contact with the waterless village. Before long, upon hearing the news, they would likely volunteer to journey to the waterless village. Thus, Sui had nearly resolved the issue of talent acquisition. He and Yiqing set off directly for the waterless village. Their dormitory building has become somewhat inadequate, necessitating the construction of several additional dormitories. Once these new accommodations are completed, everyone will be able to commence their employment in the village. Currently, the safety issues in the waterless village have been largely resolved, and it is time to initiate a new phase of construction work. Meanwhile, the price of noble rice has plummeted, now hovering around 10,000 yuan per pound. He must identify a new profitable venture for the villagers, as future construction will require substantial funding. He immediately began to browse the system interface in search of suitable options. Chapter 91. The marvel of new technology upon opening, he was greeted by a cascade of exclamation marks. Congratulations to the host for completing the construction of the mechanical dog manufacturing facility. Reward, 2,000 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for achieving the production and deployment of mechanical dogs. Reward, 2,000 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for achieving the production and deployment of mechanical tigers. Reward, 2,000 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for accomplishing the security defense achievement for Wuxue Village. Reward, 5,000 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for establishing the first hospital in Wuxue Village. Reward, 5,000 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for founding the first school in Wuxue Village. Reward, 5,000 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for securing the first military product order for Wuxue Village. Reward, 2,000 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for ensuring that every household in Wuxue Village resides in a villa. Reward, 10,000 achievement points. After a brief glance, Sui understood how these achievement points were accumulated. The village had funded the construction of individual villas for every household, resulting in nearly all residents living in comfort. The military order likely pertained to the mechanical dogs and tigers. With the remaining 63,500 achievement points, he now possessed a total of 94,500 points. This was a remarkable gain. He pondered what to exchange for next. He promptly accessed the marketplace. Currently, the price of rice among the villagers had begun to decline, and he intended to procure something profitable. He searched for agricultural products within the system, specifically selecting items priced between 5,000 to 10,000 points. Instantly, a plethora of crops appeared on the screen. Given the overwhelming options, Sui filtered the results to showcase only fruits. The inhabitants of Wuxue Village no longer needed to fret over rice. Thus he resolved to introduce some fruits. After all, acquiring fruits required venturing outside, which was quite cumbersome. He needed to expedite the cultivation of several types of fruits for the villagers, allowing them to profit from these agricultural products. Shortly thereafter, he encountered a fruit known as the kiwi. Kiwi, an extraterrestrial fruit that can be cultivated in any soil, with a growth cycle of 1 month. It blooms with 7 colored flowers, and the fruit is of apple size, exhibiting red, white, green, and blue hues. Kiwis are rich in moisture and nutrients, capable of instantly replenishing energy and alleviating fatigue. They also possess certain medicinal properties, capable of treating simple ailments, such as cancer. Upon reading the description of the kiwi, Sui was left astounded. Simple ailments? Cancer? Absurd, utterly ludicrous. When did cancer become a mere triviality? If memory serves, the annual death toll from cancer in Long Country reaches 2.5742 million, with a staggering 9.7 million fatalities worldwide. Even now, this affliction remains untreatable, only manageable. Thus, cancer is regarded as one of the most feared diseases among the wealthy. After all, once one is diagnosed with cancer, it is as though death itself has cast its gaze upon them. In this moment, the system revealed that this peculiar fruit could potentially cure cancer. Sui quickly glanced at the price, a mere 10,000 achievement points. He was momentarily taken aback. Only 10,000 achievement points? It seemed that, in the system's perspective, cancer was not regarded as a significant ailment. Perhaps extraterrestrial beings had long since conquered this malady, or perhaps such a disease simply did not exist among them, which could explain the fruit's modest price. However, for the people of Long Nation, this peculiar fruit was of utmost importance. Should it ever reach the market, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy. The commotion it would generate might even surpass that of the noble rice. This fruit had the potential to enrich villagers significantly and address the cancer crisis in Long Nation. Contemplating this, Sui wasted no time and clicked to exchange. Upon doing so, a wealth of genetic information regarding the fruit flooded his mind. With this knowledge, he could utilize gene editing tools to construct a genetic editing vector, incorporate reactants, and introduce the vector into plant cells. Subsequently, by employing the gene gun technique for plant gene transformation, he could accelerate tiny gold or tungsten particles enveloped with exogenous DNA to high speeds, enabling them to penetrate plant cell walls and membranes, thereby delivering the DNA into the cells. In summary, replicating this plant was merely a matter of time. Concurrently, the system provided him with a seed. Even if he could not develop it, he could cultivate this seed to grow the peculiar fruit. The research process merely served to conceal the system's existence. After the exchange, Sui took a well-deserved rest, planning to dedicate himself to the fruit's research starting the following day. At dawn the next day, Sui rose early. With the Noble Rice Project setting a precedent, there was little skepticism regarding Sui's genetic engineering endeavors. Rather, the nobles found his ideas quite promising and feasible. Thus, in the ensuing days, they immersed themselves in research. Time passed gradually, and 2 weeks later, several buses arrived at the entrance of Wuxue village, bringing the doctors and medical personnel he had previously recruited. This marked their true arrival. He Qing, responsible for human resources, went to greet the newcomers. The village was now patrolled by mechanical dogs. Should no one welcome them, they would face attacks from these robotic sentinels. Under He Qing's guidance, the medical staff boarded the vehicles and began to tour their surroundings. Prior to their arrival, they had researched Wuxue village, labeled as the poorest and most water-scarce village in the nation. However, upon their actual arrival, they were astonished to find it was nothing like that. In the distance, they could see several tall buildings perched on a small plain. The surrounding mountains boasted a rich water system, with waterfalls and springs creating a pristine environment. This was a far cry from their expectations. Shortly thereafter, He Qing led the medical personnel to the exterior of the village clinic. When they beheld the brand-new hospital before them, they stood frozen, each adorned with expressions of bewilderment. Towering high-rises loomed before them, emblazoned with the words Wuxue Village Health Center. The crowd was rendered speechless. Could this truly be referred to as a village health center? Chapter 92. The astonished medical staff upon their arrival at Wuxue village. The group of medical personnel recruited by Su Yi found themselves utterly astounded. They had anticipated that the health clinic in Wuxue village would merely be a modest hospital. However, upon approaching the premises, they were left speechless. Before them stood several imposing buildings, seamlessly interconnected at each level. There were distinct structures for outpatient services, inpatient care, emergency services, medical technology, administration, and logistics. The scale of this hospital was undeniably comparable to that of a top-tier tertiary hospital. Yet its entrance bore the sign declaring it a mere health clinic. This was no ordinary clinic. At this moment, He Qing addressed the group, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, I will now provide you with a brief tour of our health clinic's various departments, which will also serve as your workplace." The excitement among the staff was palpable. They were eager to explore the internal environment and facilities of the hospital. Shortly thereafter, they entered the hospital and beheld the office areas. To their astonishment, each office was equipped with multiple coffee machines, and the chairs were all high-end ergonomic models worth several thousand yuan each. Look at those computers. Each one costs tens of thousands. I knew the boss was wealthy, but I never expected this level of opulence, one exclaimed. They marveled at the relaxation area, which boasted a diverse array of snacks, and to their disbelief, milk was available in unlimited supply. My goodness! And over there, is that a 24-hour dining area? The medical staff were left in sheer amazement at the hospital's environment. They typically endured exhausting and hectic shifts, often struggling to find time for meals. The prospect of 24-hour dining was nothing short of a revelation, alleviating their worries about food access. Look, every department has a lounge with spacious sleeping quarters. Those beds are worth several thousand. Finally, we can enjoy a proper nap during our breaks, they noted, growing increasingly fond of their new workplace. The boss truly understood their needs. Next, they proceeded to the medical technology building, where they encountered a plethora of advanced equipment. The first item they observed was the magnetic resonance imaging MRI machine. MRI employs the signals generated by atomic nuclei resonating within a magnetic field to create images. Incredible! This is a state-of-the-art research-grade MRI machine, boasting high field strength and potentially costing over 30 million yuan. This equipment surpasses that of our own hospital, which is one of the nation's elite institutions. To think that a small village would possess such advanced technology is simply astounding. Upon hearing this, those around them nodded in agreement, their astonishment growing. The boss's capabilities were truly impressive. They then encountered the computed tomography (CT) scanner, which utilizes X-ray beams to conduct sectional imaging of specific areas of the human body, yielding cross-sectional or three-dimensional representations. It possesses the remarkable ability to swiftly scan the human body, demonstrating exceptional efficacy in detecting various ailments such as tumors, fractures, and cerebral hemorrhages. Upon reviewing the equipment, a physician specializing in CT expressed his astonishment. This ultra-high-end spiral CT apparatus can cost between 10 to 20 million yuan. Our hospital had long aspired to acquire one, but due to its exorbitant price, we ultimately abandoned the idea, continuing to rely on outdated machinery. I had not anticipated encountering such a marvel in this small village. The surrounding individuals, upon hearing the news, were equally taken aback, exclaiming that this was no mere health clinic. It surpassed even the facilities found in major cities. Soon, a positron emission tomography computed tomography PET-CT device came into view. PET-CT is a novel imaging device that seamlessly integrates the advanced imaging technologies of PET and CT. PET is primarily utilized to detect abnormalities in cellular metabolism, reflecting physiological and pathological changes at the molecular level, thereby offering unique advantages in the early diagnosis of tumors, staging, and assessment of treatment efficacy. This sophisticated PET-CT apparatus typically commands a price ranging from 20 to 30 million yuan, rendering it exceedingly expensive. Many provincial hospitals possess only a single unit due to its staggering cost. Following this, the sight of a linear accelerator valued at over 20 million yuan. A digital subtraction angiography (DSA) device worth 15 million yuan, and a surgical robotic system priced at 30 million yuan unfolded before them. The medical personnel were left utterly astounded. The cumulative value of the equipment in this hospital must be staggering, far surpassing their previous institutions, which often lacked such advanced devices. Was this truly just a rural health clinic? If there were only one of these sophisticated machines, it might be understandable, but as they traversed the facility, it became evident that nearly every department was equipped with such technology. Patients here need not compete for resources as they often did in their previous hospitals, where limited equipment led to overcrowding and delays in examinations, sometimes requiring days to schedule appointments, or even being unable to undergo tests without connections. At that moment, a middle-aged leader's eyes widened in astonishment, revealing an expression of disbelief. "Is that a proton therapy system?" he exclaimed, slightly taken aback. Those around him turned their attention as well, and several top-tier experts were momentarily speechless. "Incredible! They even have this here?" Many young doctors queried in confusion. "Director, what is this device? Why does it elicit such astonishment from you all?" One middle-aged individual promptly responded, "This is a proton therapy system, an advanced form of radiotherapy. Upon entering the human body, a proton beam concentrates its energy release at a specific depth, forming a sharp dose peak that allows for the precise delivery of high-dose radiation to tumor sites, while the surrounding normal tissues receive relatively low radiation doses. This physical characteristic renders proton therapy particularly effective for treating tumors located near vital organs, such as ocular, cerebral, and spinal tumors, enabling the effective eradication of malignant cells while maximizing the protection of adjacent healthy tissues and minimizing the side effects associated with radiotherapy. The costs associated with such technology are exorbitant, with the establishment of a proton therapy center typically requiring an investment of several hundred million yuan. The equipment alone can amount to hundreds of millions, not to mention the expenses related to facility construction, installation of protective measures, and the comprehensive quality control and safety monitoring systems. Consequently, such advanced technology is generally exclusive to the nation's most prestigious hospitals, leaving me utterly astonished to encounter it in this modest health clinic. As the crowd absorbed this information, they were filled with disbelief. They had assumed the village clinic was outdated, only to discover that it surpassed their own hospitals in sophistication. In that moment, an indescribable sense of surprise and excitement enveloped them. It is important to note that their relatives would have the opportunity to utilize these devices free of charge, a stark contrast to the exorbitant costs they would incur at larger hospitals. At that juncture, another expert stepped forward, adjusting his glasses and remarking, "Do you see the instruments over there? That is the heavy ion therapy equipment. The principles and functions of heavy ion therapy involve the use of carbon ions and other heavy ion beams for tumor treatment. This method exhibits a greater lethality towards tumor cells compared to proton and conventional photon therapies, making it particularly suitable for treating refractory tumors that resist standard radiotherapy, such as locally advanced head and neck tumors and pelvic tumors. This equipment is priced in the range of over 1 billion yuan, categorizing it among the most expensive therapeutic instruments in the country, with even the foremost hospitals in Shanghai possessing only 1 or 2 units. I never anticipated encountering such technology here." Upon hearing this, the medical staff stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the realization of the extraordinary nature of this hospital. Chapter 93. The luxurious wards astonished the medical staff. After touring the medical technology building, the medical staff proceeded to the inpatient building. Upon entering the luxurious wards within, they were utterly astounded. Each ward was a private high-end suite, spanning over 40 square meters, and exuded spaciousness. The rooms were equipped with a reception area, a bathroom, and a kitchenette, reminiscent of hotel suites or homely environments. Additionally, they featured heating and cooling air conditioning, central oxygen supply, television sets, telephones, sofas, refrigerators, infant biocradles, incubators, electrically adjustable beds, wardrobes, writing desks, safes, and 24-hour hot water supply. Moreover, portable ultrasound diagnostic devices, bedside X-ray machines, and blood gas analyzers were readily available for comprehensive patient examination and monitoring. They were completely taken aback. Was this truly a hospital ward? It seemed even more luxurious than a high-end hotel. Such accommodations were typically reserved for elite hospitals due to their exorbitant costs, often exceeding $10,000 per day, making them accessible only to the affluent. Yet here, in the Waterless Village's health center, this was the standard? Were all the wards of such caliber? The medical personnel were left speechless, today marking a significant expansion of their horizons. After the hospital tour, He-Ching guided the medical staff to the village. She needed to collect their personal information and allow them to choose their accommodations. After all, if the information was not collected, the mechanical dogs and tigers could potentially attack them. Additionally, dining and other activities would require card access. Without it, life in the Waterless Village would prove challenging. Given the large number of medical personnel, Suing also hurried to assist with the data entry. 2 hours later, He-Ching brought the medical staff to the newly constructed dormitory building. All right, everyone, this is your dormitory. Each of you will have your own room. Feel free to choose. Once selected, they could enter their rooms using either card swiping or iris scanning. I hope you enjoy your time in the Waterless Village. With that, He-Ching turned and departed. The medical staff, laden with their luggage, ascended to their designated floor. Upon arrival, they discovered a solitary door on each level. When they opened it, they were left utterly dumbfounded. They had anticipated a dismal living environment, yet upon entering, they were greeted with lavish decor, exquisite furniture, and an array of complete amenities. One individual calculated that the furnishings alone were worth several million. After surveying their accommodations, a surreal sensation enveloped everyone, particularly the doctors, who sat on their beds, gazing vacantly at the distant scenery. Each harbored their own reasons for seeking refuge here. Some yearned to escape the clamor of urban life. Others sought relief from a treacherous environment, while many could no longer endure the pressure or were drawn by financial incentives. They had all come prepared for hardship. Yet the reality surpassed their expectations. Upon their arrival, they found everything here to be a profound revelation that transformed their perceptions. The hospital boasted state-of-the-art equipment, numerous lounges, and an advanced medical system. Their residence exemplified opulence, encompassing a sprawling area of 2,000 square meters, ample enough to accommodate their entire family. The scenery of Wuxue Village was enchanting, adorned with artificial waterfalls and abundant farmland, evoking the essence of a utopian paradise. They had never anticipated such a scenario prior to their visit. Most significantly, the remuneration offered by Sui was exceedingly generous. Physicians, based on their qualifications and expertise, commanded annual salaries exceeding 1 million. Those in directorial positions often earned upwards of 5 million annually. Even the lowest-ranked nurses received a starting salary of 500,000 per year, averaging over 40,000 monthly. Such compensation was unimaginable in their previous experiences. In summary, one word encapsulated their sentiments: exhilarating, truly exhilarating. It all felt like a surreal dream. After familiarizing themselves with their accommodations, the group eagerly ventured out to satisfy their curiosity about Wuxue Village. As they stepped outside, they were greeted by several advanced robotic dogs patrolling the entrance. Upon seeing them, the mechanical canines paused to offer a friendly greeting. Thanks to database synchronization, the robotic dogs immediately recognized their names and identities. The sight of such sophisticated technology left the medical staff utterly astonished. Wuxue Village, patrolled by robotic canines? They were left speechless upon noticing the intricate designs emblazoned on the machines, their eyes widening in disbelief. Were these truly the patrol devices employed here? Their intrigue regarding Wuxue Village only deepened. Moments later, someone spotted a colossal mechanical tiger towering over 3 meters in height, rendering them momentarily speechless. The sheer size of the creature evoked an initial sense of trepidation, yet curiosity soon compelled them to approach and examine it, their faces alight with amazement. Afterward, they collectively pondered how Wuxue Village could possibly be deemed the most backward and impoverished village in the country. Continuing their exploration, they encountered rows of neatly arranged villas. Numerous villagers donned in yellow rubber shoes emerged from these residences, carrying woven baskets. This sight left them utterly astounded. Did every villager reside in a villa? They quickly approached one of the villagers to inquire about their homes. To their astonishment, the villagers explained that all residents of Wuxue Village were provided with free villa construction. Stunned by this revelation, they marveled at the notion of an entire villa for each family, constructed at no cost. The wealth of Wuxue Village was beyond their comprehension, shattering their preconceived notions entirely. Subsequently, they strolled along the banks of an artificial lake, enchanted by its beauty, feeling a sense of joy and relaxation. The pavilions situated beside the lake were equipped with luxurious sofas and tables, complete with exquisite tea sets and other amenities. All these amenities are available for free. After surveying their surroundings, the medical staff felt as though they had entered a paradise on Earth. As mealtime approached, it was time for them to dine. Upon arriving outside the cafeteria, they were greeted by a tantalizing aroma that heightened their appetites. They eagerly entered the dining hall, curious to discover the quality of the meals awaiting them, for this aspect is undoubtedly one of the most crucial elements of their daily lives. Among the crowd, a bespectacled chief physician, upon catching a whiff of the delectable scent, was taken aback, pondering in disbelief. Could it be? Could it truly be noble rice? Has this waterless village become so extravagant? Without hesitation, he darted inside to satisfy his curiosity. Chapter 95, Is the cafeteria serving noble rice? Unlimited? A group of medical staff, enticed by a delightful aroma, made their way into the cafeteria. Upon entering, they were greeted by an even more intense fragrance. In an instant, their stomachs growled in unison, revealing their profound hunger. One gastroenterologist, with a perplexed expression, pondered, "I often work emergency shifts, leading to irregular mealtimes and poor digestion. I typically cannot consume much. Nor do I feel hunger. What has come over me today, that I am so ravenous?" Many others around him nodded in agreement, their appetites piqued. At that moment, the long table was laden with a variety of dishes prepared by the chefs. Steak, hot pot, noodles, fried rice, rice bowls, porridge, and an array of stir-fries, altogether. There were 36 distinct offerings, each unique. The sight of such a sumptuous spread left everyone in awe. It was indeed a feast beyond compare. Curious, they approached the table and were struck by the quality of the dishes, all remarkably fresh. Eagerly, they grabbed plates and sampled a bit of everything. Many among them had dined in five-star hotels, yet they found these offerings surpassed those in taste by a considerable margin. Nods of approval echoed around the room, affirming that the cafeteria's cuisine was indeed superior to that of the hotels. At that moment, He-Ching arrived at the cafeteria. Since the village's own dining facility was still under construction, everyone had gathered at the hospital for meals. Upon seeing her, a young man hastily approached and inquired, "Miss He, what accounts for the remarkable quality of the food here?" With a gentle smile, He-Ching replied, "Many of the vegetables are grown by local villagers, ensuring their freshness. Moreover, our cafeteria chefs are all elite culinary talents recruited from top hotels across the nation, their skills surpassing even those of five-star hotel chefs." Everyone was taken aback by this revelation, astonished by the exceptional quality. Since arriving in Wushui village, they had enjoyed splendid food, refreshing drinks, and comfortable accommodations. It felt almost ethereal. Most importantly, all of this came at no cost, alongside generous salaries. Such a reality would have been unfathomable to them before, yet now it had materialized, leaving them questioning whether they were still in a dream. At that moment, near the serving area, a middle-aged man stood in disbelief. "Is this truly noble rice?" he exclaimed, his astonishment evident, unable to contain his voice. The diners around him, captivated by his exclamation, turned their attention toward him. Many, having taken too many dishes for fear of not finishing, had neglected to serve themselves rice, believing it less worthwhile compared to the abundant vegetables. However, upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, they all paused in surprise. Noble rice? The noble rice is indeed known to them. It is a delicacy accessible only to the affluent. Previously, I heard that its price had surged abroad to a staggering 1 million per pound. Such a luxury is beyond the reach of the average person. Although the price has somewhat decreased recently, it still fluctuates around 20,000, which remains unattainable for ordinary consumers. The benefits of this aristocratic rice are numerous. It not only alleviates fatigue instantly, but also aids in bodily regulation and is exceptionally rich in nutrients, greatly benefiting one's health. They had only heard of it before, never having tasted it. Yet, judging by the expression of the middle-aged man, could the rice served in this cafeteria be noble rice? Is this Wushui village so extravagant? Indeed, it is noble rice. I had the fortune to dine with the director once, and the taste lingered in my memory ever since. Upon catching a whiff of the aroma outside, I suspected it to be the fragrance of noble rice, and to my astonishment, this hospital cafeteria truly serves it. No wonder I felt so hungry earlier. It is indeed noble rice. The middle-aged director filled his plate with an ample serving and eagerly retreated to the side to enjoy his meal. He devoured it ravenously. Observing this, others quickly followed suit, each taking a portion of rice. After tasting it, they were all left utterly astounded. It was their first experience, and upon savoring this exquisite flavor, they could no longer restrain their appetites. They too began to devour it voraciously. Witnessing this, others rushed to fill their plates as well. After just one bite, they too succumbed to the same ravenous frenzy. They had only heard rumors of noble rice's delightful taste, but never expected it to be so extraordinary. Many were moved to tears as they ate. Delicious. This is simply exquisite. How could rice be this delightful? Wushui village is indeed remarkably lavish, providing us with noble rice, something many dignitaries cannot even access. Am I dreaming? Surely, I cannot be dreaming. In the cafeteria, voices of astonishment echoed. Nearby, He-Ching smiled faintly upon hearing the crowd. Their reactions mirrored her own when she first arrived at Wushui village, equally ecstatic and incredulous at tasting the legendary noble rice. She stood up and addressed everyone. Dear colleagues, as long as you work here, you will have access to noble rice for all 3 meals with unlimited supply. Furthermore, if your families come to stay with you, they too can enjoy this complimentary benefit. Upon hearing He-Ching's words, everyone was momentarily stunned. Goodness, Wushui village is even more extravagant than they had envisioned. What kind of opulence must one possess to utter such statements? As they continued to eat, they marveled, questioning whether this was truly a dream. After a considerable time, they concluded their dinner. Being doctors, they understood that even noble rice, no matter how delectable, should not be consumed in excess. Thus, they practiced restraint and did not overindulge. After they departed, Su Yi and Lu Xiao arrived at the cafeteria to partake in their meal. After several individuals sampled a variety of dishes, they found the flavors to be quite delightful. Indeed, these culinary creations surpassed those offered in 5-star hotels. Sui intended to expedite the development of kiwi fruit, a fruit renowned for its potential in treating and preventing cancer. If memory serves, the father of the doctor previously known as Niu Lanhua seemed to be afflicted with cancer. When the time comes, it would be opportune for him to try this fruit and see if it could provide a cure. Should it prove effective, Wushui village would witness the emergence of another lucrative product, yielding substantial profits for them. Days passed, and the doctors at the hospital began their official duties. Numerous elderly villagers visited the hospital for treatment, many of whom had long harbored various ailments. However, during those years of financial hardship, they hesitated to spend their money on their own health, preferring instead to save for their children. Consequently, they had endured their conditions for far too long. Now, with the establishment of a health clinic in the village offering free treatment, they flocked to receive care. Under the expertise of the professional doctors, their ailments were addressed and resolved. The physicians recruited by He-Ching were exceptionally skilled, each possessing unique strengths, including the younger doctors. The villagers were filled with joy. A few days later, several large buses arrived at the entrance of Wushui village, disembarking a multitude of people. Among them were some middle-aged individuals and a number of young people, most of whom wore glasses and resembled scholarly types. These individuals were the researchers Su Yi had previously engaged. He-Ching welcomed them, guiding them through several laboratory buildings and showing them the accommodations. They were then taken to the village canteen, which left the researchers astounded, nearly causing them to faint. Initially, they had encountered towering mountains and assumed they had arrived in a desolate, impoverished area. However, upon viewing the laboratories, they discovered an array of advanced instruments, many of which they had never seen before, as such equipment was typically reserved for military use. Afterward, they toured the accommodations. Upon entering the opulent flat-style dormitory, everyone was left speechless. They were equally astonished to find that the rice served in the canteen was of a noble quality, which took them by surprise. Yet, for He-Ching, such marvels had become commonplace. In the subsequent days, the researchers eagerly commenced their work in the laboratories. Su Yi exchanged resources within the system for an automated maglev train, which would be installed underground in the village. This train would connect all the villages, facilitating convenient travel for the villagers. He also tasked Huang Yi and Wang Fei with planning the routes, which would be constructed underground and within the cliffs, creating a fully concealed railway that would not occupy any excess land. The village they inhabit, while not vast, possesses a considerable expanse, and in the future, it may require the planning of various spaces. It is conceivable that residences might eventually be constructed upon cliffs, resembling the nests of swallows. Thus, to facilitate the travel of those living on the cliffs, careful route planning is imperative. Huang Yi and Wang Fei have accrued substantial wealth in Wushui village, enabling them to expand their company significantly and recruit a multitude of high-caliber professionals. The design and construction processes pose no challenges for them. However, All of this hinges on the successful development of the maglev high-speed train. The technology involved is intricate, costing Sue a hefty sum of 20,000 achievement points for exchange. The primary application lies in magnetic levitation technology, akin to that developed by the Dragon Country. By installing electromagnets at the bottom of the train and utilizing magnetic conductors along the tracks, they can manipulate the current in the electromagnets to generate magnetic forces that allow the train to levitate. This method is relatively mature and suitable for medium to low-speed maglev trains, necessitating precise current control and a complex control system to maintain levitation. However, unlike the maglev trains in Magic City, Suyi's technology employs superconducting magnets at the train's base, while aluminum ring coils are laid along the sides of the tracks. When the train operates, the upper coils are energized to create a powerful magnetic field, which interacts with the magnetic field of the ground coils to produce a repulsive force. When this repulsive force surpasses the train's weight, it ascends. The superconducting magnets exhibit zero resistance, resulting in minimal energy consumption during operation while possessing a strong magnetic field. Although the technical requirements and cost are elevated, these factors pose no obstacle for Suyi. Regarding propulsion, the train utilizes magnetic drive technology. Linear motors convert electrical energy directly into linear kinetic energy, eliminating the need for intermediary conversion devices, thereby enhancing the efficiency and directness of the maglev train's propulsion. By varying the direction and magnitude of the current in the linear motor, the train's speed and direction can be precisely controlled, allowing for rapid acceleration, deceleration, and smooth operation. The train is also equipped with intelligent control technology capable of real-time monitoring of operational parameters such as speed, levitation height, and location. Artificial intelligence can autonomously adjust relevant parameters based on preset programs and actual operating conditions, ensuring the train's safe and efficient operation. It can also facilitate automatic driving and scheduling, enabling travel to any desired destination based on passenger needs. During braking or deceleration, the train can convert its kinetic energy into electrical energy or other forms, storing it for later use when acceleration or operation is required, thereby enhancing energy efficiency and reducing consumption. Of utmost importance, and indeed the most advanced aspect of this technology, is the vacuum tube technology. All tracks will be isolated by glass, creating a vacuum or low-pressure environment that further minimizes air resistance, allowing the train to attain higher speeds. This technology is crucial for the rapid movement of maglev trains. Consequently, the maglev train technology is exceedingly complex, encompassing various scientific disciplines such as materials science and dynamics. Even with Suyi's guidance, even with the pertinent materials at hand, and even with the collective efforts of all these talented researchers, it is estimated that the study would require a considerable amount of time. As for the duration, Suyi predicted it would take around 2 years. Achieving the realization of this technology within such a time frame would indeed be commendable. Thus, time gradually passed. 2 months later, in a laboratory within the biological research building where Suyi was situated, Duandong and several others were anxiously conducting genetic experiments. Numerous scientists globally have utilized gene editing technology to enhance the flavor of fruits and vegetables. For instance, the flavor of tomatoes is determined by a combination of various volatile compounds, sugars, and organic acids. In watermelons, altering the gene expression that controls sugar accumulation through gene editing can increase their sweetness. Editing the genes related to the texture of watermelon flesh can also render the fruit either crisper or denser. This directly modifies the composition of substances within plant cells. For example, altering genes associated with the composition of the fruit cell wall can result in a texture that is either softer or crisper, thereby affecting the overall taste. After several months of diligent effort, they finally began to observe some results. At this moment, in the laboratory, Suyi conducted gene sequencing using the equipment. And upon seeing the genetic sequences, a faint smile appeared on his face. He had meticulously guided a team of researchers in the field of biology through months of development, and they were finally on the verge of achieving tangible results. Chapter 96. Year-end bonuses. Suyi observed through the instruments that the apple seeds, after undergoing continuous modifications, were on the verge of resembling the genetic structure of kiwi fruit. He couldn't help but exclaim that matters concerning genetics are far from simple. This research endeavor proved to be significantly more challenging than their previous projects involving mechanical dogs and concrete. Fortunately, with a larger team now assembled, the biologists he recruited were able to assist in the undertaking. After months of perseverance, they finally began to see results. As the new year approached, Su Yi hastened to continue the modification of the seeds. It was imperative to develop these plant seeds swiftly, aiming for completion before the festivities to ensure a joyous celebration. Under Su Yi's technical guidance, they made continuous progress and achieved numerous breakthroughs. As the days drew nearer to the new year, the seeds in Su Yi's hands increasingly resembled those of kiwi fruit after each meticulous alteration. Eventually, he planted the kiwi fruit seeds obtained from the system. After applying plant growth solution, the kiwi fruit seeds began to germinate and flourish rapidly. Should the kiwi fruit seed development not succeed, he was prepared to cultivate them directly from this tree. As time passed, a week before the new year, a jubilant cheer erupted from the biological laboratory. The genetic sequencing results indicated that the seed's genetic structure precisely matched Su Yi's specifications. Although some were puzzled by Su Yi's stringent requirements regarding the genetic sequences, they were nonetheless elated, as it signified the successful completion of this year's work. Seeing that the seed's genetic profile aligned perfectly with the data in his mind brought great joy to Su Yi. This achievement represented their successful transformation of an apple seed into that of a kiwi fruit through scientific methods. Whether or not the seed would grow remained a matter of fate. Upon confirming the success of the research, Su Yi promptly placed the seeds in a petri dish. After spraying them with plant growth solution, he intended to announce a holiday for everyone. That afternoon, Su Yi organized a mid-year meeting. All personnel from the research departments, medical staff from the hospital, and employees from the village gathered together for the occasion. The meeting commenced promptly at 2 p.m. Su Yi was not one to squander time. Upon taking the stage, he addressed the audience directly. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall not indulge in unnecessary words today. Let us get to the point. In 1 week, we will celebrate the new year. Today, I officially declare that this year's work concludes here. Any remaining tasks will be resumed next year. I understand you are all young and eager, undoubtedly curious about the duration of our holiday. I announce that we will commence our break on January 22nd and return to work on April 22nd. 3 months of vacation, ample time for relaxation. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, the previously tranquil conference room erupted with exuberance. Everyone raised their hands in elation, tears glistening in their eyes, overwhelmed with excitement. 3 months of vacation, this was a first in their lives. A 3-month holiday. The institutions they had previously been affiliated with seemed intent on squeezing every ounce of their energy until exhaustion, often wishing to call them back from a day off on the very same day. Yet, how remarkable it was that Su Yi granted them a respite of 3 months. To be candid, upon hearing this, they were enveloped by a profound sense of guilt. Upon their arrival in Wushui village, they were afforded the finest cuisine, with each day's meals offering an array of delightful variety. As for beverages, both drinks and alcoholic refreshments were abundantly supplied. What enterprise could ever match such generosity? Their accommodations were equally lavish. Each individual was bestowed with a spacious apartment adorned with exquisite furnishings, rendering their stay exceedingly comfortable. It felt akin to living in a paradise. Their salaries? They were, in fact, tenfold or even dozens of times greater than what they had previously earned. Su Yi treated them with unparalleled kindness. However, the notion that he would grant them a 3-month holiday truly exacerbated their feelings of guilt. Many among them even expressed a desire to shorten their leave, eager to return to work. Upon hearing this, Su Yi promptly interjected. All right, everyone, you shall enjoy 3 months of leave, and your salaries will be dispersed as usual. However, we shall not organize any group outings. You may choose to explore at your own leisure. Naturally, it is imperative that you maintain confidentiality and preserve the tranquility of our village. Additionally, our village clinic requires a few individuals to remain and ensure the continuity of medical services. Upon hearing this, several medical staff members stepped forward, opting to stay. After outlining the holiday arrangements, Su Yi gestured for Su Ying, the finance manager, to distribute the year-end bonuses. If anyone has queries, feel free to address them on the spot, he announced. The anticipation among the crowd was palpable. During the recruitment process, Su Yi had assured them that each individual would receive a bonus at year's end, but the specifics had remained undisclosed. Nonetheless, they were not overly concerned, for they felt sufficiently compensated by their salaries alone. Even without a bonus, they would have been content. Thus, Su Yi's announcement of bonuses was a delightful surprise. Su Ying then took the stage, addressing the crowd. In respect of your privacy, your bonus notifications have been sent to your respective email accounts. Please verify them now. If all is in order, the funds will be deposited accordingly. At this, everyone eagerly opened their email, scrutinizing their messages. One young nurse, upon glancing at her inbox, was taken aback. 100,000? She had indeed received a bonus of 100,000. It was astonishing, considering they had only been working in Wushui village for a few months. Previously, at a major hospital in the metropolis, her monthly salary was approximately 6,000, and her annual earnings barely totaled 100,000. Yet, here she was, having worked merely a few months and receiving such a substantial bonus. Not far away. A doctor opened his email and was instantly wide-eyed. 1 million? He thought he must have misread. He had received a bonus of 1 million. After he began his work, he performed numerous surgeries and attended to many patients. However, the population of Wushui village was quite limited, leading to a rather leisurely pace of work each day. He had not anticipated receiving such a substantial bonus. His annual salary was merely 2 million. At that moment, nearly everyone was astounded by their own earnings. A profound sense of guilt welled up within them. Surely, this was an excessive amount. Chapter 97. The terrifying balance of waterless village at this moment. Aside from the healthcare personnel present, a number of workers were also on site. Among them were several young women hired for cleaning duties. Most of these individuals were university graduates. In the eyes of many, it might seem implausible for such educated individuals to engage in cleaning work. However, the generous remuneration offered by Sue-E was irresistible. Their monthly salary approached 30,000, leaving them with no grounds to decline. At this juncture, they eagerly opened their smartphones to check their emails. In the next instant, their eyes widened in disbelief. They had unexpectedly received an annual bonus of 200,000, even surpassing that of the nurses. With an average monthly salary of 30,000 and having worked for 4 months, they had accumulated a total of 120,000 in wages, coupled with the bonuses. Their earnings in Waterless Village amounted to 320,000. The excitement was overwhelming, and some were on the verge of tears. Although they were university graduates, the current job market was saturated with graduates, often likened to an abundance of dogs. The average starting salary barely reached 3,000 to 4,000, and they were typically among the most exploited in the workforce. Many shunned arduous or menial tasks, feeling that such labor was beneath their status as graduates. Yet, these women were different. They came from unique backgrounds and were in dire need of financial support, often juggling multiple jobs. By a fortunate turn of events, He Ching had sent them an invitation and prepaid a month's salary, prompting their arrival. Their tasks were not particularly arduous. They primarily involved cleaning communal areas, wiping down tables and chairs in the cafeteria, clearing trash from village bins, and maintaining the hygiene of restrooms on each floor. The residents of Waterless Village were predominantly educated individuals of good character, making the work rather manageable. They completed their duties in just 3 hours each day. Yet, this team of over 10 women earned a monthly salary of 30,000, truly a celestial existence compared to their previous circumstances, where they toiled for meager salaries of 3,000 to 4,000 each month, often working as salespersons or delivery workers. Even with 2 jobs, their monthly earnings barely exceeded a few thousand. Now, they could earn 30,000 with such ease, and the annual bonus was a staggering 200,000. They struggled to contain their tears of joy, casting grateful glances at Sue-E, feeling an overwhelming urge to express their thanks. Once they confirmed that their salaries and bonuses were secure, Sue-E promptly stated that once Sue-E signed, the payments would be processed immediately. He then presented a document for Sue-Ye's signature. After she signed, Sue-E swiftly initiated the distribution of salaries and bonuses through the computer. As notifications pinged on their phones, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Wonderful! The compensation in Waterless Village is truly exceptional. Subsequently, He Ching ascended the stage and addressed the audience. Upon hearing her words, the crowd erupted in excitement. Although they indulged in noble rice daily, their families had yet to savor it. Moreover, they were unable to take any of this rice home. They had initially planned to purchase some noble rice from the village, believing that as newfound affluent individuals, spending several tens of thousands for a mere couple of pounds would pose no issue. However, they were astonished to discover that Wushui village had deemed this exquisite commodity a gift. A pound of noble rice was priced at 10,000 yuan in Wushui village, with external prices soaring even higher. Given that each household in the village had its cultivation area regulated, the yield diminished, resulting in a staggering price of 50,000 yuan per pound. Now, each person was entitled to receive 5 pounds of noble rice. The village had not imposed any restrictions on selling it externally. If they chose to sell it, they could fetch at least 250,000 yuan. At that moment, all the workers, whether they were medical staff, researchers, or sanitation personnel, stared in astonishment at Sue-E. Simultaneously, everyone clenched their fists, silently resolving not to disappoint Su Yi's generosity. Following this, the meeting concluded, and the attendees dispersed. The village arranged for buses to transport everyone to the town, even halting the work of factory workers in the process. Su Yi was determined to ensure that everyone would enjoy a splendid new year. Previously, when recruiting a few individuals, he had mentioned that he would distribute dividends at the year's end. Next came the distribution of those dividends. He also instructed Su Ying to calculate the remaining funds in Wushui Village's account after salaries were dispersed, as he needed to plan for next year's research and development endeavors. Su Ying was the first to speak, providing a succinct work report. Report to Village Chief Su. The majority of our funds this month have been invested in research and development. The biological laboratory alone incurred expenses of 80 billion yuan, primarily for purchasing experimental materials and equipment. Additionally, the physical, chemical, and materials laboratories collectively cost 50 billion yuan. Salaries for all employees over these past months, including bonuses, amounted to 1 billion yuan. Regular expenditures for public area items, including snacks, approximately totaled around 1 million yuan each month. Furthermore, we have constructed independent villas for each household, totaling over 1,000 homes in our village, with each villa's construction costing about 5 million yuan due to luxurious furnishings and renovations. The total expenditure for these constructions reached 50 billion yuan. Lastly, the wages for General Manager Wang and General Manager Huang's engineering teams, now part of our Wushui village, amounted to around 5 billion yuan. In total, after calculations, our expenses over these past months have reached 56 billion yuan. As for our income, the orders for wheat vehicles have surged dramatically over the past few months. Our factory sells 300,000 batteries to wheat motors each month, generating a total revenue of 150 billion. After taxation, our earnings amount to approximately 120 billion. Additionally, the price of the villagers' premium rice has seen a rise in recent months. On average, our village earns around 120 billion each month from the sale of this premium rice. After allocating half of this revenue to the villagers, our village retains a monthly development fund of 60 billion, totaling approximately 240 billion over 4 months. Considering the account balance I inherited, after deducting expenses and adding revenues, the current balance stands at 244 billion. Upon hearing this figure, everyone present was momentarily astonished. Is this truly the profit-making prowess of Waterless Village? Despite their substantial expenditures, they still managed to retain such a significant amount? A few individuals could not help but smile. They would all receive dividends, although the amounts may be modest. They still represent a considerable sum. Curiosity sparked among them about how much each person would ultimately receive. Chapter 98. Substantial dividends. Upon hearing that the account balance exceeded 200 billion, Su Yi couldn't help but nod in approval. The profits this year were quite commendable, sufficient to support next year's scientific endeavors. However, he couldn't help but lament the exorbitant costs associated with research. It was evident that further development of high-tech products was imperative to generate adequate funds for the establishment of a waterless village. He then addressed Su Ying, saying, Su Ying, I previously promised each of you a certain dividend. Please calculate the respective amounts for everyone. Upon hearing this, Su Ying nodded in agreement. Therefore, this year, the dividend we should distribute amounts to approximately 344 million. As for Miss He Qing and myself, since we joined later, our annual dividend stands at 1 millionth, which translates to 273 for 100. Su Yi acknowledged her words with a nod. Indeed, you both joined rather late this year. Next year, your dividend will be calculated at 100,000th. Upon hearing this, He Qing and Su Ying both nodded in understanding. All right, their salaries were already quite substantial, and even without dividends, they felt content. Yet, next year, they would receive dividends at 100,000th. Although this figure may seem modest, in reality, it represented a considerable amount. They were confident that the waterless village would eventually transform into an extraordinarily affluent community. Even a mere 100,000th dividend would amount to an astonishing figure. Thus, they felt elated after listening to Su Yi's words. Subsequently, Su Yi turned his attention to Wang Fei and Huang Yi, saying, You have now integrated your engineering team into our waterless village. This is now our engineering team. Are you certain about this decision? If you operate independently, you might earn even more in the future. Initially, Wang Fei and Huang Yi had intended to profit individually, but they later chose to merge their engineering team with the waterless village, which meant a reduction in their earnings. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, they immediately shook their heads. But we are receiving salaries, aren't we? An annual salary of 2 million, plus dividends, is quite a substantial sum. We are satisfied. Huang Yi remarked with a smile directed at Su Yi. Wang Fei nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, old Su, I believe these dividends hold greater promise. I am confident that under your leadership, the waterless village will undoubtedly reach astonishing heights. We value the future, not the present. Upon hearing this, Su Yi nodded appreciatively. He then surveyed the group and spoke. The others, upon hearing Su Yi's words, nodded in unison. All right. Following this, Lu Ziyou turned to Su Yi and inquired, Su Yi, what about you? You were calculating dividends for us, but what about your own? Upon hearing this, Su Yi's lips twitched. He yearned for dividends as well, alas. The system imposed regulations. These funds were strictly allocated for the development of his hometown and could not be spent on personal luxuries. He smiled and replied, As it happens, my family has rented quite a bit of land. My parents have cultivated a significant amount of premium rice, and our household sells several times more than other families, accruing substantial profits. We are already quite affluent, and I have decided against taking any dividends. Instead, these funds will be allocated for research endeavors. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, those around him displayed expressions of admiration. In truth, even if Su Yi were to pocket all the earnings for himself, no one would raise an objection. Yet he chose not to do so. Instead, he was wholly dedicated to scientific research. Lu Ziyou's gaze towards Su Yi softened with affection. Yet she was acutely aware that a relationship between them was unattainable. Nonetheless, merely being by Su Yi's side was enough for her. In Su Yi's heart, she remained the one, and he felt no interest in others. Lu Ziyou departed with her backpack in tow, followed by Su Ying and He Qing. Each individual was filled with joy. The past few months felt like a dream. They had all transitioned from the lowest echelons of laborers to affluent individuals. Even the factory workers were elated, with a guaranteed monthly salary of 10,000 and a year-end bonus of 100,000 for each. Thus, in just a few months, they earned over 100,000 and felt immensely satisfied. In the coming year, they planned to work diligently to amass even greater wealth. After the crowd dispersed, Su Yi headed to the laboratory to check on the cultivated kiwi seeds and the genetically modified seeds they had developed. He observed that both seeds had sprouted. He promptly transplanted one of the sprouts into the flower bed at the center of the hospital's courtyard, envisioning that in the future, the hospital staff could harvest and enjoy the fruits. The second tree was directly transplanted beside the village office's yard. For the upcoming week, he had no intention of working. Driving the Wheat SU7X version gifted by Lei Busi, he soon arrived at Su Family Village. Upon reaching the village entrance, he noticed that numerous facilities had been constructed. A grand, ancient-style gate stood at the entrance, adorned with the characters Su Family Village inscribed in an elegant script. Beside it was a square under construction, a flat area excavated by the engineering team, divided into various sections. These sections would eventually be developed for different purposes, including basketball courts, tennis courts, volleyball courts, soccer fields, and a gymnasium. Additionally, there was a recreational room for the elderly, dedicated to chess, tea, and leisure activities. However, these facilities were still in the construction phase and would not be completed until next year. At that moment, several elderly gentlemen at the village entrance spotted Su Yi and greeted him with warm smiles. After all, their current way of life was largely thanks to Su Yi. Su Yi reciprocated the greetings and invited the elders to visit his home whenever they had the chance. Typically, it was his parents who visited the village to see him. He was eager to see what the villas Wang Fei had built for each household looked like. Chapter 99. Lost without a home, the once chaotic village had now been meticulously planned. Rows of villas stood in neat alignment. Su Yi felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth, for he seemed to be unaware of his own home's location. As the village had funded the construction, all the old houses had been demolished, and the entire village had been redeveloped. He truly did not know where his home was anymore. With a sense of helplessness, Su Yi took out his tablet and summoned a nearby patrolling robotic dog. He instructed the mechanical canine to lead him to his residence. The robotic dog patrolled daily and was familiar with the whereabouts of every household. It should know where his home was located. Under the guidance of the robotic dog, Su Yi drove through the village's roads and ultimately halted in front of a villa. A glance at the house number revealed it to be the same as Su Yi's previous residence. Stepping out of the car, he took a moment to observe the villa before him. It was a pristine white structure, 3 stories above ground and 2 below, boasting an exquisite exterior that was likely designed by Huang Yi and her team. There were 3 parking spaces at the entrance. After exiting the vehicle, Su Yi commanded it to park itself in one of the spaces. Subsequently, he entered through the main door. The entrance opened into a garden, which was neither too large nor too small, perfectly sized. Beyond the garden lay the living room on the first floor. The room was bathed in natural light, furnished with a complete set of minimalist and elegant decor. At that moment, Li Qin and Su Lin were seated inside, engaged in conversation. Upon seeing Sui, their faces brightened with smiles. Su Lin's slight grin revealed a sense of contentment. Thanks to Su Yi, the lives in Wushui village had significantly improved. As Su Yi's parents, they received warm greetings from others, who showed them considerable respect. At their age, the measure of success lay in their offspring, and Su Yi filled them with immense pride, as everyone envied them for having such a remarkable son. Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Yi observed the surroundings. To the side, a brand-new swimming pool shimmered with crystal-clear water. Noticing the fish swimming within, he knew immediately that Su Lin was responsible for this. Beyond the pool, there was a small vegetable garden, flourishing with a variety of vegetables. Continuing through the garden, he arrived at a flat expanse of lawn, where the grass thrived, soft underfoot. Adjacent to the lawn was a simple slide and a small gazebo containing a tea table. Not far away, a swing set indicated it was meant for children. Sui took a brief glance, thoroughly satisfied. The pool was spacious, the garden was ample, and the lawn was expansive. The construction was beautifully executed, and the layout was impeccable. The first floor featured the living room and an elder's room. The second floor contained 3 lavishly decorated bedrooms, including a master suite equipped with a vanity and a walk-in closet. The third floor housed 2 additional bedrooms, one being a master suite and the other a secondary bedroom. Another room has been transformed into a study, furnished with a desk, bookshelves, and various other amenities. Ascending to the rooftop, one discovers a terrace adorned with a barbecue grill, inviting one to indulge in outdoor grilling at any moment. Subsequently, Sui took the indoor elevator directly to the basement, which, in contrast to the upper floors, was considerably more diverse. The first level of the basement featured a gym and recreational area, complete with billiard tables, ping-pong tables, a cinema, and a KTV room. The second level housed a wine cellar, a yoga studio, and an esports room. After surveying the space, Su Yi felt immense satisfaction. This residence, valued at 5 million, was indeed worth its price. After all, aside from the structural elements, the furnishings, including beds and other items, were of the highest quality, not inexpensive by any means. After a brief exploration, Sui selected the master bedroom on the 3rd floor as his own quarters. He then proceeded to the living room on the 1st floor, where Li Qin was already preparing dinner. Thanks to you, every household in our village now resides in grand villas, and everyone is exceedingly happy. Upon hearing this, Su Yi's lips twitched. He could only remain silent and joined Su Lin in the tea room to enjoy a cup of tea. After taking a sip, he turned to his grandfather seated nearby and inquired, "Grandfather, how have you been lately? Are you well?" His grandfather, Su Chong, the eldest in the family, was commonly referred to as Su De Chong. Though he had lost his sight, upon hearing Su Yi's words, he smiled and replied, "I have been quite well lately. Thanks to the establishment of the hospital, we no longer have to pay for medical treatment. Experts from the clinic visit me weekly. Since I have been consuming premium rice, my health has improved, and the doctors say I am fine. Unfortunately, I cannot see. Otherwise, I would love to witness how our village has transformed." Su Yi was taken aback by this revelation. He had previously contemplated developing a pair of smart glasses capable of connecting to the nerves, allowing the blind to regain their sight. In the midst of his busy schedule, he had completely forgotten about this endeavor. After a moment of reflection, he spoke to Su Chong. He had previously inquired with the newly arrived ophthalmologist regarding his grandfather's eyesight, only to be informed that there was no hope for treatment. Since healing was not an option, reliance on technology became imperative. His grandfather had been blind for many years, enduring the perpetual darkness. It was unimaginable to comprehend the solitude and loneliness they had endured. Furthermore, blindness was not an isolated incident across the nation. Some children were born blind. According to surveys, there are nearly 13 million individuals with visual impairments in our country, among which approximately 5 million are blind. If Sui could develop such a technological product, it might assist these individuals in regaining their sight. Perhaps they too yearn to see the world as it is today, to behold the faces of their loved ones. With this thought, Sui resolved to exchange for a technology capable of restoring sight within the system. He intended to utilize the upcoming days to complete this technology before the Lunar New Year. This year, let his grandfather enjoy a splendid new year. Chapter 100, The Eye of Wisdom. After several months, Sui finally enjoyed a meal with his family. Li Qin's culinary skills remained as exceptional as ever, and Sui savored every bite. He intended to explore the system for suitable technologies to assist the visually impaired. Upon accessing the system interface, he immediately commenced a search. In his perspective, these technologies did not require an excessive amount of achievement points, for many individuals worldwide were currently researching this field. The most viable option appeared to be brain-computer interface technology, commonly referred to as blind vision technology. Its principle primarily involves utilizing external devices to convert light signals into electrical signals, circumventing the human visual system's front end, and directly transmitting them wirelessly into the brain. Electrodes, previously implanted in the brain, stimulate the visual cortex's neural cells upon receiving these signals, thereby generating images. During his university days, Sui had researched that the team from Baylor College of Medicine successfully presented specified images in subjects' minds through dynamic current electrode stimulation of the cerebral cortex. The essence lies in the precise control of the stimulation location, timing, and current intensity of the electrical signals, simulating the normal function of the visual nervous system and enabling the blind to reconstruct images in their minds. However, these images are typically in black and white, significantly differing from what the eyes perceive, and they tend to be quite unstable. Next is stem cell therapy. The 3rd Military Medical University S-affiliated Southwest Hospital successfully performed stem cell transplantation for hemorrhagic age-related macular degeneration, restoring a patient's vision from near blindness to 0. 15. Following that is gene editing therapy, where a collaborative study between Massachusetts Eye and Ear Hospital and Oregon Health Science University utilized CRISPR technology in an experimental gene editing therapy known as EDIT 101 to treat patients suffering from labor congenital amaurosis caused by CEP290 gene mutations, with approximately 79 of clinical trial participants experiencing symptom improvement. Furthermore, there is the Prima retinal implant. The Prima retinal implant by Science Corporation stimulates bipolar cells in the retina, bypassing non-functional photoreceptors to restore visual input. In clinical trials, many patients with geographic atrophy were able to regain the ability to recognize letters, read brief texts, and even identify faces post-implantation. Undoubtedly, the most popular current research pertains to artificial retinal technology. This employs a miniature camera mounted on the eyeglasses of the visually impaired to capture external image information, transmitting the signals along wires to an integrated circuit chip installed on the inner surface of the retina. After processing, the signals are conveyed through microelectrodes to the neural cells beneath the inner surface of the retina, ultimately reaching the visual cortex of the brain to form vision. However, challenges such as chip adaptability still persist. Although these technologies are not yet fully matured, many can indeed provide substantial assistance to patients. Therefore, Sui believed that locating technologies for treating blindness should be quite feasible. He proceeded to search directly within the system interface. In an instant, the system interface was inundated with a multitude of technologies. Sui examined several of them, only to discover that each was far from simple. He realized that developing one within a few days would be an arduous task. Consequently, he filtered his options to those of moderate pricing, neither exorbitant nor meager. Ultimately, he selected a bionic ocular technology known as the Wisdom Eye. This remarkable technology employs an ultra-sensitive visual perception system, utilizing nanometer-scale photoreceptive materials to emulate the functionality of cone and rod cells found in the human retina. These materials produce precise electrical signal responses to varying wavelengths and intensities of light, far surpassing traditional sensors in sensitivity. They can even detect exceedingly faint changes in light, providing the visually impaired with clear and stable visual information in both dimly lit environments and under bright illumination. When transitioning from a brightly lit outdoor setting to a dim indoor space, the system autonomously enhances the sensitivity of the photoreceptors. Conversely, in bright conditions, it reduces sensitivity to prevent signal overload. Furthermore, it boasts the capability to track and adapt to rapidly moving objects. By employing high-speed image sensors and advanced algorithms, it swiftly locks onto moving targets and adjusts the focus and sampling frequency of the photoreceptors in real time, ensuring that individuals with visual impairments can perceive the trajectory and form of fast-moving objects without experiencing blurriness or latency. In terms of neural signal conduction and processing, the Wisdom Eye converts bioelectrical signals generated by the photoreceptors. These signals first undergo amplification and pre-processing through micro-nano level signal amplifiers, enhancing the weak electrical signals to a strength sufficient for long-distance transmission. Subsequently, These signals are conveyed through nerve conduction fibers made from biocompatible conductive materials to the signal processing unit located at the back of the eye. These fibers mimic the structure and function of the human optic nerve, employing a multi-channel transmission method that allows for the simultaneous transfer of vast amounts of visual electrical signals while ensuring both speed and accuracy. During transmission, a signal encryption and error correction mechanism is in place to prevent loss or errors due to external interference, guaranteeing that visual information reaches the brain intact and unblemished. The intelligent neural signal processor housed within the signal processing unit is equipped with a high-performance neural signal processing chip, which operates a deep learning algorithm specifically developed for the wisdom eye. The energy supply for the wisdom eye is derived from an efficient biofuel cell. Integrated within this ocular device is a miniature biofuel cell that harnesses glucose and oxygen from the human body as fuel, generating electrical energy through biochemical reactions. This method of energy supply boasts a remarkably high energy conversion efficiency and provides continuous, stable power to the various components of the eye without the need for external charging or battery replacements. Additionally, the wisdom eye requires a wireless brain-machine interface, allowing it to connect directly to the brain for rapid transmission of visual information and bidirectional interaction. The interface employs cutting-edge Bluetooth communication technology, characterized by low latency and high bandwidth, enabling the rapid and precise transmission of processed visual imagery to the brain's visual center. Simultaneously, it is capable of receiving commands and feedback signals issued by the brain. However, during the implantation process, it is crucial to utilize minimally invasive surgical techniques to accurately position the electrodes in the brain's vision-related areas, thereby minimizing damage and interference with cerebral tissues. The hospital boasts a team of ophthalmology experts and possesses the most advanced surgical instruments, ensuring that the procedure poses no significant challenges. Most importantly, this eye of wisdom can be exchanged for merely 5,000 achievement points. This is neither excessive nor particularly difficult. He feels confident that he can successfully develop it within a few days. He plans to work overtime through the night to bring this technology to fruition, aiming for his grandfather to regain his sight before the new year. He prepared a pot of exquisite rice, intending to sustain himself through the night on this nourishing meal. Subsequently, he stepped outside to observe the adjacent kiwi saplings, noting that one small plant had already sprouted. It resembled a vine, slender and entirely of vibrant yellow-green, reminiscent of bamboo. Su-yi promptly sprayed it with a plant growth solution, hoping it would mature quickly so he could savor its fruit. After treating the sapling, Su-yi headed straight to the laboratory to commence the development of the Eye of Wisdom. While not exceedingly complex, it pales in comparison to the intricacies of kiwi cultivation. Yet, it cannot be deemed simple either. It may prove significantly more challenging than the concrete technology and mechanical tiger he previously developed. The prospect of completing this project within a few days indeed presents a considerable challenge for Su-yi, especially since he currently has no assistants. Thus, he spent day and night in the laboratory, where numerous lights remained illuminated and instruments continuously operated. The two of them initially visited Lin Shi's residence. They had yet to inform their families about Lin Shi's resignation. Previously hesitant to share this news, they now felt emboldened. After all, Lin Shi's monthly salary is approximately 100,000, amounting to around 600,000 over 6 months, with an additional year-end bonus of 200,000, totaling 800,000. Consequently, Su-yi increased their annual salary to 2 million for each of them. Although this is less than the 5 million earned by some doctors, they also benefit from dividends, which is more than sufficient. Duandong has now become a wealthy individual, so even if their families were to learn of their resignations, it should not pose any issues. Thus, the two of them took a taxi to Lin Shi's quaint town. However, upon arriving at the doorstep, they were greeted by lively sounds emanating from within. Several luxury vehicles were parked outside, indicating that a gathering was taking place inside. They entered through the front door and immediately observed 2 large tables set up in the yard, laden with an array of dishes, surrounded by a multitude of guests. These were Lin Shi's relatives, including cousins and other family members, alongside her elder uncle, all joyfully partaking in a meal. They were momentarily taken aback. They gazed at the 2 newcomers in astonishment, clearly not anticipating their arrival that day. Lin Shi's mother, Zhou Ro, immediately smiled and spoke up. Lin Shi's father, Lin Jing, also chuckled beside her. Xiaodong has arrived. Come quickly and take a seat. Haha, everyone here is your cousin and brother. I will introduce you to them. Hearing this, Lin Jing smiled slightly as he accepted the gifts. He then set the gifts aside and invited the two to sit down. Once seated, Lin Shi's mother brought utensils for them, urging them to dine. This is Lin Shi's elder cousin, and this is her younger cousin. They are the sons of Lin Shi's uncle. You did not meet them during your wedding, so you are not familiar. She continued, you may not know, but these two young men have become quite accomplished. Did you see those cars outside? They belong to their family. The brothers bought their uncle a new Audi, and each of them has acquired a luxury BMW worth several $100,000. She added, today we invited them over for a nice meal and a gathering. And your timing is perfect. Upon hearing this, Duandong promptly smiled and nodded at the two young men, who returned the gesture. Hello there, brother-in-law, brother-in-law. Lin Shi's elder cousin then cheerfully remarked, I heard Xiaoxi found a highly talented individual, a graduate of Longke University. Where are you currently employed? Lin Jing, overhearing, smiled faintly and replied, Xiaodong works at the Xiaomai company. You know, the one behind the Are You OK enterprise. The elder cousin laughed, your company is quite significant. What position do you hold, brother-in-law? The remuneration must be decent. Duandong then responded, I resigned 6 months ago, presently. I am conducting research in a village with my good friend. The room fell silent at this revelation. Even Lin Jing looked momentarily taken aback. His brow furrowed deeply. What did you say? Xiaodong? You resigned? Duandong nodded in affirmation. Yes, Dad, I resigned. Xiaomai company wasn't suitable for me. Upon hearing this, Lin Jing's expression shifted dramatically, his face a kaleidoscope of emotions, yet he managed to say, it's all right, conducting research is commendable. After all, Xiaoxi has a stable position. A solid safety net for both of you. Lin Shi, hearing this, also chimed in. However, Lin Jing, already pale, trembled and dropped his chopsticks onto the floor. What? His complexion turned a ghastly shade, filled with indignation. Lin Shi's mother, equally shocked, stared at the two in disbelief. Resigning from a stable position in the capital to conduct research in a village? To teach in a village? Have they lost their senses? At this moment, Lin Jing could no longer restrain his fury. He shouted at Lin Shi, are you out of your mind? Why resign? Why abandon a secure position? What is the purpose of going to a village? As he spoke, he appeared ready to explode. Seeing this, Lin Shi's uncle quickly intervened, attempting to restrain Lin Jing. Well, dear cousin, please refrain from such behavior. Xiaoxi and the others have their own aspirations, which may not necessarily be detrimental. Consider Lin Ling and Lin Du. They previously abandoned their studies, yet have managed to carve out a successful niche for themselves. At worst, we could allow Xiaoxi and Xiaodong to collaborate with them in selling that premier rice. They could earn a considerable sum over the year. Upon hearing this, my cousin and younger sibling nodded in agreement. Indeed, uncle, it's all right. We can simply have Xiaoxi and the others join us in selling rice and make a substantial profit. We possess the means to acquire the premium rice and can benefit from the price difference. As long as we are willing to work hard, we shall not suffer from hunger. However, Lin Jing was filled with immense rage upon hearing these words. He exclaimed, throwing the gift in his hand far away. His voice seething with indignation, you two get out. I do not acknowledge daughters and sons-in-law like you. As the bag of Wang Laoji was tossed into the air, 3 bottles of the beverage tumbled out. Freed from the weight of those drinks, the true contents of the bag were revealed. Chapter 102, Wealth Abounds. However, as the canned beverages tumbled forth, everything that had been compressed within also spilled out. A cascade of thick crimson banknotes spilled from the bag, instantly carpeting the ground in a sea of red. This stack amounted to 10,000, and upon a cursory glance, one could estimate that there were at least a couple of hundred stacks. The onlookers, who had been engaged in their meal, froze in disbelief at the sight of money strewn across the floor, their faces awash with incredulity. Lin Shi's mother widened her eyes, covering her mouth with her hands, her gaze fixated on the money below. The cousins, who had been attempting to persuade her, stood motionless, their hands trembling incessantly. They stared blankly at the cash, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Nearby, the uncle was utterly dumbfounded, his body quaking in astonishment. It was his first encounter with such an abundance of wealth. Could this be a dream? Lin Jing, who had been seething with anger, felt his expression morph into one of shock as he beheld the scattered riches. His eyes widened in disbelief, his body trembling uncontrollably, rendered speechless. His throat felt parched, and he swallowed repeatedly, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of tension. How could there be so much money? The courtyard of Lin Shi's family fell into a profound silence, no one daring to utter a word. Lin Shi, observing the money strewn about, turned to Lin Jing in exasperation. I intended to surprise you, but look at this mess. It's everywhere. Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, Lin Jing attempted to respond, yet found himself at a loss for words. He realized that even moving was a challenge, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Lin Shi's mother grasped Lin Shi's arm, trembling as she inquired, "Little Shi, where did all this money come from? How is there so much?" Lin Shi replied, "Of course. It's from our work. Did you think we stole it? My monthly salary has skyrocketed from a few thousand to 100,000. And I also received a 200,000 year-end bonus. In the latter half of this year, I earned nearly 700,000. Upon hearing this, Lin Jing and the surrounding crowd were rendered speechless. A monthly salary of 100,000? Moreover, a bonus of 200,000? What kind of job was this? Such a salary was beyond their wildest dreams, utterly preposterous. The uncle glanced at the money on the ground before speaking up. "Well, little Shi, I took a look at the cash, and it appears to exceed 1 million. You earned 700,000, but this is far more than that." In response, Lin Shi shook her head. Who could have known my father would be so furious as to throw the money away? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. A casual gift amounting to 2 million in cash? No wonder it felt so heavy earlier. All that money must weigh over 20 kilograms. It was no surprise that carrying it had seemed so strenuous. Simultaneously, everyone turned their gaze towards Lin Jing. It appears he is genuinely furious. Otherwise, it would be quite challenging for an ordinary individual to discard such a heavy object. Truly impressive. Is this young man exceptionally wealthy? Little Dong, what is your monthly salary now? Father, my annual salary is 2 million, but I also receive a fractional bonus. This year, my bonus amounts to approximately 344 million. The crowd, already astonished, widened their eyes in disbelief upon hearing the figure of 2 million. An annual salary of 2 million. This was beyond their wildest imaginings. However, when they learned of the bonus totaling 344 million, a chill ran through them, nearly causing them to falter. Lin Jing, in utter disbelief, inquired, "How much?" Duan Dong smiled slightly. 344 million. Upon confirming this staggering figure, Lin Jing, in sheer incredulity, slapped himself across the face. He then murmured, This can't be a dream?" Uncle stood there, dumbfounded, his inner turmoil akin to a volcano erupting, completely losing his composure. Meanwhile, his cousins were equally astonished. Their annual toil in the trade of noble rice yielded only a few 100,000. Yet, here was someone with a starting salary in the millions and a bonus that was simply unfathomable. Lin Shi then interjected, "All right, enough of this days. Let us hurry and gather the money." At her words, the onlookers snapped back to reality, promptly beginning to collect the scattered bills. A short while later, they found themselves seated at the table once more. Compared to their previous demeanor, they now appeared rather subdued. "It's quite commendable that you all resigned. I wholeheartedly support that. I may have indulged a bit too much in drink earlier with your uncle, so please don't take it to heart." Upon hearing this, Lin Shi glanced at Lin Jing and shook her head. "Good son-in-law, let this toast serve as my apology for earlier. I shall drink first." With that, Lin Jing downed his glass in one go. Duan Dong, observing this, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Lin Jing had previously held a rather indifferent attitude towards him, but now he felt as though his father-in-law resembled a younger brother. "Brother-in-law, the village you mentioned was merely a euphemism, right? I never imagined you would be working in such a confidential department. We understand completely and will not pry." He responded with a smile, something like that. "By the way, I've heard you are in the noble rice business, which is reputed to be quite exquisite. Why not procure some for a taste?" Upon hearing this, his cousin shook his head. "Brother-in-law, to be candid, despite our appearances, we have never actually tasted that rice. When the price soared previously, it reached a staggering 1 million per pound abroad. Even now, it stands at 50,000 per pound. With our modest means, we truly cannot afford it. Only someone of your wealth could indulge in such delicacies." Upon hearing this, Lin Jing and the others, including his uncle, were utterly taken aback. "What? That item is priced so exorbitantly? 50,000 yuan per pound?" Everyone was left in a state of disbelief. Su Yi's family had gifted them 5 pounds, and the village had taken another 5. He had originally intended to give an additional 5 pounds to Lin Jing, but he had just forgotten about it. With this thought in mind, he promptly entered the house to retrieve his backpack. Chapter 103. Eating daily. Have you grown accustomed to it? This item truly costs 50,000 per pound, and at times I find myself curious about its flavor. However, the price is exceedingly exorbitant, making it utterly unaffordable for us. We have only managed to seize an opportunity to acquire a small quantity, allowing us to earn a modest profit. As for tasting it, I surmise it will remain beyond our reach. Only the affluent can indulge in such luxuries, Lin Jing lamented. What peculiar qualities does this rice possess? 50,000 yuan per pound. Even if it were offered to me for free, I would refuse to partake. Upon hearing this, my cousin immediately spoke up. Uncle, you may not be aware, but the allure of this noble rice among the affluent is not without reason. Firstly, this rice emits a delightful aroma. It is said that the scent permeates the surroundings for a radius of 500 meters when cooked. Anyone who catches a whiff of this fragrance is instantly overcome by an insatiable hunger, yearning for sustenance. In fact, even a single inhalation can invigorate the mind. Secondly, this rice is exceptionally rich in nutrients, teeming with various essential elements. A single bite can instantly dispel fatigue. It is rumored that consuming this rice allows one to forego sleep entirely while maintaining boundless energy and vitality. Those who indulge in the lavish lifestyle often find themselves overexerted in certain areas, thus rendering them incapable. Consequently, they have come to regard this exquisite grain as a remedy. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was taken aback. Could this object truly be so extraordinary? The elder beside them listened intently, resting his chin on his hand, as if pondering a profound thought. Naturally, the most significant aspect is that long-term consumption of this rice will lead to increasingly improved health. It is said that many wealthy individuals, once confined to their beds, have regained their mobility due to this rice. Numerous middle-aged individuals have experienced a remarkable rejuvenation after consuming it. Thus, this rice is not only renowned as noble rice but also bears the appellation of longevity rice. Research conducted by Longke Institute has revealed that those who consume this rice regularly may extend their average lifespan by 20 years. In other words, if one originally had a lifespan of 80 years, with the sustained intake of this rice, one could potentially live to 100. Hence, the fervent competition among the world's affluent for this rice is indeed justified. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left utterly astounded. Goodness, is this rice truly that extraordinary? It seems that this is not something just anyone can afford, my uncle remarked with a sense of wonder. I truly yearn to taste this rice just once. I am so eager to discover its flavor. However, he was acutely aware that unless he were to be killed, it was utterly impossible for him to part with 50,000 to procure a single kilogram of rice. Lin Jing also shook his head. The lifestyle of the affluent is beyond our imagination. That rice is simply too costly for us to afford. This was the aristocratic rice, meticulously packaged in 5-kilogram bags by the village committee. As he approached the crowd, everyone could detect a delightful aroma wafting through the air. The two sons of the uncle's family were engaged in this line of work, rendering them exceptionally sensitive to the scent. How is it that I can smell the fragrance of noble rice? My cousin said, bewildered. My elder cousin smiled upon hearing this. You must be imagining things. How could there possibly be noble rice here? He was smiling, but suddenly, a wave of aroma wafted into his nostrils, leaving him momentarily stunned. I can smell it too, my uncle interjected. Upon hearing this, Lin Jing immediately spoke up. I too detect the fragrance. It is delightful. Upon hearing this, Duandong handed the 5-kilogram bag of rice to Lin Jing, saying, Dad, I forgot to mention earlier that I brought 5 kilograms of noble rice for you to taste. Duandong's words struck the crowd like a thunderbolt. Noble rice? My elder cousin exclaimed, quickly asking, Brother-in-law, may I take a look? Duandong nodded in acknowledgement. Behold, after a glance, both displayed expressions of astonishment. This is indeed noble rice, incredible. They were taken aback. 5 kilograms. That is a substantial amount of noble dry rice. According to the current market price, it is worth a staggering 250,000. This rice could even purchase the precious things I have heard about outside. Duandong then remarked, well, since the journey with Shaoxi was rather lengthy, I didn't bring much this time. I'll bring more next time. What do you mean, less? This is something that ordinary people may never have the chance to enjoy in a lifetime. 5 kilograms is quite ample. Lin Shi then chimed in. Since we are all here, let us cook a pot for everyone to taste. We are accustomed to eating it daily and have grown unaccustomed to other types of rice. Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, those around her widened their eyes in disbelief. Goodness, what is she saying? What does she mean by eating it daily? Eating it daily? Lin Shi paid no heed to the crowd and went straight to the kitchen to cook. After a while, a delightful aroma of rice filled the air. Upon inhaling the scent, everyone's stomachs grumbled. Despite having eaten a lot earlier, they suddenly felt genuinely hungry. Moreover, merely the fragrance invigorated them remarkably. They found it astonishing that it truly had a refreshing effect, genuinely making them feel ravenous. At this moment, The elder cousin and younger cousin came to realize that the legends surrounding noble rice were indeed true. Shortly thereafter, Lin brought a pot of rice to the table. The crowd eagerly gathered around, drooling. It smelled utterly divine. Then, Lin served each person a bowl. She instructed everyone, "Please do not rush. Let us eat with decorum and refrain from shouting loudly." Upon hearing her words, everyone quickly agreed. They thought Lin was exaggerating. How could they possibly rush? And how could they shout? They were not children. After all, they had enough self-control. Once everyone had received a bowl of rice, Lin announced, "All right, you may eat." At her words, everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks and took a morsel, eager to discover the magic behind this rice. Chapter 104. The path they chose for themselves. As everyone brought the rice to their lips, a moment of seismic astonishment rippled through their pupils. The instant the rice touched their tongues, their taste buds awakened, unleashing a warm current that coursed from their mouths to their bellies, radiating throughout their bodies. At that moment, their taste buds erupted in a symphony of delight. It felt as though they had transcended to a celestial realm, overwhelmed by the exquisite flavors that made their bodies tremble and tears flow. This was simply divine. After a few bites, tears streamed down their faces. Abandoning all semblance of decorum, they lifted their bowls, ravenously consuming more. They were beyond control, their subconscious urging them to devour the rice with fervor. Soon, they had polished off an entire bowl, their eating resembling a wild frenzy. Each mouthful transformed into a wave of warmth, enveloping them in comfort, washing away the weariness of the day. Even their long-standing ailments seemed to dissipate, as if miraculously mended. Aches in their backs, legs, and arms vanished without a trace. In short, they felt as though they had been reborn, enveloped in sheer bliss. "Delicious, absolutely exquisite," cried the elderly aunt, tears streaming down her cheeks. The cousin and younger cousin joined in joyous exclamations. So this was the flavor of noble rice. It was beyond compare. The uncle could no longer maintain his composure, his laughter ringing out as he spoke. Lin mother, too, was misty-eyed. "I have never tasted rice this wonderful in my life. It is simply marvelous." As for Lin Jing, he was rendered speechless, disregarding all decorum as he plunged his bowl into the pot, devouring the rice with fervor. Witnessing this, others followed suit, clamoring to partake. Lin, observing the scene, felt her lips twitch. What happened to the promise of civility? What of the commitment to behave like adults? Thus, Lin family enjoyed a meal that would linger in their memories for a lifetime. Meanwhile, Wang Fei and Huang Yi, upon their holiday, hurried to Huang Yi's home. Both families resided in the same town. Since Huang Yi and Wang Fei had secretly registered their marriage, her parents were furious and vehemently opposed to the union. After all, how could a girl from a prestigious university, beautiful and kind-hearted, marry a rustic lad lacking even a junior high diploma? To make matters worse, Huang Yi had financed a home for Wang Fei in town, inciting their ire even further. Consequently, they scarcely acknowledged Wang Fei's presence. Therefore, when the couple arrived at Huang Yi's home, they found themselves unable to enter, the door firmly shut against them. Huang Yi felt a profound sense of helplessness and sorrow. Their intention was to visit her parents and share the news of their financial success, yet they were met with rejection, left stranded outside. Huang Yi, filled with helplessness, was compelled to speak once more. However, in response to their words, an eerie silence enveloped the room, devoid of any sound. Huang Yi exchanged a glance with Wang Fei, both expressing their mutual resignation. Wang Fei turned to Huang Yi and inquired, "It seems they are genuinely upset. What should we do? What does your father enjoy?" Upon hearing this, Huang Yi managed a bitter smile. What else could he possibly like? Money, of course. Their anger stems not only from my reckless decision to elope with you, but also from the belief that I squandered the money I earned on purchasing a house and funding construction projects. Most importantly, they are displeased, convinced that my earnings should be spent on my brother rather than on you. As a girl, my standing in the family has always been inferior to that of my brother. My brother hasn't even graduated from university yet. And my parents are already preoccupied with his future, thinking about his potential bride, considering how to raise children, contemplating his dowry, and pondering about his future home. In truth, my academic excellence during school was largely motivated by the desire to prove that I am more capable than my brother. Yet, it is of little consequence. When one is undervalued, no amount of brilliance will garner any praise. Upon hearing her words, Wang Fei remained silent. There exists an abundance of prejudice in this world. Huang Yi approached the door and knocked, but there was still no response from within. She then turned to Wang Fei and said, let us go to the bank. Although it was nearing evening, withdrawing money posed no issue for them, as the bank personnel provided nearly round-the-clock service due to their frequent transactions. Shortly thereafter, the pair withdrew 5 million in cash and placed it into a box. Huang Yi spoke up, and Wang Fei nodded in agreement, tossing the box of money directly into the yard. Subsequently, they departed. Meanwhile, behind their family's front gate, a middle-aged man and woman observed the box in the yard. Their faces a canvas of confusion. They promptly approached and opened the box. In the next moment, they were utterly stunned, frozen in place. So much money. Then, they noticed the note affixed to the box, 5 million. Please use it to purchase a house for my brother. After buying the house and deducting the dowry, kindly contact me and Wang Fei regarding the remaining amount. We have urgent needs. Huang Yi. The parents, witnessing this, were left completely dumbfounded. When did these two amass such wealth? However, they quickly broke into smiles. Now, their son would have a house, a car, and a dowry. They decided that they could no longer maintain contact with that girl. The remaining funds would surely be for their son's pocket money or to buy a car. As he was in constant need of financial support, they resolved to ignore any calls from her. At that moment, they were oblivious to the immense fortune they had let slip through their fingers. On their way back, Huang Yi confided in Wang Fei, actually, before I married you, my parents had arranged a marriage for me, with a dowry of 380,000. The dowry, it is said, was prepared for my younger brother, and naturally, I was reluctant to accept it. Thus, I took the household registration book and eloped with you. The sum of 5 million was merely a test. If they return the remaining amount to me, it signifies that I still hold a place in their hearts, and I would be inclined to offer them even more. However, if they choose not to repay me and refrain from contacting me, then let each go their own way, for the path they have chosen is theirs alone. Upon hearing this, Wang Fei nodded and offered words of comfort. Do not worry, you still have me, and my mother adores you. At this, Huang Yi's face brightened with a radiant smile as she nestled into Wang Fei's embrace. In that moment, they held each other close, their eyes closed against the night, their faces adorned with blissful smiles. For Huang Yi, perhaps Wang Fei and his mother felt more like family. Chapter 105. The predicament of Lu Ziyao's family. No one could have imagined that the cheerful and diligent Huang Yi had such a story. In contrast, Lu Ziyao and Huang Yi represented two extremes. Lu Ziyao's family resided in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang region, operating a small workshop with a relatively comfortable financial situation. Being the only daughter, Lu Ziyu was truly the apple of her parents' eye, which contributed to her fiery temperament. This community was known for its business acumen, and nearly every household owned a small villa. Lu Ziyao's family also possessed a quaint villa. Upon arriving at her home with a suitcase in tow, she kicked the door with her foot and shouted at the top of her lungs. Hearing her voice, two middle-aged individuals, a man and a woman, quickly emerged from within. The woman was her mother, Zhao Jia, while the man was her father, Lu Hao. The moment they saw Lu Ziyao, their faces lit up with joy. Zhao Jia feigned anger as she exclaimed, "You little rascal, where have you been gallivanting? If I hadn't heard it from your childhood friend, I wouldn't have known you went to that remote village." As she spoke, she immediately grasped Lu Ziyao's hands, checking for any signs of injury. The man beside her chuckled, "Dear daughter, how was your experience in the countryside? I heard the locals are struggling to even have meals. Surely that can't be true? Were you able to eat properly?" Taken aback by his words, Lu Ziyao thought to herself, "Which wretched girl blabbed everything to you? But I advise you not to pry into my affairs." Upon hearing this, Lu Hao raised an eyebrow. "Daughter, you haven't fallen in love, have you? I heard from your childhood friend that you went there because you fancy that boy. If you truly like him, why not bring him home as a son-in-law?" At this, Lu Ziyu rolled her eyes in exasperation. Lu Hao chuckled softly, "Ha ha ha, look at what you're saying. I'm simply delighted. Aren't I entitled to express it?" Lu Ziyao, pointing a finger at Lu Hao's nose, retorted, "Old Lu, you've gone too far." Meanwhile, Zhao Jia's expression grew slightly uncomfortable. "Well, Ziyao, why don't you come inside? I'll prepare lunch for you." At her invitation, Lu Ziyu promptly retrieved a bag of rice from her backpack. "Mom, cook this. I brought it from quite a distance. It's so heavy. You see, I only think of you too." Zhao Jia quickly took the rice from her hands, nodding appreciatively. Just then, Lu Hao's phone rang. However, after a brief glance, he hung up without answering. He then ushered Lu Ziyao into the house. Lu Ziyao sprawled on the sofa, her eyes shut, a content smile adorning her face. "Why don't you both come to the village with me next year? I guarantee you'll have a wonderful time." Lu Hao chuckled, "I wouldn't dream of it. I still need to earn money. especially to prepare your dowry. To this, Lu Zio smiled faintly. Old Lu, how much can your little workshop really earn? Can it even net $1 million in a year? My dowry, how much would that cost? You certainly cannot earn enough. Just as they conversed, a voice resounded from outside. Oh dear, Sister Zio, why not marry me? I shall offer a dowry of $2 million. A young man, clad in a suit and exuding an air of arrogance, strode in. His squinting eyes bore a lascivious glint. Upon hearing this, Lu Zio immediately sat up, rolling her eyes in disdain. There exists a bug known as the stink bug, whose foul odor is repugnant wherever it roams. At this remark, the young man smiled faintly. Sister Zio, we grew up together as childhood friends. How can you speak of me in such a manner? Should you marry me, it would alleviate Uncle Lu's pressing predicament. Your family's debt to us would be forgiven, but if you refuse, we shall be compelled to evict you from this house and seize your family's factory, he proclaimed, placing a promissory note on the table. A smug grin plastered across his face. Lu Zio glanced at the note beside her, turning her gaze to Lu Hao. She observed his reaction. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao sighed. Yaoer, do not concern yourself with this matter. It is between me and old Yin next door. I shall handle it. The young man interjected once more. Ha! Uncle Lu, what jest is this? Your debt has been overdue for half a year. Had you the means to settle it, you would have done so by now. Just moments ago, you didn't even answer your phone. What else can you do besides betrothing Sister Zio to me? If you had the money, why not repay it? Hearing this, Lu Hao's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. Yin Bing, do not be so arrogant. It was I who linked your family the funds for your development. I had hoped we could weather this storm together. But my expansion left me short of funds, necessitating a loan from your family. I considered your father a close friend, yet you stabbed me in the back, producing the same inferior goods as I and undercutting my prices, stealthily stealing my partners. Were it not for your actions causing me to accumulate unsold inventory, I would not be in such debt. Your family not only pressures me for repayment, but also seeks to seize my factory. Truly despicable. Upon hearing this, Yin Bing smirked slightly. Uncle Lu, your words are misguided. It is only right to repay debts. Is that not the way of commerce? Capitalizing on information asymmetry and competing on prices, winners take all. The business of producing noble rice packaging was relayed to you by my father. Initially, we sought your assistance in producing inferior packaging. But your reluctance has left us no choice. What is wrong with producing inferior packaging? We can save on material costs. Can you make a profit with mere sincerity in business? Noble Rice is thriving, and our family stands to gain a substantial fortune. If you betroth Sister Zio to me, I shall forgive your family's debt of $2 million, and we shall relinquish our claim on your factory. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Lu Hao coldly retorted. Dream on. As I devise a means to gather funds, I shall undoubtedly obliterate your family's factory. By then, do not beg for mercy. Yin Bing sneered upon hearing this. Uncle Lu, aside from the $2 million from our family, it seems you also owe the bank $3 million, totaling $5 million. Can you possibly produce such an amount? Even if you were to sell the factory and your villa, it would hardly suffice to fill this abyss. Are you still counting on Sister Zio to toil away and repay these debts? Lu Hao furrowed his brow, realizing that the young man spoke the truth. He had considered all possible solutions and even sought loans from old acquaintances. However, such is the nature of business when one is on the brink of bankruptcy. Others are increasingly reluctant to lend, fearing repayment. Thus, for 6 months, he had found himself unable to settle his debts. At this moment, he clenched his fists, yet felt utterly powerless. He could only lament his misplaced trust in Yin Bing's father, who had been privy to all his business information, only to turn against him. After all this, it was merely a matter of $5 million. Without further ado, she delivered a swift kick to the nearby suitcase. Chapter 106. Is everything related to that mountain village? Upon hearing the conversation between the two, Lu Zio immediately grasped the entirety of the situation. It turned out that the burgeoning demand for noble rice had led her father to expand production significantly, investing substantial funds and borrowing some from the Yin family. Upon learning of this lucrative opportunity, Yin Bing and his father also commenced the production of packaging for noble rice. However, they opted to manufacture low-cost, inferior packaging and colluded with certain individuals to further their agenda. They attempted to coerce her father into joining them in producing substandard packaging, but he refused. Consequently, her family's packaging suffered from poor sales due to these inferior products, resulting in unsold inventory and a disrupted cash flow. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Zio promptly unzipped a nearby safe and delivered a swift kick, sending the safe tumbling to the ground. Instantly, a cascade of crisp 100-yuan bills spilled forth, Turning to Yin Bing, she declared, "Count how much we owe your family and pick it up yourself." This money was originally intended to surprise her parents. Her 24-inch suitcase contained 5 million yuan, sufficient to settle debts with both the Yin family and the bank. Lu Hao, Yin Bing, and Lu Ziyao's mother stood in stunned silence, utterly flabbergasted. How had the young girl managed to transport such a substantial sum? Lu Hao hurriedly rushed over to scoop up the bills, confirming their authenticity with a touch. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Yaoer, where did you get this money? Did you win the lottery?" 5 million was no small fortune. His entire net worth might only amount to that. Yet Lu Ziyao had just laid it out in cash. With a slight smile, Lu Ziyao retrieved her phone. After a few taps on the screen, she turned to Lu Hao with a grin. "Old man, it's not just you who can make money. From now on, I'll cover your expenses." Moments later, Lu Hao's phone chimed with a notification. He quickly opened the message, and his pupils dilated in shock. 10 million? His voice trembled, disbelief etched across his face. He stared at Lu Ziyao, utterly speechless. Just 6 months prior, she had been earning only a few thousand a month at her job. There was no conceivable way she could amass such wealth. Where had this money come from? At that moment, Yin Bing was equally astonished. How had Lu Ziyao suddenly become so affluent? Just then, Yin Bing's phone rang. "Quick! Kneel down and plead with your uncle Lu to spare us. Otherwise, we are finished." It was a frantic call from his father. Yin Bing hesitated, furrowing his brow. "Dad, even if they have funds now, they can't threaten us." "I will not kneel, absolutely not." But the panicked voice on the other end continued to press him. "Moments ago, I received a call informing me that we have provoked individuals we ought not to have angered, resulting in the cessation of all collaborations with our partners. This matter extends beyond the packaging of aristocratic rice. It encompasses the termination of procurement for all products we shall produce henceforth." Alarmingly, they indicated that even should we venture into another industry, we would face ostracism there as well. This implies that whatever path we choose in the future, we shall be targeted relentlessly, leaving us in utter ruin. Upon reflection, it dawned on me that the only individual we have offended is Lu Hao. He must be behind this. Yin Bing, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. If it were not he, then there could only be one other possibility. He cast a glance at Lu Ziyao, who had inexplicably acquired immense wealth. Surely, she must be involved. Indeed, in the next moment, Lu Ziyao smiled slightly and remarked, "Yin Bing, if your family had conducted business amicably with mine, perhaps a prosperous future would have awaited you. However, since you chose to conspire against my father and sought to usurp our family's enterprise, do not blame me for my unyielding response. From this day forth, you and your father shall be reduced to begging." Yin Bing, upon hearing this, was struck speechless. It was indeed this woman. Panic seized him, prompting him to kneel before her. "Ziyao, we grew up together. I implore you, spare my family." Yet, Lu Ziyu remained silent, disregarding his pleas. She was no weakling, and she would not show mercy to such a petty individual. Subsequently, Lu Hao expelled the weeping Yin Bing from their home, firmly closing the door behind him. It was evident that the Yin family would face complete bankruptcy within days, burdened by substantial debts owed to numerous partners. Everything they possessed would be auctioned off, and they would be evicted from their residence. They would inevitably descend to the lowest rungs of society. After all, with Lu Ziyao's decree of ostracism, they had no hope of resurgence. At this moment, Lu Ziyao picked up her phone and sent a message of gratitude to Su Yi. Earlier, she had confided in him about her family's plight. In response, Su Yi disseminated the news through the partners of the aristocratic rice brand, instituting a ban on the sale of aristocratic rice to anyone associated with the Yin family. Even any enterprises under his purview that maintained ties with the Yin family would be unable to procure aristocratic rice. For the affluent, this rice had become an essential part of their lives, as it not only alleviated fatigue but also invigorated the body and extended longevity. Thus, upon receiving the news, they promptly informed their subordinate companies, leading all firms in which they held shares to issue notifications halting any collaboration with the Yin family. Although some smaller entrepreneurs could not afford aristocratic rice, they were reliant on larger companies for survival, compelling them to join the collective ostracism. This spanned nearly the entire industry. Consequently, even if the Yin father and son wished to deliver takeout, they would find it impossible. They would be relegated to the most menial tasks, barely scraping by. Lu Ziyao, elated, messaged Su Yi, while Lu Hao exchanged a knowing glance with his mother, Zhao Jia. They were momentarily taken aback. Could it be that their daughter was in a romantic relationship? After a brief pause, Lu Ziyao closed her phone and turned to Lu Hao beside her. "Old Lu, what do you think?" Have you witnessed your daughter's capabilities? Would you consider joining me in a quaint village? How much profit can you really make from that factory? Perhaps it's best to close it down. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao's face was filled with confusion. He gazed at Lu Ziyao, his curiosity piqued. How had their daughter suddenly acquired such remarkable power? Lu Ziyao smiled at his words. These matters can only be divulged once you agree to accompany me to the mountain village where I work. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao furrowed his brow. Lu Ziyao had mentioned the village several times before. Could it be that all of this was connected to that very village? Chapter 107. The development of the Eye of Wisdom completed at this moment. Lu Hao was filled with immense curiosity. What exactly was the village that Lu Ziyao spoke of? He glanced at Lu Ziyao and realized that, indeed, as one ages, there is little need to continue in business. After all, having spent a lifetime in commerce, it was far less demanding than the mere flick of a finger by Lu Ziyao. His daughter had grown up. It was time for her to truly save her life. With this thought, he nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziyao recounted the entire story to Lu Hao. After listening, Lu Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. Moreover, he had transformed the nation's poorest village into one of its wealthiest. Each household now owned luxury cars and resided in villas. Furthermore, their monthly income soared into the millions. What does millions signify? It equates to the revenue of a large enterprise. At that moment, he finally understood why Lu Ziyao wished for them to visit that village. Indeed, laboring here for a lifetime was hardly as rewarding as farming for just a month there. What was left for him to strive for? Zhao Jia, standing nearby, also expressed his admiration. Su Yi was impressive. Not only was he talented and capable, but he also possessed morals and loyalty. Truly an admirable young man. I now comprehend why you were willing to abandon your urban career to follow that lad to the village. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziyao felt her cheeks flush. Mom, please don't say such things. I merely see potential in his wealth and the long-term development opportunities. Zhao Jia chuckled softly. Oh, you little rascal. Do you think I don't know you? Money is the last thing you prioritize. Lu Hao interjected once more. If that young man named Su Yi is indeed remarkable, I still harbor some concerns. After all, it is a village. What will happen regarding the children's education and medical needs? Lu Ziyao smiled gently in response. Mom and Dad, you are unaware of this, but the schools and medical facilities there are undoubtedly among the finest in the nation. You'll understand the specifics once you visit. Nodding in agreement, Lu Hao and Zhao Jia concurred. All right, it's settled then. After the new year, we will accompany you to that village. They intended to settle closer to Lu Ziyao. Meanwhile, Sui was oblivious to the developments among his subordinates. He was diligently immersed in the laboratory, tirelessly working on the Eye of Wisdom. Each night was spent laboring over this project, and finally, after a week, a remarkable mechanical eye prototype emerged from the lab. This eye bore a striking resemblance to a human eye. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern its resemblance to a camera, connected by fine wires. These would be embedded beneath the skin through surgical means. Sui tested the imaging capabilities of the Eye of Wisdom on his computer, and the results were impressive. In fact, this eye boasted numerous functions surpassing those of the ordinary human eye, including instantaneous calculations, distance measurements, and night vision capabilities. It was a resounding success. After completing the test, Sui couldn't help but exhale deeply, feeling a profound sense of relief. After working tirelessly, he had finally accomplished the research and development tasks. Now, there was hope that his grandfather could enjoy a brighter year ahead. Once the development was finished, he promptly produced a set of the Wisdom Eye. Simultaneously, he convened a meeting with ophthalmologists and other specialists to deliberate on the surgical plan. Equipped with the most advanced medical apparatus, their aim was to conduct the procedure with minimal harm, ensuring his grandfather's well-being. After a day of discussions, the panel of experts finalized the surgical strategy. They intended to remove the damaged eyeball and create an appropriate space within the eye socket to accommodate the main component of the Wisdom Eye. The surgery presented numerous intricate challenges. However, the physicians here were among the elite in their field. Coupled with state-of-the-art equipment, they assuaged Suyi's concerns, assuring him of the operation's success. Upon receiving the expert's endorsement, Suyi immediately communicated the news to his family. His parents expressed apprehension regarding the age of Su Chong, questioning the feasibility and safety of the surgery. Ultimately, it was Su Chong who made the decision. He declared that as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he was willing to proceed, even at the risk of his life. He had been deprived of sight for far too long. Most importantly, he owned to witness the current state of Wushui village. He had heard countless tales of his grandson's accomplishments and the remarkable development of the village. His curiosity about the present-day Wushui village and how it differed from decades past was insatiable. In the end, Su Lin had no choice but to acquiesce to Su Chang's wishes, and the surgery was carried out. The crux of this operation lay in the extraction of the eyeball and the establishment of neural connections. After all, the wisdom eye would be controlled by neural impulses. Failure to successfully connect the nerves would result in a failed procedure. However, the wisdom eye was a marvel of technology worth tens of thousands of achievement points, and thus, it was no trivial matter. Following nanotechnology operations, the intricate wiring of the wisdom eye was successfully linked to the brain. To expedite the recovery process for his grandfather, they utilized previously developed instruments to replicate corresponding artificial cells, promoting rapid healing of the wounds and swift coagulation of any bleeding. Theoretically, with a month of rest, all surgical wounds would heal completely. Thus, after a day of surgery, the world's first mechanical eyeball implantation was successfully concluded. Now, they awaited the effects of the anesthesia, anticipating Su Chang's awakening. In theory, once Su Chang regained consciousness, he would be able to activate the wisdom eye through bioelectric stimulation and behold the world outside. Throughout the day, Su Yi's parents remained in the waiting area. When Su Chang was wheeled out of the operating room, they hurried over, their hearts filled with concern upon seeing the mechanical eye implanted in his socket. They worried whether this innovation would function as intended. At that moment, Su Yi, clad in protective gear, along with the exhausted specialists, emerged from the operating room. In merely a week, this agony should dissipate, allowing the patient to resume a normal life. Within a month, a complete recovery is anticipated. Upon hearing this, Su Yi nodded appreciatively. Thank you all. Without your efforts, this surgery could not have achieved such success. The doctors, upon hearing Su Yi's words, shook their heads in modesty. Mr. Su, you are too kind. It is our privilege to participate in the world's first artificial eyeball surgery. Moreover, we have been well supported throughout the procedure, and it has been far from arduous. Your provision of advanced equipment has enriched our experience, and we ought to express our gratitude to you. However, Mr. Su, we have a humble request, and we kindly ask you to consider it. Su Yi was taken aback. A request? Were these individuals seeking to impose unreasonable demands under the guise of this opportunity? Chapter 108. Grandfather regains his sight. Upon hearing the words of the few individuals present, Su Yi immediately spoke up. Please, do not hesitate to express your requests. Logically, he had assessed the integrity of these individuals, believing they would not take this opportunity to make demands. The middle-aged leader responded promptly, Mr. Su, I previously worked in the ophthalmology department at the first hospital of Magic City and also served as a professor at a certain university. I am aware that there are countless individuals across the nation who have lost their sight, living each day in darkness. It is nearly unimaginable what it must feel like to exist in such prolonged obscurity. Therefore, we humbly request, Mr. Su, that the pricing for this eye of wisdom not be set too high, allowing it to be accessible to the common people. Su Yi was somewhat taken aback by their request. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Rest assured, the pricing for the eye of wisdom will not be exorbitant. I will ensure it is affordable for everyone. Upon hearing this, the doctors immediately bowed deeply, expressing their gratitude. Mr. Su, your magnanimity is commendable. The leader then continued, Mr. Su, we shall take our leave now. Your grandfather will awaken in about 2 hours. I do not wish to intrude any further. Su Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Su Yi, along with Su Lin and Li Qin, moved to the adjacent monitoring room to await the awakening of Su Chang. Time passed slowly, and at last, Su Chang emerged from the depths of anesthesia. As he regained consciousness, a fleeting flicker of red light sparkled in his eyes. Gradually, he began to perceive light. Initially, it was blurry, but soon it sharpened into clarity. He beheld the ceiling of the room. Seeing this, Su Lin, Su Yi, and Li Qin rushed closer. Dad, you're awake, Su Lin exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he approached Su Chang. Su Chang was momentarily stunned. You are Shaolin? In my memories, you were still a child. I can hardly believe you have grown so much. In Su Chang's mind, Su Lin had always been a little boy, and he was astonished to witness his transformation into a middle-aged man. Su Lin, overwhelmed with joy, responded, Dad, you can see. Haha, this is wonderful. You can finally see. Realization dawned on Su Chang as he echoed, Yes, I can see. I can see. I can actually see. His heart swelled with exhilaration. At that moment, Su Yi approached and cautioned, Grandfather, you have just undergone surgery. Please try to remain calm. Excessive excitement may increase vascular pressure and lead to bleeding. You must keep your composure. Upon hearing this, Su Chong turned his gaze towards Su Yi and was filled with joy. Xiao Yi, is that really you? You have grown into such a handsome young man. This was the first time Su Chong had laid eyes on Su Yi, and he felt an overwhelming sense of excitement. Although he had raised Su Yi since childhood, he had never seen his appearance until today. Su Yi smiled gently and replied, "Yes, grandfather, I am indeed Su Yi." At that moment, Li Qin approached. "Dad, I am Li Qin, your daughter-in-law." Upon hearing this, Su Chong turned to look at Li Qin beside him. He nodded with delight. "Xiao Qin, you have worked hard over the years since marrying into our family, preparing meals for me daily. I truly appreciate your efforts." Tears welled up in Li Qin's eyes at his words. "Dad, it's just my duty. I'm glad you noticed. I'm glad you noticed." Subsequently, the family exchanged smiles. Finally reunited in sight. In the following days, as the new year approached, Su Chong remained in his hospital bed for monitoring. Yet, the family exuded joy. The hospital organized celebrations, bringing everyone together for feasting and merriment. After the new year, experts assessed Su Chong's eyes, and they had nearly healed. It was time for him to be discharged. Sui gently assisted Su Chong in standing up from the bed and leaving it. While Su Chong could walk swiftly with his eyes closed, he found it somewhat disorienting once he could see. He staggered for a while before regaining his balance. The family supported Su Chong as they exited the ward. Upon reaching the elevator, Su Yi pressed the button, and as the doors opened, Su Chong looked on with curiosity. "What is this? How does it open by itself? This door is truly remarkable." Sui explained, "This is called an elevator." They then boarded the elevator and descended. Upon exiting, Su Chong felt a mix of anxiety and intrigue as he gazed at the elevator. This is indeed astonishing, it can descend from such a height. Soon after, Su Yi led Su Chong out of the hospital. Outside, Su Chong marveled at the towering hospital building, astonished at its height. How could they construct such a tall structure? He then turned his gaze toward the distance, observing skyscrapers standing majestically. The barren land he remembered had transformed into a bustling skyline. The change was monumental. He surveyed the surrounding roads, spotting a distant waterfall and numerous flowing canals. There is so much water, and the roads are so smooth. Is this truly not a dream? After years of blindness, witnessing the immense transformation of Wushui village left Su Chong profoundly shocked. Sui smiled gently as he drove Su Chong towards Su family village. Along the way, Su Chong expressed his profound sentiments. Upon their arrival at Su family village, the entire village gathered to welcome them. When Su Chong saw his childhood friends transformed into elderly men, he felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. Time, perhaps, found its definition in that moment. He then beheld the rows of villas and the sight of unfamiliar vehicles. The transformation was staggering. It felt as though he were lost in a dream. Captivated by everything he encountered, for it was all a first for him, Su Yi observed Su Chong's childlike curiosity, and a sense of joy welled up within him. Perhaps this is the allure of technology. Perhaps this is the very purpose behind his relentless pursuit of knowledge. At the same time, he couldn't help but reflect on the notion that he should engage in more meaningful endeavors moving forward. Just as he was deep in thought, a car suddenly pulled up outside his home. Shannan stepped out, her face etched with urgency. Sui was taken aback. It appeared that something had gone awry. Chapter 109. The sunglass-clad warrior. Upon spotting Major Shannan, who was stationed in the village, hastily approaching, Sui furrowed his brow. Shannan was no ordinary individual. She possessed an unwavering composure even in the face of adversity. However, her current demeanor, marked by urgency and anxiety, indicated that something was amiss. Moments later, Shannan arrived at his doorstep and knocked. "Village Chief Su, I have something to discuss with you." Sui nodded in response. "Major Shan, what is it that you need?" Without hesitation, Shannan spoke. "Village Chief Su, I heard that during the new year, you successfully performed an artificial eyeball implantation surgery. I wish to inquire about your grandfather's condition. Has his vision truly been restored?" Upon hearing this, Su Yi affirmed, "Indeed, we performed the surgery, and my grandfather has made remarkable progress. His vision has nearly fully returned." "Major Shan, I trust that we have not violated any regulations with this procedure?" he inquired. Sensing her concern, Shannan replied promptly, "That is precisely why I rushed here. I wanted to ascertain the situation." Sui remained puzzled as to why Shannan was so anxious. Sensing his confusion, she elaborated, "To be forthright, Village Chief Su, I am not an ordinary soldier. I belong to the Special Forces. During a previous mission, we suffered significant losses, and due to irreparable injuries, I was relegated to a standard logistical role. Upon learning that assistance was needed here, I volunteered to come. Sui was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Shannan was a special forces operative. It explained the intensity in her gaze. Shannan was not unattractive. In fact, she could be considered above average. Yet, the young men in the village typically kept their distance, intimidated by her formidable presence. Curious about her commanding aura, Sui now understood it stemmed from her background in the special forces. As she spoke, Shannan rolled up her pant leg, revealing a mechanical prosthetic. Sui blinked in astonishment. He had not noticed her leg was artificial all this time. She had undergone amputation and received a prosthetic limb? In that mission, I lost my leg, and one of my comrades lost his sight. In the special forces, we are not exceptions. Rather, we are the norm. In films, special forces soldiers are portrayed as invincible heroes, but in reality, we are flesh and blood. When faced with incoming fire, no one can withstand it. The tasks we undertake are perilous, and many among us have lost their sight. That is why I came to see if this was genuine. Sui was momentarily taken aback. It was clear now why Shannan was so anxious. Her concern was for her comrade. It was only natural that such matters would evoke such emotion in her. He nodded decisively. Major Shin, I understand your intent. Rest assured. You and your fellow heroes will have your sight restored. Very well, Lieutenant Shin, please reach out to the military. If there are any warriors who have lost their sight and require treatment, they can be sent to the Wuxue Village Health Center, where we shall provide care free of charge. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Shannan's cheeks. Thank you, Mr. Su. You need not address me as Lieutenant. I am a few years your senior. Just call me Sister Nan. Sui smiled slightly at this. In that case, do not call me Mr. Su. Simply refer to me as Sui. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Wiping her tears away, Shannan said with a gentle smile, Very well, Sui. I will contact the military now. Thank you. With that, she lowered her pant leg to cover her prosthetic limb and resolutely walked towards the distance. Observing Shannan's retreating figure, Sui felt a surge of emotion. It is the backs of these individuals that shield ordinary people from danger, securing a peaceful and tranquil life. He felt it was his duty to provide free treatment for these brave souls. 2 days later, a helicopter arrived in the village. After it landed, Colonel Feng Zuluan and several soldiers emerged, one of whom sported sunglasses. Behind him was another soldier, also wearing sunglasses. Sui and Shannan awaited their arrival with anticipation. They approached the helicopter. Colonel Feng began, Due to confidentiality, I am leading this mission. Accompanied by soldiers who have visited numerous villages before. Village Chief Su, allow me to introduce this individual, Zhang Xiaobing, a colleague of Shannan's. I believe Lieutenant Shin has shared his story with you. He lost his sight in an explosion during a mission. This is Lin Chong, a sapper from our military district, who also lost his sight during a mine-clearing operation. The military intends for us to treat these two first, should their treatment be successful. We will arrange for more soldiers to receive care. Many of our esteemed heroes from the Second World War also lost their sight, and we will need your assistance then as well. Sui nodded in response. Rest assured, I will ensure their full recovery. Colonel Feng saluted earnestly, saying, Thank you so much, Mr. Su. Without delay, Sui instructed that the two men be taken to the hospital. Upon removing their sunglasses, Shannan was confronted with Zhang Xiaobing's utterly vacant eye sockets. She instinctively covered her mouth, tears cascading down her cheeks. Yet, she remained silent, fearful of disturbing Zhang Xiaobing and the others. Nevertheless, Zhang Xiaobing managed a faint smile. Old Shen, you're not hiding away to cry again, are you? Don't worry. It's all right. We're here for treatment. Surely, it will work. Hearing this, Shannan retorted, Nonsense. How could I possibly cry? You just focus on cooperating with the treatment, understand? Her voice trembled, betraying her emotions. After all, as comrades who had spent countless days together, they shared a profound bond. How could Shannan not feel overwhelmed upon seeing her teammates' loss? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaobing smiled but remained silent. Having such a dear friend in life is truly invaluable. Beside him, Lin Chong remained quiet, exuding an aura of profound coldness. Outside the window, Colonel Feng spoke to Sui. This Lin Chong lost his sight during a mission. Subsequently, his wife left him, taking their child with her. Not wishing to burden her, he consented to the divorce. He has been residing in a military rehabilitation center, rising each morning to stand by the window, hoping for the restoration of his vision. Yet, each time, his hopes were dashed, leading him to contemplate ending his own life on numerous occasions, though he was ultimately thwarted. I can only imagine the despair he harbors within. Therefore, Mr. Su, I earnestly implore you this time. Upon hearing this, Sui nodded. Rest assured. After the assessment is complete, we will commence treatment immediately. I am determined to help them regain their sight. Chapter 110, Collaboration with the Wheat Company again after careful evaluation. It was determined that both individuals were suitable candidates for surgery. Without a moment's hesitation, Sui organized a team of experts to commence the procedure. These individuals were nothing short of heroes, and Sui harbored hopes for their swift recovery of sight, following a prolonged operation. Both individuals successfully received the implantation of the Eye of Wisdom. However, unlike Su Chong, they would not immediately regain their vision or heal. Their recovery would be gradual. Days after the surgery, within the observation room of the Wushui Village Health Clinic, Sui and military personnel were present. A few experts gently unwrapped the bandages from the patient's eyes. After a brief examination, they noted that the wounds had nearly healed. Subsequently, the experts informed them that their eyes were ready to be used. Upon hearing this, the two individuals' minds surged with thoughts, their neurons establishing a connection with the Eye of Wisdom. A glimmer of light appeared in their consciousness, and soon after, they beheld a blurred world, which gradually became clearer. They began to discern the faces of those surrounding them. Zhong Xiaobing, upon seeing Shun Nan, smiled faintly. Shun Nan, you've put on quite a bit of weight. It seems the food in this village is rather good. Instead of being offended, Shun Nan responded joyfully. You can see? True to his special forces background, Zhong Xiaobing, despite his inner excitement, maintained a calm demeanor. He nodded and replied, Indeed, Lao Shun. Thank you. I never dreamed I would see this beautiful world again. He had prepared himself for a lifetime of blindness, only to be granted sight once more. Shun Nan shook his head in response. If you truly wish to express gratitude, it should be directed towards Village Chief Su beside you. It is his innovative Eye of Wisdom technology and the experts he assembled at the health clinic who performed your surgery. Upon hearing this, Zhong Xiaobing stood up and rendered an impeccably formal military salute to Sui. Thank you, Village Chief Su, though he uttered no further words. The sincerity of his gratitude resonated deeply, conveying an unspoken promise to be the first to assist Sui in times of trouble. Sui nodded in acknowledgement. The group then turned their attention to the soldier Lin Chong, who stood to the side. How do you feel? Sui inquired. Lin Chong's expression was devoid of emotion. His demeanor rigid, revealing no trace of joy. His aura resonated with an almost Buddhist detachment from desire. In response to Sui's question, Lin Chong nodded. I can see. The simple statement was void of any emotional inflection. Sui understood that this might be related to Lin Chong's past experiences. However, Lin Chong soon spoke again. Village Chief Su, thank you for restoring my sight. I have a request. I wish to remain in the village to assist you, without any compensation, as a way to repay your kindness. I have no family left, and I hope you can take me in. Upon hearing Lin Chong's words, Sui nodded. Very well. Previously, Feng Zuluan had informed him about Lin Chong's situation, suggesting that perhaps keeping him in the village was the best course of action. At that moment, Zhong Xiaobing also spoke up. Village Chief Su, I too wish to remain in the village. I do not require a salary. A morsel of food would suffice. Zhong Xiaobing understood that despite his current perception, it was ultimately a mechanical eye. Living here might indeed be a commendable choice. He recognized that the wise eye was likely quite costly, thus he intended to stay and assist in repaying his debts. Hearing their exchange, Shun Nan and Feng Zuluan did not intervene, as they understood that their decision to remain might be a fortuitous turn of fate. After all, Wushui Village was no ordinary place, and who could predict its future development? Perhaps their presence would be more beneficial to them. Upon hearing Zhong Xiaobing's words, Sui nodded in agreement. Very well, if you are willing to stay, that is splendid. Wushui Village is in dire need of talent. Sui's words were not mere platitudes but expressed genuine sentiment. The village was predominantly inhabited by farmers, many of whom were illiterate, with few having received education. Their expertise lay solely in agriculture. However, it was certain that Wushui Village would eventually evolve with various technologies, necessitating individuals for experimentation. Additionally, the village's security required organized and disciplined management. He had an abundance of roles to fill, and the more people, the better. Consequently, the two successfully remained in Wushui Village. Lacking immediate tasks, they were assigned to patrol the village entrance, overseeing all mechanical dogs and tigers in their rounds. They also conducted screenings and inspections of individuals entering the village. In the future, when more advanced weaponry was developed, it would be opportune for Zhong Xiaobing and his companion to partake in the experimentation. While the two stayed in Wushui Village, Feng Zuluan and the others departed. With 2 successful cases, they intended to invite more individuals for treatment. Those who had lost their sight in battle now had hope. Sui recognized the significance of the wise eye for many, thus he planned to initiate mass production. For those with health insurance, he would sell it for 10,000 yuan per eye. As for international customers, he intended to charge 1 million for each ocular implant. Domestic individuals were regarded as kin. While he felt less concern for foreigners, their fate was of no consequence to him. Regarding the sales company, he still planned to collaborate with the wheat company, as they had left a favorable impression and served as an excellent shield. A few days later, Sui traveled to the provincial capital, taking a flight directly to the wheat company headquarters. Upon hearing of his arrival, Lei Bus came to greet him. Subsequently, Sui conveyed the specifics to Lei Bus, who, upon hearing the details, was utterly astonished. Neural connections represented a groundbreaking technology currently under exploration by various nations, with only certain American companies achieving notable advancements. The most renowned was Musk's brain-machine interface, yet these were merely concepts without practical realization. He was taken aback to discover that Sui had actually completed the development of this contraption. If it truly came to fruition, it would imply that this invention could evolve into numerous other avenues. For instance, could technologies such as holographic projections or neural helmets become attainable? The prospect of gaming through brainwaves might no longer remain a mere fantasy. However, amidst his excitement, Lei Busi acquiesced to Sui's request to collaborate with Wushui Village. They would oversee the product's marketing. As for the quality of the product, it would still be guaranteed by the military, exempt from any need for approval. They intended to leverage this technology to capitalize on foreign markets, using the profits garnered from abroad to subsidize surgeries for the citizens of Longke. After all, the costs associated with such elite medical procedures are often beyond the reach of ordinary families. With the subsidy in place, these individuals would find their burden significantly eased. They planned to release the announcement in a day, and undoubtedly, this groundbreaking news would set the world ablaze. Chapter 111. The Kiwi Blossoms. That evening, Lei Bus hosted Sui at a more prestigious establishment than their previous meeting at a hotel in the capital. Several investors from Xiaomai were present. After stabilizing, the domestic monthly sales had reached a remarkable 500,000 units. However, due to the limited battery production capacity at Sui's factory, only 300,000 battery systems could be supplied each month. Consequently, their monthly car deliveries were capped at 300,000 units. Beyond domestic markets, Xiaomai's performance overseas was exceptionally strong. The impressive range and capability of their vehicles rendered them virtually unmatched by other electric car manufacturers. Even with the imposition of a 200 tariff by countries like Eagle Sauce, countless consumers still clamored to purchase Xiaomai cars. Virtually all foreign automotive competitors had been outperformed, leaving even Tesla struggling to survive in the lower-end market. Nevertheless, Xiaomai faced a similar dilemma. The insufficiency of battery supply posed a significant challenge to their delivery capabilities. During dinner, Sui expressed his commitment to increasing production capacity to expedite Xiaomai's delivery process. The more battery systems they could deliver, the greater the profits for Wushui Village, which would subsequently enable further investment in technological advancements, fostering the village's development. He received news that the Kiwis in the hospital had begun to blossom. Kiwis were known for their potential in treating cancer and various other ailments, making them highly significant. If memory served him right, Neo Lanhua's father was battling cancer. And once the Kiwis matured, they could test their efficacy. If they truly possessed cancer-fighting properties and tasted delightful, Wushui Village would have yet another avenue for prosperity. The vines bore a striking resemblance to morning glories, adorned with lantern-like blossoms in a spectrum of colors. These flowers were exceptionally beautiful, and from a distance, the entire kiwi tree resembled a vibrant rainbow. Sui couldn't help but marvel at their beauty. Remarkably, these plants thrived despite adverse conditions, flourishing and bearing fruit in harsh environments. Subsequently, Sui visited the hospital to observe the kiwi tree. Upon his arrival, he spotted Neo Lanhua pushing her father in a wheelchair beneath the kiwi tree, admiring the blossoms. Given her father's battle with cancer, he required continual treatment from Wushui Village's medical facilities. Upon seeing Sui, Neo Lanhua greeted him warmly. "Hello, village chief." Sui nodded and smiled in response. "You were here to appreciate the flowers?" Neo Lanhua confirmed. "Yes, village chief. The flowers are exquisite, and I brought my father to enjoy them. His condition has worsened recently, and I thought the sight of these beautiful blooms, thriving even in winter, might have a soothing effect on him." As she spoke, the The frail middle-aged man in the wheelchair coughed gently. "Greetings, village chief," he managed to say. Sui replied with a warm smile. "How are you feeling, sir?" The middle-aged man responded in a faint voice. "I feel as though each day is worse than the last. I endure treatment daily. Yet it seems I am merely clinging to life. Truthfully, I am weary of these treatments. Were it not for my condition, Lanhua might have already purchased a home in the bustling metropolis. My family has been dragged down solely by my plight, and it deeply pains me. In this world, there exists no cure for cancer. I have long since relinquished hope." Upon hearing this, tears streamed down the cheeks of Niu Lanhua, who stood nearby. As a physician, particularly one specializing in oncology, she understands all too well. Her father is merely prolonging his life artificially. Seeing Niu Lanhua weep, I forced a smile. "Do not cry. There are many afflicted with cancer in this world. I am fortunate to have you, my daughter who is a doctor. Without you, I would have perished long ago. Look at those cancer patients online, many of whom are devoid of financial means for treatment and soon succumb to the illness, particularly in rural areas. They can only watch helplessly as their loved ones pass away. Even many wealthy individuals, despite their riches, fall victim to cancer. In comparison, I consider myself fortunate." Upon hearing these words, Sui narrowed his eyes. According to his research, it is estimated that in 2024, there will be 3.804 million new cases of malignant tumors in the Dragon Country, comprising 2.114 million men and 1.690 million women, with the annual death toll reaching 5,742 million. Globally, 9.7 million people die from cancer each year, and the average survival time post-diagnosis is approximately 5 years. That Niu Lanhua's father has survived this long is indeed a stroke of luck. Niu Lanhua fell silent, rendered speechless. Then, Sui turned to Niu Lanhua and said, "Observe this flower. Its 7 colors resemble a rainbow, symbolizing fortune and hope. Once the fruit ripens, pluck one for your father to taste. It may hold the key to his healing." Niu Lanhua could only manage a faint smile in response. "Thank you, Village Chief Su. I will certainly do that. I have heard that you planted this tree. Does its fruit possess a flavor akin to that of noble rice?" Sui shook his head in reply. "The taste is nothing exceptional, perhaps slightly better than an ordinary apple. However, its effects should be promising. Yet, as the fruits are not yet ripe, we have not conducted any experiments, so I cannot assert their efficacy." Niu Lanhua nodded in understanding. Subsequently, Sui departed from the hospital and made his way to his office. The development of the kiwi fruit was complete, and the maglev transportation system for Wushui village was also underway. He now needed to contemplate the direction of future construction. Traveling to the wheat company would necessitate a flight, which meant a journey to the provincial capital, an endeavor that would consume considerable time and energy. Thus, he decided to construct an airport in Wushui village. However, with limited land and scarce flat terrain, he would need to devise a suitable location for the airport's establishment. After pondering for a moment, an idea suddenly struck him. Perhaps there exists a place that is quite suitable. Chapter 112, Site Selection for the Airport in Wushui Village. Sui pondered the appropriate location for the airport in Wushui Village within his office. After some contemplation, he envisioned a particularly suitable site, the highest peak in Wushui Village, known as Dahe Mountain. The surface of Dahe Mountain was entirely covered with black stones, devoid of any vegetation, earning it the name bestowed by his ancestors. Dahe Mountain stood directly opposite Su's family village, although separated by another mountain. The majestic silhouette of Dahe Mountain was still visible from Su Yi's home. The mountain's expanse was considerable, stretching over several kilometers in width. Sui planned to excavate the interior of Dahe Mountain to construct the airport. In the future, this mountain could serve as a discreet and secure site for the takeoff and landing of various aircraft. However, as the workers were currently on holiday and Wang Fei and his team were absent, the construction of the airport would have to be postponed. Nevertheless, he diligently documented his plans on the computer. The immediate priority was to complete the construction of the maglev train system, followed by the airport. The realization of these 2 foundational projects would undoubtedly require a significant amount of time. Presently, the focus was on establishing the factory for the Smart Eye technology. The wheat company was poised to hold a press conference to unveil this innovative product. Once the public became aware of this technological advancement, it was bound to generate considerable excitement. The demand would likely be substantial, particularly among the numerous visually impaired individuals abroad, who would undoubtedly invest heavily in this product. Simultaneously, there was the kiwi fruit, which, if it truly held the potential to treat cancer, would surely become a sensation. Sui had already determined the pricing strategy. The kiwi would retail for 50,000 yuan domestically, purchased with identification, while abroad it would be priced at 5 million yuan per fruit. His intention was to garner substantial profits from foreign markets to fund the development of Wushui village. Thus, the upcoming tasks involved establishing the factory for the smart eye technology and promoting the cultivation of kiwis. The following afternoon, Sui received a message from Lei Bus. He announced that he would be promoting the smart eye technology during the wheat company's press conference, which would also commence pre-sales. Sui tuned into the live stream. In the broadcast, Lei Bus stood at the podium, exuding a radiant smile, while the comments section was abuzz with reactions. What is going on with Lei Bus? Why is he suddenly announcing a new product launch? Indeed, there was no prior notice, and we have no clue what this product will be. I've already received my wheat car, and its range truly exceeds 8,000 kilometers. Impressive. I don't regret spending my money. I'm eagerly looking forward to this new product. Viewers in the live stream expressed their excitement after purchasing the wheat car equipped with the stellar converter. Nearly all had tested the vehicle's range, which aligned perfectly with the claims made during the press conference. The results confirmed the extensive range and real-time charging capabilities as advertised. Consequently, the internet was flooded with positive reviews for the wheat car. As a result, when Wheat launched a new product, everyone was curious to tune in and watch. Lei Bus is indeed a man who commands attention. Shortly after commencing his live broadcast, the audience surged to 100,000 viewers. The chatter among the crowd was rife with anticipation for the unveiling of new products. Even netizens from various nations, upon hearing of the upcoming product launch by Xiaomi, eagerly tuned in to watch. The impression that Xiaomi automobiles had left on them was profound, and their interest in the brand had significantly heightened. As the time approached, Lei Bus smiled and addressed the audience, saying, "I apologize for the suddenness of this announcement. We had no prior information to share before launching this event. The urgency of the situation compels me to present a product that I am genuinely eager for everyone to know about and for those in need to utilize. Without further ado, the product we are unveiling today is the result of a collaboration between our company and the military." The audience was momentarily taken aback. The military again? They murmured, recalling that the last collaboration had produced the stellar converter technology, which had a monumental impact worldwide. This innovation allowed Xiaomi to swiftly capture the global electric vehicle market and severely undermined oil prices. Even the persistently struggling Longke oil company saw prices plummet from 7.8 yuan to just 1 yuan, leading them to lament their losses. Nations that had previously relied heavily on oil as their primary economic resource were now also voicing their grievances, as their profits diminished dramatically. The source of this upheaval was none other than the stellar converter developed in conjunction with the military. Thus, when news broke that Xiaomi was collaborating with the military once more on a technological innovation, the audience's anticipation soared. What groundbreaking advancement could Xiaomi and the military possibly have achieved this time? Continuing his presentation, Lei Bus revealed, "The product we have developed is called the Eye of Wisdom. For further details, please direct your attention to the big screen." As he spoke, the audience turned their gaze to the display, where an introduction to the Eye of Wisdom appeared. After viewing the presentation, everyone was momentarily stunned. It was an artificial mechanical eyeball. Upon installation, it promised to restore vision while also providing distance measurement, night vision, and basic computational functions. The crowd was left in disbelief. Could it be true? Had Xiaomi, or the military, overcome the challenges related to neural connections? Numerous research institutions around the globe had been working on artificial eyeballs, but none had reported successful outcomes. Did this mean that Xiaomi had completed the development of such a product? As doubts lingered, a surgical video played on the big screen. It depicted a team of doctors performing the installation of the mechanical eyeball, followed by footage of patients regaining their sight and navigating freely in the dark. These were indeed images of elderly veterans, aided by the hospital where Sui worked. Given the military's endorsement, there could be no question of the video's authenticity. The viewers were left utterly astonished. Could it be that humanity has truly created functional mechanical eyeballs? And astonishingly, the results are remarkably impressive. These mechanical eyes even possess computational abilities and night vision. Many individuals are contemplating the idea of removing their natural eyes to replace them with these innovations. International netizens are equally astounded, considering this the first successful development of mechanical eyes in human history. This invention genuinely holds the potential to eradicate blindness, whether congenital or acquired. Excitement is brewing among all online users, although the cost of such a marvel remains uncertain, likely being quite exorbitant. After showcasing the footage, Labus also smiled and remarked that the documentary was produced by the military, ensuring its authenticity. As for the price, he invited everyone to look at the big screen. Upon hearing this, all ears perked up. Numerous individuals from the Eagle Nation have lost their sight in the ongoing conflict with the Dragon Country, and they too are filled with hope. Many elderly citizens from the Island Nation, having lost their vision in the Dragon Country, are now smiling at the prospect of regaining their sight. Perhaps salvation is within reach for them. Chapter 113. This young man is quite interesting. Upon hearing that the price was about to be announced, everyone perked up with keen interest. Many elderly individuals from the Island Nation, who had lost their sight during their invasion of the Dragon Kingdom, were suddenly filled with excitement. They never anticipated that the Dragon Kingdom had developed technology capable of restoring their eyesight. The mere thought of this filled their hearts with immense satisfaction. What did it matter that they had committed acts of wrongdoing on the land of the Dragon Kingdom? The descendants of the Dragon Kingdom were still willing to heal them. A sense of accomplishment welled up within them, their faces adorned with smug smiles, as the world eagerly awaited the price reveal. The large screen displayed the cost of the Wisdom Eye. Blind individuals possessing Dragon Kingdom's health insurance and a clean legal record could purchase it for a mere 10,000 yuan through real name registration. Furthermore, the surgical expenses would be covered by the profits generated from the sale of the Wisdom Eye, with the military hospital overseeing the operations. Upon seeing the information on the screen, everyone was taken aback. They had initially assumed that the production of the Wisdom Eye was solely for profit. To their astonishment, those with health insurance could acquire a set for just 10,000 yuan. Wasn't he that akin to receiving it for free? Moreover, they perceived that the surgical fees would be taken care of by the proceeds from the sale of the Wisdom Eye. Not only was it practically given away, but they would also receive complimentary installation. Everyone stood there in disbelief. Could such good fortune truly exist in this day and age? The audience in front of the screen was left stunned. If it weren't for the fact that Rebus himself was hosting the press conference, they would hardly dare to believe it was real. Reporters on site were fervently snapping photographs, and the live stream was flooded with messages of commendation. Sui, observing the barrage of comments on the screen, couldn't he help but smile faintly. At that moment, he felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment, bringing him profound contentment. Meanwhile, netizens who were blind hurriedly spread the exhilarating news to one another. In a dilapidated rental apartment, a teenager rushed into a room. Inside sat an elderly man clad in tattered clothing, motionless on the sofa. Upon hearing the commotion, a smile crept across his face. At your age, being so fidgety. What's the matter? The old man chuckled. The newcomer was his grandson, a student at the county's prestigious high school. He had always taken pride in his grandson. After all, gaining admission to such a school was no small feat. However, he had never seen what his grandson looked like. The high school student burst in with exuberance, exclaiming, "Grandpa, there is hope for your eyes. You'll soon be able to see me. There is a man named Rebus, the owner of that Xiaomai automobile company, who has collaborated with the military to develop a Wisdom Eye, a mechanical eye that can restore sight to the blind." The old man shook his head slightly at this. Such an incredible invention must come with a hefty price tag. I'm afraid I'm too poor to afford it. Hearing this, the high school student spoke up excitedly. Grandfather, it's not expensive, only 10,000 yuan. I can ask my father and my uncle to chip in, and besides, they will cover the surgery costs. How wonderful it is, grandfather, you will be able to see again. Upon hearing this, the old man was filled with immense excitement. Are you truly saying the truth? You little rascal, are you not deceiving me? The high school student replied with fervor, Grandfather, how could I possibly deceive you? Everything I say is genuine. I will place the order immediately, ensuring that you can undergo the surgery at the earliest opportunity and witness the advancements of our prosperous dragon country. You have not seen anything for decades. Back then, our county barely had any bicycles. You cannot imagine how far we've come. Now we have high-speed trains in our county, and even airplanes in the provincial capital. I will take you to see it all. The old man trembled with excitement and then knelt down. Thank you, Labus. Grandson. You must express my heartfelt gratitude to them. At that moment, on a bus, a woman in her 20s was watching a live broadcast. Upon seeing the price of the Wisdom Eye and the free surgery announcement, tears streamed down her face. A little girl beside her squinted her eyes, hearing her mother's sobs. She reached out to touch her face. Mommy, why are you crying? Even though I cannot see, I know this is tears. Haha. It feels just like the rain I've touched before. Mommy, is rain beautiful? I long to see what rain looks like. Will there be a rainbow? What does a rainbow truly look like? The woman, weeping, gently stroked the girl's head. You will soon be able to see, my dear. Mommy will take you to have your eyes treated. This scene unfolded in many places. Upon receiving the news, they were all filled with excitement. Their vision had hope. Meanwhile, foreigners were taken aback upon hearing the price. Then, they all burst into laughter. 10,000 yuan. Even without insurance, this wouldn't be excessively costly. Many from the Eagle Nation and the Island Nation laughed heartily, realizing they truly had hope this time. In Libas's live stream, he then spoke. I am sure everyone is curious about the price for those without insurance. For those without insurance but possessing a Dragon Country ID and are law-abiding, we will sell it for 100,000 per set, with the medical fees being self-paid. As for foreigners, the prices vary. In most countries, it will be 1 million per set. In the Eagle Nation, 5 million per set. And in the Island Nation, 10 million per set. To prevent anyone from purchasing on behalf of others, buyers must come to Dragon Country for the surgery. Those who were previously filled with joy were now left in shock. What? 5 million per set? 10 million per set? And we cannot purchase on behalf of others? The laughter of many foreigners abruptly froze, their expressions turning to disbelief. This is simply discrimination. However, they found themselves powerless. Many did not possess such wealth. Thus, the flickering hope they had just ignited was extinguished, plunging them once more into despair. Nevertheless, some individuals gritted their teeth, determined to sell their possessions and secure loans for treatment, for in the grand scheme of things, money paled in comparison to the prospect of recovery. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were thoroughly entertained. They had previously expressed curiosity over the modest price of 10,000 yuan for the treatment. Selling just one unit would barely cover the surgical costs. Now, the realization dawned upon them that it was, in fact, foreign benefactors who were footing the bill. Moreover, the exorbitant prices in countries like the United States and Japan made it evident that the impoverished might never find solace. Subsequently, the press conference concluded, and Laybus launched a website for online reservations. The domestic pre-order count surged past 1 million almost instantly, with international numbers also impressive, exceeding 100,000. As Laybus perused the back-end data, he felt an overwhelming sense of admiration. Mr. Su could have amassed a fortune with this technology. Yet he chose to offer it freely. Such altruism was commendable. Si's stature in Laybus's eyes soared to great heights. At that moment, he quietly resolved to become a conscientious entrepreneur, aspiring to emulate Sui by enabling ordinary people to benefit from technological advancements. Meanwhile, in a military conference room, a middle-aged officer adorned with a star on his shoulder had just concluded watching the live stream. A rare smile graced his stern visage. This young man is quite intriguing. I concur with your proposal. I shall personally deliver the documents to that waterless village. I am eager to meet this fascinating young individual. It is people like him who truly represent the backbone of our society. Chapter 114. Military Commendation. Upon hearing the words of the middle-aged man, the individuals in the conference room were momentarily rendered speechless. Feng Zuluan, filled with disbelief, uttered, Commander, are you implying that you intend to personally seek out Sui? Although the middle-aged man bore only a single star on his shoulder, he was a figure of considerable renown, celebrated across all 4 military theaters for his remarkable accomplishments. The notion that such an esteemed individual would take it upon himself to meet Sui was astonishing. A faint smile graced the middle-aged man's lips as he contemplated Feng Zuluan's remark, regardless of whether it pertained to concrete technology or the stellar converter. Not to mention the advancements in mechanical dogs and tigers, these innovations were undeniably cutting-edge. It was due to this individual that the military had established its first unmanned wolf brigade. And it was this very achievement that had enabled him to ascend to the rank of its commander. Now, as he prepared to bestow a commendation upon Sui, he pondered, what harm could there be in making the trip personally? His curiosity about the young man was piqued, while others may have been oblivious. He understood the vital importance of Sui's technologies to the military. First and foremost was the concrete technology. Tests had demonstrated that this concrete was remarkably durable yet lightweight. It had now supplanted ceramic plates as the material of choice for bulletproof vests. Moreover, the shells of their tanks had been equipped with this concrete material for enhanced armor protection. All military airstrip runways had been reinforced with this material, enabling them to withstand missile strikes. Numerous fortifications and hangars had also been constructed using this material, ensuring their safety. When he first encountered this remarkable substance, he had been profoundly astonished, his mind racing with thoughts of the genius responsible for its creation. Little did he anticipate that Sui would subsequently unveil the stellar converter and the Xingmong 1000 battery. The military's weaponry received an extraordinary upgrade, with armored and transport vehicles outfitted with this new system, effectively enabling limitless endurance. This advancement would propel their marching speed to unprecedented heights, with many tanks already equipped with the stellar converter system, achieving near-infinite range. The challenges of field electricity were resolved, eliminating the need for extensive gasoline shipments for power generation. Moreover, a surge in the deployment of drones ensued. Previously constrained by endurance limitations, drones had a restricted operational radius, causing many projects to be shelved. However, now these aerial vehicles could remain airborne indefinitely, wherever they desired to fly. Their drones could reach any corner of the Earth to execute precise strikes on targets. This was undeniably a strategic technological marvel, capable of keeping adversaries awake at night. Initially, he believed the Xingmong 1000 battery and stellar converter system were already groundbreaking. Little did he foresee that Su Yi would go on to develop mechanical dogs and tigers. He had witnessed footage of their special forces encountering these mechanical beasts, and it was evident that they stood no chance against them, easily subdued without resistance. Subsequently, after acquiring mechanical dogs and mechanical tigers, the military conducted another live combat exercise. The outcome was staggering, as 4 mechanical dogs swiftly eliminated an entire battalion of soldiers. The mechanical dogs exhibited remarkable speed and formidable attack power. Following this, the military equipped the mechanical dogs and tigers with weaponry, significantly enhancing their capabilities. With the addition of auxiliary targeting systems and infrared night vision, the soldiers found themselves utterly defenseless against the mechanical dogs and tigers. They barely had time to perceive their presence before being neutralized. Utilizing 10 mechanical dogs and 5 mechanical tigers, they managed to obliterate a composite battalion. The impressive performance of these mechanical entities sent ripples of astonishment throughout the military establishment. Their admiration for these 2 types of weaponry was profound, which elucidated their urgency in forming an entirely new unmanned unit. Should this newly established unit prove to be exceptionally potent, it would herald a new era of reform within the military. One could assert that Su Yi single-handedly altered the military's landscape. Moreover, having witnessed Su Yi's altruistic endeavor in providing free eye treatments to the citizens, the military leader felt an even greater curiosity towards this ingenious inventor of such formidable weapons. At that moment, upon hearing his words, the surrounding individuals remained reticent. Feng Zuluan offered a slight smile and remarked, "Since the commander wishes to visit, let us proceed. With your personal commendation, Su Yi will undoubtedly grasp the military's esteem for his contributions." The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. "Very well. It is decided. We shall confer upon this young man the rank of lieutenant colonel, affording him the same privileges as a regimental officer, along with the freedom to access the Air Force Base and utilize military aircraft for travel. Additionally, he shall be awarded a personal sum of 1 billion as a reward." This commendation was the result of extensive deliberation. Although the rank of lieutenant colonel may seem modest, it represents an apex attained by countless individuals over a lifetime. Many military academy graduates commence their careers as second lieutenants or lieutenants and may never achieve the rank of lieutenant colonel upon retirement. Furthermore, Su Yi's privileges equate to those of a regimental officer, signifying that he would enjoy equivalent benefits. Most notably, granting him unrestricted access to the Air Force Base allows him to travel via military aircraft, a privilege previously unheard of in the annals of Dragon Kingdom's history, making Su Yi the first recipient of such honor. Even the middle-aged man had never enjoyed such privileges. Lastly, the monetary reward of 1 billion. While perhaps modest in comparison to Su Yi's earnings, remains a substantial sum. No one in the nation had ever received such a high monetary award before. This is indeed a historic first. In truth, it can be said that this reward is exceedingly generous. However, in light of Su Yi's numerous contributions, their efforts appeared rather meager. This was one of the reasons why the middle-aged official intended to personally deliver the commendation, thereby demonstrating the military's sincerity. Once the decision was made, the military meeting concluded. Subsequently, the official, accompanied by Feng Zuluan, boarded a military aircraft heading to the nearest military base to Wushui Village. They then transferred to a military vehicle en route to Wushui Village. A grand plaque, along with the commendation in military uniforms, had been meticulously prepared, awaiting their arrival at Su Yi's residence for the personal presentation. However, just as they were nearing Su Yi's home, a call from the military interrupted the middle-aged official's phone. They were informed that, following a discussion by the committee, the details of Su Yi's commendation had been amended. Chapter 115. Su Yi's request upon receiving the news. The middle-aged man nodded. However, as only a small portion had been revised, they did not see the necessity to recreate the commendation order. By the time they arrived at Wuxue village, it was already afternoon. Shunan welcomed the group, and shortly thereafter, he led them to the office where Sui was. Upon meeting Sui, Feng Zuluan stepped forward to introduce him. Village Chief Su, this is General Gao Ming, the newly appointed commander of a certain military district, who is the chief responsible for the unmanned mechanical dog unit in his battle zone. Chief, this is Sui, the village chief of Wuxue. Following this brief introduction, Gao Ming turned his gaze towards Sui, who reciprocated the look. Gao Ming smiled slightly and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, Village Chief Su. I have long admired your reputation and am grateful for the technological advancements you have developed for our military." Seeing this, Sui promptly extended his hand to shake. "You are too kind, Chief. I am merely fulfilling my responsibilities, and those mechanical dogs are not provided for free. I am merely earning a living." Upon hearing this, Gao Ming cast a surprised glance at Sui, thinking to himself that this young man was rather forthright. He smiled gently and continued, "As a result of military research, we have decided to commend you for your contributions. Village Chief Su, shall we discuss this in your conference room?" Taken aback by the mention of a military commendation, Sui had not anticipated such an honor. He then led the group to the conference room in Wuxue village. Soon after, Gao Ming produced a commendation order and read its contents aloud. As Gao Ming recited the commendation order, Sui was left in a state of astonishment. A lieutenant colonel rank across all 3 military branches? The right to utilize military aircraft? A reward of 1 billion? Could one individual truly attain the rank of lieutenant colonel in the Army, Navy, and Air Force simultaneously? Furthermore, the ability to freely access military airports and use various types of aircraft? Was this genuine? As for the 1 billion, he was curious whether this amount was derived from the system. If not, did that imply he could possess a capital of 1 billion? At this moment, the others present were equally dumbfounded by the contents of the commendation order. Even though they were military personnel, it was their first encounter with the notion of a single individual holding the rank of lieutenant colonel across all 3 branches. Moreover, they had never heard of anyone being allowed unrestricted access to military airports and the ability to utilize military aircraft as needed. This was beyond the realm of a lieutenant colonel. Even a general standing nearby would not have such privileges. As for the 1 billion reward, they were not particularly astonished. In Sui's hands, such an amount would hardly be noteworthy. After completing the reading of the commendation, Gao Ming handed the commendation order along with an appointment letter to Sui. Shunan, standing beside them, also presented the military uniforms from all 3 branches. Placing them into Sui's hands, Gao Ming smiled gently, saying, "Congratulations, Village Chief Su, on becoming a member of the military. From now on, we will be colleagues. However, rest assured that this is merely a nominal title. You shall not be required to perform any duties or attend work. When you need to use the military airports, simply contact them directly." Upon hearing these words, Sui's eyes suddenly brightened. He was contemplating the construction of an airport. Initially, he was pondering how to land at major airports across the nation. Was this not an opportune moment? In truth, all airports in the country are under military control. With military permission and orders, their aircraft could land at any airport at any time, enjoying absolute priority. No other aircraft would be allowed to land until theirs had safely arrived. This would significantly facilitate travel for the residents of Wuxue village. With this thought in mind, he spoke up. "Esteemed Commander, utilizing your military aircraft seems somewhat excessive. Why don't we use our own planes? Subsequently, we would simply request permission to borrow your airport. I plan to construct an airport in our village and, in time, build our own aircraft. We can manage with our own planes." Upon hearing this, Gao Ming was taken aback. What kind of village is this, so readily intent on building airports and crafting airplanes? They certainly possess remarkable capabilities. Nevertheless, he nodded in agreement. "All right, I accept your terms. I will report this to the committee." Sui nodded and then stepped aside, offering a faint smile. "Commander, shall we proceed? You must be hungry. Why not join us in our canteen for a meal?" Noticing the time nearing dinner, he invited everyone to the dining hall. The group nodded in acceptance. "Very well, we shall partake in a meal here, Sui. If you do not mind, please call me Brother Gao. I happen to have much to discuss with you." They then made their way to the hospital's canteen. They had initially expected Wuxue Village's dining hall to be quite ordinary. However, upon entering, their eyes widened in astonishment. The canteen was lavishly decorated, with high-end dining tables surrounding them. Most astonishingly, they noticed a nearby cabinet brimming with expensive wines, the cheapest seemingly worth 1,000 yuan, a staggering price. What left them most dumbfounded was the sight of the walls of the canteen, entirely covered with these wines, densely packed, their value likely in the millions. Even Gao Ming, well-versed in worldly matters, was left speechless. Soon, they were enveloped by a delightful aroma wafting through the air, a scent unlike anything they had ever encountered. Just a whiff invigorated their spirits. What is this fragrance? Indeed, it is delightful. The soldiers were taken aback, having never experienced such an enticing scent before. As they arrived, the staff of the canteen emerged, carrying delectable dishes. The soldiers stood in awe. Goodness, is the fare in this village truly so sumptuous? There were steaks, seafood, a variety of meats, and fish in abundance. The soldiers' mouths watered at the sight. The food appeared utterly delectable. Gao Ming, too, was momentarily speechless. Village Chief Su. Do you eat like this every day? Su Yi shook his head in response. How could this be possible? Upon hearing this, Gao Ming and the others sighed in relief, realizing that this feast had been specially prepared for them. Indeed, if they were to consume such delicacies daily, the expenses would be exorbitant. However, in the next moment, Su Yi interjected, stating that if they were to eat these dishes every day, it would become monotonous. They had grown weary of them, as they alternated their menu daily, featuring a distinct array of 36 dishes each day. Yet, they were all quite similar in essence, weren't they? At these words, Gao Ming's lips twitched in response, pondering if he should have refrained from asking. Soon after, a thought struck him. He beckoned a nearby soldier, who approached carrying a bag. With a smile, Gao Ming said, Su, my brother, have someone prepare this for cooking. You surely have never tasted rice so exquisite. This was a gift from my superiors when I last achieved merit, and I have hesitated to indulge until now. Today, let us together savor what is reputed to be noble rice. Upon hearing this, Su Yi's lips twitched once more, curious about the expression Gao Ming would wear when the rice was served shortly. Chapter 116. Infinite supply. At this moment, Gao Ming was oblivious to the fact that the cafeteria offered an unlimited supply of noble rice. With a beaming expression, he enthusiastically introduced, Brother Su, you have no idea. This noble rice is extraordinarily expensive. I heard that it still costs around 100,000 yuan for just a pound in the market. The pound in my possession was awarded to me when I achieved second-class merit. I have been reluctant to consume it. Today, I brought it specifically for you to taste, as a token of gratitude for the technologies you developed for our military. As he spoke, he turned to someone nearby and added, Please, have it cooked. We shall all savor it together later. At this point, Shen Nan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, interjected, Sir, there's no need for that. We are about to eat, so cooking isn't necessary. In response, Gao Ming firmly insisted, it is essential. Although this rice is costly, it pales in comparison to Brother Su's contributions. Trust me. Hurry and have this rice prepared. I am eager to discover why it is so expensive. His gaze was resolute, and his tone was unwavering. Meanwhile, Feng Zuluan, having never dined in Wushui village, was unaware of the existence of noble rice there. He nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, this rice must differ from ordinary varieties. Today, we must let Brother Su experience it. He was also curious to know if this noble rice lived up to its legendary reputation for exquisite taste. Seizing the opportunity, he looked forward to tasting it. Upon hearing this, Shen Nan felt it was best not to press the matter further. At that moment, Sui spoke up. There's no need to cook it. It is just rice, much like what we have here. After stating this, he instructed the chefs to serve the dishes, denying Gao Ming and Feng Zuluan any further chance to speak. Shortly thereafter, the chefs presented a variety of dishes, each one a feast for the eyes and palate. Gao Ming and Feng Zuluan were momentarily taken aback by the sight of these dishes. This technique, this aroma, these are certainly not the creations of an ordinary chef, Gao Ming exclaimed. In response to this, Sui nodded affirmatively. They are quite competent. I recruited them from 5-star hotels, and several have even participated in state banquets. He encouraged them to try these dishes and see if they suit your taste. If not, let me know, and I will have them re-prepared. The others were left speechless. What? Chefs from a state banquet? Feng Zuluan gasped in astonishment. Goodness, when they first arrived in Wushui village, there was no water at all. I never imagined that they would now be chefs for state banquets. At that moment, Gao Ming eagerly picked up his chopsticks and tasted a dish. The next instant, his eyes lit up. I had the fortune of attending a state banquet once, and indeed, this is the same flavor. It appears that your chefs are genuinely of state banquet caliber. At this moment, Gao Ming was profoundly astonished. although the waterless village was merely a small hamlet. Its capabilities were indeed remarkable. As an array of dishes were presented, their eyes widened in disbelief. Each dish was a renowned specialty from various regions, prepared with unparalleled expertise, emanating a rich aroma that made their mouths water uncontrollably. They had never encountered such opulent fare before. The surrounding soldiers, accustomed to the bland, communal meals of the barracks, were rendered speechless by the exquisite dishes before them. After all, it had been years since they had savored such a lavish spread. Shortly thereafter, the chefs brought forth buckets of rice. The noble rice, under the deft steaming techniques of the master chefs, reached a state of perfection. Each grain shimmered with transparency, releasing waves of fragrance into the air. The aroma of the rice left those nearby momentarily stunned. So, that is what it is, they mused. I've never encountered such a delightful scent before. It's intoxicating. Indeed, the aroma was so enchanting that it seemed to awaken their senses. More than that, I feel ravenous. I could devour an entire cow. The soldiers buzzed with excitement, marveling at how the fragrance of the rice surpassed even that of the dishes. Beside them, Feng Ziluan and Gao Ming were equally taken aback by the captivating scent. How can it be so fragrant? At that moment, Shinin spoke up. This is noble rice. In hospital canteens, it is typically available in unlimited supply. As long as you can eat it, you can have as much as you desire. Upon hearing this, both Feng Ziluan and Gao Ming were momentarily stunned. Noble rice? Unlimited supply? In that instant, they finally grasped that Shinin had previously prevented them from cooking because the rice in the canteen was indeed noble rice. It was said that when noble rice was cooked, the aroma wafted for 500 meters around. It seemed that the fragrance they had previously detected was indeed from this noble rice. Realizing the implications of unlimited supply, and recalling how they had urged Su Yi to try it, their faces flushed with embarrassment. At this juncture, Su Yi added, "Indeed, everyone, do not hesitate. While this rice may be considered rare elsewhere, we consume it daily here. Feel free to take as much as you like. It is an unlimited supply." Hearing this, Gao Ming and Feng Ziluan's faces reddened even further. They had just been extolling the virtues and rarity of noble rice, only to discover that it was a daily staple for others. The realization left them feeling quite sheepish. Observing their discomfort, Su Yi offered them a gentle smile. "Come now, let us all enjoy this together. Allow me to serve you both some rice." He then personally dished out a bowl for each of them, curious about the rice's flavor. Gao Ming and Feng Ziluan wasted no time in using their chopsticks to take a bite. In the next moment, their eyes widened in astonishment as a wave of exquisite flavor enveloped their palates, ascending to their very minds. At this moment, it seemed as if they had transcended to a realm of celestial beings, experiencing an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. Simultaneously, an enveloping warmth coursed through their bodies, erasing the injuries and ailments that had lingered from their training. In contrast, they felt an invigorating surge of vitality, as if they possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. The fatigue that had weighed them down vanished in an instant. This trifecta of indulgence, culinary delight, physical rejuvenation, and spiritual uplift rendered them defenseless. Without uttering a single word, they succumbed to their primal urges, devouring their meals voraciously, abandoning any semblance of decorum. The nearby warriors, upon tasting the exquisite noble rice, were equally entranced, momentarily stunned. Soon after, they too disregarded their appearances and feasted heartily, utterly captivated by the delectable flavors. Observing this spectacle, Shinin shook her head, yet refrained from commenting. After all, who could maintain composure upon their first encounter with noble rice? She herself had once succumbed to the same fate. Following their meal, Gao Ming and Feng Ziluan expressed their gratitude to Su Yi before leading their team away. They had indulged to their heart's content. Feeling a touch of embarrassment over their lack of restraint, Gao Ming extended an invitation for Su Yi to visit their unit whenever he found the time. Su Yi nodded in agreement, assuring him that he would certainly reach out when the aerial vehicles of Wushui Village were ready for flight testing, and that he would fly to their Air Force base. With the matters concerning the Eye of Wisdom concluded, he now had to contemplate new avenues for research and development. Since the construction of an airport was on the horizon, the need for aerial vehicles became apparent. He intended to consult the system for a suitable aircraft to serve as Wushui Village's aerial transport, preferably one characterized by exceptional speed. Upon returning to his dormitory, he immediately accessed the system to begin his search. Chapter 117. Space-level new technology. Upon opening the interface, he was greeted once again by the exclamation mark indicating unread notifications. However, in contrast to the previous occasion, This time, there were significantly fewer messages. Congratulations to the host for achieving the development of the first genetically modified kiwi in the waterless village, earning 5,000 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for achieving the mass production of the Eye of Wisdom technology product in the waterless village, earning 3,000 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for achieving an average savings of over 50 million per villager in the waterless village, earning 10,000 achievement points. There were only 3 system notifications. The first pertained to the kiwi, the second to the Eye of Wisdom, and the third to the villager's savings. While he had anticipated the first 2, he was astonished to discover that the average savings of the villagers had reached an astounding 50 million. It seemed that the residents of Waterless Village had indeed prospered. Just a month ago, their average savings barely exceeded 40 million. He had not expected them to amass such wealth so swiftly. Clearly, the rise in the price of noble rice had significantly benefited them. He had already restricted the cultivation area for each household regarding noble rice to control its price. Although the quantity had diminished, their earning speed appeared unaffected. The villagers had diversified their income streams. The wheat automobile generated a staggering 150 billion per month for Waterless Village, yielding a net income of 120 billion after taxes. Despite restricting the cultivation of the largest drought-resistant rice, the price of noble rice had consequently risen. Each month, the village earned approximately 120 billion from noble drought-resistant rice, with villagers claiming half of that, resulting in about 60 billion for the village monthly. Additionally, their previously developed concrete technology provided the military with an annual fee of 1 billion, while the Southwest Group contributed another billion annually. Although these revenues were modest, the mechanical dogs sold to the military fetched a price of 1 million each, while the mechanical tigers cost 10 million each. After a conversation with Gao Ming, he learned that the military intended to procure these devices in bulk, suggesting a significant profit opportunity in the future. Overall, Waterless Village was not lacking in funds, and the villagers were increasingly affluent. Financial concerns had diminished, and the next challenge lay in improving their quality of life. With water sources and housing issues resolved, the focus now shifted to transportation and food. While every household cultivated noble, drought-resistant rice, the matter of food was no longer worrisome. Transportation needed urgent attention. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at his balance of achievement points. Previously, he had 64,000 points remaining, with the additional 18,000 points earned. He now had a total of 82,000 achievement points. This amount was sufficient for him to exchange for some valuable items. With this thought in mind, he immediately began searching for aircraft within the system that would meet the needs of Waterless Village. Due to the limited population of the Waterless Village, the destinations chosen by its inhabitants are not uniform, with perhaps only a handful of individuals heading to the same city. Consequently, the aircraft does not need to be large. A capacity to accommodate approximately 10 passengers suffices. Next, there arises the issue of efficiency. Given that the aircraft has been developed, it cannot be a mere conventional model. It must possess exceptional speed, capable of swiftly transporting individuals to their destinations. Therefore, a demand for rapidity is paramount, ideally exceeding that of a fighter jet. Furthermore, to ensure that the Waterless Village remains concealed from the public eye, the aircraft must exhibit stealth characteristics, making it difficult to detect by human observers or radar systems. Thus, a genuinely stealth-capable aircraft, endowed with optical camouflage, may be required. As he conducted his search, the system interface was instantly populated with numerous flying vehicles. Sui promptly initiated a price search, focusing on aircraft valued around 50,000 achievement points. Soon, several options appeared before him. He briefly reviewed the technical specifications of these aircraft and began to evaluate whether such technology could be manufactured with existing capabilities. After careful consideration, he ultimately selected an aircraft priced at 49,999 achievement points. Admittedly, this aircraft was somewhat expensive, especially in comparison to the modest achievement points required for previous items like the mechanical dog and mechanical tiger. The cost of this aircraft had significantly surpassed any technology Sui had previously exchanged for. However, its performance was exceedingly formidable. This aircraft, named the Asia-Pacific Transport Vessel, was a product of a distant planet. According to the system's description, this vehicle was utilized by an extraterrestrial species for personnel transportation in the subspace domain. Not only could this craft operate within subspace, but it was also capable of traversing outer space. Typically, It served as a vessel for transporting passengers to space tourism destinations. One could say it was a bona fide spaceship, albeit with limited range due to constraints on oxygen, fuel, and other essentials, which prevented it from venturing far from its origin. The primary exterior of the aircraft was constructed from ultra-high-temperature ceramic materials, known for their remarkably high melting points. For instance, the melting point of hafnium carbide reaches 6,000 degrees Celsius, while zirconium carbide melts at approximately 7,000 degrees Celsius. When the aircraft operates at speeds of 30 Mach in the vacuum of space or 10 Mach at standard altitudes, the friction with the air generates immense heat at the nose and surface. The ultra-high-temperature ceramic material is engineered to withstand such extreme thermal environments, thereby safeguarding the structural integrity of the vessel from incineration. Additionally, carbon lead composite materials were employed to enhance its oxidation resistance and high-temperature durability. Under the high-temperature conditions generated during rapid flight, these materials not only maintain robust structural integrity, but also effectively dissipate heat, preventing excessive thermal accumulation that could compromise material performance. The structural materials of the aircraft consist of high-performance titanium alloys, which exhibit a favorable strength-to-weight ratio, with a density of approximately 100 GCM and a tensile strength around 10,000 MPa. In the intense stress environment of high-speed flight, these materials provide ample structural support for the aircraft. Furthermore, certain structures also employ nickel-based superalloys, which exhibit exceptional high-temperature strength and creep resistance. In regions of elevated temperatures, such as near aircraft engines, these alloys can withstand the erosive forces of high-temperature gases and thermal stresses, ensuring the stable operation of the engine and its associated structures. The anti-corrosion materials utilized on the surface of the aircraft consist of metal matrix composites. These composites, with a metallic matrix reinforced by ceramics or carbon fibers, combine the excellent workability of aluminum with the high hardness and wear resistance of silicon carbide. During high-speed flight, the surface of the aircraft is subjected to erosion from minute particles in the airstream, and this material effectively counters such erosion, safeguarding the aircraft's exterior and critical components. These coatings can be applied to the aircraft's surface through physical or chemical vapor deposition techniques to enhance the material's resistance to corrosion and oxidation. The high hardness and chemical stability of the coatings mitigate wear caused by high-velocity airflow on the aircraft materials. As for the wave-transparent materials, boron nitride ceramic is employed, which possesses commendable dielectric properties and thermal stability. In the high-temperature conditions generated during rapid flight, it ensures the proper transmission of radar waves and communication signals. Components such as the aircraft's radar dome utilize specialized quartz fiber composites, which guarantee efficient passage of electromagnetic signals while withstanding various forces encountered during flight. Undoubtedly, the most significant technology of this aircraft is its optical stealth capability. Stealth technology is a coveted aspiration for many. Upon acquiring this technology, Sui could not help but smile, for with it, he would render Wuxue Village undetectable to the naked eye. Chapter 118. Flight speed of 10 Mach. Upon witnessing the stealth technology of the aircraft, Sui was filled with immense joy. This aircraft's stealth capability is referred to as optical camouflage technology. As the name suggests, it involves a special material covering the aircraft's surface, integrated with sensors and a color-changing mechanism. The sensors function like keen eyes, capable of real-time monitoring of the intensity, color, and spectral distribution of light in all directions surrounding the aircraft. Based on the gathered environmental light data, the material utilizes electrochromic and photochromic principles to alter its appearance. By embedding conductive electrodes within the material, the circuit controls the intensity and direction of the electric field between the electrodes in response to data relayed by the sensors. This activates the electrochromic substances within the material to change color, ultimately allowing the aircraft's surface to visually merge with the surrounding environment, thus achieving a stealth effect to the naked eye. This technology has become a focal point for nations around the globe, as it represents one of the most accessible methods for achieving optical invisibility. Once perfected, it would confer significant advantages. For instance, in low-altitude assaults during military operations, optical camouflage technology enables aircraft to blend seamlessly with terrestrial backgrounds, whether in jungles, deserts, or urban settings. In a jungle environment, the aircraft can mimic the colors and textures of trees, quietly approaching its target under the cover of dense foliage. In a desert, the aircraft's hue can adjust in real time to match the tone of the sand and the lighting conditions. making it challenging for ground-based air defense systems to visually detect it. In urban landscapes, the aircraft can simulate the appearance of buildings or the sky, facilitating covert reconnaissance or sudden strikes. During nocturnal operations, the aircraft can imitate the night sky, thereby reducing the likelihood of detection by enemy sentries, while employing its internal equipment for reconnaissance and communication, providing battlefield intelligence to special forces. Most critically, this technology serves as a strategic deterrent and intelligence-gathering asset. Aircraft equipped with optical camouflage can conduct strategic patrols in sensitive areas, imposing significant psychological pressure on potential adversaries. The inability to visually ascertain the aircraft's location and intentions adds uncertainty and enhances the deterrent effect of military operations. In intelligence-gathering missions, optical camouflage aircraft can approach target zones undetected, conducting optical reconnaissance during both day and night to collect information regarding troop deployments and activities. Hence, this optical stealth technology is poised to create a global sensation. Once the material is developed, its applications could extend to any form of equipment, such as tanks, aircraft, and warships, enabling these weapons to achieve stealth capabilities. However, the cost of such technology is exceedingly high, limiting its application to core military assets. It remains impractical for individual use, as a person cannot be equipped with sufficient energy to support the stealth material's power needs. This system's sensor technology is fundamentally based on spectral perception, typically utilizing semiconductor devices such as photodiodes or phototransistors for the visible light spectrum. The semiconductor materials within these devices, when exposed to photons, enable electrons in the valence band to absorb photon energy and transition to the conduction band, thereby generating electron-hole pairs. By monitoring the flow of these charge carriers, light signals can be converted into electrical signals. For the near-infrared and ultraviolet spectra, specialized photoelectric materials are employed. During the process of multispectral sensing, optical filters are utilized to separate different spectral ranges, allowing distinct photoelectric detectors to engage in their respective detections. Take aircraft as an example. To achieve comprehensive angular coverage, it is customary to employ a configuration of multiple sensor units installed at various locations such as the top, bottom, sides, and wings of the fuselage. Subsequently, through data fusion techniques, the images captured by each sensor unit are seamlessly stitched together to create a complete environmental light image surrounding the aircraft. The data fusion process entails intricate image registration and fusion algorithms, aligning them spatially and subsequently employing methods such as weighted averaging to merge multiple images into a singular cohesive representation. This entire operation necessitates the processing power of a supercomputer and consumes substantial electrical energy. Furthermore, color-changing materials also require considerable energy expenditure. Thus, the batteries carried by a person are woefully inadequate to provide such immense power, rendering the operation of this optical camouflage system quite challenging on an individual scale. Nevertheless, its application on aircraft is entirely feasible. This particular flying machine not only boasts stealth capabilities but also exhibits remarkable high-speed flight characteristics. It can achieve a staggering speed of 30 Mach in the air and reach 20 Mach in the near-space environment. Even at altitudes below 20,000 meters, it can attain a maximum speed of an astonishing 10 Mach. This fighter jet employs pulse detonation engine technology and scramjet turbo engine technology that far surpasses contemporary advancements. The pulse detonation engine is a novel propulsion device based on detonation combustion, which periodically generates shock waves to release energy and propel the aircraft forward. Within each cycle, fuel and oxidizer rapidly mix and combust in the combustion chamber, producing high-temperature, high-pressure shock waves that propagate at supersonic speeds and release tremendous energy to drive the aircraft forward. This technology not only enables substantial thrust generation within a compact volume and weight, enhancing the aircraft's performance and range, but also features a relatively simple structure that eliminates the need for complex components such as turbines and compressors, thereby reducing manufacturing costs and maintenance challenges. Moreover, the rapid propagation speed of the pressure waves generated by the detonation combustion allows the engine to attain significant thrust in a short time frame, greatly enhancing the aircraft's maneuverability and acceleration capabilities. The scramjet turbo engine represents a hybrid propulsion system that amalgamates the advantages of both ramjet and turbojet engines. It utilizes the turbojet engine for power during low-speed flight and transitions to the ramjet engine mode at high speeds, optimizing engine efficiency and thrust across varying flight velocities. The design ensures that the engine can start and operate steadily during low-speed flight, while fully harnessing the advantages of the ramjet engine at high speeds, thereby enhancing efficiency and thrust. Each engine type possesses its unique strengths at varying flight velocities and conditions, with the ramjet turbine engine exhibiting superior performance during high-speed flight. The combination of both engines enables the aircraft to achieve commendable power performance throughout its entire flight envelope. After reviewing all the technical specifications, Sui expressed immense satisfaction with this aircraft. The next step involves manufacturing this flying machine and subsequently testing it at Gaoming's base. He is eager to experience what it feels like to soar within this aircraft capable of reaching Mach 10. Chapter 119. The Kiwi has ripened. The name of the aircraft was altered to Waterless One, a designation signifying that it is the inaugural flying machine of Waterless Village. In the future, the Waterless One will serve as the fundamental aerial transportation for the inhabitants of Waterless Village. It is anticipated that this innovation will greatly facilitate travel for the villagers. A week later, within the courtyard of the Waterless Village Clinic, the once vibrant flowers of the kiwi, displaying 7 hues, had withered, and in their place now hung an array of 4-colored fruits. As was her custom, Niu Lanhua pushed her father towards the kiwi tree for a stroll. Upon arrival, she was greeted by a delightful fragrance wafting through the air. Looking up, she beheld the branches laden with the 4-colored fruits. Reflecting on the words of village chief Su, Niu Lanhua mused that these fruits, upon ripening, would exhibit 4 distinct colors and emit a subtle aroma. It appeared that the moment of ripeness had indeed arrived. Filled with excitement, Niu Lanhua recalled Su Yi's earlier encouragement that her father might find hope in consuming this fruit. Without hesitation, she plucked a ripe kiwi from the tree. The fruit, similar in size to an apple, showcased its 4 colors and emanated a rich, fragrant aroma that was undeniably enticing. She presented the fruit to her father, saying, "Dad, please try this fruit. Village chief Su mentioned it could be beneficial for you." Upon hearing her father, a middle-aged man who had lost all his hair and resembled an elderly figure, slightly lifted his head. A faint smile appeared on his pale face. "Flower, I have been fortunate enough. Under your devoted care, I have lived many more years. With a daughter like you, I am content and have no regrets. As for this fruit, do not deceive me. What fruit in this world can cure cancer?" He shook his head gently. Niu Lanhua, observing her frail father, felt a surge of complex emotions. Just give it a try. After all, it was cultivated by village chief Su. Experience its flavor. At this, her father nodded in agreement. He accepted the fruit from Niu Lanhua's hands, mustering strength to raise it to his lips, and took a bite. Though the kiwi was similar in size to an apple, its flavor was entirely unique and not at all hard. He easily sank his teeth into the tender flesh, which had a texture akin to jelly, melting effortlessly in his mouth. The fragrance of the kiwi instantly filled his palate, the sweet and refreshing taste invigorating his entire being. After savoring a bite, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him. "This fruit is delightful. I have never tasted anything so exquisite," he exclaimed, taking several more bites. Witnessing her father enjoy the fruit filled Niu Lanhua with joy, regardless of whether the fruit would prove beneficial. The sight of her father's smile was enough to warm her heart. After finishing a fruit, Niu Lanhua once again picked a ripe one and placed it in her father's hands. "Here, Dad, have another." The middle-aged man shook his head. "Flower, you enjoy it. I am full. You should also savor the flavor of this fruit." Upon hearing this, Niu Lanhua ceased her insistence and decided to taste the kiwi herself. After a bite, she was pleasantly surprised. The fruit's flavor was delightful, with a texture reminiscent of jelly, exuding a sweet and fragrant essence, brimming with juice. This fruit was undoubtedly suitable for all, from the elderly to the infirm. Even those without teeth could partake in it. Its taste was astonishingly delightful, likely to win the hearts of many. Previously, she had inquired with Su Yi, who mentioned that this fruit was merely in the experimental cultivation phase. But if its flavor proved satisfactory, it would be promoted throughout the village. After tasting it, Niu Lanhua realized that Wushui village might soon have another lucrative agricultural product. As was her routine, she utilized instruments to examine the spread of cancer cells within her father's body. Following the usual pattern, the area of cancer cell proliferation should have increased. However, upon glancing through the apparatus, she was taken aback. What is happening? Why have the cancer cells diminished in number? It was evident that in several areas, the cancer cells had decreased, as if they had been eradicated by some unknown bacteria. Suddenly, she recalled Su Yi's earlier words. Could it be the kiwi? Su Yi struck everyone as a genius. After all, many of the technologies he developed left them in awe. To them, Sui was a legend, and anything occurring around him seemed unsurprising. Niu Lanhua found herself questioning whether this newly developed fruit truly bore benefits for cancer patients. She hurriedly conducted further examinations with additional instruments. Upon inspection, levels of tumor markers such as alpha-fetoprotein and carcinoembryonic antigen had notably decreased. The AFP value had gradually declined from a high level prior to treatment to a moderate level. Witnessing this, Niu Lanhua displayed a look of astonishment. She promptly proceeded to perform a complete blood count. Generally, a blood count can reveal the state of a patient's blood cells, indicating the restoration of hematopoietic and immune functions. Niu Lanhua stood in disbelief. All these data suggested a significant improvement in her father's condition. Could it be that the fruit genuinely had benefits for cancer patients? Truly showing efficacy? A glimmer of hope appeared on her face, and she hastily wheeled her father towards the PET-CT apparatus. She immediately conducted an examination for her father. The PET-CT scan could provide both anatomical structure and metabolic function information. If the examination revealed a decrease in metabolic activity at the tumor site, it would indicate a reduction in the activity of the tumor cells, signifying an improvement in his condition. If this scan showed metabolic reduction, it would confirm that the tumor cells had been suppressed, indicating that her father's situation had indeed improved. Niu Lanhua anxiously underwent a PET-CT scan. Subsequently, she discovered that the hypermetabolic lymphoma lesions had diminished in metabolic activity. She stood frozen in place, astounded that the tumor cells had been effectively suppressed. To her astonishment, her critically ill father had transformed into a moderate condition. She was taken aback. Could it be that the kiwi had truly made a difference? With this thought in mind, she hurriedly dashed downstairs and gathered several kiwis. Perhaps, just perhaps, her father was indeed on the path to recovery. Chapter 120. The effects of kiwi upon witnessing a change in her father's condition. Niu Lanhua rushed downstairs. Father, please consume these immediately. I wish to observe how you fare. Hearing this, her father nodded and promptly devoured the kiwi. The delightful flavor of the fruit made it quite agreeable to him. After consuming several kiwis, Niu Lanhua resumed her examination. However, her assessment revealed no significant alterations. The situation remained as it had been. Seeing this, Niu Lanhua swiftly retrieved her phone to call Sui. At that moment, Sui was engaged in jet modeling within the laboratory when his phone rang, and he casually answered. Once connected, Niu Lanhua's anxious voice resonated through the line. Village Chief Su, your kiwis are indeed effective. My father's condition has improved significantly after consumption. I would like to inquire if these kiwis can truly cure cancer? Taken aback by her words, Sui realized he had not monitored the kiwis for several days and was surprised to hear they had ripened. Niu Lanhua's report about her father's trial with the fruit brought him to ponder the efficacy of the kiwis. He nodded thoughtfully. Yes, based on their properties, they can indeed cure cancer. I speak of a complete healing. However, considering your father is in the advanced stages of cancer, a swift resolution is unattainable. For his condition, he must consume kiwis daily for at least a week to effectively eradicate the cancer cells. The data we have on these kiwis supports this. Regular consumption can prevent cancer, yet treating those already afflicted varies with the severity. Mild cases may recover after a few days of intake, while more severe cases require a continuous week of kiwi consumption to entirely eliminate the cancer cells within. Niu Lanhua was overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing Sui's words. Thank you, Village Chief Su. I am immensely grateful. Sui responded. As long as we can restore your father's health, that is all that matters. After concluding their conversation, Sui turned his gaze towards the kiwi tree in the village courtyard and paused his work to head outside. In the courtyard, the kiwi tree was now laden with numerous fruits. However, only a select few exhibited the 4 distinct colors. The fruits, comparable in size to apples, were strikingly beautiful and emitted a fragrant aroma. Although not as intense as the aroma of premium rice, it was still quite enticing, evoking an urge to indulge. According to the system's description, these kiwis are rich in moisture and abundant in nutrients, capable of swiftly replenishing energy and alleviating fatigue. Furthermore, they possess medicinal properties that can treat simple ailments, such as cancer. The system regarded cancer symptoms as relatively minor illnesses, indicating that these kiwis not only have the potential to treat cancer, but can also remedy less severe conditions, such as colds, fevers, or general malaise. Perhaps it possesses effects akin to those of the noble rice in terms of bodily nourishment. Sui hastily plucked one from the tree, eager to savor the peculiar fruit's flavor. The kiwi felt soft to the touch, its surface remarkably smooth. Without hesitation, he took a bite. And the moment his teeth sank into the flesh, a rush of juice flooded his mouth. Instantly, the air was filled with a rich, fruity aroma that invigorated his senses. Moreover, akin to the noble rice, he felt a palpable energy flow from his mouth to his heart and then radiate throughout his entire being. However, while the noble rice produced a warm sensation, this kiwi exuded a refreshing coolness. If one were to liken ailments or fatigue within the body to fire, then this kiwi served as water, extinguishing those flames in an instant, restoring comfort to the body and rejuvenating the mind. After savoring a bite, Sui felt an immediate surge of clarity and vitality. He nodded appreciatively. This fruit was indeed worthy of its illustrious acclaim, its effects rivaling that of the esteemed noble dry rice. The noble dry rice had become a coveted delicacy among the wealthy, maintaining a price of around 50,000 per pound. While this may not seem exorbitant, it remains beyond the reach of the average individual. Consequently, most of the noble rice finds its way into the homes of the affluent. Yet, their consumption is limited, and they cannot always carry noble rice with them when venturing out. In contrast, the kiwi, as a fruit, can be enjoyed anywhere and at any time. It would undoubtedly serve as an excellent gift. Furthermore, this kiwi boasts properties that may prevent and treat cancer. Its emergence in the market would surely outshine even noble rice in desirability. After all, the kiwi offers nearly all the benefits of noble rice, alongside its unique ability to combat cancer and remedy minor ailments. Perhaps it could even revive those who have lost hope. Thus, once this kiwi is available to the public, its price will undoubtedly surpass that of noble rice. After consuming one, Sui began to ponder. Even with the application of plant growth liquid, the growing period extended to a month. This implies that, even with such enhancements, one could harvest no more than 12 times a year. The yield, therefore, is inherently limited, which dictates that the price of the kiwi will remain high. Sui resolved to set a price that would entice the affluent to purchase it eagerly. Once profits were realized, he would expand production to make it accessible for ordinary families. With this thought, he gazed at the remaining kiwis on the tree. In total, fewer than 20 had ripened, with only 5 or 6 fully matured. He planned to harvest these fruits for his parents to sample, while also retaining the seeds for cultivation. His aim was to cultivate enough seeds within a month, enabling every household to grow this remarkable fruit. This endeavor would establish a second pillar of industry for their water-scarce village. After tasting the fruit, his parents and grandfather immediately gave it a thumbs up. This fruit surpassed any available in the market in flavor, and they quickly became addicted to it. The technology of the seeds was something he must master and keep confidential, as it represented the village's source of income. Thus, Sui embarked on the endeavor of seed cultivation and the development of the #1 aerial vehicle. He was eager to realize the mass cultivation of the kiwi, which promised to generate profits beyond those of the esteemed noble rice. Chapter 121, Cancer Cured? Every day, Nyolanwa fed her father kiwi fruit. With the consumption of this miraculous fruit, her father's health markedly improved, to the extent that he could rise from his wheelchair and move about. Notably, his complexion began to regain its vitality. Moreover, his physical strength had significantly increased, indicating a positive turn in his condition. Previously, her father was unable to walk at all, but after just 2 days of eating kiwi, he could stand and take steps. Although he would tire after only a few paces, with daily consumption, he could now enjoy longer walks. Furthermore, her father's appetite had greatly improved, allowing him to eat normally. He had once experienced a lack of appetite, even refusing food, but now he actively sought out meals, and his intake gradually increased, along with an enhanced ability to absorb nutrients, an encouraging sign. Additionally, her father's sleep quality had seen a remarkable improvement. Once plagued by pain and anxiety that led to insomnia or poor sleep, he was now able to enjoy extended periods of deep slumber. It could be said that her father had regained much of his former vitality. Over the past few days, Nyolanhua had been able to observe the changes in the tumor's size, shape, and position through imaging examinations. She noted that the tumor within her father's body was gradually shrinking, its boundaries becoming more distinct, and the number of original metastatic sites diminishing. In recent days, the tumor was on the verge of vanishing entirely. Various bodily metrics were also returning to normal. Witnessing her father's recovery filled Nyolanhua with profound amazement, even shock. As an expert in oncology, she understood all too well that there was no definitive cure for cancer in the world. Current technological advancements could only delay the progression of the disease, not eradicate it. Cancer had long posed a global dilemma, with scientists worldwide tirelessly researching potential treatments. Yet, to date, few solutions existed. Now, she was witnessing firsthand the extraordinary results of the kiwi developed by Sue, which had completely cured a severely ill patient. This was truly astonishing. What kind of person is Sue Village Chief? She pondered. Sue continually shattered her preconceived notions. He was undeniably remarkable. She could envision the implications if this kiwi were cultivated en masse and sold. Its price would undoubtedly soar to an unbelievable level. After all, how many affluent individuals had succumbed to tumors? If they were aware of the existence of this kiwi, they would spare no expense to acquire it. To prevent illness, they would likely wish to consume kiwi at every meal to maintain their health. Thus, the demand for this kiwi would undoubtedly far exceed supply, potentially bringing immense profit to Wuxue Village. Perhaps Wuxue Village was on the brink of earning a staggering sum. Meanwhile, in Suyi's office, he had already sown the seeds, intending to cultivate additional saplings using plant growth liquid. After completing his work, he began to ponder how to price the kiwi fruit. Previously, he had seen online advertisements for a cancer treatment that reportedly cost $2 million per injection. However, countless individuals claimed that the treatment was ineffective and merely a scam. Nevertheless, despite the skepticism, numerous people were eager to purchase it. In contrast, his kiwi fruit was undeniably genuine and could cure cancer with a success rate of 100%. Reflecting on this, he conceived the idea of pricing the kiwi fruit at $2 million each. Surely, some would be willing to try it, and once they discovered its efficacy, they would undoubtedly clamor for it. This product could certainly bring substantial profits to Wuxue Village and its residents. Subsequently, Sui commenced the task of replicating the seeds. One afternoon, while he was conducting experiments in his laboratory, Lin Chong, the gatekeeper at the entrance of Wuxue Village, called him. Report to the village chief. 2 girls are here claiming they saw the information about teaching support online. They've come to be primary school teachers. Sui was taken aback by this news. Oh? I had previously asked Yi Qing to post that Wuxue Village needed teachers, but no one had responded until now. Without delay, he replied, All right, please have them wait. I will come to fetch them. As everyone else was on holiday, it fell to him to personally receive them, for no one else could operate the village's system. Shortly thereafter, Sui arrived at the village entrance. After parking his car, he spotted 2 girls with suitcases standing a short distance away. They appeared quite ordinary in appearance. Not very tall, and exuded a youthful, fresh demeanor, clearly university students. He hurried over to greet them. Lin Chong was also introducing them, saying, Ladies, this is our village chief. Upon hearing this, the 2 girls smiled slightly at Sui. Hello, village chief. We saw your post online indicating that your village lacks teachers and that the children are in need of educators. So we came here. Do you still require teachers? However, we can only teach primary school students. Sui smiled gently in response. Yes, we do need teachers. It's wonderful that you both have come. Come. I will take you to the village. The 2 girls nodded in agreement and climbed into Suyi's vehicle. Are you both university students? Why did you choose our village? It's quite impoverished here, and we cannot offer you any salary. Sui said with a smile as they drove. Upon hearing this, the girls shook their heads. We are indeed university students, but finding a job has proven challenging. Moreover, we happen to be second-tier normal university students, and we struggle to pass the exams like others. We both thought of seeking a tranquil place to teach and escape our family's expectations. In the end, we collectively decided that teaching support was an excellent way to help others while providing us with a peaceful environment. As for the salary, since we are here, we never intended to demand any compensation. Besides, village chief, you have already acquired a small, weak car. I believe you are not lacking in funds. Upon hearing this, Sui smiled faintly. I was merely jesting. Although we announced online that our purpose is voluntary teaching, the situation in our village has improved, and we will indeed be offering you a salary. We will also cover your accommodation and meals, and you will have access to free medical care at the village clinic. Furthermore, after you join us, your family will also be entitled to the complimentary medical services we provide. Upon hearing this, the 2 girls smiled subtly. One of them, with a beaming smile, jokingly remarked, Village chief, free medical care at the clinic? Are you suggesting that our families will travel by train to receive injections here? As for the salary you mentioned, how much can you offer us? 100 or 200? Upon hearing this, Sui promptly retrieved 2 contracts from the side and handed them to the 2 women. You may peruse them yourselves. The terms are clearly outlined therein. Chapter 122. Generous treatment inside the car. The 2 young women, upon hearing Suyi's words, took a glance at the contract. However, the next moment, they were utterly astonished. Su Village Head, is there a mistake in this? Is the monthly salary overstated by a zero? One of the girls exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she beheld the astonishing salary figure. The other girl, equally taken aback, covered her mouth in shock. The figure of 20,000 for the monthly salary left her utterly speechless. Was this truly not a mere typographical error? After graduating from university, they had struggled to secure employment in their field and had reluctantly chosen to teach in this remote area. They never anticipated that upon arriving at Wuxue Village, they would be offered such a substantial salary. It felt surreal, almost beyond the realm of their wildest dreams. Furthermore, there was a year-end bonus, half a year's salary as a bonus. As they continued to read, the girls were increasingly astounded. Was this genuine? The conditions were simply too favorable. Sui, observing their reactions, smiled gently. All of this is indeed true, but I need you to commit to loving this profession and to teaching the children of Wuxue Village diligently. The two girls remained momentarily dazed. Aware that they needed time to process this overwhelming news, Sui refrained from saying more. Come, allow me to show you around Wuxue Village and take you to your accommodations. He started the car and drove toward the village. Before long, the towering buildings appeared before them. The girls were left speechless at the sight. Isn't Wuxue Village the poorest village in the nation? How can there be high rises? As they traveled, they noticed beautiful waterfalls lining the roadside, the water appearing remarkably clean. This was not the Wuxue Village depicted online as one where water was scarce. Moments later, a colossal mechanical tiger and two robotic dogs came into view beside the road. What? What is that? One girl gasped, her face paling at the sight of the enormous tiger. Her hands trembled, and fear was evident in her eyes. Sui chuckled and explained. These are our patrolling robotic dogs and the mechanical tiger, designed to prevent outsiders and ill-intentioned individuals from entering Wuxue Village. After I input the necessary protocols, you will also be free to roam the village. Upon hearing this, the girls' mouths twitched, their eyes filled with incredulity. Was this truly the nation's most impoverished village? The promised destitution and backwardness were contradicted by the presence of patrolling robots. Was this not science fiction, rather than a depiction of a backward community? Thus, in a state of bewilderment, they arrived at the village's administrative office. As Sui drove, he began to provide further details, pointing to a central building. That is our village office. Any matters requiring attention will need to be addressed there. Over there stands our experimental building, with the physics lab and the chemistry lab nearby. Look, just beyond is our village clinic. Should you or your family fall ill, you may seek treatment there. Upon hearing his words, the two girls followed his pointed finger, their faces instantly transforming with astonishment as they widened their eyes in disbelief. Before them stood the grand entrance of a hospital, emblazoned with the words Wuxue Village Health Clinic. They were utterly dumbfounded. Did you truly refer to this grand establishment as a clinic? Our health center boasts some of the finest experts in the nation. Any ailment treatable elsewhere can also be addressed here, Sui continued. The girls were left speechless. This Wuxue Village was nothing like what they had read online. Look over there. That is the Wuxue Village campus. To the left is the kindergarten, followed by the elementary school district, the middle school area, the high school section, and finally the university campus. Currently, the elementary section has only the two of you as teachers, so we will be relying on you greatly. The two girls stared blankly at the distant cluster of buildings. 5 distinct school buildings nestled among the lush greenery, the landscaping executed impeccably. In their eyes, even the country's south-top gardens paled in comparison. How beautiful, they marveled. The school was exquisitely constructed. Each campus, though separated, was equipped with all necessary facilities such as playgrounds, soccer fields, and basketball courts. They couldn't help but wonder, does Wuxue Village truly accommodate so many students? Surely, the kindergarten or elementary building could easily accommodate over 1,000 children. Considering the quality of education in Wuxue Village, the elementary campus is equipped with numerous engaging laboratories. Additionally, there are specialized audiovisual classrooms designed to disseminate knowledge effectively. Some areas serve as practical labs, honing the children's hands-on skills. The middle school section is even more elaborate, featuring various laboratories, including programming labs, music rooms, and art studios, where we tailor our training based on the students' interests. The high school is similarly equipped, though their curriculum is more advanced. Sui provided a brief overview. The two girls listened in astonishment. Is this truly a poverty-stricken village? As they conversed, a vehicle appeared before them. Good day, Village Chief Su. The driver lowered the window, respectfully greeting Sui. He smiled and nodded before continuing on his way. Meanwhile, the two girls stood frozen in place, stunned that a Rolls-Royce had yielded to Sui. Observing their bewilderment, Sui chuckled and clarified. That was a villager from our community. His family has many siblings, making them one of our poorer households, but they manage well enough. Hearing this, the girls gasped. Their mouths agape, expressions contorting as their hands trembled with emotion. A poor household? Manage well enough? Comparatively poor? How jarring these three words are. Can you truly refer to someone who drives a Rolls-Royce as impoverished? Is this what you deem poverty? Is this merely acceptable in your eyes? Since their first encounter with Sui, the two have been constantly reevaluating their perceptions. They found themselves at a loss for words, only yearning to understand what had transpired in this waterless village, which seemed so at odds with the rumors circulating about it. Subsequently, they arrived at the village. After Sui gathered their information and processed their identification cards, he guided them to select their dormitory accommodations. Upon learning they would have single rooms, they were overjoyed. It appeared their lodging would be quite satisfactory. Once the arrangements were finalized, Sui led them to the dormitory building. Initially, they anticipated a standard dormitory, however. Upon witnessing the opulent decor, they immediately sensed that this was no ordinary establishment. Upon reaching the elevator, Sui spoke, "Please go ahead and place your luggage. And take some time to familiarize yourselves with your dormitory. I'll give you half an hour, and then I'll take you out for a meal." Nodding in agreement, the two ascended in the elevator, believing that merely setting down their belongings would hardly require half an hour, and they could return promptly. However, an hour later, they stumbled down, dazed and bewildered, almost questioning if they were still dreaming. Meanwhile, Sui had been waiting below, ready to escort them to the hospital cafeteria. Chapter 123. The end of the holidays. Mass planting of kiwi fruit. On their way to the cafeteria, two girls remained entranced by the astonishment they had just experienced. After visiting their rooms, they were utterly speechless. They had never resided in such a vast house in their lives. Furthermore, the interior furnishings were overwhelmingly luxurious. After a while, the trio arrived at the hospital cafeteria. "Here we are. This will be your dining place from now on. All the food here is complimentary. Feel free to indulge in whatever you desire. Our cafeteria operates around the clock, and during mealtimes, we serve 36 delectable dishes. If you find yourselves hungry at non-meal times, simply inform the chefs of your cravings, and as long as we have the ingredients, they will gladly prepare your requests." Upon hearing this, the two girls were astounded. They were rendered completely speechless. The day's events felt surreal. They had initially anticipated hardship, to teach and endure a difficult life. However, it seemed that their existence here resembled that of celestial beings. Before long, mealtime arrived. The chefs began presenting dish after dish, each more appetizing than the last. The girls were nearly drooling. The food was a feast for the senses, visually appealing, aromatic, and delicious. Soon after, the noble rice was served. After just one taste, they were left in awe. They had never experienced such exquisite rice before. With a single bite, they felt invigorated. Subsequently, they began to devour their meals ravenously. Despite their typically modest appetites, each girl consumed 3 bowls of rice before finally pausing. After finishing, one of the girls inquired, "Village chief, what kind of rice is this? It's incredibly delicious." Sui proceeded to explain the ingredients of the rice and assured them that it was available in unlimited quantities. The girls were left in disbelief. Although they had never tasted noble rice, they had come across it online, where it was rumored to cost tens of thousands per pound, an indulgence only the affluent could afford. They never anticipated it would be in such abundant supply here. Having signed a confidentiality agreement, Sui also revealed to the girls how the villagers made their living. Upon learning that this was the very origin of noble rice, the girls began to comprehend why the waterless village was so prosperous. After the meal, Sui encouraged the girls to explore on their own. He needed to hasten the cultivation of kiwi fruit seeds to ensure that, in a month's time, the villagers could commence large-scale planting. Some were retired elders eager to shine once more and contribute to society. Others faced setbacks in their careers and chose to engage in teaching. There were also those who, after witnessing the state of the waterless village, decided to come together. Sui inquired about their timing for arrival. They explained that their plans had been set for after the new year. Originally, they had intended to come sooner, but opted to celebrate the new year at home first. Immediately following the festivities, they had made their way here. After listening to the words of these individuals, Sui realized that after the new year, even more people would come to engage in teaching support. It was likely that this year, their school would operate normally. Moreover, these individuals had received considerable remuneration, which served as a delightful surprise for them. Numerous elementary, middle, and high school teachers had arrived, all of whom were driven by a desire to contribute to education, nearly all of whom had previously been contacted by He Qing. However, the one who left the most profound impression on Sui was a young girl, He Shiyun. He Shiyun was exceptionally youthful in her 20s, and a master's graduate from Beijing Normal University. She possessed striking beauty and an admirable figure, with a sweet smile that radiated warmth. Her attire suggested that she hailed from a well-to-do family, as individuals of her ilk typically enjoy a life free from financial concerns and possess ample employment opportunities. When Sui inquired about her motivation for engaging in teaching support, the girl cheerfully shared her story. She had been diagnosed with colon cancer at a young age, and by the time it was discovered, it was already in the late stages. The doctors advised her that maintaining a positive mindset might extend her life, and with ongoing treatment in the hospital, she could survive for a while longer. Upon receiving this news, she felt immense despair. Eventually, she decided to forego treatment and dedicate her time to teaching in Wushui village, intending to accomplish more before bidding farewell to the world. Upon hearing her story, Sui promptly took her to the health clinic in Wushui village, where Niu Lanhua immediately arranged for her treatment. He Shiyun was astonished to learn that cancer could be treated in Wushui village, yet she still approached this situation with skepticism. Indeed, after a week, her health improved significantly, and the tumors within her body had completely vanished. She was left in a state of disbelief, utterly astounded by the medical technology of Wushui village. Grateful for this second chance at life, she resolved to teach high school subjects in Wushui village and contemplated settling there permanently. She even expressed her desire to bring her family over to experience the idyllic haven of Wushui village. The arrangements for the school were nearly complete. Nevertheless, Sui remained focused on his work, diligently replicating kiwi seeds. Soon, several months passed, and the holiday for all personnel in Wushui village came to an end. By April 20th, individuals began returning to the village in succession. Everyone had enjoyed a joyous new year, having never experienced such an extended holiday before. They had always felt like mere beasts of burden, but this time, they truly felt their humanity. Sui promptly assigned Wang Fei and Huang Yi the task of excavating Daikishan, providing them with the design plans. Their objective was to hollow out the interior of Daikishan to establish a future aviation base. After Sui delegated the work, everyone eagerly immersed themselves in their tasks. Due to the generous compensation, they all worked diligently, with no one slacking off. They feared disappointing Sui for the wages he provided, felt a sense of guilt, and were apprehensive about losing such lucrative employment. After several months of nurturing, Sui had accumulated a significant quantity of seeds. He promptly distributed the seeds of the kiwi to the villagers, ensuring that each household received at least 2 seeds. Theoretically, each household could produce 40 kiwis every month. At a price of 2 million per kiwi, the monthly revenue for each household would amount to 80 million. After deducting half for developmental funds, each household would net a profit of 40 million. This is certainly a substantial sum. Upon learning about the new crop, the villagers eagerly competed to plant it. Observing the villagers cultivating the kiwis, Sui smiled faintly. Now, all that remained was to wait. After a month, this kiwi would undoubtedly astonish the entire world. Chapter 124. The concerns of Lei Bus after distributing the seeds of the kiwi to the villagers for planting. Sui immediately immersed himself in the research and development of the No. 1 waterless aircraft. The timeline was tight, the tasks were formidable, and the workload was extensive. Not only did they need to develop a magnetic levitation train to connect to various residential areas, but they also had to focus on the creation of the waterless village No. 1 aircraft. The pressure of development was immense. Additionally, there were Wang Fei and Huang Yi. Despite expanding the engineering team, the pressure remained substantial. They faced the daunting task of excavating the Great Black Mountain to construct an airport, while simultaneously clearing the route for the magnetic levitation train. The majority of Waterless Village was characterized by high mountains, with most residents residing at elevated altitudes. Thus, achieving a high-speed magnetic levitation train for transportation proved to be exceedingly challenging. They had previously devised numerous plans, with several design teams collaborating on the designs. Ultimately, 2 proposals were selected. One proposal involved constructing the magnetic levitation track along the mountainside, enabling the train to ascend and reach each village station. However, this design had its drawbacks. The train would be exposed to the elements, and the construction of the track would occupy a significant area. Moreover, even in a vacuum environment, the potential energy consumed during ascent would impact the train's speed. Consequently, they settled on an underground solution. They planned to connect all proposed stations in Waterless Village through a series of points, forming a straight line. The construction would take place 100 meters underground, with the tracks laid directly beneath each station, complemented by the installation of a large high-speed elevator to transport individuals to the surface stations. This approach would not only maximize the speed of the magnetic levitation train but also minimize ground occupancy. However, it would entail a monumental amount of excavation, as the volume of earth to be removed was staggering, given that the geological structure of Waterless Village predominantly consisted of rocky mountains. The underground terrain would similarly be comprised of stone. Breaking through these rocks would prove to be a complex and formidable task. After several days of meetings, discussions, and research on the proposed plans, Huang Yi and her team ultimately chose the underground solution, deeming it the most advantageous. Although the workload was significant, it would enable the train to achieve an astonishing speed. A distance of 1 kilometer could potentially be traversed in just a few seconds, greatly facilitating the villagers' travel. Waterless Village spanned an area of 60 square kilometers, and the distances between villages were considerable. However, with the magnetic levitation system in place, villagers would be able to reach any location within Waterless Village in under a minute. In addition to the magnetic levitation train, Wang Fei and his team were tasked with completely excavating the center of the Great Black Mountain. This endeavor would consume a vast amount of time and present immense challenges. Even with the engineering team expanded to nearly 10,000 members and utilizing top-tier equipment, the project would still require approximately 2 years to complete. Thus, the entire Waterless Village found itself engulfed in a whirlwind of urgent work. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the headquarters of the Xiaomai Company, Lei Bus sits at the forefront of the conference room. Mr. Lei, over the past few months, the order volume has stabilized somewhat, decreasing from 2 million in previous months to approximately 800,000. Our production capacity has expanded several-fold, yet the supply of stellar converter battery systems remains a significant challenge. Although the supply has improved compared to before, we are only able to procure 500,000 batteries. Complaints are rampant online. Just the other day, someone even displayed a banner outside our company, demanding that if we cannot fulfill our deliveries, we should refrain from doing so. Mr. Lei, you must find a way to resolve the battery issue. Upon hearing this, Lei Bus was taken aback. Their orders at Wheat Automobile had amassed significantly, and the supply of batteries was indeed a pressing concern. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. All right, I will find a solution. Subsequently, he listened to several reports, most concerning the battery supply issues. Sitting in his chair and gazing outside, Lei Bus furrowed his brow. He took out his phone and made a call. Hello, dear. How's Dad? Dad is fine. Focus on your work. The doctor said that with continued chemotherapy, he could live another 4 or 5 years, or even longer. Just concentrate on your job. You need not worry about things at home. Lei Bus sighed upon hearing this. He had thought that earning money would allow his family to enjoy a better life, but he never anticipated that his father would be afflicted with liver cancer. Rather than enjoying a good life, his father was suffering daily. If only there were a cure for cancer in this world. Upon hearing this, the woman on the other end spoke up. Do not blame yourself. Many wealthy individuals contract cancer. Look at how many celebrities and tycoons have succumbed to it. Your father is among the fortunate ones. After a moment of silence, Lei Bus hung up the phone. He then covered his forehead with one hand, closing his eyes to regain his composure. After a considerable time, he finally steadied himself, becoming remarkably alert once again. He retrieved his phone and dialed Su Yi's number. Hello. Mr. Su, do you have a moment? Upon hearing this, Su Yi responded. What is it, Mr. Lei? Speak. Lei Bus smiled and said, Mr. Su, is it possible for your factory to increase the battery production capacity? We are in urgent need. Mr. Lei, our factory's capacity is limited. Producing 500,000 sets a month is already our maximum. However, I can increase the output by an additional 100,000 units, which is truly the limit. Hearing this, Lei Bus nodded. All right, thank you, Mr. Su. After they hung up, Lei Bus made several more calls. He inquired about the progress of the pharmaceutical companies he had invested in, seeking to develop a cure for cancer. However, after a round of inquiries, he was left utterly disheartened. The responses indicated that it would be challenging to develop a cancer treatment within the next 5 years. He lay languidly on the nearby chair. In the past, he believed that wealth could guarantee a fulfilling life, tirelessly toiling to amass riches. Yet now he realizes that health is the true foundation of one's existence. Simultaneously, he comprehends the importance of cherishing those around him. for who knows when the specter of illness might strike. Wealth, it seems, is not a panacea. Ultimately, he can only sigh deeply, wishing that a miraculous remedy could heal his father. He would willingly sacrifice all his fortune for such a boon. Chapter 125, The Ripening of Kiwi Fruit. Astonishing the wealthy as time inexorably passed, a month swiftly elapsed. The villagers of Wushui village were diligently tending to their fields. After acquiring seeds from Su-yi, they promptly planted the kiwi fruit in their own lands. Su-yi had cautioned them about the fruit's high value and delectable taste. Consequently, throughout this month, they devoted themselves to meticulously nurturing the kiwi fruit. Their diligent care bore fruit, quite literally, as the kiwi fruit began to develop upon the vines. Many of these fruits reached maturity, exuding a delightful fragrance. The villagers gingerly harvested the fruits and loaded them into their luxurious vehicles, transporting them to the village. After a simple packaging process, the fruits were dispatched to the city by specialized village transport. Each household yielded approximately 10 ripe fruits. And with over 1,000 families in Wushui village, the total amounted to more than 10,000 fruits. It required several vehicles to convey the bounty. The convoy progressed slowly, taking 2 hours to arrive at a discreet location in the city. The affluent individuals, who had long been collaborating with them regarding noble rice, awaited their arrival. These tycoons were already renowned figures on the national wealth rankings, hence they ensured that no one else was privy to the source of their goods. Each time, they personally attended to the transactions. As Su-ying stepped out of the vehicle, several wealthy patrons approached her with smiles, exuding utmost respect. "Miss Su, you've arrived. Are you tired? Would you care for a moment of rest?" they inquired with feigned concern. Su-ying shook her head in response. "No, gentlemen. Today we bring not only noble rice but also our village's new product," she declared, opening the vehicle's door and retrieving a basket of kiwi fruit. As the basket was unveiled, the vibrant hues of the kiwi fruit captivated the wealthy onlookers. While they had encountered numerous rare and exotic fruits in their prosperous lives, this particular variety was entirely unfamiliar to them. The fruits, comparable in size to apples, displayed a harmonious blend of red, white, green, and blue. A refreshing aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing their senses. Curiosity piqued. One of the tycoons, stroking his chin, inquired of Su-ying, "Miss Su, aside from its appearance, does this fruit possess any unique qualities?" In response, Su-ying elaborated, "This fruit is known as kiwi fruit. Its texture is reminiscent of jelly, yet its flavor is exquisitely sweet and rich in juice. The taste surpasses that of any other fruit in the world, based solely on flavor. Its price would undoubtedly be considerable. Furthermore, this kiwi fruit shares attributes with noble rice, being highly nutritious and capable of rapidly replenishing energy and alleviating fatigue." Upon hearing this, several affluent individuals immediately brightened with excitement as they gazed at the fruits on the ground. These items were indeed visually striking. If their taste matched their appearance, their worth would undoubtedly be substantial. Furthermore, if this peculiar fruit possessed restorative properties akin to those of noble rice, it would be nothing short of a game-changer. After all, while noble rice is effective, one cannot realistically prepare a pot of it during a tiring workday. Nor could one feasibly cook a batch to bring to the office. Nibbling on a rice ball when fatigue sets in, such an act would significantly diminish the culinary experience. However, if this exotic fruit could offer similar benefits, the scenario would be entirely different. The portability would be greatly enhanced. Many wealthy individuals enjoy swimming, hiking, and working late alongside their secretaries. Extracting a bowl of rice during such activities would indeed seem rather odd. Yet consuming a piece of fruit in those moments would be perfectly acceptable. The convenience of this fruit is markedly superior. After all, carrying a lump of rice when venturing out would raise eyebrows, whereas bringing along fruit would be far more socially palatable. Therefore, should this fruit truly deliver the effects of noble rice, they surmise that its price would likely exceed that of noble rice by a considerable margin. This could very well become the next trending product. As several individuals were caught up in excitement, Su-ying spoke once more. In addition to its restorative properties, this kiwi possesses certain medicinal effects. According to our current tests, this kiwi can treat minor ailments such as the common cold, fever, respiratory infections, urinary tract infections, venous blockages, and other minor illnesses associated with excessive heat in the body. As soon as Su-ying's words left her lips, the affluent individuals across from her were momentarily taken aback. "What?" Several individuals gasped in unison, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they gazed at Su-ying. Initially, they believed that the kiwi was quite remarkable, yet after hearing Su-ying's descriptions, they were utterly taken aback. Cold, fever, respiratory infections? These ailments are, in fact, among the most prevalent afflictions afflicting the affluent. After all, they seldom suffer from grave illnesses, but rather contend with these minor maladies. Their frequent outings expose them to the contagion of the surrounding populace. Moreover, urinary tract infections and venous blockages are also recurrent among the wealthy. The former, particularly, is a concern, as those of means often indulge in lavish lifestyles. This affliction stands as one of their most troubling health issues. Following closely is the issue of venous blockages. The affluent tend to engage less in physical activity, often congregating for feasting and revelry. This lack of exercise inevitably leads to various health complications. If, as Suing asserts, this fruit possesses the ability to remedy such ailments, it would undoubtedly emerge as a sensational product. Its popularity would likely eclipse even that of the most exclusive rice. They possess an acute understanding of the wealthy's desires. Should the affluent discover the efficacy of this fruit, they would undoubtedly vie for its purchase, particularly those with children in their households. Their greatest concern is the health of their offspring, and if this fruit proves to be as beneficial as claimed, they would eagerly provide it to their children on a daily basis. If the taste is delightful, children will undoubtedly relish it, and they will be more than willing to purchase it. A few individuals grew increasingly excited at the prospect. If they were to gain control over this exotic fruit, they would amass wealth far exceeding what they currently possess. As for the authenticity of the fruit, they harbored no concerns. After all, someone of Su Ying's stature would never stoop to deceive them. After a moment of contemplation, they promptly inquired, "Miss Su, what price do you intend to wholesale this fruit to us?" They were mentally prepared, fully aware that the cost would certainly be substantial. Upon hearing this, Su Ying responded once more, "Please, do not rush. I have yet to reveal the most significant benefit of this kiwi." Chapter 126. The kiwi's profit of 20 billion. After hearing Su Ying's words, a throng of wealthy individuals appeared increasingly anxious. They eagerly inquired about the price of the kiwi. To them, the efficacy of this kiwi was nothing short of extraordinary. Once it graced the market, it would undoubtedly become an unparalleled sensation, fervently sought after by the affluent. As they clamored for pricing details, Su Ying, with a smile, interjected, "Please, do not rush. I have yet to reveal the most significant benefit of this kiwi." Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gazes towards Su Ying, their expressions filled with curiosity and astonishment. Were the previously mentioned benefits not the most remarkable? They were momentarily taken aback, questioning the authenticity of the claims. One of the wealthy gentlemen, brimming with excitement, asked, "Miss Su, what other extraordinary attributes does this kiwi possess?" Another, trembling with anticipation, implored, "Miss Su, please share it with us. We are on tenterhooks." "Indeed, Miss Su, please do not keep us in suspense," chimed in a middle-aged man in a suit, his face reflecting eagerness and anxiety. Observing their eager expressions, Su Ying continued, "The most prominent effect of this kiwi is its ability to treat cancer. For early-stage cancer, consuming just one or two of these fruits can effectively obliterate all cancer cells, leading to a complete cure. In cases of mid-stage cancer, 3 or 4 kiwis are required for thorough eradication. As for late-stage cancer, 1 kiwi daily for a week can yield similar results, potentially leading to a full recovery. Moreover, regular consumption of this kiwi not only prevents colds, but also helps avert the onset of cancer." Su Ying unveiled the kiwi's most astounding benefit. This extraterrestrial fruit, in the eyes of aliens, might be perceived as addressing a mere trivial ailment, akin to a common cold in humans. However, to humanity, cancer is regarded as an incurable affliction. Thus, the emergence of this kiwi is nothing short of a nuclear revelation. The expressions of the wealthy individuals, once filled with anticipation, abruptly froze upon hearing Su Ying's proclamation, their pupils dilating in shock. These individuals were seasoned in the ways of the world. Yet the revelation of the kiwi's properties rendered them utterly disconcerted. Their legs trembled uncontrollably, and their fingers quivered, betraying their inability to maintain composure. They yearned to articulate their thoughts, yet the muscles at the corners of their mouths quivered, rendering them speechless. The news of cancer treatment struck them like an explosive bomb detonating in their minds, leaving them in a state of utter bewilderment. Su Ying, observing their expressions, smiled subtly. When she first encountered this information, she too had worn a similar expression. The efficacy of the kiwi seemed almost fantastical to humanity. After all, countless experts had dedicated years to researching cancer treatment, yet humanity remained at an impasse. And now, a single fruit could provide a solution? This striking contrast was indeed difficult for most to accept, leading many to approach the matter with skepticism. However, A few affluent individuals understood that suing had no reason to deceive them. Thus, only one possibility remained. This kiwi was indeed genuine. And its effects were authentic as well. Their excitement stemmed from witnessing the birth of an extraordinary fruit. Furthermore, they could already envision the frenzied demand that would ensue once this kiwi graced the market. It might even find its way to auction houses, given its immense value. This was truly something that could save lives. The wealthy would undoubtedly scramble for it. As for them, life itself held paramount importance, while wealth was secondary. Additionally, they recognized that they could amass unimaginable fortunes through this kiwi. One individual, his voice trembling, inquired of Su Ing, "Miss Su, may I ask how you intend to sell this kiwi? What is the price?" Upon hearing this, Su Ing immediately raised 2 fingers. "This exotic fruit costs 2 million each. And we have brought over 10,000 this time. Can you consume them all?" Upon hearing the price of 2 million for each, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Goodness. 2 million each? Over 10,000 in total? Does this not imply that they would require a staggering sum of 20 billion in funding to acquire all these kiwis today? After all, they had always been a group of 5, which meant that even when divided equally, each individual would still need to contribute 4 billion. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, they all nodded in agreement. To them, the value of the kiwi far surpassed the mere 2 million. They believed they could easily elevate its worth tenfold, or even 1,000-fold. Indeed, the true value of this item could no longer be measured simply in monetary terms. In the eyes of wealthy individuals afflicted with cancer, this treasure was priceless. Thus, the group swiftly reached a consensus and decided to acquire this batch of kiwis. "Miss Su, we will take all of these kiwis, and the payment will be transferred to your account immediately." Upon hearing this, Su Ing nodded. "Very well. I shall take my leave now." Wishing everyone prosperity, Su Ing departed without delay, leaving behind this batch of exquisite rice and kiwis for the 5 individuals. Upon receiving the kiwis, they immediately spoke up. "Let us each inform our respective clients and ascertain who might have a demand for these items. Surely, there will be those who express interest." Through their engagement with premium rice, they have encountered numerous affluent individuals. These wealthy individuals are not the ostensible rich, nor are they listed on the Forbes rankings. After all, true wealth often remains concealed, hidden behind the curtains. These individuals represent genuine affluence, with fortunes that are beyond comprehension. So much so that even they themselves may be unaware of the full extent of their wealth. They constitute the core of their clientele. Furthermore, these clients possess dedicated contacts who promptly disseminate the news regarding kiwi fruit to the masses. Remarkably, they have also managed to double the price of the kiwi fruit, selling it for an astounding 20 million per piece. A mere 10,000 kiwi fruits, once transacted, would amount to a staggering 200 billion. In their perspective, this sum was undoubtedly substantial, nearly within the realm of what the affluent could deem acceptable. After all, they possessed an abundance of kiwis that necessitated swift disposal. Moreover, as Su Ing had indicated, additional kiwis would soon arrive, inevitably causing a significant decline in their market value. They realized they must seize this opportunity for profit. The instant they dispatched their message, news of the kiwis reached the ears of the elite wealthy. Consequently, this revelation instigated a profound upheaval within the circles of the affluent, leaving them in a state of agitation. Chapter 127. The attempt of the tycoons after several affluent individuals disseminated information through their networks. An immediate stir erupted within the elite circles. As esteemed clients of the noble rice, they had always been notified of the latest batches. Initially, they presumed this announcement would be akin to previous ones regarding noble rice. However, to their astonishment, a new product had emerged, something referred to as kiwi, which purportedly possessed the extraordinary ability to not only remedy minor ailments, but also combat cancer. They were incredulous, unable to fathom how fruit could possibly hold such miraculous powers. Yet, recalling the prowess of their peers who had successfully developed noble rice, they adopted a stance of cautious skepticism. They resolved to wait for others to procure the fruit and assess its efficacy before making their own purchases. After all, even for the wealthy, spending 20 million on a single piece of fruit was no trivial matter. Nevertheless, many among the affluent lacked physical activity and often indulged in unhealthy eating habits, resulting in a myriad of health issues, including cancer. Despite their wealth enabling them to access the most advanced medical technologies to prolong their lives, they were nonetheless tormented by pain and the sterile scent of medicine that permeated the hospital wards, leaving them in a state of profound despair. Although they were hailed as top-tier tycoons, they felt like prisoners, confined within the walls of hospitals. Thus, Upon hearing of a fruit that claimed such remarkable properties, they glimpsed a glimmer of hope. If the news had come from anyone else, they might have dismissed it as mere deception. However, the source was the very individuals who had provided them with noble rice, a commodity that had yielded them considerable wealth. Surely they would not resort to trickery. Moreover, with the kiwi priced at merely 20 million, the cost seemed insignificant in comparison to the hope it represented. In a surge of optimism, tycoons burdened by ailments and illness placed orders for the kiwi, albeit only one piece each, intending to trial its effects first. Soon, a multitude of affluent individuals had placed their orders. Following this flurry of requests, several tycoons promptly arranged for specialized transport to deliver the fruit to their residences. Among them was a septuagenarian magnate named Li Da, a prominent figure in the food industry, who had been diagnosed with cancer in his 50s. Fortuitously, his wealth afforded him access to the world's finest medical resources, allowing him to survive against the odds for over 20 years. However, despite his survival, he endured immense discomfort. His range of mobility was severely restricted, and while he yearned to explore the breathtaking landscapes of his homeland, his affliction rendered travel impossible. Often, the acrid scent of medicinal concoctions led him to contemplate surrendering to his fate with grace, yet he ultimately lacked the courage to do so. Upon receiving the news about the kiwi, he promptly ordered one for himself. The influential tycoons controlling the kiwi quickly arranged for its air transport to Li Da's city. The kiwi was swiftly transported via helicopter to the opulent estate of a wealthy patron. The delivery was executed with remarkable efficiency, ultimately leading the exotic fruit to the estate's medical room. This room was adorned with an array of advanced instruments, predominantly cutting-edge equipment designed for cancer treatment. Standing nearby were several foreign doctors alongside a few esteemed practitioners from the Dragon Kingdom, all of whom were top-tier specialists diligently overseeing Mr. Li's treatment. Upon observing the kiwi, both the foreign physicians and their Dragon Kingdom counterparts were momentarily taken aback. The doctors from the Dragon Kingdom expressed their bewilderment, remarking, "Mr. Li, this fruit appears rather peculiar for distinct colors. It is our first encounter with such a specimen. This variety does not exist in nature, as it defies the laws of photosynthesis and must have been artificially cultivated to exhibit such colors. Despite its unusual appearance, I suspect it will have no therapeutic effect on your ailment. This seems to be a sophisticated ruse. I advise against consuming such an enigmatic fruit." In response, Mr. Li shook his head. "This fruit is different. Even if it cannot cure my condition, it should pose no harm. I shall give it a try. How can one know without attempting?" Hastily, the foreign experts interjected, "No, Mr. Li, this is akin to desperate measures. I cannot believe there exists a fruit capable of curing cancer. You must have been deceived. We should swiftly apprehend the charlatan behind this." Another foreign doctor, wearing glasses and possessing a piercing gaze, added, "Mr. Li, it is inconceivable that the Dragon Kingdom could develop a cancer treatment. Even if such a miraculous fruit were to exist, it would undoubtedly have been pioneered by us. This fruit is surely a deception, utterly useless for your condition." Hesitation flickered in Mr. Li's mind. For the past 2 decades, he had relied on these doctors for his survival, and their words warranted consideration. Yet, his moment of doubt was fleeting. For someone of his stature, courage and a willingness to explore uncharted territories were never in short supply. He declared previously, "You informed me that I have at most 5 years to live, meaning I would endure 5 more years of suffering. I refuse to languish like an invalid on a hospital bed. Bring me that fruit. I shall try it, for attempting is never a folly, regardless of its efficacy." Upon hearing this, the surrounding physicians hesitated to dissuade him further. After all, they were merely hired specialists, and their influence over Mr. Li's decisions was limited. For someone of his caliber, decisions were seldom swayed by the opinions of others. Thus, the attendants cautiously presented the kiwi, valued at 20 million, before him. Mr. Li lifted the fruit, examining it with an expression of keen interest. The fruit displayed an astonishing array of 4 distinct colors, a sight I had never encountered before. It is often said that a 4-leaf clover symbolizes luck. I earnestly hope that this multicolored fruit will bestow upon me the same fortune. Without hesitation, he seized the fruit and took a bite. The flesh was remarkably tender, reminiscent of jelly. Once it grazed his palate, it melted effortlessly, releasing an intensely rich aroma. Soon, the sweet nectar transformed into a refreshing coolness that coursed through his entire being. The sensation was peculiar, somewhat chilly, yet invigorating. Remarkably, he consumed the entire fruit in one sitting. Meanwhile, a group of doctors promptly employed their instruments to assess the status of the cancer cells within the wealthy man's body. However, after the examination, The physicians shook their heads in unison. "I am afraid, Mr. Lee, this fruit appears to have had no effect on you," stated the leading foreign expert as he regarded Li Da. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anguish crossed Li Da's face. He then closed his eyes in despair, whispering softly, "It seems there is no hope." The surrounding doctors fell silent, each engulfed in their own thoughts. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the following morning. As usual, a doctor from the Dragon Kingdom entered the treatment room to conduct a thorough examination of Li Da's condition. Yet, upon reviewing the results, he was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Li Da's health had, astonishingly, improved. Chapter 128. Has the tumor shrunk? Early the next morning, Li Da's private physician conducted a routine examination of his health. They performed a simple MRI, which clearly delineated the tumor's extent, its boundary with the surrounding brain tissue, and whether there was any cerebral edema. Just as the doctor anticipated a potential deterioration in Li Da's condition, he was suddenly taken aback. To his astonishment, the tumor had indeed shrunk, and the cerebral edema had lessened. Moreover, the necrotic areas within the tumor had increased. What could this mean? The doctor suspected a misstep in his procedure and promptly re-examined Li Da. Yet, the results remained consistent. The tumor had indeed diminished. He was perplexed, for logically, Li Da's condition should only worsen. How could such a significant reduction occur overnight? It was as if an invisible medication was rapidly annihilating the cancerous cells and halting their further division. Unable to fathom this phenomenon, he swiftly retrieved a blood analyzer to investigate the situation further. This instrument is crucial in cancer diagnostics, capable of counting and classifying various cellular components in the blood, as well as detecting certain biochemical markers. Within moments, the esteemed physician obtained the report. He hastily compared it with yesterday's findings. Upon examination, he noted an elevation in albumin levels and a substantial decrease in globulin. He was taken aback. Li Da's condition had indeed improved, indicating that his cancer was progressing positively. How could this be? Hearing the doctor's words, Li Da opened his eyes. "Doctor, what is it? Is my situation dire?" A wave of despair washed over him. Despite his wealth, it seemed he would not have the chance to enjoy life. The world around him was so beautiful, yet he felt he could no longer partake in it. The physician, sensing his distress, quickly shook his head. "No, Mr. Lee, based on my assessments, your condition has improved. I cannot explain this phenomenon, but your results indicate a significant recovery. Given your current state, you could live at least another 10 years. Li Da was taken aback by this revelation, and in a surge of emotion, he sat upright. "Are you serious? I have truly improved?" Previously, he had only received disheartening news of his deteriorating health. This was the first time he heard a doctor proclaim that his condition was bettering. The physician, witnessing Li Da's sudden movement, widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at him. Trembling, he stammered, "Mr. Lee, you are able to sit up on your own." It was important to note that Li Da was already in the advanced stages of cancer, typically confined to his bed, with even the slightest movement being commendable. Yet now he had managed to sit up. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Li Da finally grasped the situation, momentarily rendered speechless. He stared in astonishment at his own hands. A mixture of confusion and exhilaration etched upon his face. His eyes sparkled with joy as he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. I can sit up. I can actually sit up. Ha ha. As he laughed, he was overcome with emotion, his voice catching in his throat. Having been bedridden for over a year, reliant on the care of others, the realization that he could now sit up by himself filled him with overwhelming delight. The doctor, observing the transformation, quickly inquired, "Mr. Lee, how are you feeling now? Has the pain subsided?" Responding to the doctor's question, Li Da remarked, "I hadn't even considered it until you mentioned it. The pain seems remarkably diminished. I wondered why I slept so peacefully last night without being awakened by pain. Ha. Am I really better now?" Tears of joy streamed down his cheeks, his face radiant with excitement. This sensation felt akin to being reborn. The doctor, however, shook his head gently. "Mr. Lee, while your tumor has shrunk, it is not yet completely resolved. Nevertheless, this is indeed a remarkable occurrence in medical history. What could have prompted such an unexpected improvement? Have you undergone any special treatments?" Overcome with joy, Li Da momentarily overlooked the inquiry. Yet, in the next instant, a thought struck him. The kiwi fruit. In his mind, he had tried every conceivable treatment without success until he consumed a kiwi fruit yesterday, after which his condition improved drastically. The doctor, recalling the peculiar fruit from the previous day, pondered, could it truly be that fruit? Does it possess such extraordinary properties? At that moment, Li Da summoned his butler. Quickly, Contact the vendor who sells the aristocratic rice. Tell them I need 100 kiwi fruits. The butler was taken aback. Sir, those kiwi fruits cost 20 million each. 100 would amount to 2 billion. Are you certain? That fruit could be a counterfeit. Lida paused, momentarily stunned. Just 2 billion? No. Tell them I want 1,000 kiwi fruits and have them delivered immediately. The butler's eyes widened in disbelief. 1,000? That would cost 20 billion. Have you lost your mind? As the butler hesitated, Lida's voice rose again. Did you not hear me? Go and transfer the payment to their account as swiftly as possible. If I do not receive those 1,000 fruits, you shall face the consequences. Witnessing Lida's fervor, the butler quickly bowed and nodded. Yes, sir. He then hurriedly departed to arrange the purchase of the kiwi fruits. At this moment, Lida's situation was not an isolated incident. Several affluent individuals afflicted with cancer experienced significant improvements in their health after consuming kiwi fruit. They eagerly began to pursue the acquisition of this miraculous fruit, spending hundreds of billions without a moment's hesitation. For them, money was ultimately just a mere numeral. Having faced the specter of death, these funds had lost their value in their eyes. However, some uninformed tycoons suspected it to be a ruse and chose to remain on the sidelines, unaware that in just a few days, the price of kiwi would skyrocket to an astonishing level that would leave them utterly astounded. Their momentary indecision would lead to substantial losses. Chapter 129. The wealthy changed their minds at this moment, within a villa perched atop a mountain in Xin County. Several affluent individuals wore expressions of concern. They were the same individuals who had previously acquired kiwis from Su Ying. Gentlemen, has anyone in your circles inquired about the kiwis? One middle-aged man, his brow furrowed and his countenance grim, questioned. They had disseminated information 2 days prior, yet thus far, only a handful of wealthy buyers had expressed interest in the kiwis. Each of these men was afflicted with cancer, and they had only purchased a single kiwi each, resulting in rather meager sales. This predicament began to alarm them. In stark contrast to the booming market for noble rice, the kiwis appeared to languish in obscurity. They began to fret about the prospect of being left with unsold fruit, despite Lin Ying's assurance that the kiwis had a shelf life of 2 weeks. They possessed a staggering 10,000 of them. If they failed to sell, they would be left with an overwhelming burden. They were staring down the barrel of potential losses amounting to billions. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, another entrepreneur shook his head and sighed. In a single day, I have managed to sell only a few. The sales are dismal. The 3 others present nodded in agreement. We're in a similar predicament. It seems these fruits will remain unsold in our possession. What do you suggest we do? They all bore worried expressions, their brows knitted with concern. Perhaps we should approach Miss Su and discuss a new arrangement. Instead of acquiring the kiwis outright, we could collaborate on sales. For every kiwi sold, we would take 30% of the profits while they retained 70%. What do you think? Proposed a younger tycoon. The other 4 nodded in agreement at this suggestion. That sounds feasible. However, what if they refuse our proposal? We are somewhat apprehensive about Su Ying terminating our partnership. Without the collaboration on noble rice, our future opportunities for profit would dwindle. The leader of the group sighed deeply at these words. Let us give it a try. We must at least make the attempt. Who knows, they might agree. That's a potential loss of billions. To incur such a deficit in just 2 weeks is beyond our capacity to bear. Moreover, Miss Su mentioned that they would be supplying us with kiwis every month in the future. If there are no buyers, we could be facing losses in the billions repeatedly. How many billions can we endure? Su Yi, instead of delaying, it would be wiser to address this matter now. It is better to endure a short-term pain than a prolonged one. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in an even worse situation next time. Upon hearing this, the others found the logic sound. Once they reached a consensus, one of them dialed Su Ying's number. Soon, Su Ying's voice resonated on the other end. Hello, Boss Ren. What brings you to call? Is there something you need? Hearing her voice, Ren Hui felt a twinge of anxiety. Well, Miss Su, the 5 of us have deliberated and decided that we wish to make some changes to our collaboration regarding the kiwis. Given the substantial supply you anticipate in the future, we would like to explore a different mode of partnership. Su Ying paused, taken aback by this unexpected revelation. Nonetheless, she calmly inquired, please, share your thoughts. Miss Su, the situation is as follows. Considering the substantial supply volume you will be providing, our capital may struggle with liquidity. Therefore, we propose to assist you in sales, with the profits divided as 70% to you and 30% to us. This arrangement would alleviate some of our financial pressure. Does this sound agreeable to you? We harbor no ulterior motives. It is simply a matter of cash flow, and such a partnership would benefit both parties. After listening to the other party, Suing nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, please hold on while I consult our village chief. With that, Suing promptly dialed the laboratory. Sui, clad in protective gear and engaged in an experiment, answered the call upon hearing her voice. After listening to Su Ying's proposal, he readily agreed. However, he stipulated that their village would retain 80%, while the other party would receive 20%. Should they consent, they would proceed with the collaboration. If not, they would return the goods for a refund. Upon hearing this, several business owners immediately nodded in agreement and swiftly sent Suing an electronic contract. Suing promptly signed the contract, and both parties reached a final agreement regarding the kiwi fruit. After the contract was executed, the affluent individuals in the hilltop villa exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank goodness Miss Su was not so unyielding. Otherwise, our losses would have been immense. Although we have profited considerably from the noble rice, we truly cannot bear such losses. Another person nearby also displayed a smile, contrasting sharply with their previous frowns. Now, even if we cannot sell these fruits, we can mitigate much of our losses. Miss Su will be refunding us a significant amount. Our losses are not exceedingly great, as the majority will be borne by them. An elderly gentleman shook his head at this remark. Our actions could be deemed somewhat unscrupulous. However, fortunately, the other party has not held it against us. We have indeed encountered benevolent benefactors. Nevertheless, the market response to these fruits has not been promising, and they may prove difficult to sell. In the crowd, Renhui furrowed his brow. For some reason, I feel the other party agreed far too readily. Does anyone else find this peculiar? It gives me the impression that they are entirely unconcerned about the products selling, as if they possess immense confidence in their merchandise. Do you think we may have erred? Upon hearing this, a middle-aged man smiled slightly. My dear brother, this may simply be your misconception. They have amassed considerable wealth through noble rice and are likely untroubled by potential losses. Would you worry about operating a restaurant that incurs monthly losses of several tens of thousands? Do not overthink it. Several kiwi fruits have already been sold, and there has been no unsettling news after a day. Perhaps their product is indeed somewhat exaggerated. The others present nodded in agreement. Indeed, we were initially swept away by our enthusiasm. Upon reflection, how could such extraordinary products truly exist in this world? If it were true that terminal cancer patients could be completely cured in just 7 days, it would be nothing short of miraculous. In my opinion, the efficacy of this peculiar fruit should be comparable to that of premium rice, albeit with a significantly more pleasing taste. However, its price exceeds that of premium rice by a considerable margin, which likely dissuades affluent individuals from purchasing it. Nonetheless, Ms. Su just mentioned that the price cannot be lower than 2 million per piece. Such an exorbitant cost would undoubtedly hinder its sales. Renhui felt an inexplicable sense of unease, though he could not pinpoint the source. Subsequently, the group joyfully raised their glasses of red wine, their spirits buoyed by the absence of losses. Little did they know, at that very moment, the sales departments under their command were inundated with phone calls. Chapter 130. The regretful tycoons within the opulent mountain villa. A group of affluent individuals raised their glasses of red wine, their faces awash with joy. Tonight, let us celebrate properly with a grand soiree. Upon hearing these words, they chuckled and nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's a rare occasion to unwind. Let us indulge ourselves today. Elation was etched on their faces as they clinked their glasses together in merriment. However, just as they were reveling in their joyous moment, an uncanny symphony of ringing phones interrupted the atmosphere. The group paused in surprise before hastily retrieving their devices to answer the calls. Ha ha ha, boss, it's a sensation. You wouldn't believe it. The items we struggled to sell all day vanished in mere minutes. Boss, Mr. Lee has purchased 1,000 fruits at 20 million each, and the funds are already on their way. Other proprietors chimed in, announcing their own substantial sales. All 2,000 of our kiwis have been sold out. Additionally, many clients are urging us to prepare more, willing to pay a premium for these fruits. Boss, could you procure more? We received 400 billion in payment this morning. We have struck gold. The remaining members of the group received similar calls from their sales managers, each delivering the thrilling news that all their kiwis had been sold, netting each of them a staggering 400 billion. After deducting the initial 40 billion cost, they rejoiced in a profit of 360 billion. Such exhilarating figures within a mere 10 minutes of sales were simply unfathomable. Yet, amidst the jubilation, several of the wealthy individuals wore expressions of profound discontent. 360 billion in profit? That was a staggering sum. Had they not altered the contract, this wealth would have flowed directly into their coffers. Now, they were left with a mere 20% of that 400 billion. amounting to only 80 billion, having forfeited 320 billion. Furthermore, according to the contract, all associated labor and transportation costs were to be borne by them, further diminishing their earnings. In a moment of despair, Renhui raised his hand and struck himself across the face. I knew it. I knew it. Regret flooded his features as he grappled with the thought of 320 billion, a terrifying fortune he had unwittingly dismissed. The more he pondered, the deeper his remorse grew. The other tycoons were no better off, their faces twisted in dismay, as if they had swallowed a fly. One wealthy man sank heavily into his chair, utterly drained. The elder among them clenched his fists, teeth gritted in frustration. What a pity! What a pity! The entire mountain villa was enveloped in a somber atmosphere. Silence reigning as no one dared to speak. After a prolonged pause, Renhui finally picked up his phone, a hint of unwillingness in his voice as he spoke. Let us transfer 28 billion to Miss Sue's account. Upon hearing this, although the other party was perplexed, they complied without hesitation. The other affluent individuals also followed suit, instructing their funds to be sent. If they wished to collaborate with Su Ying in the future, this was the only course of action. Otherwise, their chances of partnership would be extinguished. After all, for them, 8 billion was still a considerable sum. Consequently, a staggering 140 billion was transferred to the account of Wushui Village, reaping substantial profits. Meanwhile, at Li Da's residence, 3 helicopters approached from afar, landing on the helipad of the estate. A security team disembarked from the first helicopter. Though unarmed, their demeanor radiated professionalism, instilling a sense of intimidation. The second helicopter then descended, followed by another security detail. After the third helicopter landed, the security personnel prepared for the next phase. As boxes were carefully unloaded from the aircraft, before long, the boxes were handed over to Li Da's steward. 1,000 kiwis have been delivered. Please verify the quantity in person. Upon hearing this, Li Da took his phone and entered the verification code into the boxes system. Following that, he underwent fingerprint and facial recognition checks. The unlocking was successful. With a notification sound, several boxes sprang open, releasing a chill that enveloped the air. The cost of these containers was indeed exorbitant. Li Da's steward meticulously began to count the contents. After several minutes, Li Da nodded in affirmation. Yes, everything is in order. Upon this confirmation, the escort team produced a document for him to sign before promptly departing aboard the helicopter. Watching the helicopter take off, the steward's lips twitched. It resembled a scene from a film, 20 million for a single piece of fruit, the taste of which he would likely never experience in his lifetime. It is truly difficult for an ordinary person to fathom the lives of the wealthy. Shortly thereafter, 10 kiwis were delivered to the hospital room. Li Da had been anxiously awaiting their arrival, for these fruits represented his sole hope. Simultaneously, all the doctors who had expressed skepticism the previous day were gathered nearby. They were astounded to learn that Li Da's tumor had significantly improved, and the only plausible explanation was the kiwis. As medical professionals, they were eager to discover whether these kiwis truly possessed such miraculous properties. Sir, the kiwis you requested have arrived. The remaining fruits have been placed in the safe for preservation. Li Da nodded in response. He then directly picked up a vividly colored kiwi and took a bite. The texture was as delightful as before, reminiscent of jelly, and it was exceptionally sweet and fragrant. After finishing one, he reached for another. The cool sensation of the kiwi coursed through his body, and the pain that had plagued him vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of vitality, as if he could now move his lower body. Sensing the transformation within him, he eagerly devoured several more kiwis. The texture of this fruit surpasses that of any other, providing immense satisfaction to both the palate and the stomach upon consumption. He indulged in a remarkable 10 of them in one sitting, only stopping when his belly was completely full. After finishing, he addressed the gathering, saying, "All right, you all may leave now. I wish to sleep. Once I awaken, you can assist me in examining my health." Upon hearing his words, the crowd exited the hospital room. However, a group of doctors remained vigilantly outside the door, their anticipation palpable as they yearned to witness whether this miraculous fruit truly possessed such extraordinary properties. Should the claims of its cancer-curing abilities be validated, the world would undoubtedly be shaken to its core. Chapter 131. The Achilles heel of Lei Bus after consuming the kiwi. Li Da felt an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloping his body. In stark contrast to the pervasive pain he had previously endured, warmth flowed through him, and he found himself utterly relaxed, his tormented nerves experiencing an unprecedented tranquility. Consequently, fatigue overtook him, and he succumbed to slumber, snoring softly as he drifted into sleep. He remained in this state until the clock struck 10 in the evening. Upon awakening, he resolved to summon the butler for his ablutions. However, he felt an unexpected lightness in his body, prompting him to rise unaided from the hospital bed. A glimmer of astonishment lit up his eyes as joy radiated from his countenance. Lowering his gaze to his feet, he exclaimed with excitement, I can stand up." This marked the first occasion in years that he had managed to stand unaided. His body had indeed made significant strides toward recovery. With newfound vigor, he approached the door of his hospital room and swung it open as he inhaled the fresh air outside. He couldn't help but let out a contented yawn and stretch leisurely. A group of doctors lay sprawled in the hallway outside, and upon hearing the commotion, they turned to investigate. A few among them, upon spotting Lee standing before them, initially suspected they were hallucinating. They hurriedly rubbed their eyes, and when clarity dawned upon them, their jaws dropped in sheer disbelief. Here stood a man in the advanced stages of cancer, on the brink of death, now upright and walking towards them. Furthermore, he even yawned and stretched, an inconceivable sight for those well-versed in the gravity of late-stage cancer. Lee, observing the astonished expressions of the doctors, offered a gentle smile. "Come on in. Weren't you here to examine me? I feel fantastic." His words jolted the doctors into action, reminding them of their purpose. They had already examined every conceivable data point. When they reviewed the test results once more, they were left utterly flabbergasted. Although the tumors within Lee Da's body had not completely vanished, they had significantly diminished. Moreover, all his bodily metrics had shifted toward normality. Ultimately, after consultation among several specialists, it was determined that Lee Da's health had reverted to a level akin to the early stages of cancer. Should he undergo surgical intervention at this juncture, there existed a substantial probability that he could enjoy an additional 20 to 30 years of life. The doctors stood there, rooted in disbelief. No one had anticipated that the kiwi would indeed prove efficacious against cancer, offering a genuine avenue for treatment. In that moment, they were all astonished, realizing that humanity might soon conquer yet another affliction. A few foreign physicians, who were among the world's foremost experts, promptly extracted their phones to relay the news of the kiwi's potential to their colleagues abroad. Numerous cancer patients overseas found themselves in dire situations, much like Lee Da's, teetering on the brink of death. Upon learning of the existence of the kiwi, they would undoubtedly go into a frenzy. Simultaneously, the efficacy of the kiwi was being corroborated among numerous affluent individuals. In no time, the kiwi's reputation spread through the circles of the wealthy, and upon discovering its potential to treat and prevent cancer, these magnates began clamoring to procure it. The price of $20 million is not exorbitant for them. In fact, they are even willing to pay a higher price for this extraordinary item. After all, consuming it is akin to receiving a vaccination, allowing them to cast aside any fears of cancer. Even if it were $200 million, they would be inclined to pay. However, the fruit has already sold out, leaving them to procure it from other affluent individuals. Yet, among these merchants, the desire to purchase comes at a premium. Some individuals with limited quantities of the fruit outright refuse to sell. Upon learning of the miraculous properties of this kiwi, many top foreign billionaires have also begun to purchase it at exorbitant prices. Some have even offered up to $200 million for a single piece. A certain oil magnate managed to acquire 10 kiwis at the staggering price of $200 million each. Thus, for $400 million, he secured only 10 pieces. In an instant, the price of the kiwi began to soar. The initial batch of ripe kiwis harvested by Sui amounted to over 10,000. While this may seem substantial, it appears woefully insufficient on a national scale, almost as if it were a rarity. When viewed globally, its value becomes even more pronounced. There were instances where individuals were offering $300 million, yet could not procure a single kiwi, existing in a market of demand without supply. These wealthy individuals were not lacking in funds. They were solely focused on preserving their lives. Consequently, the market price experienced a sudden halt. At this moment, within a lavish hotel, a prominent scion of wealth concealed himself in the restroom, indulging in a kiwi. After savoring the fruit, he closed his eyes to absorb the experience. Gradually, he opened his eyes, a smile spreading across his face. "Ha ha ha. It works. This truly works. I feel revitalized." Ecstatic, he exclaimed, "Incredible. A miraculous remedy. 20 million each. I must persuade my father to procure several more. Secretary Tang, I'm coming out." He exuberantly dashed from the restroom, casting aside his towel with flair, his face illuminated with joy and ready to showcase his newfound vitality. However, in the next moment, he froze in place, a shiver coursing through him. His secretary, Tang, was huddled under a blanket nearby. Standing beside her were two individuals, his father and the immensely popular Lei Busi from the internet. "La, sir? What are you doing here?" The younger stood there, utterly astonished. Upon hearing this, his father immediately stepped forward, admonishing him, "Look at yourself. Quickly put on some clothes. This is utterly disgraceful." Complying hastily, the heir donned his attire. Only after dressing did his father continue, "A few days ago, you requested 20 million to buy a kiwi, correct? Is that fruit still with you? Hurry and present it to Uncle Lei. He urgently needs it." Upon hearing this, the heir glanced at Lei Busi, his gaze shifting downward. Uncle Lei is in the same predicament as me and requires this fruit?" Upon hearing these words, the wealthy heir's father turned pale with anger. "What the hell are you saying? Hurry up and hand over the fruit. Uncle Lei needs it to save a life. Enough with the nonsense. Do not ask questions that do not concern you." The heir, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "You might have come too late. I just ingested it, and it's already taking effect." As he spoke, he moved slightly, leaving his father in a state of astonishment. Is this thing really that effective? After so many visits to traditional Chinese medicine, nothing has worked, yet this is so powerful? Witnessing this, Lei Busi shook his head in dismay and exited the room. The father shot a glare at his son before hastily leaving as well. "Mr. Lei, I apologize. This brat actually." Lei Busi waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. I will contemplate other methods. I will search further. There must be others who possess this fruit." Just as he spoke, his phone rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was a delivery service. The caller mentioned that a package needed to be delivered to his door and inquired if he was at home. Furrowing his brows, he realized he had not ordered anything. He quickly departed, eager to continue pursuing avenues for the kiwi fruit, unaware that the package was, in fact, sent by Su E. Chapter 132. 10 exotic fruits. At this moment, Lei Bus was not particularly concerned about the delivery package. Instead, he was anxiously searching for exotic fruits. It could be said that he had utilized every connection at his disposal. He enlisted various investors to assist him in procuring these fruits, hoping to acquire them at an exorbitant price. His father was now in the late stages of cancer, and although he initially thought there was little hope, he had recently heard of a miraculous remedy that could save lives. He was determined to obtain it, even if it meant relinquishing all his wealth. However, he was ultimately too late. The exotic fruits in the possession of the wealthy individuals he knew had been nearly all purchased by foreigners at the staggering price of $200 million each. Upon learning of the fruit's potential to treat cancer, they sought to obtain it for experimentation or research, eager to uncover the secret behind its healing properties. Consequently, nations around the globe invested heavily in acquiring these rare fruits, aiming to develop cancer treatments for their citizens. As a result of these various factors, the exotic fruits vanished from the market. Those with family members suffering from cancer would never consider selling, no matter the price, and those willing to sell had long since been bought. Thus, despite Lei Bus's extensive network, after a full day of effort, he had received no news. Upon returning to his private office, he reclined in his chair, his expression grim. Overwhelmed by self-reproach, he lamented that despite his wealth and connections, he had failed to secure the miraculous fruit. He was unable to save his father. Just as he was engulfed in despair, his phone rang. It was his wife's call. "Lei, have you managed to find that fruit? The doctor says Dad's condition is worsening. He may only have a few months left. If things continue to deteriorate, he might not last even a month." Upon hearing this, Lei Bus's face darkened, and despair filled his eyes. Trembling, he confessed, "I haven't been able to get it. Those fruits have all been bought by foreigners, and even with our wealth, we cannot procure them. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been so preoccupied with work and had paid attention to this matter, I might have managed to secure some. Then Dad would have had a chance. It's all my fault." He was engulfed in profound guilt. Since graduating from university, he had been consumed by work, entrepreneurship, and project pursuits, leaving little time for his family. He hadn't even spent quality time with his father. It seemed the elderly man in the hospital bed had heard his words and became somewhat agitated. His wife quickly brought the phone to the old man's lips. Lei Bus's father attempted to speak, but could only emit muffled sounds. Upon hearing this, Lei's eyes brimmed with tears, glistening and ready to spill over. "Dad, please don't speak. I understand what you mean. You're telling me not to worry. Had there been no cure for cancer in the world before, perhaps my sorrow would not be so profound. Yet now, with the knowledge of such a remedy existing, my inability to obtain it weighs heavily upon me. I shall keep a vigilant eye on the next batch of kiwis. The moment they grace the marketplace, I will purchase them without hesitation." Upon hearing Leibus's words, the elderly man chose not to utter another syllable. Beside him, Lebes's wife offered a few words of comfort before ending the call. The thought that his father might not endure another month clenched Lebes's fist in anguish. The realization that his father, on the brink of death, was still concerned for him sent torrents of tears cascading down his cheeks. Many proclaim his resilience. Yet his father remains his Achilles heel. While the online community is aware of the code he authored in his freshman year, which later became part of the curriculum in his sophomore year, few know that his first programming book was a gift from his father, who personally guided him through the intricacies of typing. Overwhelmed by these memories, he could no longer contain his emotions. They erupted in that moment. He hurled his latest model smartphone across the room, where it struck a nearby table, sending a delivery box crashing to the floor. The already flimsy packaging yielded to the impact, bursting open. Driven by despair, Lebes cried out, Why are there 10,000 fruits, yet none for me? Oh heavens! Why can you not bestow upon me just this once? With tears streaming down his face, he knelt, rendered speechless by grief. At that moment, however, a fruit tumbled forth from the delivery box. It rolled gently towards Lebes, and as he beheld the four-colored fruit, he stood frozen in disbelief. His eyes widened in astonishment. Could it truly be? The kiwi, which he had sought tirelessly through every connection, now appeared before him in all its vibrant glory. He opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Then, as more kiwis rolled from the box, he was struck by a surreal sense of disbelief. Yet, biting his tongue brought forth pain, grounding him in reality. How could kiwis exist in this place? The exorbitantly priced fruits, unattainable even with wealth, were now plentiful before him. 4? No, not merely 4. His excitement propelled him forward as he opened the delivery box, revealing even more kiwis within. He hastily counted, 10 kiwis? Stunned, he realized the box contained a staggering 10 kiwis. With a market price of $200 million each, these fruits amounted to a staggering $2 billion. Who could have sent such precious gifts to his office? He quickly checked the shipping address, only to find it lacking any details. In a flurry, he retrieved his phone and dialed his assistant. The assistant mentioned that the security guard had received a package addressed to him and had brought it along, though its sender remained unknown. Upon hearing this, Lebes pondered the situation, although he was unaware of the sender's identity. The possession of his address and phone number indicated a connection. However, he no longer cared about the sender. He hurriedly gathered the fallen kiwi fruits and prepared them for transport. He instructed the driver to head straight to the hospital. If this kiwi fruit was indeed as extraordinary as it was claimed, these 10 pieces might hold the potential to save his father. Half an hour later, he arrived at the hospital from the wheat cultivation area and found his father there. The surrounding doctors were astonished upon seeing the kiwi fruit, and a group of specialists quickly gathered around. They had heard from their colleagues about this miraculous fruit that purportedly had the ability to combat cancer, yet they had never encountered it firsthand. Today, they were determined to investigate whether this fruit truly possessed any medicinal value. Chapter 133. Who sent this fruit? Upon receiving the kiwi, Rebus immediately brought it to his father for consumption. At that moment, his father appeared exceedingly frail, his gaze clouded, and his physique emaciated, much like a withered tree. He had largely ceased eating, surviving solely on the nutritional injections provided by the hospital. Nevertheless, upon witnessing the kiwi that Rebus had painstakingly procured, the elderly man mustered the strength to take a bite. Fortunately, the kiwi was remarkably fragrant and delightful in taste. Most importantly, it melted in his mouth, making it easy for him to eat. Consequently, the old man not only accepted the fruit but consumed an entire kiwi, but that was his limit. He could not manage more. After finishing, Rebus and several doctors remained vigilantly by his side, determined to ascertain whether this kiwi was indeed as miraculous as the legend suggested. Following the consumption of the fruit, the old man experienced a moment of relief, akin to receiving a dose of painkillers. While the pain did not entirely dissipate, it allowed him to breathe easier, alleviating some of his torment. Rebus's wife stood beside him, anxiously watching the elderly man, uncertain of the kiwi's efficacy. This might be their sole glimmer of hope. 12 hours later, Rebus, his wife, and the surrounding doctors began to doze off. Suddenly, the old man spoke up from his bed. Dazongzi, that fruit was delicious. Could you give me another one? It had been quite some time since he had felt any appetite, and today was the first instance he desired food. Rebus instinctively responded, Of course, Dad. Just a moment. However, he soon froze in place, astonished as he gazed at his father. Dad, you can speak? His eyes widened. He had not heard his father's voice in 6 months. Previously, during phone calls, his father could only manage to produce faint sounds, unable to articulate words. Yet now, he was conversing? Rebus's wife also widened her eyes in disbelief, momentarily stunned. Then, a smile illuminated her face. Resi, it's effective. It seems that the kiwi truly works. Quickly, give Dad another one. Upon hearing this, Rebus hurriedly retrieved another kiwi and fed it to his father. The surrounding doctors, now fully alert, gazed in astonishment at the elderly man on the bed. Marvelous. This was indeed extraordinary. Could it be that the kiwi truly possessed the ability to cure cancer? After a short while, the elder finished the kiwi. The fruit's flesh transformed into a refreshing stream of energy that coursed throughout his body. Instantly, he felt a significant reduction in his pain, and the anguish in his eyes lessened, revealing a rare hint of drowsiness. Gradually, he drifted into sleep. Witnessing this scene, everyone was momentarily taken aback. It had been quite some time since they had seen the old man asleep. Could it be that this kiwi was truly so miraculous? Initially intending to check on the group of doctors, they ultimately decided to postpone their visit until the following day. Recognizing that the elderly gentleman had finally managed to fall asleep, and they did not wish to disturb him excessively. Thus, they dispersed. Bus and his wife remained steadfast by his side. Bus took a leave of absence, delegating all other matters to others, fully committing himself to his father's side. The next day at noon, the elder awakened from his slumber. Upon noticing this, Bus and his wife hurried over, and they were momentarily taken aback by the sight of him. The once withered and bleary-eyed elder now radiated vitality, reminiscent of trees rejuvenating in spring. With a newfound sparkle in his eyes, "Lazy, I feel much better. Please help me sit up. I wish to lean against something." Upon hearing his request, Bus immediately assisted his father to an upright position. Shortly thereafter, numerous experts entered the room, employing various advanced instruments to examine the elder Lay. After a thorough assessment, they stood in stunned silence, some astonished, others perplexed, while a few trembled in disbelief. Through a series of tests, they discovered that the elder's condition had indeed improved significantly. He had transitioned from the brink of death in the late stages of cancer to the mid-stage of the disease, with a prognosis extending his lifespan by at least 5 years. Subsequently, an expert conveyed the findings to Bus, who, upon hearing the news, was overwhelmed with joy, nearly bursting into laughter. He then produced a kiwi and handed it to his father. "Father, this fruit is truly effective. Please, have another too." The elder nodded in agreement. "Yes, I would love to. This fruit is quite delightful." He even managed to grasp the kiwi himself, consuming it with a few bites. In the days that followed, the elder consumed a kiwi daily, while the experts continued their observations. Remarkably, they noted a consistent improvement in his condition, eventually reaching the early stages of cancer. A week passed swiftly. Within the elder Lay's hospital room, after a series of examinations, the director informed Bus that his father was ready for discharge. "Mr. Lay, our tests confirmed that the tumor within your father has completely vanished." Upon hearing this, Bus was filled with elation, feeling an immense weight lift from his shoulders as he exhaled deeply, proceeding to complete the discharge formalities. In the car, Bus's wife brushed her hair back, her face a picture of curiosity as she inquired, "Lazy, didn't you say you couldn't find any kiwis? How did you suddenly acquire 10? Overwhelmed with excitement in recent days, he had forgotten the source of the kiwis. Taken aback by her question, Bus replied, "I don't know. These kiwis just appeared in a package that showed up in my office. I still cannot comprehend where they came from." The elder, overhearing their conversation, spoke in a hoarse voice. "Junzi, the other party saved my life. You must express your gratitude sincerely. In the future, should they seek your assistance, you must offer your utmost help within your capabilities." Upon hearing these words, Bus nodded in agreement. "Father, I understand. I will investigate who sent the kiwi fruit." Bus clenched his fists, resolute in his commitment to express his gratitude. This kiwi fruit was indeed a timely gift for him. However, his curiosity deepened. Who could possess such audacity to send him these expensive kiwi fruits via regular courier? The sender seemed unperturbed by the possibility of loss or spoilage. These fruits were worth billions. The sender must possess considerable means. He was also keen to discover the identity of this benefactor. Just as his mind was consumed with questions, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw the name Sui displayed on the screen. Seeing Sui's name filled him with confusion. Sui? He recalled that he hadn't been to the company for several days. Could something have happened? He quickly tapped to answer the call. Chapter 134. Another year-end summary. Upon receiving a call from Sui, Bus immediately answered. "Hello, Mr. Su. How may I assist you?" He greeted with a smile. Sui responded, "Mr. Lay, We have successfully increased the production of the stellar converter battery system. I called to inform you. By the way, did you receive the kiwis I sent you a few days ago? How do they taste?" Hearing this, Bus was momentarily taken aback, his expression a mix of astonishment. He then spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. "Mr. Su, so that kiwi was sent by you. Oh, you have truly helped me immensely. Thank you so very much. Without your assistance." He excitedly recounted the situation. Sui was equally surprised. The kiwis were being sold at such a high price in the market? Moreover, they seemed to be in high demand. He had merely intended to let his partner sample the fruits from their waterless village. Little did he know that it would also aid Bus's father. However, judging by the current market feedback on the kiwis, it appeared that the waterless village would soon profit significantly from them. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Sui hung up to continue his work on the aircraft. Meanwhile, Bus remained in a state of disbelief after the call. He never anticipated that the kiwis were a gift from Mr. Su. Such prowess. This was worth billions, and Sui had simply sent them via a courier service. Few possess such audacity. Curious, his wife inquired. Have you found out who sent us the kiwis? Who is he? Bus looked out of the car window, smiling as he replied, "A very mysterious and formidable individual." He chose not to elaborate, as Su Yi's identity must remain confidential. However, he had silently resolved to repay Su Yi's kindness in the future. Meanwhile, in the waterless village, the villagers were receiving the funds from the kiwi sales. Upon seeing the bank deposits, every villager was overjoyed. They had never witnessed such a substantial influx of money. Consequently, the village groups contributed to a communal celebration. Despite their newfound wealth, they refrained from extravagance, opting only to purchase some livestock for a shared feast. The atmosphere was lively, with each village bustling with excitement. Their lives had improved remarkably, with only the days spent cultivating the noble drought-resistant rice being particularly demanding. Compared to a year ago, their existence had transformed drastically. Reflecting on their past hardships and contrasting them with their current fortunes felt surreal. Even now, they were still coming to terms with this remarkable change. They recognized that this was all due to Su Yi. Without him, their present circumstances would not exist. Regardless of age or gender, the villagers expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards Su Yi, almost revering him. Consequently, all the inhabitants of Waterless Village conscientiously adhere to its regulations, resolutely refraining from disclosing any information about the village, even to their own relatives. They only dare to speak once the other party has relocated their household registration to Waterless Village and signed a confidentiality agreement. Many villagers, having improved their circumstances, have invited their relatives and friends to move to Waterless Village and apply for its residency. However, to enjoy the village's free medical care and other benefits, they must contribute to the community. This involves assisting with sanitation and accumulating contributions. As the population grew, Waterless Village began to flourish. During this period, He-Ching from the personnel department leveraged her connections and experience to recruit a considerable number of researchers for the village. Some were leading experts, while others were distinguished doctoral and master's graduates, and even some undergraduate researchers. All these individuals were exceptionally talented, boasting real achievements. Upon arriving in Waterless Village and witnessing the benefits offered, they declared they would never leave. Consequently, the number of researchers in Waterless Village surged, significantly enhancing its research capabilities. Additionally, these researchers received ample training. Wang Fei and Huang Yi also bolstered their teams with more designers and experts, even expanding their workforce. The monumental tasks of excavating the Great Black Mountain and the subterranean areas of Waterless Village were so extensive that, despite mechanized operations, personnel remained insufficient. Thus, the once poorest village in the nation, sparsely populated and desolate, became vibrant with activity. Each individual aspired to attain residency in Waterless Village through their efforts. Time swiftly passed, with spring yielding to autumn, and within a year, the maglev high-speed rail technology had reached the halfway mark under Su Yi's leadership. Given that it was an established technology, the costs of development were negligible. It was merely a matter of time before completion. Nevertheless, it was anticipated that an additional year would be required. As for the development of the Waterless Village No. 1 aircraft, it had reached two-thirds completion, progressing faster than Su Yi had anticipated. It was expected to be finalized shortly after the new year. However, the Great Black Mountain remained unexcavated, and the airport was yet to be constructed. Thus, Su Yi began contemplating potential locations for subsequent flight testing, with military airfields being the last resort. As in the previous year, Su Yi granted an early holiday to all villagers and directly arranged corresponding benefits for everyone. All departed waterless village joyfully, each content with their circumstances. This year, the sales of wheat vehicles performed remarkably well, yielding substantial profits from their stellar converters. Consequently, Su-yi instructed Su-ing to distribute additional bonuses totaling tens of thousands to the workers. Currently, even the most ordinary workers in Waterless Village earned over 20,000 monthly, with year-end bonuses around 150,000, reflecting remarkably generous compensation. Each worker employed in Waterless Village found themselves valued at hundreds of thousands. After concluding the meeting, a year had elapsed, and it was once more time for the distribution of dividends among them. After summoning several individuals to the conference room and having them take their seats, Su-yi directly requested Su-ing to announce the income, expenditures, and surplus of Wuxue Village for the past year. The remainder of the meeting would involve the distribution of funds among the attendees. As everyone settled into their seats, a palpable excitement filled the room. After a year of hard work, the moment to share the profits had finally arrived. Su-yi also took a seat nearby, eager to discover just how much Wuxue Village had earned over the course of the year. One could surmise that this year's profits would exceed those of the previous year by a significant margin. Chapter 135, Ordinary Undergraduates. Dividends exceeding 27 million at the end of last year. The account balance of Wuxue Village stood at an astonishing 200 billion, a mere accumulation of profits within the span of less than a year. This year, the noble drought rice has been sold continuously, without interruption. It is reasonable to assume a substantial profit has been garnered this year. Curiosity enveloped the crowd as they turned their gazes towards Su-ing, eager to discover the extent of their dividends. Seeing the inquisitive eyes upon her, Su-ing promptly retrieved her laptop. Report to the village chief. Our financial situation in Wuxue Village this year is as follows. In terms of noble drought rice, our monthly revenue has stabilized at approximately 60 billion, culminating in an annual revenue of 716.5 billion. The surrounding crowd was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the resilience of the noble rice, which continued to yield a steady income of 60 billion each month for Wuxue Village. It seemed that for these elite billionaires, money truly held little significance. Yet, considering the multitude of affluent individuals globally, a monthly income of 60 billion appeared rather commonplace. After all, many hidden tycoons boasted fortunes in the hundreds of billions. Once they have tasted this noble rice, it is unlikely they would settle for anything less. The wealth from noble rice primarily derives from these individuals. Nevertheless, the village's annual revenue exceeding 700 billion still left them in awe. Su-ing proceeded. Next, let us discuss the profits from kiwi fruit. We commenced selling kiwi fruit in June. The initial price was exorbitantly high, at 20 million per piece, allowing us to accrue nearly 400 billion over the first 2 months. However, the price diminished in the following months. Ultimately, the total revenue from kiwi fruit reached around 500 billion, culminating in approximately 900 billion in development funds. The crowd gasped in disbelief once again. Such a remarkable achievement. The kiwi fruit, launched in June, had become a sensation, with the world's elite vying to purchase it, often at a price with no available stock. Eventually, however, Wuxue Village increased its yield, leading to a surplus of kiwi fruit in the market, which subsequently caused prices to plummet. What was once hyped to 200 million per piece fell to a mere 5 million dragon coins. Despite this, Wuxue Village managed to secure 500 billion from kiwi fruit sales. The unexpectedness of it all was truly astounding, as the profits within just half a year surpassed those from noble drought rice. The crowd turned their eyes towards Su-yi, their hearts filled with admiration. This technology was developed by Su-yi. Had he chosen to cultivate it himself, all the profits would have been his. Yet, he generously shared this innovation with the villagers, demonstrating his noble spirit. After discussing kiwi fruit, Su-ing continued. Now, let us address the primary source of income for Wuxue Village, the stellar converter battery system. This year, following an increase in production, our monthly post-tax revenue astonishingly reached 180 billion. Over the course of 9 months, we accrued a total income of 1.2 trillion. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Such an immense sum. Indeed, technology is the foremost productive force. With the stellar converter battery system, they managed to achieve such an incredible revenue. It is truly remarkable. This is undoubtedly the cornerstone of income for our waterless village. Subsequent earnings pale in comparison, with the military and the Southwest Group contributing 2 billion for our concrete usage. Additionally, the military ordered 1,000 mechanical dogs and 100 mechanical tigers, totaling another 2 billion. This constitutes the entirety of our village's income for the year, amounting to 282.05 billion, culminating in a total of 3.0205 trillion when combined with last year's surplus. Upon learning of this year's earnings, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Such wealth? It is noteworthy that the total GDP of the Dragon Country this year is merely 140 trillion. It is simply unfathomable. However, this wealth does not represent pure profit, as we have yet to account for our expenditures. After tallying the income, Suing spoke again. Due to the increase in the number of researchers, workers, and teachers this year, our total expenditures, including year-end bonuses and benefits, amounted to 2 billion. Furthermore, in terms of factory expenses, our material costs for the year were approximately 100 billion, primarily for producing the stellar converter system. In research, we allocated around 150 billion for the purchase of research instruments and materials. Additionally, in engineering construction, we invested significantly in top-tier global equipment, including transport vehicles and shield tunneling machines, spending a total of 25 billion, with each shield tunneling machine costing 200 million, and we procured 100 units. Lastly, our ordinary daily expenditures, which covered food supplies, maintenance of the waterless village, event hosting costs, sanitation fees, and providing free fruits and snacks for employees, totaled 300 million. In summary, our total expenditures for the year amounted to 277.3 billion. Consequently, our account balance stands at 7,432 trillion. Such a sum? Duan Dong, Wang Fei, Huang Yi, and Lu Ziao were left speechless. Previously, Sui had discussed a dividend ratio of 1/10,000th of the annual surplus of the waterless village. If calculated at this rate, each of them would receive 274.32 million. They were all momentarily stunned. Their annual income had exceeded 200 million. It is worth noting that their regular salaries were already substantial, amounting to several million each month. Meanwhile, He Qin and Suing were equally exhilarated. Although He Qing's previous salary was quite high, it was only around 10,000 to 20,000 per month. With a dividend ratio of 100,000th, she would receive 27.43 million. With her regular salary included, she has truly become a millionaire overnight, a notion that had previously seemed utterly inconceivable. Suing, standing beside her, was momentarily taken aback. Although she typically managed various financial data, she had never calculated her share of the dividends. Now, upon realizing that she would receive over 20 million, she was left in a state of disbelief. Previously, she was merely an ordinary undergraduate student earning a few thousand yuan a month. Now, not only was her monthly income several tens of thousands, but she had also unexpectedly received over 20 million in year-end bonuses. Such an amount was previously unimaginable. In an instant, everyone turned their gaze towards Sui, for their newfound wealth was entirely due to him. Without him, their present circumstances would not exist. Observing their looks, Sui offered a slight smile. Hearing this, Suing promptly disbursed the bonuses according to their respective shares, transferring the funds to their bank accounts. Due to tight schedules, this year's holiday was reduced to 2 months. Yet it was ample time for everyone to thoroughly enjoy themselves. He noticed online discussions about the latest 6th-generation fighter jet developed by Longke, with some speculating that its speed might reach 4 Mach. After reading, Sui couldn't help but chuckle. The Wushui No. 1 spacecraft would be completed after the new year, boasting a speed of 10 Mach. He wondered how the military would react upon seeing it. With that thought, Sui smiled mischievously, anticipating a small surprise for the military after the new year. Chapter 136. The national goddess arrives in Wushui village with merely a few days remaining until the new year. The residents of Wushui village began their preparations for the festive season. Subsequently, he strolled around the village, reminiscing about the significant support he received from the neighbors in Sujia village during his school years. He distinctly recalled that during his junior high school days, his grandfather underwent surgery, plunging the family into debt. Consequently, that year, they had no rice to eat during the new year. Ultimately, it was the neighbors who came together, contributing rice, chicken, dumplings, and more. That particular year left a profound impact on him. Thus, he developed a habit of greeting the villagers each new year. After exchanging pleasantries several times, Sui arrived at a household. At the entrance, an uncle wearing a straw hat was watering the flowers. "Wow, Uncle Kuan, where did you find such beautiful flowers in this winter?" Sui exclaimed as he noticed the flower beds in Su Kuan's villa were adorned with buds of various flowers. Hearing his voice, Su Kuan immediately turned and, upon recognizing Sui, his face broke into an excited smile. Shall we? Come sit. Sukuin said cheerfully, leading Sui to the side and pouring him a cup of hot tea. With a smile, Sukuin remarked, "Isn't it thanks to your guidance that we've all prospered? I don't have much to do, so I've taken a keen interest in these flowers. A couple of months ago, I came across videos of this plum blossom from previous years and became intrigued, so I spent 5 million to acquire it. The camellia beside it was a gift, and I've used some plant growth liquid, so the plum blossom should bloom in a few days. You must come to see it then. And over there, that winter sweet is something special, valued at 1 million, with a rich history. It's stunning when in bloom." Hearing this, Sui couldn't help but smile. The villagers had truly become prosperous, willing to spend 5 million. It seemed that after earning considerable profits this year, their consumption had elevated as well. After sipping his hot tea, Sukuin gazed at his flowers and mused. Intrigued, Sui inquired further. Sukuin chuckled in response, "Indeed. I heard he is working as a security guard in the city. Can you believe it? Our village has thrived, and he has stuck as a guard. The last time I called him to offer some financial assistance, he hung up on me. He has no idea how much our village has changed. Most importantly, he hasn't kept in touch with anyone else in the village, so no one has informed him of our circumstances. Due to confidentiality agreements, I can't disclose much either. Yet he has even provided me with his bank account details, so I can't send him any money." Sui chuckled at this. After he spoke, Sukuin joined in the laughter. "Indeed, that lad wasn't suited for academics, so I eventually let him go work, redirecting the funds meant for his education to support your studies instead. Looking back, it seems my decision was indeed wise." The two engaged in a casual conversation, exchanging words without a particular direction. Meanwhile, in the town belonging to Wuxue village, a luxurious Mercedes-Benz arrived and came to a halt. The window gradually rolled down, revealing a man clad in a suit and donning glasses who glanced outside. After surveying the surroundings, he pointed to a distant building and addressed the girl in the passenger seat. "Xiaoqiu, look over there. That used to be an internet CAF. I would sneak out there every day during middle school to surf the web, and when my teacher caught me, I was punished by having to clean the toilets. Looking back now, it truly is amusing. In our youth, we certainly engaged in a fair share of foolishness." The girl, masked and bespectacled, tightly concealed her face. Upon hearing Suhao's words, she teased, "No wonder you didn't get into a good high school." Suhao chuckled in response, "Cough, cough, just look at me. The one who sat in the last row during school is now driving a Mercedes. I wonder how my teachers would feel if they knew." The girl rolled her eyes at his comment. "I sat in the front row during school, and now I'm the CEO of an entertainment company, with a leading actress as my star, a Rolls-Royce, 2 Ferraris, and a Pagani parked at home." At this, Suhao quickly coughed again to mask his embarrassment. The girl, intrigued, questioned him, "Suhao, why do you speak so absurdly? In this day and age, are there really villages without water? And do you truly still live in a dilapidated house? I find it hard to believe." She had heard him mention his family's poverty numerous times, claiming they lived in a crumbling house, and she had always been skeptical. Suhao nodded in acknowledgement. "After you see for yourself, if you still wish to marry me, we shall obtain a marriage certificate. But if you have any regrets, well, it just so happens that your father also believes we are not a suitable match." Upon hearing this, Baichio removed her sunglasses and shot him a glare. "What does that old man have to do with it? I want to get married, and he cannot interfere. Besides, he only has a mere 10 million. It's hardly anything. My entertainment company has invested several tens of millions, with annual profits exceeding millions. What can he possibly compare with?" Suhao smiled widely at her retort. "If your fans knew their goddess had such a fiery temper, I suspect you'd face a scandal." Baichio glanced at him, unperturbed. "What of it? Should I act weak like in the movies? If you prefer, I could perform for you." Clearing her throat, she transformed her voice into a soft, delicate tone. "Suhao Gij, that day in the cave, I actually became yours. I shall be yours for life." Hearing her words, Suhao's mouth twitched. "Cough, cough. Please don't ever mention that day. If my parents find out, they'll probably forbid me from working. You must keep it a secret." Baichio chuckled in response. "Look at how startled you are. If it weren't for that incident in the cave, would you still be with me? Just enjoy your little secret." Then, she nudged Suhao's arm, urging him, "All right, hurry and fetch some water. I am quite curious to see what your village is truly like." Chapter 137. Must one sign a confidentiality agreement to return home? Upon hearing this, Suhao promptly exited the luxury vehicle and made his way towards a nearby supermarket. A short while later, he returned with an assortment of gifts and bottled water. Baichio rolled down the window to admire the scenery outside, her heart brimming with emotion. She had never imagined that she would find herself marrying into such a place. The marvels of fate struck her as she reflected on the unexpected path that had brought them together. Over the past few years, Suhao had toiled in various jobs. Due to his imposing stature, he became a member of a film crew, drawn by the lucrative wages they offered. He worked diligently for several years. A few months prior, they had traveled to a mountain to shoot a period drama. What began as a splendid day suddenly transformed into a torrential downpour, triggering a landslide. Faced with this perilous situation, everyone abandoned caution and fled in panic. As they attempted to escape, a surge of debris rushed towards them. Suhao swiftly lifted the terrified Baiqiu onto his back and sprinted in the opposite direction. Just in time, he spotted a cave and dashed inside to evade the oncoming mudslide. The relentless flow of debris sealed the cave's entrance, leaving them trapped for an entire day and night. They both believed they were doomed. Baiqiu, filled with a sense of longing, lamented that she had yet to experience intimacy with a man. Without further hesitation, they succumbed to their desires within the confines of the cave. As they braced for the worst, rescue teams eventually unearthed their refuge. Suhao had initially thought their encounter would merely be a fleeting night. After all, a girl of Baiqiu's caliber, a national sweetheart and a top-tier star, would surely not be interested in someone like him. To his astonishment, Baiqiu became attached to him, insisting he take responsibility. He had expressed his humble origins, revealing that his village lacked even the most basic necessities, yet Baiqiu remained steadfast in her desire to be with him. Thus, Suhao transitioned from a mere stagehand to the president of Baiqiu's entertainment company. With pride, he purchased a luxurious vehicle as a testament to his achievements, intending to showcase it to his family and fellow villagers. He yearned for his father to recognize that success could be attained without formal education, hoping to instill a sense of pride in him. Although his brother Su-yi excelled academically, he might not earn as much as Suhao had. Additionally, he aspired to uplift his water-scarce village through his efforts. In the driver's seat, Suhao felt a surge of excitement, his grip on the steering wheel trembling with anticipation. Upon reaching the village, he planned to call his father to summon people to help carry the items. In his memory, the path to their home was a narrow trail that required assistance for transporting goods. He knew his father would gather many to help. The thought of the villagers' expressions upon seeing his lavish vehicle, valued at over 400,000, filled him with elation. He imagined their envy growing with each passing moment, and his speed on the road quickened in tandem with his excitement. As they drew nearer to the waterless village, the landscape began to transform. Towering mountains emerged, their steep cliffs imposing and formidable. The mountainsides appeared barren, scattered with large boulders and scarce vegetation, evoking a sense of desolation. As Suhao observed his surroundings, he spoke to Baiqiu, who sat in the passenger seat. Our village is entirely isolated by the surrounding mountains, creating a natural barrier that separates us from neighboring villages. Consequently, it is exceedingly challenging to divert water from other villages, requiring an exorbitant amount of funds. Since our town lacks such a budget, we have endured years without access to drinking water. Thus, I hope that when you come to shoot a film in our village, it will draw attention and ultimately facilitate a water supply for us. Upon hearing this, Baiqiu nodded slightly. All right, if what you say is true, I will indeed come to your village to film a movie, promoting it in the process and encouraging my fans to assist you, thereby boosting your village's economy. Suhao smiled and nodded in response, feeling an inner sense of gratitude. Baiqiu seemed like a divine gift bestowed upon him. As he pressed the accelerator, the vehicle swiftly approached the entrance of the waterless village. However, just as he finished speaking, he noticed a checkpoint ahead, with roadblocks obstructing their path. A security personnel wearing sunglasses emerged from the booth, saluted them, and inquired, "Hello, what brings you to Waterless Village? Do you have a reservation?" Taken aback, Suhao was momentarily speechless. Beside him, Baiqiu chuckled teasingly, "Haha, Suhao, your village is quite intriguing. Is it some sort of tourist attraction that requires a reservation to enter?" Suhao scratched his head. This has never happened before. He then turned to Lin Chong beside him. "I am a resident of Waterless Village. My name is Suhao. When was this checkpoint established?" In response, Lin Chong produced a tablet and said to Suhao, "Please proceed with a facial and fingerprint scan." Following suit, Suhao complied with the request. After the scan, the tablet emitted a notification. Identity confirmed. Suhao, resident of Waterless Village, number 46. You have not signed a confidentiality agreement. Entry is prohibited. Suhao's eyes widened in disbelief. What? A confidentiality agreement is required? Baiqiu laughed at this point. Suhao, are you certain this is your village? What secrets does your village hold that necessitate a confidentiality agreement? Are you hiding a utopian paradise? Or are you aliens, not permitting mere mortals to enter? Shaking his head, Su Hao replied, "This is the place where I grew up." Upon hearing this, Lin Chong shook his head as well. "Mr. Su, I kindly ask that you sign the confidentiality agreement before entering. Otherwise, I cannot permit you passage. This is my job and responsibility." Su Hao, feeling exasperated, responded, "Let me see the confidentiality agreement. I wish to know its contents." Lin Chong handed the tablet to Su Hao, which stated, upon entering the village, "You must not disclose any information regarding Waterless Village to outsiders. If discovered violating the rules, one would be expelled from the Waterless Village and forever deprived of its privileges." "Is that all?" Su Hao, witnessing this, was rendered speechless by the air of mystery surrounding the situation. Subsequently, he promptly signed a confidentiality agreement. And he also had Bai Qiu, who stood beside him, sign a similar document. Once both agreements were executed, Lin Chong offered a respectful salute to the two. He then proceeded to grant them passage. Chapter 138. Is this truly no water village? As the guard, Lin Chong lifted the barrier. Su Hao activated his luxurious vehicle and drove into No Water Village. "Wait a moment, Su Hao, did you not mention that your village was comprised solely of dirt roads?" "Are you certain?" Bai Qiu inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion as they entered the village. Ahead of them lay a meticulously paved road, wide enough to accommodate 3 lanes, which surpassed many national highways in terms of speed. The road was remarkably straight, dotted with numerous bridges that suggested an extensive engineering effort. These roads were newly constructed by Wang Fei and his team, built to the specifications of an airport runway, capable of facilitating the takeoff and landing of small aircraft. Su Hao, upon hearing Bai Qiu's skepticism, wore a perplexed expression. He stared ahead, his confidence wavering, although the surrounding mountains appeared unchanged. The presence of such a grand road bewildered him. After a brief while, they caught sight of a magnificent waterfall cascading from a height of over 100 meters, a breathtaking spectacle. Bai Qiu's lips twitched in disbelief. "Well, Su Hao, how dare you deceive me? Does this resemble a water-scarce environment? Just look at that majestic waterfall. I've never encountered one so grand. Observe the surrounding area. With numerous small rivers, their waters crystal clear. Does this seem like a place lacking in water?" Bai Qiu was at a loss for words, realizing she had genuinely believed Su Hao's tall tales. From a distance, the mountains were adorned with flowing streams and small waterfalls, far from the desolate picture he had painted. Su Hao, witnessing the grandeur of the waterfall, felt his own mouth twitch in astonishment. He found himself at a loss for words, his expression a canvas of confusion. His belief that this was indeed their village was rapidly eroding. As his vehicle continued along the road, more structures came into view. In the distance, a cluster of tall buildings rose majestically from the earth. It resembled a quaint town. Su Hao stood in utter disbelief, questioning the situation. When had their village acquired such towering edifices? As they ventured further in, a colossal mechanical tiger appeared atop a nearby hill. The sight left Su Hao and Bai Qiu momentarily paralyzed with fear. A tiger? How could there be a tiger here? And why is it so enormous? However, Bai Qiu's keen eyes soon discerned the truth. The tiger was a mechanical construct, accompanied by 2 mechanical dogs. "The No Water Village Mechanical Tiger Patrol Unit is conducting surveillance. Please remain calm," boomed a powerful electronic voice emanating from the mechanical tiger, seemingly responding to their startled expressions. In the next instant, the mechanical tiger leapt gracefully to the other side of the road, landing securely upon a boulder, followed by the mechanical dogs. The trio vanished from their sight, leaving Su Hao and Bai Qiu in a state of utter shock. "What in the world is happening?" Su Hao muttered, utterly bewildered. He immediately slapped himself, for he felt as though he were trapped in a dream. After all, the village of Wushui had been etched in his memory from many years ago, devoid of water. The roads were in disrepair, frequently ensnaring vehicles. Yet now, magnificent waterfalls, modern thoroughfares, and elevated bridges had emerged. Even more astonishingly, mechanical tigers and dogs, creatures one would expect to encounter only in science fiction, had materialized. With a resounding crack, the sting of the slap made Su Hao wince in pain. To his astonishment, he truly felt the ache. This was indeed real. The searing pain coursed through him. Yet his expression morphed into one of greater shock. This was far more terrifying than a mere dream. When had Wushui village become so extraordinary? Beside him, Bai Qiu was equally dumbfounded. The earlier waterfalls, the expanse of highway, and the distant structures were acceptable, but what on earth was this mechanical dog? How could it leap dozens of meters? Surely, this was not a scene from a sci-fi film. From the very beginning, he sensed something amiss. Why would an ordinary mountain village require a confidentiality agreement? It seemed his suspicions were correct. This village was indeed an alien base. He looked at Baichio and asked, "Are you, in fact, an extraterrestrial?" Upon hearing his words, Baichio's gaze locked onto Su Hao. She sensed there was more to him than met the eye. And this village was equally enigmatic. Everything Su Hao had previously mentioned was undoubtedly a veil over some concealed truth. She turned her eyes towards the distant buildings, realizing she was inching closer to the reality. Moments later, they encountered a vehicle on the road. Baichio, being well informed, recognized it at once. It was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a special variant of the standard model, extended by 220 millimeters. This luxurious vehicle boasted a spacious rear, adorned with the iconic starlit headliner, crafted from over 1,500 optical fibers to create the effect of a shimmering night sky. With a starting price of 7,836 million yuan, how could such a car be present here? Hearing Baichio's exclamation, Su Hao turned to look as well. Indeed, a remarkably prestigious Rolls-Royce appeared before them, exuding an extraordinary aura. In comparison, his 400,000 yuan Mercedes-Benz seemed utterly insignificant, utterly overshadowed. Su Hao was bewildered. How could such a vehicle be found in Wushui village? Just as he was grappling with his astonishment, the Rolls-Royce flashed its lights at him, and a hand gestured for him to halt. Reluctantly, Su Hao complied. At that moment, he and Baichio exchanged glances, uncertain of the purpose behind the stop. However, given the caliber of the vehicle, its occupants were surely of considerable status, and it would be advantageous to establish a connection. Perhaps they could even entice them to invest in their film project. Once both vehicles were parked, Baichio and Su Hao alighted, their anticipation palpable as they awaited to see who would emerge from the Rolls-Royce. As they watched intently, the car door swung open. Subsequently, a leg clad in yellow rubber shoes emerged. Upon seeing these shoes, Su Hao and Baichio were rendered utterly speechless. What? The person driving a Rolls-Royce was actually wearing such footwear? However, in the next moment, a middle-aged man descended from the driver's seat, donning a straw hat. After surveying Su Hao, he wore a look of complete bewilderment. "Young man, which family do you belong to? How did you manage to acquire such a grand vehicle? This car is so unimpressive that you would be laughed at in the village." Upon hearing this, Baichio and Su Hao's lips twitched in disbelief. Where on earth had they ended up? In the eyes of this man, who appeared to be dressed like a farmer, a Mercedes-Benz E-Class had turned into an object of ridicule. He felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. Driving a Mercedes-Benz was now a source of mockery. Was this truly the waterless village? Chapter 139. Baichio was astonished. How could it be filled with top-tier experts? Upon hearing the words of the middle-aged man, Su Hao was utterly engulfed in confusion. Was this truly the familiar Wushui village? At that moment, the middle-aged gentleman spoke again. "Pray tell, young man, to which family do you belong? I must confess, I have not encountered you in countless visits to this village. And who is this young lady beside you? From whence do you hail?" Responding to the inquiry, Su Hao introduced himself. "I am from Su family village. My name is Su Hao, and my father is Su Kuan." Upon hearing the name Su Kuan, the middle-aged man looked at Su Hao with a face full of bewilderment. "That cannot be right. Your family's crop sold for over 20 million last month, yet you drive such a dilapidated vehicle? I was just conversing with your father. Surely your family has not suffered a business loss?" Stunned, Su Hao stood frozen in place. "What? Crops? 20 million? Baichio beside him was equally taken aback. "What crops? What 20 million? Noticing the expressions of Su Yi and Baichio, the middle-aged man's eyes shifted, and he continued, chuckling, "Let me show you something." He opened the trunk and retrieved 2 large cabbages. After wrapping them up, he handed the cabbages to Su Hao and then drove away. Baichio couldn't help but twitch her lips. Good heavens, Su Hao, just how affluent is your village? A vehicle worth nearly 20 million is being used to transport vegetables? The more she pondered, the more unsettled she became. Turning to Baichio, she expressed her thoughts. Baichio nodded in agreement. Noting that Su Hao's demeanor did not seem feigned, she too was eager to uncover the peculiarities of this village. They resumed their journey towards the village. Before long, they arrived at the Wushui village school. From a distance, they could see it was divided into several sections: primary school, middle school, high school, and university. All the institutions were splendidly constructed, each boasting its own sports field. Baichio was taken aback. "Su Hao, has your village constructed a university town? Just look at the architectural style of those schools. They are magnificent. And the landscaping. Even the aristocratic schools of the capital cannot compare. Are you certain your village is truly the poorest in the country?" Su Hao shook his head in response. As he began to explain, Baiqiu suddenly pointed towards a massive building in the distance. Wushui Village Health Center? Is this what you call a health center? Baiqiu gazed at the facility, which included outpatient departments, inpatient wards, and surgical buildings, utterly astonished. This hospital was comparable in size to world-class medical institutions. Yet, it was merely referred to as the health center of Wushui Village. At that moment, Su Hao was equally dumbfounded by the towering hospital. What on earth is happening? How did such a grand hospital come to exist in our village? As they drove along the road, their vehicle, one of the few luxurious ones in the village, drew considerable attention from the locals. Many of the doctors who intended to dine in the cafeteria turned their gazes towards them. Upon seeing those doctors, Baiqiu's expression suddenly sharpened. How could this be possible? Baiqiu stared blankly at one of the doctors, a man in his 50s, utterly stunned. Noticing her reaction, Su Hao immediately questioned her. What's wrong? Baiqiu, upon hearing his words, quickly responded, I know the person. He is a leading expert from the First People's Hospital of the imperial capital, renowned in the field of oncology. I once took my father to his clinic. How could he possibly be here? Has he become a doctor in your village? Su Hao was equally taken aback by her words. How could this be possible? How could a top expert from a major hospital in the imperial capital come to our village? But the next moment, Baiqiu was startled once again. Is that him too? The one wearing glasses? He is the director of the surgical department at Sheda Hospital, a top expert in surgical procedures. What is he doing here? It's said that one must compete months in advance just to secure an appointment with him. How could he be here? Su Hao was utterly dumbfounded by Baiqiu's revelations. Soon after, they drove into the hospital and were greeted by a plethora of doctor introductions at the entrance. Baiqiu was left in a state of disbelief. She discovered that many of the top-tier doctors she had previously been unable to schedule appointments with were now present in Wushui Village. This was astonishing. What was even more significant was the notice posted nearby, stating that all medical services in Wushui Village were free, entirely funded by the village. In other words, healthcare in Wushui Village was complimentary. Baiqiu was now questioning her very existence. Since entering the village, she had been met with a continuous stream of astonishing revelations. Seeing this, Su Hao grew even more curious. Baiqiu nodded in agreement and then got into the car, eager to uncover the mysteries surrounding this village. As Su Hao drove towards Sujia Village, they encountered a small Mi Su7X on the way. The occupants of the vehicle were none other than Su Yi, who, upon spotting the luxury car, was equally perplexed. He quickly signaled to the driver, wanting to ascertain who it was. After all, the villagers were now quite affluent and prided themselves on their status. No one drove a car worth less than 5 million. His small Mi car was the least impressive in the village. Yet, how was it that a person driving a luxury car appeared? Once the car halted, Sui exited, followed by Su Hao. Upon seeing Sui, Su Hao could not help but chuckle. Ha ha ha, Sui? Finally, I encounter a familiar face. Sui was taken aback upon recognizing Su Hao. Su Hao, with a smile, remarked, by the way, your Mi car looks quite stylish. But I suspect its comfort cannot compare to my luxury car. You, sitting in the front row of the classroom, how is it that you drive a Mi? Sui, hearing this, was left in a mix of amusement and exasperation. Previously, Su Kuan often compared him unfavorably to Su Hao, belittling him at every turn. The two had bickered since childhood, so Sui had grown accustomed to it. However, he understood that Su Hao was merely jesting and not genuinely mocking him. So he took it lightly. If you have time tonight, come to my house for a barbecue. I'm hosting a small gathering, Sui declared, turning on his heel and departing. Upon hearing this, Su Hao chuckled in response, all right, I got it. Take your time. Subsequently, Su Hao drove towards the village. Yet his heart remained filled with profound perplexity. What on earth had transpired in their village to instigate such a significant transformation? Chapter 140. Did you not say your family was poor? After a brief greeting with Su Yi, Su Hao swiftly drove with Baiqiu towards Sujia village. Along the way, Su Hao was utterly astonished. The roads surrounding him were entirely different from what he remembered. The once narrow, winding paths leading to Sujia village had transformed into a broad thoroughfare with 3 lanes on one side. Many highways paled in comparison to this road, navigating the wide expanse. He sped along, and it wasn't long before they arrived at the entrance of Sujia village. Upon reaching the village entrance, he was left dumbfounded. Numerous rest areas dotted the landscape, accompanied by an abundance of fountains where koi fish gracefully swam. Nearby, there were basketball courts, sports fields, and other facilities for fitness. Flanking the roads were flourishing flowers, trees, and impeccable greenery. The walls were adorned with classical poetry and intricately carved designs. As he gazed ahead, He was once again struck with disbelief at the sight before him. Neatly aligned rows of exquisite villas stretched out, showcasing stunning architectural styles that were clearly the work of top-notch designers. Su Hao was utterly bewildered. When he had left, every household was a thatched cottage, and tile-roofed homes were a sign of wealth. Yet, in just a few years, how had everything transformed into standalone villas? He drove slowly forward and soon found himself in front of a particular house. The wall, adorned with floral arrangements, spelled out the words, Number 46, Wushui Village. This was indeed his family's address. Upon reaching the entrance, a mechanical dog emerged, its eyes turning crimson as it warily observed them, as if warning that any further advance would spell trouble. Baiqiu and Su Hao trembled in fear at the sight of the mechanical creature, their hearts filled with trepidation. At that moment, Su Kuan, having received the alert, stepped outside to assess the situation. In his view, only individuals of legitimate status were permitted within Wushui Village. As he emerged, he spotted Su Hao in the car. Su Hao? Su Kuan exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Was this not his son? He immediately instructed the mechanical dog, disengage threat. Upon receiving the command, the mechanical dog retreated to the side. Subsequently, Su Kuan pressed a button, and the grand entrance of the villa automatically swung open. Howard, quickly drive the car inside. Su Hao nodded in response and guided the vehicle into his family's villa. Upon entering, he was greeted by a vast courtyard, filled with an array of flowers, trees, and notably, a stunning plum blossom tree. Adjacent to it were a swimming pool, gardens, and vegetable patches, among other amenities. Additionally, there was a small golf course and a miniature amusement park tucked away in the back. The modern aesthetic exuded a sense of understated luxury, rendering the space extraordinarily beautiful. Soon after, Su Hao parked the car in the garage. Upon entering the garage, he was taken aback by the sight of a Rolls-Royce, valued at over 10 million, parked inside, exuding an aura of opulence. He was astonished. How could his family possess such a luxury vehicle? Beside him, Baiqiu turned to Su Hao, her eyes fixed on the car. I can't believe I actually fell for your nonsense. Didn't you claim your family was impoverished? That you couldn't even afford rice or water? Baiqiu was genuinely speechless. While her family also owned a villa, it paled in comparison to Su Hao's residence. His villa was not only exquisitely designed, but also several times larger than hers, rendering any comparison moot. Su Hao, overwhelmed by the grandeur surrounding him, sat in the driver's seat in a daze. This felt like a surreal dream. What had transpired in their village to bring about such a dramatic transformation? Soon after, Su Hao and Baiqiu exited the vehicle. Su Hao's parents, Su Kuan and Wang Ling, approached. Although they conversed with Su Hao, their gaze frequently drifted toward Baiqiu, their astonishment palpable. This girl was truly beautiful. Noticing their expressions, Su Hao made the introductions. Dad, Mom, this is my girlfriend, Baiqiu. These are my parents. Upon hearing this, Baiqiu smiled and greeted them. Hello, uncle and aunt. Su Kuan and Wang Ling beamed with joy at her words. Wonderful. Come in. After Wang Ling hurried into the kitchen, Su Kuan led the couple upstairs. Come, choose a room. I'll also show you around our home. Su Kuan said with a beaming smile. This will be your bedroom, and over here is the study attached to the bedroom. That way is the bathroom. These are all the amenities of a single room. Su Hao and Baiqiu were left speechless upon viewing the room, which resembled a presidential suite. The lavish decor was astonishing. Baiqiu, well-versed in such matters, immediately recognized that the bed alone must cost tens of thousands, and the chandelier above was likely in the same range. The total value of the furnishings in that room was easily in the millions. This was truly extravagant. Su Hao, equally stunned, thought to himself that this was indeed excessive. There are several such rooms. Choose whichever you prefer. Over there is the gym, fully equipped. And that direction leads to the cinema, where the seats even have massage functions for you to enjoy later. Adjacent to that is the entertainment room, furnished with a billiard table and a mahjong table, perfect for passing the time if you feel bored. Lastly, we have the basement, where we store wine. There is a variety of fine wines. Feel free to take whatever you wish. When Su Hao and Baiqiu glanced at the wine wall and beheld countless bottles of Maotai and various exquisite wines from around the world, they were utterly dumbfounded. The price of these wines is exceedingly extravagant, with many bottles priced at no less than 100,000 each, and here, there is not merely one bottle. Su Kuan remarked with a smile. These wines were procured by Lu Xiao's father from the village, and every household in our village has purchased a substantial quantity. Regardless of their taste, they are a necessity. He gestured. Feel free to help yourselves. Take whatever you desire. Upon hearing Su Kuan's words, Baiqiu and Su Hao couldn't help but twitch their mouths. This was truly ostentatious. At that moment, Wang Ling approached. All right, the dishes are ready. Let us dine. Following her words, Su Hao and Baiqiu made their way to the dining room. As soon as the door swung open, a wave of delectable aromas enveloped them. Su Hao stood in stunned silence, pondering the source of such an enticing scent. Meanwhile, Baiqiu, upon inhaling the fragrance, found herself frozen in place. This scent. Why did it seem so familiar? Suddenly, as if a revelation struck her, her eyes widened in realization. She recognized this aroma. Chapter 141. Is your post-dinner fruit kiwi? Upon catching a whiff of the aroma wafting from the dining area, Baiqiu was momentarily taken aback. Initially, the scent struck her as familiar, but in an instant, her eyes widened in realization. She recognized it immediately. It was the fragrance of noble rice, a delicacy she had had the fortune of tasting once. This noble rice is extraordinarily expensive, beyond the means of the average person. Even she had only indulged in it a couple of times, given its staggering price of 50,000 yuan per pound. Beside her, Su Hao was equally astonished by the enticing scent. Curiously, he inquired, "What is that aroma?" In response, Su Kuan smiled lightly. "That is the scent of rice. You likely haven't encountered it outside. It's homegrown and exceptionally delicious. You shall try it shortly." Baiqiu paused, her gaze fixed on Su Kuan in astonishment. In that moment, she comprehended why the waterless village was so affluent. Upon the world's discovery of noble rice, many sought to replicate it, yet all efforts were in vain. Subsequently, everyone endeavored to trace the source of this noble rice, but to no avail. Now, she understood why it remained elusive. A village with such stringent security was indeed impenetrable to most. Soon after, the dishes were served. Su Hao scooped a bowl of rice for Baiqiu and filled one for himself as well. After a mere taste, both of them were left wide-eyed. Delicious. This rice is exquisite, Su Hao exclaimed, and without uttering another word, he devoured his meal, finishing his bowl in no time. Though Baiqiu had previously tasted noble rice, she couldn't help but marvel at its delightful flavor once more. Truly, this rice is magnificent. Without further conversation, they both indulged heartily, swiftly finishing an entire pot of rice. Once they were done, a hint of embarrassment crept over them as they glanced at Su Kuan and Wang Ling. Su Kuan chuckled, "If it pleases you, eat as much as you desire. We have plenty of this rice." Soon after, Wang Ling approached with a fruit platter. "Now, after your meal, how about some dessert?" As Su Hao and Baiqiu peered at the platter, Baiqiu was rendered speechless. "This is kiwi? Your post-dinner fruit is kiwi?" Having mingled within high society, Baiqiu was well acquainted with such luxuries. She had once encountered this fruit at the residence of a wealthy investor, where it was rumored that a single piece could fetch as much as $200 million at its peak, an exclusive delicacy for the affluent. Even now, it commanded a price of over 10 million yuan per piece. Such extravagance was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, even for a top-tier celebrity like herself. Yet, here lay a platter adorned with a dozen kiwis. Upon hearing Baiqiu's exclamation, Su Hao queried, "Qiu, what is kiwi? Why are you so excited?" In response, Baiqiu promptly elaborated, "I once encountered a fruit known as the kiwi, which comes in 4 distinct hues. It is said that consuming this fruit can remedy minor ailments. And with a daily intake, even those in the advanced stages of cancer might find healing. Consequently, this fruit commands a staggering price, reaching upwards of 10 million for a single piece in today's market. The assortment of fruits before you is, most likely, kiwi, and the worth of these contents exceeds 100 million. Upon hearing this, Su Hao was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Over 100 million. Merely resting here? Beside him, Su Kuan chuckled softly. "Oh, the value means little. Feel free to enjoy them. We have plenty more in our fields. Once you finish, we can go pick more." At this, Baiqiu's lips twitched. "Good heavens, not only do you cultivate noble rice, but you also grow kiwis." The mystery unraveled. She finally understood why Wushui village possessed such wealth and had developed so splendidly. With just these 2 items, the village must earn a fortune each year. At that moment, Su Hao handed a kiwi to Baiqiu, then took one for himself and took a bite. The moment the luscious flesh met his palate, he froze. The sweetness enveloped his mouth, a cool breeze seemingly radiating throughout his body, washing away all fatigue. Delicious, exceedingly so. Seeing this, Baiqiu's curiosity piqued, and she could no longer resist tasting a piece herself. In the next instant, her eyes widened as if she had entered a realm of immortals. The rich fragrance instantly filled her entire mouth. She had never tasted anything so exquisite in her life. In terms of flavor, this kiwi surpassed even the noble rice. Astoundingly delicious, completely delightful. The two quickly devoured several kiwis, leaving them still yearning for more. However, their stomachs were now quite full. They had consumed an ample portion of rice earlier and now an abundance of fruit, leaving them quite stuffed. After finishing, Su Hao finally posed his lingering question. How have we accumulated such wealth? Who is responsible for cultivating these rice and kiwis? He had intended to inquire earlier, but had momentarily forgotten amidst the villa tour and the delightful noble rice. Su Kuan smiled gently in response. Well, that's a long story. You recall that Sui was accepted into Longke University of Science and Technology? He then built schools and hospitals. In the outskirts of our village, several large factories exist. You know about wheat cars, right? All their battery systems are produced by us. As for water, it is collected through a system developed by Su Yi and his team. Wushui village is now entirely self-sufficient in water. Moreover, as you have seen, Sui used public funds to construct villas for all families in our village, completely free of charge. Currently, our family enjoys a monthly income of approximately 60 million yuan from the cultivation of premium rice and kiwi fruit, significantly enhancing our quality of life. Upon hearing this, Bai Qiu and Su Hao were momentarily taken aback, gazing at Su Kuan in sheer astonishment. How much? They exclaimed, struggling to comprehend the figure of 60 million yuan each month. Surely they had not misheard. Observing their expressions, Su Kuan chuckled softly and remarked, this is also due to the recent decrease in kiwi fruit prices. Previously, our family could earn as much as 100 million yuan in a month. As he spoke, Su Kuan deftly retrieved his mobile phone and opened his banking app with ease. He then presented the device to the two of them. When they glanced at the displayed balance, they stood frozen in disbelief, their mouths agape, momentarily rendered speechless. Chapter 142. An incident unfolds upon handing his phone to the two. Su Kuan observed this Bai Qiu, and Su Hao leaned in to scrutinize the screen. They quickly realized that Su Kuan's mobile banking interface was unlike that of an ordinary person. His screen was cloaked in a deep black hue with golden typography. This starkly contrasted with the commonplace account interfaces they were accustomed to. As they continued to gaze, a lengthy string of numbers caught their attention. The units, tens, hundreds, thousands, billions, 798 million? Su Hao and Bai Qiu were rendered speechless upon witnessing the staggering balance in the bank account. They stood frozen in disbelief, their expressions a tapestry of astonishment. Particularly, Su Hao was utterly flabbergasted. When he departed from Wushui village, his family was impoverished, residing in a thatched hut. And now, to discover that his father's bank account held a staggering balance of 798 million, it felt utterly surreal. For a moment, he remained rooted to the spot. Bai Qiu, upon seeing the balance, was equally taken aback, her expression mirroring his incredulity. She had always perceived Su Hao's family as destitute, never imagining that a sum as colossal as nearly 800 million could lie dormant in an account. This was cash, after all. While she toiled tirelessly in the entertainment industry, acting in films, participating in shows, often burning the midnight oil, she barely earned a few tens of millions a year, needing to pay her staff, leaving her with scant earnings. And yet, Su Hao's family merely cultivated the land and reaped tens of millions monthly? What was she even doing as a star? Perhaps she ought to return to Wushui village and farm instead. At that moment, Su Kuan chuckled and said, Su Hao, previously, you did not sign a confidentiality agreement, so I hesitated to disclose this to you. Top-tier schools, premier medical facilities, should you require anything. A quick call to Lu Ziyao's father, and it would promptly be delivered. You need not endure hardship outside anymore. Upon hearing this, Su Hao turned to Bai Qiu. Qiu, what do you think? Farming at home is not only less exhausting but also quite lucrative, plus it affords more time. Bai Qiu found herself in a quandary. She had worked diligently to attain her current status. To retire now would be a tremendous waste. Noticing the hesitation etched on Bai Qiu's face, Su Kuan smiled and added, young lady, our village truly has great potential. Look at the mountain across from us. It is soon to be excavated to construct an airport. The village chief mentioned that we will be able to fly to any city with an airport, and even to those without. At this revelation, Su Hao and Bai Qiu's eyes widened in astonishment. An airport? If this were true, Wushui village could become the first village to boast an airport. Bai Qiu felt her resolve wavering, yet she needed to ponder further. As time passed, nightfall soon enveloped the land. Su Hao and Bai Qiu chose not to dine at home, but instead made their way to Su Yi's residence, having been invited to join him at a gathering. Under Su Kuan's elucidation, they came to realize that everything in the waterless village was orchestrated by Su Yi. As they ambled along, Bai Qiu remarked with a smile, the disparity between Su Hao sitting in the front row and those in the back is indeed quite pronounced. Upon hearing this, Su Hao shook his head, retorting, "To compare me with Sui is to insult him. There is simply no basis for comparison." Engaged in their conversation, they soon arrived at Su Yi's villa. Although Sui served as the village head, his residence bore no distinction from the others in the village, being of equal size and stature. At that moment, the lively sounds of merriment emanated from the courtyard. Lu Ziyo, Wang Fei, and Huang Yi were present, having set up a bonfire nearby. A barbecue grill emitted plumes of smoke, while an assortment of beers and fine wines adorned the side. Lu Ziyao's parents and Su Yi's parents sat a distance away, observing the younger generation with expressions of joy, reveling in the excellence of their descendants. Just then, the mechanical dog at the entrance barked, drawing everyone's gaze. Su Hao entered, leading Bai Qiu with him. In an instant, Lu Ziyao and Su Ying were taken aback, staring blankly at Bai Qiu from afar. "Am I seeing things? Is that the renowned superstar Bai Qiu?" "No, you're not mistaken. I see her too." Su Hao soon approached Su Yi's parents to exchange greetings before joining his friends. Lu Ziyao and Su Ying immediately approached Bai Qiu, beaming with excitement. "Excuse me, are you Bai Qiu? May we take a photo with you?" Bai Qiu smiled gently in response. Of course. They eagerly began capturing various photographs with her. Subsequently, they introduced Bai Qiu's identity to Su Yi and the others, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Particularly striking was the revelation that Su Hao and Bai Qiu had grown close after their encounter in the cave, leaving them all in disbelief. Su Hao has truly struck gold. The gathering then transitioned into a convivial atmosphere, filled with clinking glasses and the delightful sounds of sizzling barbecue. As they engaged in lively conversation, as they became more familiar with one another, the ambience grew increasingly pleasant. Do share what kind of girl Su Yi's girlfriend is. Recently, several young graduate students have arrived in our village, some even bringing flowers for Su Yi, but he turned them all down. "Ziao, you are so beautiful. It baffles me that Su Yi remains unmoved. I'm genuinely curious about what that girl looks like." Upon hearing this, Lu Ziya was momentarily taken aback, falling silent as she gazed intently at the sky. Duan Dong, somewhat intoxicated, chuckled and said, "I knew you'd be curious. But it's impressive that you've managed to refrain from asking for so long. As you all know, Su Yi and I are not in the same field. I got to know him because he frequently sat in on our classes. And there is another individual who enjoys auditing classes just like him, Su Yi's girlfriend." Just as Duan Dong was about to continue, Su Yi suddenly rushed over to address the group. "An incident has occurred at the village entrance, and I must go there. Who among you has not been drinking? Please accompany me." Subsequently, he cast a glance at Bai Qiu and Su Hao. "You two should come along as well." Upon hearing this, the crowd was immediately perplexed. What could possibly happen at such a late hour? Nevertheless, they abandoned their plans for food and hastily climbed into their vehicles, heading towards the village entrance, all eager to uncover the nature of the incident. Chapter 143, Waterless Number 1, Development completed soon after. A group of individuals arrived at the entrance of the village in their vehicles. Ahead, a car lay in ruins, its fragments scattered across the road, emitting plumes of black smoke. Beside it, a mechanical tiger and a mechanical dog stood guard over three individuals. Their razor-sharp metallic claws were poised threateningly, ready to shred any of the trio at the slightest hint of movement. Fear was etched on the faces of the three, their hands clasped over their heads, trembling incessantly. Among them, a young man in his 20s had lost control, a stream of liquid trickling down his trousers in sheer terror. As Bai Qiu stepped out of the car, she was momentarily taken aback, her face a mask of confusion. "Mom, Dad, little brother, what are you doing here?" she queried, stunned by the unexpected appearance of her family, trapped as they were by the mechanical beasts. Upon hearing Bai Qiu's words, Sui and the others were equally astonished. These individuals were, in fact, Bai Qiu's family? Su Hao, his expression clouded with concern, approached and asked, "Uncle, Auntie, what brings you here?" Yet, the trio, paralyzed by fear, could scarcely utter a word. Sui, taking decisive action, issued a command, "Neutralize the threat." At his order, the mechanical dog and tiger swiftly withdrew. The three, their legs turning to jelly, collapsed onto the ground, trembling in a daze. Upon seeing Bai Qiu, they visibly relaxed somewhat. Lin Chong approached and saluted Su Yi, reporting, "Village chief, they stated they were searching for their daughter. I instructed them to register and sign a confidentiality agreement, inquiring about their daughter's name. However, they divulged nothing and simply charged through the checkpoint, leading to their encounter with the mechanical beast that obliterated their vehicle. I promptly notified you afterward." Hearing this, Su Yi's mouth twitched in frustration. He quickly replied, "All right. I will take these three with me. Have the mechanical dog assist in clearing the debris from the vehicles." He then turned to Su Hao, saying, "They must have been traumatized. Let us take them to the hospital for a checkup." Su Hao nodded and hurriedly helped the trio into the vehicle before driving towards the hospital. After some time, following consultations with neurosurgeons and receiving reassurance, the three began to relax. Once they had eaten a little, they regained their composure. The elderly man among them addressed Bai Qiu. "Qiu, are you unharmed?" Bai Qiu shook her head, retorting, "Shouldn't I be the one asking you? How did you find this place? I don't recall mentioning where I was going." In response, Bai Qiu's father, Bai Lu, explained, "We followed the address provided, only to discover that a small village required registration and confidentiality agreements. There was clearly something amiss. In our desperation to rescue you, we charged in, only to be met by a ferocious tiger and several dogs." After hearing Bai Lu's account, the others couldn't help but twitch their lips in incredulity. Bai Lu truly exhibited remarkable bravery. Fortunately, they had not pressed further, as the consequences could have been dire. After the hospital examination revealed no issues, the group escorted the three individuals to Sujia village. As they had yet to dine, they planned to take them for a barbecue. Upon arriving at Su Hao's residence, Bai Lu and his companions were utterly astonished. Previously, Su Hao had mentioned that his family was impoverished and lived in a destitute village. Yet what they encountered bore no semblance to such poverty. Each household resembled a small villa, and the spaciousness was remarkable. After allowing the guests to freshen up, Su Kuan led Bai Lu's family to Su Yi's home. Su Yi's mother, Li Qin, had even prepared a meal for the three guests. When Bai Lu's family tasted the aristocratic rice, they were left speechless. This was indeed a rare delicacy, casually served in abundance. Shortly thereafter, Li Qin presented an array of kiwis, perhaps 20 or 30 in total. Bai Lu's family stood frozen in disbelief upon seeing the kiwis. Goodness! Were these not the fruits priced at over 10 million each in the market? And now, so many of them were laid out before them? This amounted to over 200 million in fruit value, simply presented without hesitation. They were flabbergasted. How affluent was this village, where such fruits of immense worth were offered so readily? Subsequently, Bai Qiu elucidated the situation to the three. Upon learning that the aristocratic rice was cultivated locally, they were dumbfounded. The revelation that the kiwis were also grown in the area left them profoundly shaken. No wonder the residents here were so wealthy. When they discovered that Su Hao's family earned approximately 60 million each month, Bai Lu was astounded. Previously, they had looked down upon Su Hao as merely a poor boy unworthy of Bai Qiu. However, it now appeared that they had been mistaken. Simultaneously, envy welled within them. Earning 60 million monthly through farming far surpassed the profits of their own enterprise. Moreover, there were no risks involved. Coupled with access to free healthcare and educational resources, this truly seemed like a paradise on earth. Su Hao's father, Su Kuan, encouraged Bai Lu and his family to remain in the village, offering to finance the construction of another villa for the Bai family. Furthermore, they promised to allocate a plot of land suitable for cultivating aristocratic rice as Bai Qiu's dowry. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu was deeply tempted. After all, this was an extraordinary opportunity for wealth. After much contemplation, they decided to stay and farm. After all, how much profit did their business yield compared to Su Hao's family? Ultimately, Bai Qiu also chose to remain. They planned to announce their retirement after the new year and settle permanently in Sujia village. The following morning, they applied for residency in the village, and Su Kuan facilitated the land transfer agreement. The Bai family established themselves in Sujia village, and with the land provided by Su Hao's family, they would no longer worry about sustenance. Once their residency was formalized, they could cultivate aristocratic rice and kiwis, ensuring a substantial monthly income. Thus, a few days later, Bai Qiu's family celebrated the new year at Su Hao's home, joined by many from Su Yi's family, including Lin Chong, Shen Nan, Zhong Xiaobing, and Lu Ziyao's parents, creating a lively and festive atmosphere. Su Yi and his team resumed their research and development efforts. Meanwhile, Wang Fei and Huang Yi tirelessly excavated the underground tunnels connecting Dahe Mountain and the surrounding villages. Simultaneously, the factory producing the stellar converters ramped up its output, consistently manufacturing batteries to supply the wheat cars. Thus, time passed gradually, and on a fortuitous day after the new year, the 9th of March arrived. In an assembly room, the team led by Sui gathered together. Surrounding them were various components, engines, wings, cabins, all meticulously arranged on the test benches. Sui gazed at these parts with a slight smile. After months of diligent work, all components for the No Water 1 aircraft had finally been developed and manufactured. Observing the exquisite parts and the formidable engine, Sui felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The next step was assembly. He was eager to experience what it felt like to reach a speed of 30 Mach. Chapter 144, Performance of the Military Sixth-Generation Aircraft in the Assembly Room. Sui gazed at the various components on the platforms, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. After an extensive period of research and development, these aircraft had finally come to fruition. The initial plan anticipated 2 years for completion, yet the project was accomplished in merely 1 year. A remarkable feat facilitated by He Qing's assistance in sourcing numerous exceptional researchers. These diligent individuals ultimately brought these aircraft to completion. At this moment, all the researchers were expressions of sheer exhilaration. From the moment they engaged with Sui's project, they were filled with anticipation, eager to witness the capabilities of the Waterless One aircraft. Thus, they dedicated themselves tirelessly to the research and development, with no inclination to pause, devoting their time solely to work, save for meals and rest. Now, they had finally realized the Waterless One. This aircraft was birthed from Sui's designs, featuring engines and materials conceived by him. Although they had merely played supportive roles, they felt an immense pride in their contributions. After all, Sui had informed them that this aircraft could achieve speeds of up to 30 Mach. Being researchers, they understood the profound implications of such a speed. The circumference of Blue Star is approximately 40,075 kilometers. At a speed of 30 Mach, it would take about 1 hours to circumnavigate the planet. Such velocity allows the aircraft to reach target areas in an extraordinarily short time, rendering enemy air defense systems nearly impotent. For instance, launching a 30 Mach aircraft from one end of Blue Star to the other would ensure that, before the adversary could organize an effective defense, the craft would already have arrived at its designated target. Therefore, in a military context, this represents a formidable piece of equipment, surpassing even the world's fastest missiles. Common missiles would struggle to keep pace with such a weapon. They were equally eager to discover the aircraft's true potential. At that moment, Sui addressed the assembly. "All right. Let us hasten to begin the assembly," followed by immediate testing. Upon hearing Sui's command, everyone promptly took up their responsibilities, manipulating robotic arms to commence the installation of the Waterless One. Within a week, the installation would be complete. According to the specifications of the Waterless One, both takeoff and landing were typically executed via electromagnetic catapults and strong magnetic receptacles. However, they lacked both technologies. While their waterless village had achieved energy independence, the implementation of electromagnetic catapults and strong magnetic receptacles demanded vast amounts of power, far exceeding the capacity of their stellar converters. This posed a significant challenge that Sui needed to address, as the power supply for the airport and the magnetic levitation train would also be considerable concerns. Without sufficient electricity, these ambitions could not be realized. Consequently, he found himself reliant on the aircraft's landing gear for takeoff and landing. To facilitate this, he instructed Wang Fei and Huang Yi to construct a runway outside the assembly room. They will conduct takeoff and landing operations on this runway. After all, the No Water One boasts 3 engines with unparalleled thrust, capable of achieving short-distance takeoffs, thanks to the C-4900 concrete technology. Constructing a runway is remarkably effortless for Wang Fei and his team. When Sui emerged, he was greeted by the sight of a perfectly constructed runway. Furthermore, night navigation lights had been installed on either side, illuminating the runway with clarity. Pleased with this, Sui smiled gently, anticipating the test flight in a week. Meanwhile, at an airport where a certain military unit was stationed, several vehicles arrived carrying a group of elderly gentlemen. A man adorned with a single star welcomed them. Anyone familiar with the military would recognize him as Major General Gao Ming, who had previously awarded Sui. "I have met several esteemed leaders." Upon the elders disembarking, Gao Ming immediately saluted. Although these gentlemen were not affiliated with the military, their status was undeniably high. They were all experts in military industry, each a living relic of immense significance. Thus, even a major general like Gao Ming was obliged to show respect. The elders, upon hearing this, smiled slightly at Gao Ming. "Ha ha ha, young Gao, we apologize for intruding. However, we had no other choice. Other airports are occupied with missions, and only your unmanned mechanized unit airport is temporarily vacant. Therefore, we chose your location for this flight test." Upon hearing this, Gao Ming replied with a smile, "It is no disturbance at all. It is my honor to have our new aircraft tested here." At that moment, a series of whistling sounds echoed from the sky, approaching rapidly like a dragon's roar. Everyone looked up to behold a magnificent fighter jet soaring towards them, the most advanced 5th-generation aircraft from the Dragon Nation. The mere sound of its approach commanded a profound respect. The elders gazed at the aircraft with slight smiles. Ha ha ha. Soon this aircraft will no longer be our most advanced. It will likely become a mere topic of jest among netizens. From their expressions, it was evident that the elders had grown indifferent towards the fifth-generation aircraft. Gao Ming, unable to restrain his curiosity, inquired, could it be that our new fighter jet surpasses this one? As a major general, such questions were naturally within his purview. The elders smiled knowingly. Ha ha ha, indeed. The aircraft we are set to test fly is a sixth-generation model, with flight performance enhanced to an astonishing degree. Its maximum cruising speed reaches a terrifying Mach 4, and it boasts ample space for ammunition storage. Just wait and see. Once this aircraft takes flight, it is sure to generate a significant uproar among netizens. Moreover, here's a little insider information. We are not testing just our model. There is another one being tested in the north. Our aircraft is codenamed Ginkgo Leaf, while the one in the north is codenamed Shrike. Regardless, Xiao Gao. Just wait and see. Our Dragon Nation is poised to astonish the entire world with a grand surprise. Upon hearing this, Gao Ming nodded emphatically. Thank you, esteemed leaders. Several elderly gentlemen chuckled at his words, and then one of them addressed Gao Ming. Very well, our experimental fighter jets will be delivered in a week. We shall take residence with you for the time being. In a week, ensure the safety of the surroundings and maintain the utmost secrecy for this test flight. Gao Ming, in response, saluted once more and declared loudly, Yes, I shall ensure the mission is accomplished. Subsequently, after arranging accommodations for everyone, Gao Ming proceeded to mobilize the mechanical dogs and tigers to secure the perimeter. What he remained unaware of was that in a week's time, the sky would reveal not just one type of fighter jet. Chapter 145. A technology worth 100,000 achievement points. A week passed swiftly. He closed his eyes, reflecting upon the imminent completion of the installation of the waterless one. Soon, he would take the helm himself. After all, this vessel was unlike any ordinary Blue Star fighter jet. Even the most seasoned pilots would find it unmanageable. Thus, only he, the one most intimately familiar with this aircraft, could pilot it. When he exchanged for the technology of this flying machine, it came bundled with operational expertise. While he harbored immense confidence in his manufacturing prowess, he recognized the potential for unforeseen mishaps. Consequently, he resolved to exchange for an energy technology, ensuring that Waterless Village would have a reliable power supply thereafter. He aspired to develop a colossal energy technology capable of sustaining the airport and the maglev subway system. This way, even in the event of his demise, Wang Fei and the others would still be able to fulfill their subsequent missions. With this thought in mind, he promptly accessed the system he had not opened in a while. As usual, the interface was awash with red exclamation marks, indicating numerous unread notifications. He hurriedly clicked on the red alerts. Congratulations to the host for achieving an average savings of 80 million in Waterless Village, earning 5,000 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for the widespread cultivation of kiwi fruit in Waterless Village, earning 1,000 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for the successful recruitment of talent in Waterless Village, earning 10,000 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for the successful commercialization of the second crop, kiwi fruit, in Waterless Village, earning 3,000 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 1 trillion in the Waterless Village Development Fund, earning 10,000 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 2 trillion in the Waterless Village Development Fund, earning 5,000 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 3 trillion in the Waterless Village Development Fund, earning 1,000 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for the successful development of the first aircraft, Waterless One, earning 5,000 achievement points. Sui clicked through each exclamation mark, briefly scanning the accomplishments. These achievements were the culmination of his efforts over the past year. The recruitment of talent likely accounted for all the researchers, medical personnel, and educators who had come to Waterless Village. A total of 10,000 achievement points was a commendable reward. Following that was the achievement related to the village's savings. As he had anticipated, the first completion of such a type of achievement yielded a greater point reward, which gradually diminished thereafter. Finally, the achievement points for Waterless One totaled 5,000, aligning with his expectations. This time, he amassed a total of 40,000 achievement points. Coupled with the remaining 64,000 points, his achievement point balance had once again surpassed 100,000. Upon witnessing the abundance of achievement points at his disposal, Sui immediately turned his attention to the system marketplace. This time, he sought to exchange for a superior energy system. He began his meticulous search for an energy system befitting Waterless Village. Although many energy systems were available for just a few thousand achievement points, they were still deemed too rudimentary for Waterless Village, such as nuclear power plants or geothermal energy systems. The construction of these entities entails significant expenditure and occupies considerable space, rendering them impractical for use. He meticulously arranged all items by price, ascending from the lowest to the highest, and made his selections. After a brief moment, his eyes sparkled with discovery. He encountered a formidable technology, the arc reactor technology, valued at 80,000 achievement points, a staggering 30,000 points more expensive than the No Water 1 technology. This innovation resembles controllable nuclear fusion, although not as potent. The energy it releases is sufficient to power airports and maglev trains. According to the description, this technology serves as the energy core for battle armor and is notably advanced. Sui also searched for the battle armor within the system, and upon its retrieval, he was momentarily taken aback. The armor required a staggering 100,000 achievement points for redemption. However, with determination, Sui gritted his teeth and chose to exchange. Recognizing that their future endeavors in No Water Village would involve mining on the moon and surrounding planets, it was akin to preemptively acquiring a spacesuit. The system's introduction indicated that this battle armor boasted life support and environmental adaptation technologies, whether in high-altitude flights or underwater operations amidst extreme conditions. This system could ensure the user's safety, enabling normal respiration and bodily functions. The armor also adapts to various harsh natural environments and unique battlefield conditions. In high-temperature settings, its cooling system operates effectively to prevent heat stroke. In frigid climates, internal heating devices maintain warmth. In environments tainted by chemical or radioactive pollution, the armor's protective system thwarts harmful substances, safeguarding the user's health. Thus, Sui resolutely opted for the exchange. Upon completion, his balance plummeted to a mere 4,000 achievement points, having spent it all in one fell swoop. Yet, he felt no remorse. On the contrary, he drifted into a peaceful slumber. In the following days, he diligently inputted all the exchange technologies into his computer, even sketching the design blueprints for the battle armor. He stored all data within the device. Soon, on a morning a week later, the assembly room of No Water Village buzzed with activity. Mechanical arms tirelessly operated, and the initial form of an aircraft emerged before the onlookers. Viewed from the front, the No Water 1 resembled a mysterious specter of the cosmos. Its silhouette was akin to a poised interstellar arrow, its streamlined body glimmering with a profound metallic sheen, exuding an aura of chill. The front end was sharp enough to pierce through the fabric of space and time, while the wings extended like feathers, imbued with a robust mechanical essence. The wings shimmered with lively brilliance, akin to the resplendent energy lines of stars, seemingly narrating the boundless power and advanced technology within. Scattered throughout the midsection of the fuselage were enigmatic compartments and openings, which served as the entrance to the No Water 1. Upon entry, one could directly access the passenger cabin. The intricate structure at its base was even more elaborate, with the faintly visible propulsion devices resembling the claws of a cosmic beast, poised to unleash powerful energy streams at any moment. Gazing at the magnificent aircraft, Sui could not help but be awestruck. It was simply exquisite. At that moment, Wang Fei and Lu Ziyao, along with all the researchers involved in the project, had gathered at the scene. They were eager to witness the installation of the final screw and the welding of the last joint on this remarkable machine. As the robotic arm continued its meticulous work, a series of beeping sounds resonated, signifying the official completion of this powerful beast. Anticipation shimmered in everyone's eyes. Upon seeing the aircraft fully assembled, Sui promptly declared, "Let us conduct a final inspection. If all is well, we shall fuel it up, and I will personally undertake the test flight." Possessing comprehensive knowledge about this fighter jet and being the sole individual capable of piloting it, he was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for the testing phase. Hearing his words, those around him diligently began examining the various components of the aircraft, conducting a thorough inspection. Meanwhile, Sui stepped aside to don the load-bearing suit. Preparing for the imminent test flight. Chapter 146. Installation completed. Testing begins. As the assembly of the Waterless 1 reached completion, Sui promptly donned the anti-load suit. Concurrently, the relevant personnel commenced fueling the aircraft's tank with aviation fuel. This particular fuel differs from conventional aviation fuel utilizing a specially formulated catalytic methane. This catalytic methane boasts an exceptionally high energy density, capable of providing formidable power support to the aircraft. In comparison to traditional aviation kerosene, the pollutants produced from catalytic methane combustion are considerably fewer, resulting in minimal environmental contamination, and its cleanliness far surpasses that of standard aviation fuels. This fuel remains stable under a variety of extreme flying conditions, including high-speed maneuvers, high-agility flights, and diverse meteorological scenarios. Such stability is one of the primary reasons the waterless one can operate in outer space during combustion. It can react with other substances to convert into oxygen for the combustion chamber's use. It can be confidently stated that the performance of this fuel eclipses that of any aviation fuel known in the world. As the fueling process progressed, a multitude of workers surrounded the waterless one, each wielding various instruments to conduct tests. This flight was to be executed by Sui, and they were determined to ensure absolute safety, with no room for even the slightest mishap. Duan Dong and Lu Ziyao were also diligently inspecting each component. After numerous checks, they found no issues. Once Sui had donned the anti-load suit, a supervisor approached him. Report: the avionics systems are functioning normally. The electrical systems are operational. The hydraulic systems are stable, and the fuel system is secure. Sui nodded in acknowledgement. Good, let us proceed to tow the waterless one outside. I am preparing for the test flight. Yes. Subsequently, the personnel utilized a tow vehicle to bring the waterless one out onto the runway. The morning sun bathed the aircraft in its golden glow, its body shimmering with a silvery sheen, exuding an aura of chill. The onlookers gazed at the majestic machine, their faces alight with anticipation. Based on the design performance data, every parameter of this fighter jet far exceeds the technological capabilities currently available on Blue Star. Particularly the engine technology, which can propel such a massive aircraft to astonishing speeds. Furthermore, this flying machine possesses true optical stealth, an extraordinary feat at this moment. Their eagerness to witness the aircraft's performance was palpable. Even Lu Ziyao and the others were filled with excitement, their eyes sparkling with vibrant hues. Alongside these researchers, a considerable number of villagers had gathered nearby. Having heard of the impending flight, they flocked to witness the event, for many had spent their lives in waterless village, rarely venturing far, and some had never even seen an airplane before. Thus, they eagerly positioned themselves beyond the safety line, their faces brimming with anticipation. Suyi's parents also arrived. They had long been aware that Waterless Village was to have its own aircraft, and the fact that their son would be piloting it filled them with immense pride. With the gaze of the crowd upon him, Sui ascended into the cockpit of the Waterless one. Inside, a row of genuine leather sofas lined the spacious cabin, equipped with various amenities. This is the passenger compartment, where everyone will sit and embark on their journeys. Thanks to the supportive systems within, passengers need not don pressure suits and can move freely. After a brief inspection, Sui made his way towards the cockpit. Upon reaching the exterior of the cockpit, a door appeared before him, requiring retinal and fingerprint temperature verification. Following a swift scan of light, a green light illuminated on the hatch, allowing Sui to enter the cockpit. The cockpit housed 2 pilot seats, positioned one in front of the other, ensuring that in the event of an emergency, the other could swiftly take over control. Hence, the Waterless one is to be equipped with 2 pilots. As Sui stepped inside, the hatch closed automatically. The cockpit was densely packed with an array of buttons, leaving an ordinary person bewildered as to how to operate or pilot it. Once seated, he had an unobstructed view of everything ahead, the panorama remarkably expansive. He then pressed a button and announced, "Everyone, please step back to a safe distance. The Waterless one is about to take off." His voice resonated through the aircraft, loud and clear. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly retreated to a safe distance. After ensuring everyone was clear, Sui pressed another button. The screen before him displayed a 3-dimensional model of the Waterless one, with the hatch position swiftly closing. Soon after, the model flickered with a green light, indicating that all hatches were securely shut. Next, Sui activated a green button, illuminating all the lights of the Waterless one, while surrounding screens also lit up. Self-check in progress. The progress bar advanced steadily, completing the self-check in merely 2 seconds. The check concluded successfully, achieving a perfect score of 100. Subsequently, lights illuminated on both sides of the cockpit, and a brilliant glow swept over the aircraft's surface. In that instant, the aircraft vanished before the astonished crowd. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the onlookers, their faces reflecting sheer shock at witnessing such a colossal aircraft disappear before their eyes, an experience profoundly awe-inspiring. Other researchers stood agape, exchanging wide-eyed glances, mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. It was nothing short of miraculous. The doctors and teachers who had gathered to witness this spectacle were equally astounded. The sudden disappearance of such a massive flying machine left them profoundly impacted. Indeed, Village Chief Su was no ordinary individual. He had developed something remarkably advanced, truly incredible. I always knew Waterless Village was exceptional, possessing such formidable scientific prowess. I can only wonder what the future holds for Waterless Village. Strangely, I felt an inexplicable sense of pride at this moment. It was an honor to witness such a marvel. The crowd remained transfixed, staring at the now empty space before them, their hearts filled with exclamations of wonder. Nearby, the villagers watching were equally stunned, as the sudden disappearance of the enormous aircraft was akin to encountering a ghost. Many individuals experienced a tingling sensation on their scalps, accompanied by a sudden onset of goosebumps, rendering them momentarily speechless. Fortunately, mere seconds later, the number 1 hydration unit gradually re-emerged before the astonished crowd. This unfolding was akin to a zipper being drawn open, revealing the treasures contained within. The spectators gazed in wide-eyed wonder. Inside the cockpit of the hydration unit, Su-E, upon witnessing the expressions of the onlookers, discerned the effectiveness of the unit's cloaking feature. It appeared that all was well. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the adjacent red button. It was time to test the true capabilities of the number 1 hydration unit. Chapter 147. The terrifying speed of flight. As Su-E pressed the red button, a low hum resonated, heralding the awakening of the engines. Ethereal white lights flared to life along the wings, while similar luminous orbs illuminated the tail, resembling the baleful eyes of 2 demons. The rear of the craft was adorned with 3 engines. The central one remained inert, while the 2 lateral engines gradually ignited. Surrounding observers could perceive the seething heat emanating from the engine exhaust. The screen before Su-E displayed normal engine conditions and nozzle functionality, alongside thrust metrics. Satisfied with the readings, he gently advanced the throttle. In an instant, the thrust values surged dramatically, and the no-water one shot forward with remarkable speed. Onlookers were transfixed by the sight of the no-water one as it soared. The nozzle emitted a fierce roar, unleashing a torrent of airwaves. A plume of white vapor erupted from the exhaust. The formidable thrust propelled the no-water one swiftly onward, making it appear as though it was gliding effortlessly above the ground. After approximately 50 meters of rapid travel, the nose of the craft lifted off the surface. The rear engines roared ferociously, providing immense power that launched the no-water one into the sky. The crowd gaped in awe, their eyes fixed on the no-water one as it ascended like a bamboo shoot breaking through the earth, soaring into the heavens. Moments later, the aircraft vanished into the clouds, leaving the spectators in stunned silence. The villagers, witnessing this breathtaking spectacle, stood frozen, their expressions a blend of disbelief and wonder. Is this truly the aircraft created by Su-E? Remarkable. It disappeared in an instant. They marveled. Indeed, it ascended with extraordinary speed. Was that merely a matter of seconds? Even as Su-E piloted the aircraft away, the villagers continued to express their astonishment. Duan Dong, with an incredulous tone, remarked, if I recall correctly, the aircraft with the shortest takeoff distance in the world is the American F-22 fighter jet, requiring about 240 meters. Yet, the no-water one achieved liftoff in only 50 meters? Unbelievable. Being technical experts, they understood that takeoff necessitated a certain speed, a principle rooted in the physics of Bernoulli. In fluid dynamics, increased flow velocity results in diminished pressure, while slower flow yields greater pressure. The wings of an aircraft are typically designed with a curved upper surface and a relatively flat lower surface. As the aircraft moves forward, air flows over the wings. The curvature elongates the path above, accelerating the airflow and reducing pressure. Conversely, the airflow beneath is shorter and slower, leading to higher pressure. This pressure differential between the upper and lower surfaces generates lift, allowing the aircraft to ascend when lift exceeds its weight. As the aircraft's engines generated immense thrust, its velocity surged to remarkable speeds, creating substantial lift. The Wushui No. 1, weighing an impressive 50 tons, surpassed the weight of the American Raptor fighter jet by 20 tons. Remarkably, it utilized an exceptionally short runway for takeoff, a testament to the extraordinary thrust produced by its scramjet turbo engines. This thrust was undoubtedly several times greater than that of America's most advanced combat aircraft. At this moment, Lucia was taken aback. I knew Su-E was exceptional during our university days, but I never anticipated he would be this extraordinary. The sheer power of this creation is terrifying. If military personnel were to witness it, they would surely be astounded. This power is simply formidable. In contrast to the collective astonishment, Su Yi's experience was more visceral. The screen displayed critical data, including altitude and flight speed. He had rapidly ascended from the ground to an altitude of 20,000 meters, achieving nearly a vertical climb of 90 degrees. The thrust from the two scramjet turbo engines showed no signs of diminishing, should he wish to continue climbing. He could undoubtedly do so. After all, the Wushuai No. 1 was designed for operations in both suborbital and orbital space. According to the system's specifications, the Wushuai No. 1 could reach a staggering speed of 30 Mach in outer space and 20 Mach in suborbital flight, with a maximum speed of 10 Mach in altitudes below 20,000 meters. Therefore, if he desired, the Wushuai No. 1 could breach the atmosphere and soar into space. At this juncture, Su Yi intended to conduct flight tests in various altitudes. He planned to first assess whether the maximum flight speed below 20,000 meters indeed aligned with the system's claim of achieving 10 Mach. With this thought in mind, he promptly adjusted the rudder and elevator to stabilize the aircraft. The Wushuai No. 1 exhibited remarkable maneuverability. Almost instantaneously, its pitch and roll angles approached zero, entering level flight. Subsequently, Su Yi glanced at a yellow button nearby. This button activated the pulse detonation engine of the Wushuai No. 1, typically employed for acceleration, capable of maximizing the aircraft's thrust. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the button. In the next instant, a long plume of white flames erupted from the nozzle between the two afterburning turbo engines. The shockwave extended several meters. Then, with a thunderous boom, the flames at the nozzle surged dramatically. The Wushuai No. 1 seemed propelled forward, leaving a white circle in the wake of the explosion. A series of explosive sounds followed as the Wushuai No. 1 accelerated continuously. With each explosion, its speed soared higher. Inside the cockpit, Su Yi gazed at the rapidly changing data on the screen, his heart racing with exhilaration. Just moments ago, the Wushuai No. 1 was traveling at a mere 1.2 Mach, but with the activation of the pulse detonation engine, it instantaneously accelerated to 5 Mach, and the speed continued to climb. From the cockpit, the expansive glass surface ahead ignited with a fiery crimson hue, resembling a blaze. The wings on either side also exhibited flecks of red, a testament to the intense heat generated by the friction of air at such staggering velocities. Were it not for the protective materials in place, the fragile human form would likely be instantaneously carbonized. When he glanced down again, the display revealed a velocity of 8 Mach. Gradually, the speed ascended, ultimately reaching an astonishing 10.02 Mach, a threshold beyond which further acceleration proved impossible. Witnessing this, Su Yi was filled with awe. Indeed, the system had not deceived him, for it could truly attain such velocity. He gazed ahead at the retreating clouds and the vastness of space, feeling an overwhelming sense of grandeur. What sensations awaited at 20 Mach or even 30 Mach? Contemplating this, he promptly lifted the nose of the aircraft, continuing his ascent. He yearned to venture into the near space, eager to experience the exhilarating rush of 20 Mach. Chapter 148. Terrifying flight performance. Su Yi piloted the waterless one as it began its rapid ascent. In an instant, he reached an altitude of 50 kilometers, a height that lay within the realm of subspace. This region represents the transitional zone between conventional aviation and aerospace, having departed from the operational range of traditional aircraft. The air density and other parameters vary significantly with altitude, resulting in a substantial reduction in aerodynamic drag and gravitational forces. Utilizing the sparse atmospheric conditions of the subspace region for flight testing enables not only high-speed travel but also allows for a degree of aerodynamic control and maneuverability. According to the design of the waterless one, it is capable of achieving a staggering speed of 20 Mach in this region. Should the waterless one succeed in this endeavor, it would become the first manned spacecraft to reach such a terrifying velocity. To date, the fastest manned vehicle in existence is the American X-15 experimental aircraft, which can attain a maximum speed of 6.7 Mach, approximately 7,274 kilometers per hour. The speed of the waterless one far exceeds that of the X-15. Upon reaching the designated altitude, Su Yi hesitated not a moment before activating the pulse detonation engine. The instant the pulse detonation engine roared to life, a tremendous explosion resonated from the rear of the waterless one. However, the sound of the explosion vanished almost instantaneously, as if it had never occurred. While the waterless one surged forward with remarkable speed, this was soon followed by a series of explosive accelerations. Su Yi's eyes were fixated on the values displayed on the screen. He observed as the speed of the waterless one soared, swiftly surpassing 10 Mach, and continued to climb. 10, 11, 12. With each explosive sound emanating from the rear, the speed of the waterless one would increase by 1 Mach. Although the increments in speed became more gradual as it approached its apex, it ultimately attained a staggering velocity of 21 Mach. Upon witnessing this speed, Sui glanced through the transparent screen ahead. At that moment, a series of extreme physical phenomena manifested on the surface of the waterless one. The high velocity of flight through the atmosphere resulted in violent collisions and friction with their molecules, generating intense aerodynamic heating. The temperature at the front and edges of the waterless one escalated dramatically due to the extraordinary speed. The surrounding air was compressed to such an extent that its temperature could reach thousands of degrees Celsius. This phenomenon caused the air molecules around the surface of the waterless one to ionize, forming plasma. Visually, the aircraft appeared to be enveloped in a luminous, flame-like aura. The entire waterless one resembled a glowing fireball, slicing through the expanse ahead. At this juncture, the surface materials exhibited their high melting points, exceptional strength, and excellent thermal insulation properties. The ultra-high-temperature ceramic materials and carbon lead composite materials that covered the hull ensured the structural integrity of the waterless one through their oxidation resistance and high-temperature endurance. As Sui gazed at the radiant light and heat outside, he felt no sensation of warmth. The blinding glare was significantly diminished by the specialized glass, allowing him to discern the situation ahead without the need for a helmet. Regarding the heat, it was entirely absorbed by the materials, rendering him impervious to temperature. At this moment, if anyone were to witness this flying vessel, it would likely appear as a luminous point hurtling through the sky. Shortly thereafter, Sui once again piloted the waterless one, initiating a rapid ascent. The pulse detonation engine, along with 2 scramjet turbo engines, unleashed a terrifying thrust, propelling the waterless one swiftly beyond the atmosphere and into the vastness of space. At this juncture, Sui beheld an elliptical blue planet materializing in the distance. It was his first time witnessing Earth from the cosmos. The sensation of observing the planet from a divine perspective was truly unparalleled. Setting aside the breathtaking scenery, the feelings it evoked were profound. He experienced an inexplicable exhilaration emanating from the depths of his soul. In that moment, he acutely felt humanity's insignificance within the universe. This emotion was both thrilling and complex, a remarkable phenomenon. Sui even contemplated whether to offer interstellar travel to the affluent, with a ticket price of 100 million. He believed many would find it enticing. Gazing through the glass of the waterless one, he looked ahead into the abyss, where darkness reigned, occasionally punctuated by twinkling points of light, the radiant stars. At this instant, Sui finally comprehended that the notion of a starry sky paled in comparison to this authentic spectacle. Perhaps this was the epitome of beauty on Earth. He began to steer the flying vessel, gently orienting it towards the moon. Soon a cold, desolate moon emerged within his sight, its surface pockmarked and barren, appearing exceedingly arid. Regrettably, the moon lacked a landing strip or a magnetic landing pad to accommodate the waterless one. Otherwise, he would have been eager to explore whether extraterrestrials truly inhabited its far side. At this point, Sui found himself at an altitude exceeding 100 kilometers. At this elevation, the atmosphere was exceedingly thin, and the flight characteristics of the vessel underwent a qualitative transformation compared to its behavior within the atmosphere. The influence of aerodynamics on the flying craft diminished significantly, while orbital mechanics began to dominate. However, since the waterless one was designed for space travel, it had naturally considered the relevant technologies. To achieve maximum velocity at this altitude, the primary concern was the structural integrity of the craft. Many artificial satellites at this height could easily reach speeds exceeding Mach 20. Therefore, such velocities were not daunting for the waterless one. Sui made a simple attempt. And indeed, the speed rapidly escalated to Mach 30, as if he were traversing through the void. After this exhilarating experience, observing the remaining fuel, Sui decided not to linger in space any longer. He began to maneuver the waterless one, redirecting it toward Earth. As he continuously descended, the cabin's adaptive environment adjusted the pressure accordingly, leaving Sui devoid of any discomfort or sensation. Subsequently, he decelerated and altered his course, heading towards the base where Gao Ming was located. He had previously contacted Gao Ming to test the aircraft, intending to find a military airfield for landing and docking. This endeavor primarily aimed to evaluate the stealth capabilities of the Wushui-1. He sought to utilize military radar to ascertain whether such a substantial craft could be detected. Simultaneously, he intended to assess the optical stealth features of the Wushui-1. Ultimately, his goal was to deliver a slight shock to the military. After all, Having invested substantial funds in the development of the Wuxue-1, it would be a tremendous waste if it were solely employed to fulfill the transportation needs of Wuxue Village. Ideally, he aspired to sell it, reaping considerable profits to fund future research endeavors. He was confident that upon witnessing the performance of the Wuxue-1, the military would undoubtedly place significant orders. With this thought in mind, he promptly piloted the Wuxue-1 towards the base where Gao Ming was located. Chapter 149. Excited military personnel at this moment. Su-yi remained unaware of the bustling atmosphere at Gao Ming's flight base. Once devoid of any aircraft, the airfield now proudly housed 2 fighter jets, heavily guarded by armed troops. In the distance, several anti-aircraft missile vehicles stood poised, ready to intercept any unauthorized drones that dared to approach. On a viewing platform, several elderly gentlemen clad in blue uniforms, alongside a few military personnel, peered through binoculars at the 2 fighter jets resting on the tarmac. The first aircraft was the globally renowned 5th-generation fighter, the Wulong, while the second was adorned in a striking yellow livery reminiscent of a ginkgo leaf, truly resembling a delicate ginkgo leaf from above, a sight to behold. At this moment, the flight crew diligently conducted inspections to ensure the absence of any mechanical issues. After some time, the checks concluded, and ground personnel positioned a ladder for the pilots to ascend into the cockpit. This test flight would be executed by an elite test pilot, a paragon of excellence with accolades such as the Golden Helmet and extensive flying experience. Once aboard, the pilot meticulously examined the wings, avionics, and communication systems. Shortly thereafter, the pilot's voice resonated through the intercom. Self-check complete. At this announcement, all eyes turned to the viewing platform, where a group of researchers and the base's director, Gao Ming, awaited with bated breath. Gao Ming smiled slightly and addressed the lead elder, Shi, with courtesy. Chief Engineer Shi, please make the announcement. Nodding in agreement, Shi responded. Very well, let us witness the fruits of our 10 years of labor. Today, we shall see just how sharp this blade is. With that, he grasped the intercom and declared, clear the runway, commence the test flight, activate all ground radar to ensure flight safety. Upon hearing his command, everyone retreated, allowing the aircraft to taxi slowly towards the runway. The opaque cockpit glass concealed all within, rendering the interior invisible. The ginkgo leaf jet led the way, with the Wulong closely trailing as the accompanying aircraft for the day. Moments later, the ginkgo leaf jet positioned itself at the runway's starting point. This is ginkgo leaf 0036. Preparing for takeoff. This fighter had undergone 36 iterations of development over the past decade, culminating in this final product. A decade's worth of effort was about to bear fruit. At that moment, all the researchers on the viewing platform gazed in excitement at the aircraft on the runway, while numerous soldiers on duty couldn't help but turn their eyes in anticipation. Gao Ming, too, was transfixed, feeling honored to witness the maiden flight of the 6th-generation fighter. From this day forth, Long Nation would welcome a new addition to its arsenal, further solidifying its strength. Meanwhile, the pilot in the ginkgo leaf jet engaged the throttle. Accelerating down the runway, the yellow-painted aircraft glided across the tarmac like a ginkgo leaf in a swift breeze, a breathtaking sight. Soon, the jet reached takeoff speed. The pilot deftly maneuvered the controls, and the nose of the aircraft gradually lifted. The ginkgo leaf jet soared into the sky. The thunderous roar of the colossal engines reverberated through the surroundings, announcing the ascent of the formidable Dragon fighter jet, which soared towards the ginkgo leaf. Meanwhile, the spectators swiftly relocated to the control room. Within the confines of this chamber, the elegant flight posture of the ginkgo leaf was captured through the lens of the Dragon, showcasing a breathtaking display. Observing this, Shi promptly instructed the pilot, commence a maneuverability test. Upon receiving the command, the pilot diligently executed various high-angle maneuvers. The aircraft first engaged in conventional maneuvers, such as high-speed, high-G turns, rapid ascents, and dives, exhibiting formidable performance. Subsequently, the fighter jet proceeded to test vector thrust maneuvers, executing aerial hovering and translational movements with remarkable prowess. The 6th-generation jet's engine boasted exceptional thrust, allowing it to perform flawlessly despite the ginkgo leaf's considerable size compared to the Dragon. Next, the pilot endeavored to execute a post-stall maneuver, initiating with the classic Cobra maneuver. The aircraft's superior performance enabled a swift and flawless elevation of the nose, achieving a rapid deceleration maneuver with remarkable precision. Following this, the jet performed the Pugachev's Cobra maneuver, demonstrating equal excellence. The pilot then unveiled the much-anticipated leaf-like maneuver, also known as the no-radius descent, turned supermaneuverability, where the aircraft gracefully descended through the air akin to a falling leaf. The jet was capable of executing tight turns, even without radius, while maintaining an admirable flight attitude and stability. This maneuver allowed for rapid and agile directional changes at low or ultra-low altitudes, evading enemy attacks or seizing opportunities for counterattacks, demanding exceptional skill from the pilot. However, for a test pilot with extensive flying experience, this was merely a trivial task. Moreover, the sixth-generation aircraft's outstanding performance facilitated effortless execution. From the lens of the Dragon, a cascade of yellow ginkgo leaves floated gracefully through the air, embodying elegance and natural beauty. In the control room, the researchers were visibly exhilarated, exclaiming, "Beautiful! This is truly magnificent!" Leading the group, Shuri's eyes glistened with tears of joy, overwhelmed with excitement. Based on the current test results, the aircraft's performance had already surpassed that of fifth-generation jets in numerous aspects, including climbing, circling, rolling, and linear acceleration characteristics. After completing the maneuver tests, Shuri promptly commanded, "Next, let us conduct a speed test to ascertain whether this fighter jet can meet its design specifications." In their design, the sixth-generation aircraft was expected to attain a staggering speed of 4 Mach, eclipsing the velocity of any fighter jet in existence. Indeed, even the F-22, the fastest of the American jets, only reaches a maximum speed of 2.25 Mach. Should the ginkgo leaf achieve a speed of 4 Mach, it would undoubtedly overshadow every fighter jet globally, particularly since the advanced AIM-120D missile carried by the F-22 has a maximum speed of merely 4 Mach. This signifies that even if the ginkgo leaves were to confront the F-22, its missiles would be unable to intercept the ginkgo leaves, thus eliminating any future threat. Upon receiving the command, the test pilot promptly activated the state-of-the-art vector engines and began to accelerate. As he pressed the button, in the next instant, the aircraft surged forth into the sky with astonishing speed. The velocity of the fighter jet escalated rapidly, soaring from Mach 1 to Mach 3 in no time. A beautiful white contrail emerged behind it, a sight to behold. At this point, even the formidable Dragon could not keep pace. Moments later, radar monitoring indicated that the aircraft's speed had reached Mach 4. Upon witnessing this remarkable figure, all the researchers embraced one another, erupting into jubilant cheers. Several elderly gentlemen, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears and hastily removed their glasses to wipe their eyes. Nearby, officers like Gao Ming laughed heartily, applauding in delight. Thus, the test flight of the sixth-generation aircraft concluded with resounding success, showcasing extraordinary performance. Its debut would undoubtedly cause a global sensation. Everyone reveled in laughter, celebrating a decade of arduous effort that had finally borne fruit. Just as the team was immersed in jubilant applause, a sudden alarm blared from the control room. Chapter 150, Unidentified Flying Object. Just as everyone was exhilarated by the successful test flight of the sixth-generation fighter, an unforeseen event transpired. The radar in the control room suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. The blaring sound reverberated throughout the entire control center, causing smiles to vanish in an instant. All eyes turned in shock towards the large screen. A technician immediately spoke up. "Report. 1 unidentified flying object detected. Altitude 20,000 meters. Speed 10 Mach. Approaching our base." Upon hearing the technician's report, everyone was momentarily stunned. What? Eyes widened in disbelief. They struggled to comprehend. 10 Mach. How could that be possible? To fly at such an astonishing speed at an altitude of 20,000 meters required an immense engine, a remarkably resilient airframe, and incredibly advanced materials to sustain such velocity. At this moment, Gao Ming furrowed his brow in concern. "Are you certain there is no error?" he inquired skeptically, as the reported speed was truly extraordinary. The staff nodded emphatically in response. "Report. No mistakes. It is indeed 10 Mach. Several of our radars have detected it simultaneously. If there were an equipment malfunction, it would be improbable for multiple devices to fail at once." Hearing this, Shuri and the other researchers were left in utter astonishment. How could this be? 10 Mach? Given the current technological capabilities of nations worldwide, it seemed impossible to develop an aircraft capable of such speed. After all, at 20,000 meters, air resistance is significant. The previous aircraft that surpassed 5 Mach did so at suborbital altitudes. As the crowd grappled with their disbelief, the target suddenly vanished from the radar. "Report. Target has disappeared." The staff stared, wide-eyed, at the now silent radar screen, incredulous that the monitored object had vanished so abruptly. Gao Ming furrowed his brow deeper, taken aback. The staff quickly interjected, "Report, suspected stealth target. The sudden disappearance from the radar indicates it is a stealth aircraft, undetectable by our systems." Shuri, positioned at the forefront, tightened his brow. "Activate the anti-stealth radar and dispatch the Ginkgo and Dragon teams to the relevant area for detection." Understood. The technicians promptly followed the command. Activating the anti-stealth radar. This advanced system, developed specifically to counter stealth aircraft from around the world, was the Dragon Kingdom's shield. Even the illustrious Eagle Nation's F-35 would have no sanctuary under this radar's scrutiny. As the radar powered up, the technicians began their operations, initiating the detection process. Meanwhile, the massive radar atop the mountains surrounding Gao Ming's base began to rotate, scanning the surrounding airspace relentlessly. Multiple radar vehicles operated simultaneously, conducting an all-encompassing scan without any blind spots. However, the radar screens remained eerily silent, devoid of any response. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. What could this mean? He furrowed his brow in concern. It was inconceivable. Why were they unable to detect anything? Unless the opposing force employed stealth radar technology far beyond current human capabilities, it should have been impossible to evade detection. The technicians surrounding him also wore expressions of worry. Did such aircraft truly exist? With a speed of 10 Mach and super stealth capabilities, it could certainly be classified as a 7th-generation fighter. Gao Ming, too, found himself troubled by the situation. Chief Engineer Shi, could this be an aircraft from a foreign military? Based on the direction the aircraft had taken, it was evidently heading toward their base. Could it be that foreign forces were utilizing the most advanced stealth fighters to gather intelligence on their flight operations? Upon hearing this, Shi's brow knitted further. This shouldn't be happening. They were deep within the heart of Longke, where such occurrences were unexpected. How could an aircraft elude the detection of so many radars? Moreover, they seemed to know that a test flight was scheduled for today. This was unfathomable. The information regarding today's test was known only to myself, you, and old Liang in the north. At this point, Shi paused, as if a realization struck him. Noticing his reaction, Gao Ming hastily inquired, "Chief Engineer Shi, what is it?" Shi replied, "This year, we have developed 2 models of 6th-generation fighters. The Ginkgo Leaf is a bomber, thus larger in size and primarily designed for bombardment. The other model, codenamed the Shrike, is a 6th-generation fighter developed by the Northern Group, with old Liang as the lead engineer." As he spoke, Shi's expression darkened. "Damn it, I understand now. This must be a significant technological breakthrough achieved by old Liang's team, allowing their aircraft to reach speeds of 10 Mach. They have likely come here to flaunt their advancements, employing new stealth materials to evade radar detection." He knew old Liang well. Once he had a breakthrough, he would undoubtedly come to showcase it. With that, he quickly retrieved a special mobile phone and dialed a number. Soon, an elderly voice answered on the other end. "Hello. Old Shi, why are you calling me? Aren't you supposed to be conducting test flights today? What do you want?" In response, Chief Engineer Shi spoke coldly. "Old Liang, tell me truthfully, has your fighter achieved significant advancements in engine and stealth materials, allowing it to surpass the speed of our Ginkgo Leaf and evade detection by stealth radar?" The old man on the other end paused momentarily before responding with indignation. "Damn it, I told you to keep it confidential. Who let this information slip? Old Shi, tell me who informed you. I must take serious action against them." Hearing this, Shi's frown deepened even further. "Damn it, Liang Fifan, stop pretending. Your damn fighter is literally flying overhead. First, let us detect it, then we shall activate stealth to tease us. You still pretend to be oblivious." But I am genuinely infuriated. It is already irksome that the aircraft developed by Liang Fifan is significantly ahead, and now the other party continues to feign ignorance. Upon hearing this, the elder opposite was taken aback. "What? How can this be? Our prototype is still in the hangar. How could it possibly reach your side?" Upon hearing this, Shi was momentarily stunned, his expression growing grave. "Are you speaking the truth?" The elder Liang, upon hearing this, replied with utmost certainty. "Of course. It is true. I am currently beside the aircraft. What is the matter?" Upon hearing this, Shi immediately spoke up. "I won't discuss this further. We may have encountered an external aircraft." After uttering these words, he abruptly hung up the phone and turned seriously to the side, addressing Commander Gao Ming. "Commander Gao, activate the air defense forces, power up the missiles. We may truly be facing a ghost." At that moment, Everyone comprehended that the aircraft that had just appeared was possibly not from the Dragon Nation. Now, it was up to Long and Ginkgo to proceed to the relevant airspace for verification. Instantly, tension enveloped the room. Chapter 151. Look upwards after receiving orders. The pilots of the Ginkgo Leaf and the Dragon flew in formation towards the designated airspace. If the adversary approached their vicinity, an encounter was inevitable. Although the Ginkgo Leaf was still under testing, the urgency of the situation warranted immediate action. It was significantly faster than the Dragon. Report. No traces of enemy aircraft detected so far, announced the Dragon's pilot. Their radar displayed an empty expanse. If the enemy's aircraft could evade radar detection, they would have to rely on visual observation. I concur, replied the Ginkgo Leaf's pilot. The radar is devoid of any enemy aircraft. The base acknowledges. Conduct visual searches. Engage immediately upon sighting, came the response. Understood. The two fighter jets resumed their search, reaching speeds of Mach 2. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the shared channel. Hello. Do you happen to know the exact location of the unmanned mechanized unit's airfield? Could you guide me there? My phone seems to have no signal, and I cannot reach them. Sui, excited for his test flight, had boarded the aircraft with only his mobile phone, neglecting to consider the absence of signal at high altitudes. Furthermore, the communication devices aboard the No Water One had yet to connect to military channels, rendering direct communication impossible. His visit aimed primarily to resolve this issue and install a military identification device. Without it, the military would have no means of recognizing the No Water One's identity, preventing him from landing at the airfield. Military airfields were surely surrounded by numerous anti-aircraft missiles, and being shot down would be disastrous. Therefore, he had intentionally deactivated the stealth ion layer of the No Water One to allow military radar detection. Once discovered, the adversary would likely dispatch aircraft for verification, allowing him to follow their lead. However, to avoid being directly shot down, he reactivated the stealth coating and employed optical invisibility. It was only when he spotted a Dragon and an unfamiliar aircraft approaching that he flew alongside them, communicating through the public channel. Upon hearing Su Yi's voice, the pilots of the Ginkgo Leaf and the Dragon were momentarily startled. Whoa! Exclaimed the Dragon's pilot, caught off guard. He quickly scanned his surroundings. The ability to communicate through the public channel indicated that the other party was perilously close. He anxiously searched the skies, while the test pilot of the Ginkgo Leaf also glanced around. Yet, the sky stretched infinitely clear, offering no clues. This peculiarity heightened their tension, leaving both pilots on edge. Could it be that they truly encountered a ghost? The airspace surrounding them was remarkably clear, with an unobstructed view, yet there was nothing to be seen. As the pilot of Water One, Su Yi, observed the actions of the others, he immediately comprehended that they had undoubtedly heard him. He hurriedly deactivated the optical stealth technology and inquired, "Are you searching for me? Look above you." The test pilot of the Ginkgo Leaf and the pilot of the Dragon, upon hearing Su Yi's words, were momentarily taken aback. Above them,